Good morning, everyone, and welcome to TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We got 12 teams, 5 days, and 2 slots available for a shot at that Aegis. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and my very knowledgeable analyst joining me is Fia and T Panda. Fia, how are you feeling today? Pumped for Last Chance?
Oh, of course. We got to see a lot of Dota today in the coming days. It's going to be super exciting. Some of the teams, they get just that, their last chance here to get into the group stage of TI.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely jam-packed. But T-Panda, what about yourself? How are you feeling?
I mean, this is the day everybody's kind of been waiting for. The build-up is there. The hype is there. I mean, how can you not be excited for what's to come?
I know it's going to be insanely full on. I already mentioned it that we do have those 12 teams. And we'll go through which ones they are exactly very soon. But more so, we want to have a look at the format of how it is going to play over these next 5 days. It is starting with our group stage. We have 2 groups of 6 teams. It's going to be a round robin best of 2 played out with our top 4 teams advancing to upper bracket, and then the bottom 2 teams going down to that lower bracket. And then it's going to be that playoffs, double elimination, best of 3, something we are all very familiar with. You know, knowing that this group stage, no one gets eliminated, Fear, do you think there's a little less pressure, or no pressure will be released knowing that this is potentially your last chance for TI11?
Oh, there's definitely gonna be some pressure for sure because nobody wants to end up in the lower bracket, right?
Mm-hmm.
You kind of want to stay in that winners bracket, the upper bracket, and be comfortable, ride the momentum and confidence. Only 2 teams are gonna make it out of this, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if you started off pretty rough and end up in that lower bracket, mentality-wise, that's not a place where you want to be. So
Yeah,
a lot riding on it, I think.
100%. And I mean, there's also a lot to be desired about what current meta is happening as well, because we have had a little bit of a recent change. So do you think with this group stage T Panda, it's going to be a lot of new stuff, or people might be relying on what we saw over qualifiers?
I think every tournament that's being played out has its own tournament meta that starts to build up from day one. You start to look at what teams prioritize, what do they like to bring in, and maybe bring that own flavor into the mix as well. So, of course, there's going to be like the strong meta picks that people like to go for, but it will adapt and change from time to time. And, like, it is LCQ to start things off with. And I'm pretty sure once we get to the main event stage, you're going to see a lot of Earthshakers, you're going to see a lot of Rubiks, which did get buffed for a reason because people love to watch these heroes.
Yeah, we do love to see it. There's a lot of team fight potential with those, but we keep talking about this group stage and these groups. So let's have a look at who is going to be in which group. We can start with Group A, knowing that it is Secret, Vici Gaming, Polaris, Na'Vi, Nouns, and Tempest. And then over on the other side for Group B, we can see which teams will be there. It's Liquid, Extreme, T1, Virtus Pro, Wildcard, Infamous. It's all 12 teams that have their final chance, their final shot at TI 11. But do you think there's any powerhouses that stand out for you, Fia, on both groups?
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely think for sure for Group B, Virtus Pro for me is going to be the team that I think should come out ahead. I think they're looking really good. Obviously, people are looking at like teams like T1. They have like Tops and Anna, but I really need to see them play first before I'm a believer. I know they're 2-time TI winners, but they were playing with OG when they won those TIs. They're coming into a completely different squad, and it'll be interesting to see how they do. But for me, Virtus Pro for sure is a team that looks very, very strong. As far as like the other group goes, Group A, it's a tough one for me. Secret looks pretty good. Nisha's been very dominant in the mid lane, and I also believe that Vici. I don't know if I'm totally sold on Vici. I'm gonna go say Team Secret from Group A looks like they should come out ahead. Like for me, they're definitely looking the best in Group A there.
Do you agree with that one too, Panda, or you're like, no, Fia, you have no idea. You haven't been watching.
Group B looks a lot harder in my opinion.
Yeah, it does feel like Group B is a bit of a death group in a sense. And if you think about the whole story for Virtus Pro, they've been in the highlights for maybe different reasons than their players have. But, not getting into TI with their points being dropped out by, 0.05 points and being left out, now have to grind their way through the LCQ. They're coming in as favorites for sure. They're very prepared. They've already seen what the DPC Tour has been like this year with minimal roster changes. I feel like they could be the team from Group B that you got to keep your eye open for. And I would go with Secret, and I kind of have this little Na'Vi sense to me as well. Maybe the vibe is there because, they did fall a bit flat in a sense with the East European qualifier, and now being to this point, having to grind it again. I feel like they could be the team to show up this time. East Europe last year was strong. Maybe this year also proves to be the same storyline.
Potentially. There are a lot of storylines to be written, but we have to have a look at what games are actually going to be played today. And I do know that there is one stream, if you are a little bit of a Na'Vi fan like T-Panda, to be tuning into. But here on the main stream, these are your 4 games. It's Secret, Tempest, T1, Liquid, Nouns, Polaris, Extreme, Virtus Pro. This is a rolling schedule, so you guys can have a look at the times as a rough idea of when the game will start. But if you really want to make sure you don't miss any games, make sure you're always tuning in. You can try and tune into all 4 streams at once if you think you have the attention span for that, because over on stream 2 we have another set of 4 games. It is Nouns, Na'Vi, Polaris, Na'Vi, Tempest, VG, and then Tempest, Na'Vi. So that's the stream if you're a big Na'Vi fan like T-Panda. Then we have our 3rd stream as well. There are a lot of games. There are a lot of games.
You are really painting out the Na'Vi picture on me, aren't you?
Oh yeah, this is it. T-Panda said one thing, and I'm just running with it the whole Last Chance Qualifiers now. But stream 3 is Extreme, Liquid, Extreme Wildcard Virtus Pro, Liquid, Infamous, and then our 4th and final stream is Virtus Pro Infamous, Vici Secret, T1 Infamous, Secret Nouns. All of these games will also be streamed over on YouTube if you guys want to have a look there, or on those 4 YouTube channels that were shown on the top right of your screen. For you guys, I have to ask, obviously, Fear, the game that you think has the most upset potential, which game do you think an underdog might be able to take?
Out of all of today or the upcoming
All of
series?
today, just today.
Upset potential.
Yeah. Put you on the spot.
Isn't every series kind of feel like there's an upset potential, right? Because it's BO2s.
I mean, it's hard because it's like the last chance qualifier, which means every single team playing has kind of struggled, right?
Yeah.
They didn't qualify directly, so I don't know if there's like anyone's like super favored to upset someone. But if I had to choose something,
yeah,
I will just say the T1 Liquid game to me is probably the most hype one for today.
Okay.
Just as a fan of Dota, just wanting to see Liquid play against the new T1. That one, I don't know if it's going to be upset who wins, but I'm just going to answer your question a little differently and saying that's the match I'm most excited for.
Well, that was the second question I was going to ask, was which one you're most hyped for. But, you know, T1 Liquid, not only the players on it, but the orgs as well, do have long histories within TI. But T-Panda, because Fear couldn't answer it, who do you think then? I'll say more broadly, which team has the most upset potential in them?
Which team has most upset potential?
Yeah.
I mean, I think, no matter what region you're coming out of, I think some region is going to be maybe painting black on the other one, saying like, okay, maybe SA is not the region to watch. I don't think East Europe's going to be the team to watch today, or the region to watch this year. Mm-hmm. I think maybe Nouns could be the one to kind of pop off. You know, the matches that they're going to be playing off, only 2 series today, if I understood correct, against Secret, and they're playing Polaris. They might show some good draws here and there. I think Tempest is a team that you kind of need to keep your eye open for, potentially one of the, not the highest, most renowned teams that are going to be out there, but still, I think Nouns and Tempest are going to be the teams that can potentially pull off some upsets here. At least I'm a hopeful one.
Mm-hmm.
So Nouns is playing Navi, actually.
Yeah, as well. So they're playing 3. They're doing Navi, Polaris, and Secret. I can't believe you missed that one, T-Panda. Nouns Navi, yeah. Come on, man. You're already making my story unraveled here.
I mean, the whole thing for me, basically, I have to agree with Fear. T1 Liquid, I mean, I cannot but root for my Finnish boys. It's Thompson versus Matumba Man and Jerax. It's 2 versus 1. Is 2 Finns better than 1? I mean, I gotta get a Finnish boy going into TI this year, because since TI4, there's always been a Finnish player. If there's no Finnish players this time qualifying from the Last Chance Qualifiers, you're stuck with me. So I don't think that's a great scenario, right?
I mean, let's talk a little bit more about that T1 Liquid series, the fact that you both really enjoy it. I want to look at their runs through the qualifiers. Like you pointed out, Fear, all the teams that are in Last Chance Qualifiers either came 2nd or 3rd in their regional qualifiers, which is why they're all here playing for that final 2 slots. But T1 and Liquid, how did you like that they were actually playing, Fear? And do you have confidence in one team more than the other with that showing from the qualifiers?
Well, I think I definitely have more confidence in Liquid, because, I mean, T1, you know, they just didn't qualify to TI, as you mentioned before. They have a completely new roster, while Liquid, they have the same roster, right? And they've always been just really close, just falling a little short. And I think over a boot camp, they can kind of like fix those issues and really show a strong showing. Whereas T1, brand new team, they have like that explosive energy, like kind of like, you know, they're the dark horse to me of this tournament, because you don't know what's going to happen. They're a newly formed team. They have 2 new players, 2 really well-known players, but still, the team dynamics are going to be completely different. And to me, that's just really exciting to see, like, a very stable team, a very good team throughout the years. Team Liquid play a team that's just, like, reforms and makes something exciting with new players, right?
Yeah, 100%. And T-Man, I know that you do like your Eastern European teams. You said Virtus Pro is a team to look out for, but they're going to come up against Extreme at the end of this day. And I mean, the Chinese region is known for being powerhouses, and their qualifiers in themselves were really difficult as well. So how do you think that matchup might potentially go, the Eastern European playstyle up against the Chinese?
It's a good question to throw in because I don't think a lot of these teams have gotten the experience against these Chinese teams. Extreme Gaming was on my top 3 list out of the teams that I already mentioned, and I feel like it can be one of those series to kind of make a statement, prove a point, kind of. I think a lot of people are going to be watching how the Chinese teams fare in this tournament in general, but East Europe has had a good amount of success in the past year, so I feel like you're putting up tough against tough, but how can you really solve who is the tougher one? Is it just because of one series, or which is the team that grows the most during this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about Extreme Gaming is that they did qualify to go to the Arlington Major, unfortunately couldn't make it, so we actually haven't seen them get to play internationally at all this year. So this is going to also be their first time playing internationally, and they do have a very fresh Pose 1 player as well. It's going to be interesting to see how they adapt, how they're able to play internationally, but you were right. These teams have to be able to adapt. And Fia, having that ex-pro player history for you, how do you feel playing so many games in such a short time? How quickly you have to adapt? Is there a lot of pressure? Do you think it's a struggle for teams, especially knowing it's only 5 days and this is your last shot at TI?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams aren't very good at adapting, and so there are teams that can do it and it can come to your advantage, but I think what's more important is having good preparation. So the teams that have did the work, they prepared their strategies, they have something good going for them, those are the ones that are gonna probably just pop off and just start winning a lot and have momentum. But if you do a lot of that prep work, which I'm sure all of them did, and it doesn't work, maybe your strategy wasn't as good as you thought it was and you start losing a little bit, that's when you need to learn to adapt a little bit, and that's when things are gonna get a bit harder. And it's very difficult. Not every team is capable of doing that. Throughout my career, I've noticed a lot of teams, if they do well, they're doing well, but once they start to struggle, it can be a little bit difficult to recover. So we'll see if they have what it takes when you start losing, or if they just have good prep work and they just don't lose. You can also do that too.
You're just gonna pray that you don't get figured out, that your strat is so solid, no one else can read into it. But
it happens all the time, actually. Our teams just have such a solid strategy where people can't figure it out in this short amount of time. You don't have a lot of time to prepare and adapt, honestly.
Do you have something you wanted to add, T-Panda?
Oh, I mean, I totally agree with what Fear is saying, because the slump can be something that can be very detrimental for most of those teams, and it really shows who are the experienced guys. Maybe some of the younger team rosters, that are consisting of more 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds don't necessarily have the experience to back it up, how to get back, but that's when the coaches really step in and the analysts to pull them together and get them back on course, and as soon as possible, because there's only a limited amount of days and a limited amount of series. It's two groups with 6 teams playing 5 games. Navi and Extreme and a couple other teams already playing 3 series on the first day. It's the day needs to come up with a really good result and have that impact and that flow feeling that you need from that.
Yeah, I mean, day one, straight out of the gate. Sorry, for you go.
Yeah, I was gonna just add on to that. It's this isn't DPC anymore, right?
Yeah.
You don't have 1 match per week. You've got 3 matches in 1 day. And I don't think a lot of the teams are used to that, right? So it's going to be a completely different playing field.
To think that, over half of the games that you're going to be playing for this group stage that decides if you're going to be in that upper or lower bracket is going to be played on day 1. And like we said, this is a new patch, so I kind of want to circle back around. We've had some updates for it. And Fia, I want to know from your point of view, do you think there is going to be a big change and impact on playstyle or certain heroes picked? Or where do you feel there might be some strength that wasn't there in the last pack?
They rebalanced a lot of things. Faceless Void was incredibly broken. They mellowed it down, right? And they did that for a lot of heroes. So I'm honestly not going to be entirely sure what the meta is going to be. And I think this day 1 is going to be very telling, and we're going to learn a lot about what the teams have been scrimming, what's good, and kind of see, because all these teams have scrimmed against teams that are actually going to be at the group stages too, right? So this is probably just going to be the TI meta. So I don't really know exactly what teams are going to go for. I kind of have an idea what heroes are strong, but put into competitive play compared to just pub play, which is I've been playing, just pubs, it's completely different, right? And we're going to need to see what these teams bust out here and kind of learn from it, at least for me.
And I know, T-Panda, you've been looking at some competitive games that have been played on this new patch over the past few weeks. Have there been any standout heroes that you're expecting will definitely be highly contested today?
Well, I mean, might be revealing some answers for some people's battle pass predictions with these, but at least, I mean, you got to look at heroes like Undying, Batrider, Marcy, and Enigma. Like, these are the 4 that are almost constantly in every game. The latest tournament that we were casting, Undying was in 96% of the games, either picked or banned. Marcy was the other one, missing maybe 1 or 2 games more than the Undying. And the flexibility from Marcy, most importantly, like you can play it as a 1, you can play it as a 3, you can play it as a 4. We got so used to seeing the support Marcy in the off lane, maybe setting up some tri-lane shenanigans, but now it works as a beautiful pause 1 carry. You can play it from the off lane and you can beat Terrorblades with this hero. So I think Marcy and Undying of these 2 heroes, even if they got hit by the nerf hammer, they didn't really get hit by the nerf hammer. These are still just as strong as they were before the C patch.
Yeah, still very highly favored. But moving away from those heroes, I want to focus more on specific players. And I want to know from you guys, or at least you, Fia, if there is a certain upcoming player that you want people to be aware of, someone that has kind of impressed you throughout this year, through that DPC or even just qualifiers.
Sure. So there's this one guy, right? He's a mid player for T1. He didn't really play the DPC this year.
Oh yeah,
his name's
just
Thompson.
came out of nowhere. And just played the qualifiers.
Yeah, I've been watching him a little bit. He seems pretty good. I might want to keep an eye out for him. He didn't play any of the DPCs this year. Just kind of showed up. And here he is, a last chance qualifier for TI, and I'm expecting good things from him.
T-Panda, anyone else, or is it just that random T1 mid laner? What was his name? Thompson. It was Thompson, right? I think.
Thompson. Yeah, Thompson.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just him.
He's a guy that has been, grinding the pubs for a couple of years, getting into top number 1 in the MMR back in the day. But no, I'm not going to talk about Thompson. I want to talk about Nisha from Team Secret. He had a really rough TI last year. Felt like he was playing maybe a bit under his potential, and the DPC started a bit rocky for Secret in terms of I felt like Nisha was falling a bit behind all the other players. Like, he did these average performances, but you want to get more when you're a team like Team Secret. And he's been getting better and better and better after every single tournament. And now when they've got these 3 absolutely talented young lads in the team, Rezo, Zayats, you've got Crystallis into this roster, and you add it with Puppy's experience. I feel like Nisha is now playing at the level he's supposed to be, and with one of the most deadliest off-lane combos that most likely is going to be in this tournament, Rezo and Zayats. I mean, I can't just highlight one guy because I want to talk about 4 people in this team, but Nisha has been getting better as the year has progressed, and that's a good sign.
Yeah, I do think a lot of people are going to be watching Secret, not just because of their progression through this DPC, but, also the storylines that Puppy, everyone wants him to make it, because if he makes it, he will be in every single TI. But also on the flip side to that, you have someone quite brand new like Chrysalis who has never made it to a TI at all. So you have the 2 opposite ends of the spectrum here for that team. They are going to be playing up against Tempest for our first series here on the mainstream. And before we jump into it, not knowing anything at all about heroes being picked, I mean, it might seem redundant to ask, but who are you guys favoring, Fear, if you want to start?
Tempest for Secret?
Yep.
I mean, I'm definitely favoring Secret for sure. Like, I quite literally put them as they're going to win this group easily. So.
Oh, that's a good one. I didn't ask. Who are the 2 people that you guys have making it out completely for Last Chance Qualifiers, Fear?
Oh, just like winning Last Chance?
Yeah.
I want to say VP, and on my battle pass, I put VP in Extreme Gaming, so
okay.
I'm going to stick with that.
All right, T-Panda?
I had VP and Liquid, but then I was also Extreme as like a heavy second for either of these 2 teams. I guess, it can be any of these 3 teams.
All right, well, we have tried to break down as much as we possibly can, but we don't want to hold this up anymore. I do know that the games are ready, and as a quick reminder, on Stream D, it is Nouns and Navi with Nomad and Basket casting. On Stream C, it's Extreme and Liquid with Killer Pigeon and Breaker casting. And on Stream D, it's VP and Infamous with Snare and Kezu. You guys can tune into that. But here on the main stream, we have Secret and Tempest with Danog and Ares.
Thank you very much, Nat Denog. We are here. It's time. TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. 12 teams battling it out. But the important thing is we've got 2 teams to kick it off on Stream A. Like Nat said, Secret up against Tempest. Importantly, though, my Aussie friend, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, it's TI season. You got to get hyped for this. And so many players having the chance to attend their first TI. I love the Last Chance Qualifiers. I think it's something that should stay every year from now on, because it completely removes that argument of, oh, if only SA didn't get a slot, then Nigma could be here. You know, if Nigma were good enough, they would have been in these Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm just going to say that from the outset, right? So now you've got a chance where every single region gets that last chance to be able to play, and if SA is one of the best 2 teams, good for them. They're going to get through, and there's going to be another surprise packet. And, you know, speaking of SA, we've got one of the teams in Tempest playing in this first series against Secret, and I really feel like they might surprise a few people. I've got this series going a 1-1 without seeing the drafts altogether.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Like, we don't particularly know how the meta is going to shape up, so it could be interesting to compare Tempest and Secret and the heroes they look to prioritize. But we had the opportunity to cast the South American regional qualifiers, and we were both very big fans of Tempest. In particular, the Ecuadorian duo coming out from them was really the standout on Tempest, as we get to see the lineup at the moment. And I'm in agreement as well. I think this is a team that is really going to have a difficult road to be able to compete for those 2 slots, but I think they will do a lot better than what a lot of other people are expecting.
Yeah, I think Slider needs someone to talk to him, though. He's not wearing his glasses quite correctly. He needs to make sure he puts them over his eyes to be able to begin with. But, you know, though you mentioned the Ecuadorian duo, Sabas and Sladin. They are going to be the ones that a lot of the team play goes around, right? The mid laner, the position 4, making a lot of those rotations. They've played together for a long time. And, you know, I feel like they've got a chance. Like I said, I feel like this series might go a 1-1. It's going to depend heavily on the draft, because I feel like that's a reason. I think Seb mentioned it previously, that that's probably the weakness of Team Secret. The drafts aren't always on point. They occasionally have times where they become a little bit predictable, but there are other times where they just come out of the gate like a raging bull, and they're able to just get wins on the board. So I think upper bracket is still a very highly likely possibility for them, but don't put it past Tempest to surprise, because, you know, even though 2 of the members in Manoz as well as MJZ, they went to TI as Thunder Predator. They obviously didn't do too well, not winning a single game in the group stage, but they've got that experience. So they're going to be able to, you know, ease a lot of these tensions that might be there with the rest of their teammates.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a TI. Of course, we're not there just yet, but where we speak a lot about the experience, because there's a lot of people who haven't been in a format like this, where the stakes are so high. And you mentioned, you know, Sabas being the position 2. I think at the moment, with how important the mid lane really is, because you don't have the capability to fall back on the small camp. Really, we've seen kind of the lane dominators really rise in prevalence. So Sabas is going up against Nisha, and this guy has really started to turn it up, especially towards the later stages here of some of the tournaments. We saw Secret struggle very early on in Tour 1, Tour 2, went back when they had Sumail on the roster as well, and Ice. They were looking to switch it up. Sumail, you know, initially starting as the 2, then he swapped to the 1. They had some issues, and then all of a sudden, Rezo Zayats comes in. You know, we see how they're able to perform over at the Gamers Galaxy event, and they're looking incredible now.
Yeah, and I mean, Nisha, he's been with Secret since 2018. That is a long time, and he's only 22. You know, he is a real star when it comes to things. He needs to make sure he's sitting in his right chair, though. That is not Chrysalis sitting there, but it is like such a joy to be able to watch him play. I think he is a top 3 mid laner with the current stage of things in the world, but I'm also interested to see, you know, you mentioned the lane dominators and everything going on with them, with the small camp being removed in the mid lane, but we've seen a lot of teams, at least from what I've experienced in pubs and through watching and occasionally playing as well, it's the mid lane carry could potentially be back. You know, we saw when we casted the SEA qualifiers, Topson playing mid for T1. and that was really the one that they looked to play around. So I feel like you might see some of these more unorthodox picks in the mid lane, as well as the safe lane. We're starting to see some position 1 Leshrac, position 1 Lina, position 1 Shadow Fiend. You know, Shadow Fiend, not so much a surprise, same sort of thing with a Leshrac, but a 1 Lina, it's really surprising to see that one come out. It's basically the only position outside of maybe 5 that hasn't been a real mainstay of it.
Yeah, I like the point you mentioned, because that was something I wanted to bring up, was the fact that I thought Lina wasn't nerfed as much in 7.32C, and I think there's a couple of Chinese teams that really still favor the Lina, because like you're mentioning, we could see some of these side lanes fall down as not being as much of a win condition, and then if you put the Lina mid, you're able to fulfill that role, but also you don't lose lanes. Like, Lina is a hero that absolutely bodies a majority of lanes, and some lanes you trade even, and at least having a guarantee that you're not going to lose the mid lane is incredibly important. But this is all hypothetical. We do not know what is going to happen, of course, behind the scenes, how the teams have been scrimming. Really, only the little bit of info that we've been able to get is some of the TI teams playing in the BTS Pro Series. You got, Hikori, Boom there as well. So that's only a little bit of information, but there's so many other teams that we have no info about.
I suppose the only thing that you can really take away from this is some of the teams that have put through their predictions for the top 2 teams of the Last Chance Qualifiers. And, Nat asked the panel about, who their top 2 were. I've got Extreme Gaming and Virtus Pro as mine. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm same. I think I'm very confident with Extreme Gaming. Virtus Pro, I could easily see someone else taking that slot, but I would agree VP and Extreme.
So just on that point, I would say, who are we? We're just the analysts, right? I would say the people that have the most credibility are the most recent TI winners in Team Spirit, and they actually publicized their predictions for top 2 in Last Chance Qualifiers just earlier today, I believe. And all 5 members, plus the coach in Silent, have Extreme Gaming as one of the parts of the top 2. And then you had Collapse God predicting Secret as the other top 2 member, but Silent, the coach, the brains behind the entire operation, predicted Tempest as his other top 2 team. So that's a real surprise. So maybe it's something, you mentioned the scrims, some of these surprise results that might come out there. We believe in Tempest. The only reason potentially that they might not be directly through to the group stage was because in the regional qualifiers, they had a power outage and they just had to forfeit, unfortunately. Luckily enough, they were still top 3 and they got to go to these Last Chance Qualifiers, but I'm really surprised with what they're able to do.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was as well, but someone else put Polaris in there as their kind of second place, so to say.
Mira did it, yeah.
Mira, yeah. So, yeah, which is really interesting because, like you said, potentially the behind the scene, the scrims, getting to see how really strong some of these teams are, because back in, when DPC is going on, maybe they're regions that they're unable to pay as much attention to. But it's going to be exciting to see how, Polaris are able to shape up. Like you said, Mira thinks he's able to, come out on top as one of the top 2, and for Tempest with what Silent said. And honestly, I again can see Tempest making a really good run at this, but they have to start with a strong showing here against Secret, and this is not an easy team to go up against as your first team.
Yeah, I mean, you and I saw with Tempest in those SA qualifiers, when they were on, when they got the components of their formula, their winning formula, they looked top tier, but the issue for me is that formula only has a few components to it. So if you get rid of a few of those, then suddenly they don't look anywhere near as strong. You get rid of Slardin's Ember Spirit, for example. You get rid of the Earthshaker, Slardin's Earthshaker, Sabas's Ember Spirit. They suddenly do feel a lot weaker, and they're not able to put everything forward. But I think the time for hiding strats is done. You've got to come out of the gate, you've got to get in that upper bracket, you've got to give yourself the double chance to be able to get through all of that best of 3 once it gets to the playoff stage of these Last Chance Qualifiers. And this is where the coaches and the analysts, there we go, really earn their pay. This is the time for them to rally together the team. They actually just had 2 of these people join their roster recently. They had Weej, who is the ex-SG Esports and Team Unknown player, and Norad as well as an analyst and coach. He's a Russian player who's been in the scene for quite some time. So clearly putting a little bit more investment into what Fia was talking about before, the mental aspect, being able to calm down the team, because when you think of Secret, you got Puppy there, a 10 TI veteran, and you've got Heen, probably one of the most respected coaches in the entire scene. So you got to have something to be able to try and even those odds a little bit.
Yeah, because Heen is a 2 times TI player and 5 times TI coach. He is the real deal. Like you said, he's probably one of the most respected coaches out there, and we see what he's able to do for Secret with the big brain that he does have. But as we are getting closer to game 1 starting, we're having some minor issues, nothing too crazy, just to keep everyone up to date on why we are not in the draft just yet. But Daniel, what are the... Let's do some, I suppose we can do some player comparisons or just people we need to be looking out for. Is there anyone we should be, or any roles I should say, we should be comparing with Secret and Tempest?
I don't know necessarily comparing. I think probably the Enigma is still a hero that's really hotly contested. Both teams like to play it a fair amount. The thing is, though, it got a pretty big nerf in the patch. You know, you've cast with me a lot. You know what I want against an Enigma, and it's that physical AoE damage in the lane, because you are a lane dominator at the end of the day. Black Hole's great, split pushing is great, you are a lane dominator, and they removed a big part of that. No longer do the Eidolons have 60% magic immunity at level 1. Now it's 30%. So now you don't need to necessarily rely on someone like an Alchemist, like a Bristleback, like a Kunkka to be able to deal a lot of those damage and clear the Eidolons super early on. You can even get it done with something like, I don't know, a Wyvern, a Crystal Maiden. Anyone that's really able to deal some magic damage does a pretty good job at dealing with those Eidolons early. So I'm keen to see how much emphasis the teams place onto Enigma, which, I mean, you talk about TI heroes, Enigma's one of them.
Yeah, and it really feels like we're at the patch right now where games are going later and later. So you're kind of looking
at the Earthshaker cosmetics. We're getting a little bit of insight here. I mean, it could be one of these things where they're trying to block pick it, right? Like I was mentioning before, Slardin plays a really good Earthshaker, one of only 3 in the world that I trust to play the Earthshaker. I just think it doesn't do much overall. But, you know, if you're able to make it work, if you understand the hero to its intricacies, then feel free.
Yeah, which is... It's going to be intriguing because Zayat, he did not play the Earthshaker through the regional qualifiers. They have a lot of emphasis on the Tusk. They really like first phasing Tusk. He played it 6 times on Zayat at an 83% win rate, so only losing 1 game on it. So we'll see what the call is going to be here for Secret. Do you ban it? Do you pick it? Because again, Zayat hasn't played it recently. I'm sure he's still comfortable on it, but we are almost getting underway here. So all our questions soon to be answered.
Yeah, I wonder, like the Tusk, like you mentioned, it was the linchpin for their draft, right? So that's what I want to see Tempest get rid of. Get rid of the Tusk. See if they can look to force Secret to draft a little bit out of their comfort zone. We also saw Puppey. He's no stranger to picking these unorthodox position 5s, right? We've seen him play the Legion Commander, the Brewmaster. He picked up the Centaur in the regional qualifiers. So maybe just these tanky supports is what they want to go down, just so that they can be moving forward on their own on the map, scouting out a lot of these opposition movements, getting these super deep wards, so that the cores can farm, so that the cores can be a little bit greedier, because Resolution, he's quite greedy for a position 3. So if you're able to use the supports to create that space, then I think Team Secret could really go far.
Here we go, Dano. We've got our draft. First draft here of the Last Chance Qualifiers underway. Tempest, they're going to be picking up the Radiant side, Secret on the Die side, and so far Secret, Viper, Undying, Bandar, and for Tempest, we've got the Enigma and the Marcy as well. Secret, they're going to be playing with 5th picks, so there's the opportunity if they want to snag the Earthshaker away from Tempest. Of course, the Tusk is there, like we mentioned as well, or they could go down a completely different route. Again, we have not seen these teams playing quite some time, so they could have a little bit of a difference in priority.
I just want to see the Tusk. Oh, okay, a Primal Beast. That's something a little different. Teams have really been experimenting on this in basically every position except 1, and even a couple of teams have been playing at position 1, or at least the individual players. So, like I mentioned, it's something that Puppey, it seems to fit his wheelhouse, right? That tanky strength hero if you are wanting it. I like the Weaver. You're able to get out of the trample if you're looking to use it to harass in the laning phase. It's something that, I mean, we really talk about SA and their love for Weaver in the offlane in particular. So we'll see if they're able to make that one work, but this is the spirit that they wanted. They want to give Sabas his comfort hero, and like I said, you can't be hiding anything. So just pick it now. Know that you're going to have a pretty decent mid lane, and then I'd be really surprised if they don't look to pick up niches here and now. Although, Slardin also plays the Ember. So maybe they're trying to, confuse Team Secret from the very beginning. Like, that position for Ember Spirit could come out still.
That is actually a pretty good point, because we do see it in South America. They are one of the few regions that attempt to play the Ember as a forward, and sometimes they do have success on it. But Secret, they like to go for either the Chrysalis or Nisha hero at the 8th pick, depending on who they can counter. And the fact that Nisha more than likely already sees his lane matchup, I wouldn't be surprised they go for his hero. Maybe if you pick Nisha's hero, though, it does kind of show that the Primal Beast isn't going to be flex mid, because this is the power of this hero. You can be played in a crap load of roles.
For sure, and I think it's the perfect opening as well for Team Secret, just because the way that Tempest like to ban is they get rid of a lot of strong offlaners. Marcy, more commonly nowadays, is played as a core as opposed to a support, or at least more often than it used to be. And Enigma, of course, like I mentioned, even with the nerfs, incredibly strong at just influencing the lanes, allowing rotations to happen. So I really wouldn't be surprised if Tempest just looked to continue with a lot more off-lane bans, and then just give Kotaro or Minoz, whatever you want to call him, the strongest lane possible.
So what do we make, though, with the Nyx Assassin getting picked up instead of like a hero instead of a position 2 to deal with the Ember? Do we really think that this could be a Nisha Primal Beast? Do you feel like there's more of a chance for that to be the case?
It's a possibility, for sure. I mean, any time that you just get a little bit of additional lockdown, it's going to be solid, right? And Primal Beast, one of his big strengths is just being able to outright click. That's the big reason why, DK into Ember Spirit is such a DK favored matchup. Yes, you've got the armor component from the Dragon's Blood, but just being able to outright click the Ember, there's not really too much that he can do about it. So Primal's still pretty decent into that mid lane. And of course, the Nyx Assassin, it's still an Ember counter, right? It might not be the lane counter, but it's the game counter for sure.
And I guess even the Weaver as well. Like South America, they really like playing the position 3 Weaver. I think more than likely it is going to be to Draken's hero. So you've got it's a pretty much a guaranteed initial stun into the fort, which can be a lot of bursts with like a Primal Beast being able to join from afar with the onslaught. So already the Nyx Assassin, like you mentioned, deals with the Ember, deals with the Weaver, and it can give you a lot of information for Secret if they're going to try and get these pickoffs on the side lanes.
Yeah, I want to see... So Tempest are the ones that have the last pick. I kind of want to see them hold their supports until super late into this draft, until they've got a little bit more information about where exactly this Primal Beast is going, because there are heroes that deal relatively well with a Primal Beast in lane, if it's an offlaner, for example. So something like an Oracle is actually really good against the Primal Beast, because you just pop the Fate's Edict onto someone, and then suddenly Trample does literally 0 damage. So I don't want them to be locked into picking it early, and then just Team Secret say, all right, well, we don't want Primal to lane into that, let's just put it elsewhere and win that lane.
Are there any bans that are standing out for you at the moment, though, in the second phase?
Not really. I mean, I feel like Tempest are just getting rid of these super strong laners, right? They realize that they don't necessarily have the kill potential for a Morphling super early on, and Enigma, Marcy, Lena, I mean, outside of like Bat and maybe Quap and Undying, they're probably the strongest laners outside of that.
See what this last band's going to be here for Tempest in the second phase. Of course, they do have the pick coming out of it with the 15th, and often with the 15th, we see it's going to be that position 5. So for Cat, a Drow Ranger ban. Oh, what do you make of this, then? Og? This is a hero that we have not seen in quite some time.
I think they've been looking a little bit at the old Dota 2 Pro tracker for Chrysalis, because it is something that he's been playing a fair amount in his pubs. And, I mean, to be fair, they've got people that are able to frontline in front of him, right? A Nyx Assassin, a Primal Beast, super beefy heroes that create a lot of space for Drow to be able to put in the work. I feel like the silence is really important. I was about to say they haven't banned something like a Sniper, but I feel like Sniper's not necessarily that great, right? The Ember Spirit, the Weaver, they're just going to be able to get out of harm's way relatively easily. At least with the Drow, you have that silence to be able to potentially burst them down.
I think the nice thing with the Ogre getting picked up for Tempest at least is that it does give you, it's a steroid for your position 1 if the game goes later and later. That Bloodlust is going to be really nice to be able to help with your farming speed and pumping up the damage. And also your laning stage. You're incredibly strong laning support. It didn't get some changes as well in 7.32. We even saw, I think it was ESL Malaysia, that Secret, Puppy was just picking the Ogre a ridiculous amount. He felt like the changes were warranted for him to be picked a lot of the time.
He was picking a lot of the Witch Doctor as well in recent times, which I think it's still a really strong hero. Even the little things like the change to the voodoo switcheroo. They do go ahead and pick up that sniper. Okay, I understand the reasoning behind it, but I'm just a little bit worried about the lack of lockdown right now, unless the Nyx Assassin finds that initial catch.
Are we thinking this is a Chrysalis or Nisha sniper?
Could be
'Cause
either.
Nisha does... Yeah. I feel like the matchup mid doesn't sound too fun for the Ember.
Yeah, but it depends what they want to go with now. Like, can you go with a position 4 that wants to be able to rotate through and make the lane a little bit easier? Because Sniper, until you got that concussive grenade, you are still relatively squishy. No real escape mechanisms.
This is a incredible pick here for Tempest. The laning stage is very strong with an Ogre Blood Seeker. You've got the Fire Blast to be able to set up here for the Blood Right, but I think the more important thing is just the Rupture against the Sniper. Like, this is a hero who is incredibly position-based. You are that glass cannon, and if you get ruptured, you're unable to reposition with the concussive grenade, like you mentioned, or if you've got a Blink Dagger picked up, or like a Force Staff. So this is an incredible pick for Tempest, something that Kotaro is very, very comfortable on as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can even just rupture the Primal Beast, right? And then suddenly he can't be initiating. He can't be brawling around in the middle of these team fights. And if Primal Beast isn't moving, you just ignore him completely. And then you look to go onto the backlines, which are a lot squishier. You know, Chen, Sniper, Nyx Assassin, they are incredibly just food for the rest of this Tempest lineup if you just can remove the Primal Beast from the equation.
So we are looking towards Secret's 23rd pick. The moment Tempest are under the assumption that it is still going to be the Nisha hero with the puck band out. Do you feel like that's kind of the last flaw they need to cover for Secret, this Nisha hero?
They need something else. They need a little bit more control, right? So Puck is the perfect ban. I think Nisha is, in my opinion, the best Puck in the world. So I'm really keen to see, I'm happy to see Tempest have banned that one out. But they just need more control. Like, what are they feeling is going to be able to lock down this Ember Spirit? What's going to enable them to burst the Weaver? Because right now they just don't have anything.
Even Secret as well are not quite sure where the Weaver's going to be played. They're banning out offlaners, which Mars taking care of. Broodmother, I suppose, understandable considering they do have some issues dealing with some of the summons. But do you feel like maybe they're misreading how Tempest are trying to set up with the Weaver?
Not necessarily. I mean, the Weaver can be flexed into multiple positions. Not that you can really get too much done as a position 4 if you're rotating onto the Sniper. I think the minus armor component is going to be nice just to enable them to take Roshan, which is a nice little bonus. I'm just wondering for Secret's hero as well, like, could they go into a Pango or a Invoker potentially for this lane? I mean, Pango a little bit less likely because you're up against the Bloodseeker, but Invoker doesn't seem bad at all. Natural Orchid Builder, you're able to, again, use those heroes that want to be on the front lines in the Primal Beast and the Nyx Assassin to be able to create that initial burst, and then you can even just dispel the Flame Guard as well.
Yep, I think even being able to kind of play with the Sniper as the game goes on, and for Secret, they do have some issues, I think, with making plays early on. Your Nyx Assassin's a little bit reliant on level 6, and it depends on the Chen creeps that you're able to find to kind of take some objectives. So maybe if he does, more than likely it's going to be Coswex if you're up against the Ember, so Nisha can kind of be that playmaker early on.
Yeah, they do get rid of another one of those controls. I like it. I like the way that Tempest is drafting so far. They've realized what they need to get rid of, but that's the issue with Dodo, right? When you're up against these other potential TI caliber teams, you can't ban everything against them. They end up going for the Monkey King instead. Okay, something a little bit unorthodox, but I mean, Nisha's Monkey King is very good. Chrysalis's Monkey King is very good. So they still haven't revealed absolutely everything about how they're going to go about these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey's going to have a pretty good matchup versus the Ember Spirit mid. Monkey Chen is a very, very strong lane as well, and you don't particularly care too much about the Rupture because you can just lay down the Wukongs. And I think a nice thing actually with this is that it protects the Sniper a lot as well. If Sniper gets ruptured, you just use like a defensive Wukongs, and it makes it very difficult for Tempest to enter the fight because both sides didn't really have a whole lot of team fight. It's a lot of skirmishing back and forth. Now the Wukongs kind of gives them a bit more of an advantage in the 5-on-5 here for Secret.
Does indeed. I'm going to predict the Wyvern here, just because it is, a little bit of a specialty hero of mine, but it's pretty solid, right? You're able to catch out a lot of these early BKB buyers. You're able to get some slows off. You're able to lock down and prevent a lot of this Chen army from coming through early. We'll see what avenue they look to go down with 10 seconds left for them to be able to make their last pick. And it's a Pango instead. Okay, just wanting a little bit more control, potentially wanting to delay the game a bit further just to go into it. And it is going to end up being that Ember Spirit being played in the Pos 4 role.
All right, what an interesting draft we have to start ourselves here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. Sebas, continuing with the flex all the way to the end, and we get the offlane Weaver as well. So this is a very South American kind of draft from Tempest, and for Secret, they've got a lot of comfort heroes as well. Chrysalis on the Monkey King, Nisha playing the Sniper. How we feel about this game one, Denok? There's a lot on the line. Of course, two incredibly strong teams. They need to come out with a strong showing here. Who do we feel like maybe has a slight advantage in the draft?
I would say I really like this Nyx Assassin in this game. There's got so much unavoidable damage on Tempest that you're almost always going to be able to get off that great Spike Carapace to be able to set up for a lot of these ganks. And I mean, Team Secret's lineup, they don't need much to be able to execute that gank effectively. Primal Beast just zips on in. Chen Army, super overwhelming. Monkey King, really strong, and it's Chrysalis's best hero. Kind of like what I was saying with Tempest before, how they just first picked the Ember Spirit. They said, we gotta give one of our Ecuadorian boys one of their comforts. Same sort of thing with Secret. It's Chrysalis's first potential TI. Just give him comfort. Let him ease his way into this competition.
I think for me, I do really like this last pick, Pango. It's going to give them an avenue to easily be able to get on top of the Sniper, which they've already had a couple, but now it's also gives you some team fight, because we were just previously mentioning that maybe Secret had a slight advantage thanks to the Wukongs with how it was able to address the rupture in the mid-game fight. So I do like the Pango getting picked up. I'm a bit concerned about how the lane is going to shape up here for Sebas and the Pango up against Nisha's Sniper. I think as the game goes on, it's a good matchup, but the lane, he might not get as much out of it as what they need here on the Pango.
And the thing is as well, like, you look at what they've got to be able to make rotations through. Like, what is an Ember Spirit realistically going to do when he looks to move towards the mid lane? The amount of lockdown isn't that great. And until you're level 6 on the Pangolier, there's just not that kill potential there. So yeah, I'm in complete agreement. I think Nisha is going to have a fantastic time in this mid lane. You can already see with his quick buy, he's going for that lane dominating style. A couple of Wraith bands straight into the Morbid Mask, because he knows that this Tempest lineup wants to run at him as soon as it's possible.
Here we go. Game one underway here for the Last Chance Qualifiers. Tempest against Secret. And we get to even see some of the new sets, Denok. Primal Beast played by Resolution. What are your thoughts on the new Immortal? Do you like it?
I mean, he looks kind of like Nyx Assassin with that horn, doesn't he? A little bit of the glance value.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess the set looks pretty similar, but then you take a look at kind of the hero size, and one is just a bigger version of the other.
And then you look at this Nyx Assassin, and he looks like bloody Cthulhu with all of his little tentacles hanging out of his mouth.
We've got a couple bugs this game. You got the Weaver as well, getting played up top, and we already see Draken looking for a gauntlet challenge up against Chrysalis.
Just slaps him in the face with a glove.
Hate to see it. It's always a tough way to go out. That's a pretty cool set from Nisha as well. Man, Sniper's got some cool sets. I like this one a lot.
All right,
we'll see.
I want an early prediction from you. What voice line will we hear the most during this TI? I think it's that one.
I don't know. That one? I've got to go back and look at the voice lines to make a call. There's too many of them to remember off the top of the head. Man, I think Tempest are a team that absolutely spam the hell of it. I mean, we're hearing it through the drafting phase. They always love giving out the voice lines.
And I gave you the perfect opportunity to plug your own voice line. You didn't take it.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It'll come. The time will come. Mm-hmm. Take a look at how the bottom lane is shaping up here. So we got some shenanigans going on. Zayat's dragging the Kree wave all the way around. Katyu trying to catch up in the river as well. Unfortunately, he's not going to be speedy enough to be able to stop the pull from Zayat. So very nicely done. And this is the important thing right now for Secret. The offlane, you always want to be playing with the Kree wave just in front of your tower.
And I think this is really important. Secret aren't going to prioritize any super early kills. Like, maybe once they're level 2, they can look to go for it, because again, there is a lot of that unavoidable damage that's going to be coming through. When Zayat hits level 2, he'll just look to walk inside that Blood Right, pop the Spike Carapace. But they know that early on, all they need to do is just get out of the laning stage with their farm, because you know that the Sniper's going to do it, you know that Rezu's going to be able to pick it up, and Bloodseeker, we've seen time and time again, all he needs is 2 items to be able to go in. You need the Maelstrom and you need the BKB. But it takes a little bit of time to get there, and you're going up against a Chen draft and a great Nyx Assassin game with 2 other potentially 1 lanes. So I think that's going to be a little bit of an issue for Tempest.
Yeah, how do you feel with this lane in particular for Secret up top? Because at the moment, Tempest have done a really good job to try to slow down Puppey's game with blocking up multiple camps. Do you feel like Puppey will still have a lot of impact to enable Chrysalis in this lane, or is he going to struggle?
I think he's still going to do fine enough. He's just going to cop a lot of harass, right? That's the thing with this Ember Spirit. You're able to do it from relative safety, even as a position 4. And then once the game starts to break down a little bit, I think we're just going to see Tempest try and outgreed Secret as much as possible. Try and find the avenues to keep lanes pushed out with these heroes that are relatively capable of doing so, right? All of the heroes can, except for, let's say, the Ogre Magi. You know, you get the Maelstrom onto someone like even the Pangolier, feels really strong. You get the Maelstrom or a Gleipnir on Draken, really strong. You get a Maelstrom onto Slatted, feels really strong. So I think they're just going to try and stall as much as they can, and then look to use essentially a 4-core lineup tree to try and beat out Secret.
I guess one issue I do see with Tempest lineup is the tower taking potential is a little bit limited. They can take Roshan, I think, with ease with the lucky shot and the minus armor coming through from the bugs, but just their potential to take objectives isn't as strong as what the Secret have in their lineup.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is Secret we're talking about. They
top lane, Chrysalis. Under some trouble at the moment. Draken's got another round of the Sakuchi to catch up. Chrysalis going to try and play around with the mischief. That's enough to get him back to the safety of the tower. So the Monkey King will be okay, but the lane is not in a good position for him to continue last hitting.
No, it is not. And what I was just saying before is that with the lane not being in a good position, Puppey is a greedy pos 5. He has been for quite some time. And I feel like you have to be on a hero like the Chen or an Io, where...
Bottom lane, Catyu. Resolution trying to get aggressive here on the Ogre. Beautifully done with the body blocks coming out, but Catyu just slips on pass and he'll cut his way through the tree line. So we see the damage that the Nyx and the Primal Beast can chuck out early on. They might look to go back in, but the Blood Right not having enough mana for the moment from Katara.
I want to see them wait until level 3 if possible. They might actually be looking to try and go in onto Rezo, but you got to make sure that you disrupt this pull if possible. Doesn't seem like they need to, though. But yeah, you get a big power spike as soon as you hit level 3 on this Ogre Magi. Just that extra burn damage, that extra second on the duration. They're going to start harassing out Zayats here, but I'm not sure how well that's going to go for him.
Catyu is in trouble. Look at the damage coming through from Rezo. 2 points in the trample, and we've got our first blood. It's going to be Secret that find it here in game 1.
Really, really good start to their game so far. What I was saying before, up on the top side with Puppey playing his Chen, you just want to rush this mechanism as quickly as possible, because think about it, right? If everyone's got 1,000 HP and you're healing them for around 300 or so, it feels so much more effective if you can get it at that super early timing than if it's 5 minutes later and people have 1,500 HP. Suddenly, instead of like 30% of their HP, it's only, 20 or so. Especially against a Bloodseeker, right? Got to make sure that people are as topped off as possible. So even something like the Monkey King is going to be a pretty solid answer to that, provided that he's able to get those Jingu Mastery and the hits in.
Really nicely done from Resolution. Just kind of playing in the tree line. Nothing too crazy, but almost acting as a deterrent for Catyu to stop the pull. So there's going to be able to reset the equilibrium here for Secret down bottom. Again, putting them in a position where they can look to get aggressive. Maybe they'll wait for the phase boot to be picked up. Will be a couple more waves here for the Primal Beast. In more top lane, Puppey almost going down as well, but he'll be okay under the tower. I do want to kind of pay some attention to mid lane as well. With all the action we've seen in the side lane, we haven't had too much time to focus on Nisha. Hold that thought though. Yeah, Bloodseeker's in a little bit of trouble. Rezo not able to get that last ticket damage. Although Zayats will land the Impale. Kotaro gets some distance, but the onslaught instantly stops him from retreating. But with Catyu nearby, but the Bloodseeker's going to be okay. Resolution. He can step out of the Blood Right. The damage is still starting to stack up, though. 2 points in the Ignite is something they need to respect on Secret.
Oh, I like this timing from Nisha as well in the mid lane, making sure to use that take aim as soon as the spells are spammed out. Luckily enough, though, Sabas was positioning himself on the correct side. Nice deny, though, from Nisha. That was what I was looking at. Can you look to make
bottom
a
lane
rotation?
under the tower. Kataro goes down. So Zayats and Resolution instantly, once Katyu leaves the lane, they sense an opportunity to be able to dive the Bloodseeker and they get a big kill.
Yeah, and he made that rotation just a little bit too late as well. This is what I was talking about. At 6-minute rune for a Pango with a bottle, he had to walk all the way back to base just to get a refill because of how well the lane was going for Nisha. But if you don't make that rotation with the support because the lane's in a bad spot or because the sniper is harassing the Pango, then it just works out so much better for the Dire side. So Nisha, good recognition of what was important at that stage, gets rid of the bottle refill, and it just allows him to continue dominating this lane.
It really feels like for Sabas, I think his angle into the early game is going to be off the back of his first rotation with Rolling Thunder. We do see a lot of Pangoliers, they don't mind even like not rotating and trying to find a pretty early diffuser blade timing, but I think he's had such a rough start in the lane that he needs to look to get active early, and I think top lane is the perfect place because you have the ward behind the tower. If you get the kill into Chrysalis, this can really open up Draken's game.
Yeah, they would have seen Puppey rotating back and, Chen in the jungle. It's not game-breaking or anything like
Chrysalis
that.
might be in trouble top. Wukong's already being leveled up here from Chrysalis, and that's going to be enough to push away Tempest, so use defensively, but the Monkey King will keep his life.
I wonder if they're just going to have a look at his inventory and say, hey, this guy doesn't have any regen. They see him walking back with the Observer Ward there, so they'll know that they don't really have any kill potential, but it's just so important for him to get back and get some of those tangos off the courier. Finally picks up the power treads as well. Going to go all the way back to the fountain. But again, mid lane, you've been completely pushed out here by Nisha on Sabas, and he's just going to continue trying to push this in. Everyone's rallying around this point right now.
The power runes is going to be so important here for Tempest. They need to find them on the Pangolier. No, you see Secret's positioning, looking to protect it. Into the river we go. Sabas with the first Rolling Thunder can bounce back once onto Nisha. And look at the rotations coming out from Tempest as well. They're even going to bring Draken to try and shut down the sniper. And they'll do just that. And now they can look to turn over to Zayats as well as Tempest. That is what they needed. 2 quick kills for them in the river.
Yeah, for sure. And even just Kotaro, it means that he's going to be given a little bit more time to just farm safely underneath the spotted tower. Rezo's got 4 points in the trample. Has to be a little bit careful, but maybe now that the rupture is available, he feels a little bit more conscious of the fact that, look, I just need to play conservatively under my tower. Nearly got into that Maelstrom, though.
It's going to be a pretty good timing here for the Bloodseeker. We see how much farm he's been able to get at the moment. If he can stay down bottom for as long as possible just to slow down the siege. When do we feel like Secret are actually even going to think about bringing Puppey down? Is it once he gets his mechanism and then they'll maybe start to put some pressure on the tower?
Oh, for sure. You need the mech to be able to make anything happen around that. And it kind of feels like he's been caught in 2 worlds. He's been walking around placing some observer wards, but not really helping out Crystallis's lane all that much. Obviously, he was able to survive previously because of that good skill up of the Wukongs and realizing that, they don't have a ton of magic damage, at least without the Pangolier being up there on the top side. But yeah, it's all about Puppey, just making sure he gets that mech. If they could get it in time for the siege creep, then that's really the big thing that Secret are going to be looking for, but not so sure if they're going to be able to.
Doesn't look like they're going to be able to hit that timing for Puppey. It would be ideal for them, but I guess across the map, maybe they're content with all the farm they're getting as well. Though, again, we do have the power runes soon to spawn, so instantly both sides putting the importance on trying to shut this away, and the Puppey does a very good job to be able to deny the double damage rune. So again, Sabas is not going to be playing with an active rune.
Really does feel like Secret are looking to try and up the tempo as much as possible, though, right? Like, you see Nisha, he hasn't gone into any super farm-intensive items. He's gone the Dragonlance, he's going the Mask of Madness, just because he wants to sit there and right-click around the rest of his heroes that are making space with him. He's not going for a Maelstrom route. He's not looking to try and push out multiple lanes and play around, for example, if they take the bottom tower, what can that mean in terms of an additional couple of camps?
Top lane. Chrysalis is in trouble. Sabas gets a swashbuckle. Can they get an extra little bit of damage to stop him in the tree line? And Chrysalis, I mean, that is huge for them. Chrysalis keeps his life. It would have been a big kill for them to be able to find to continue to take this tier 1 tower, but it doesn't look like Secret are actually going to rotate to defend it, so this tower will be given up.
Puppey does have his mech, though, so it's not all doom and gloom. They haven't lost a huge amount on the map, even, of course, it's not ideal to be able to give up that tier 1. They will use Chrysalis on the Monkey King just to scout out that there's no one looking to defend on this bottom side, and they were still able to manage the equilibrium so that the Siege Creep is still alive 11.5 minutes into the game. Constantly jumping into the trees to scout out any of this early movement. Might not be the most efficient way to do things, but you do need to open up the map a little bit.
Mid lane, they're collapsing onto Nisha. A chains into the Rolling Thunder from afar. The TPs are starting to come through, but they might be a little bit too late.
There's the mech.
With all the stats that Nisha has, the mechanism comes out for the bonus help, and Nisha's still in trouble. As Tempest surround him under the tier 1 tower, they bring him down for a second time this game, but it looks like Secret will get some revenge. They're able to turn it back around onto Slardin, and they've got the Pulverize as well to stop Catyu from TPing out. So Secret, they lose the position too, but they will get both supports on Tempest.
Rezo is just having an absolute godly time farming here, though. He is well at the top of the leaderboards right now, and it's very important that he gets into that BKB so that he doesn't care at all about any hero other than the Bloodseeker, essentially. He is just way too farmed right now, and well, they're going to need it. They're going to need to try and rally around that timing that I was mentioning. Mask of Madness, BKB, and then look to move on forward. Puppey still needs his level 6, though. He's looking to try and emphasize his farm a little bit now. He's got the mech rushed. He's got his level 6. He just needs some mana to be able to consistently cast these spells in these teamfights.
Dude, what a way to be able to start off the Last Chance Qualifiers for Rezo. This guy's having an absolute blast. Like you said, top of the net worth by a long shot. He's got 4 kills, and he's playing a hero that's incredibly strong at the moment. Rezo's going to be having such a good time.
I have seen a little bit, now that they've taken that bottom tower and they're able to farm a little bit more easily on Chrysalis, you're seeing Zayats play a lot more around Nisha. You know, they've opened up the map that little bit that they need to try and extend this net worth lead that they've developed so far. Even with Nisha dying a couple of times, it's okay, because you're going to get farm on the Monkey King, and it's still a really good Monkey King game.
Very nicely done from Zayats. Pops the smoke and gets out under the cover on the Vendetta, so that was able to scout out Tsubas's rotation bottom. Tempest were trying to set up to slow down the game of Chrysalis, but not going to be the case thanks to Zayats.
Man, am I seeing things? I know he's bloodlusted, but only for a couple of seconds.
I'll find him now. Let me easily nix Assassin, but he's doing his job though. Like, this is the important thing. You see how Zayats is positioning kind of the left side of where the Monkey King's farming at the moment. He's in a position where he can act as like this blockade just to be the first person on the line, so Chrysalis will have enough time to get out.
And I think if you're going up against...
Oh, they got Nisha. Hang on, this is another big kill if they're able to find it. Tsubas has got the Rolling Thunder back up, and Nisha going down for the 3rd time this game. He had such an incredible start to the laning stage, but again, we see Tempest. They have the capability to close the distance with ease. They're going to be cautious, though, because they're going further into Secret's domain. Resolution is not an easy person to bring down, but he doesn't have the BKB yet completed. Chrysalis is going to fly on over with the Wukong command. They've got firm control of the area now, but Tempest are able to reset. Out to the left side, Tsubas is okay. He can jump down to the low ground, but Secret, they're starting to lose their members. It's just Chrysalis as a sole survivor. He'll leap through the trees, but Tempest early on doing an incredible job to bring in the numbers to take these early game fights.
I was talking about early, Secret, particularly Puppey, plays quite greedy, and that fight, just because of how aggressively he's been farming with the Holy Persuasion, constantly using the Penitence on cooldown, yeah, he's got the Ring of Basilius, but it means that you're not quite as capable of assisting in a lot of these fights. He didn't TP to help Nisha, he had popped the Hand of God, but didn't have enough mana for the mechanism. It just means that if you're going to look to farm in this way, you're going to need to sacrifice something, and, well, that time around it was 4 heroes because of how Tempest are looking to play so aggressively.
I like what they're doing as well from Tempest. They have a very, very strong, aggressive Observer Ward, but as soon as you leave this area, Secret are just going to instantly D-Ward. So they're looking to see if Secret make the mistake of just bringing one person over to D-Ward, but that's not the case. Rezo being nearby to protect Puppey, so they won't be able to get a kill. They'll look to back out. I think we do see some of the issues for Secret where if they don't use the Wukong to kind of answer the Rupture, then Tempest can instantly reset, and they did a perfect job in their communication that fight, whereas as soon as the Wukongs is used, they're just looking to get out and reset the fight and see if they can go back in on their terms.
Yeah, I thought initially they were looking to say, okay, well, they used the Rolling Thunder to be able to get the kill on Tanisha, let's just look to try and reset, and then take the fight to them. Puppey, you can't be dying like this. You are a big part of
Right,
what enables
indeed.
them.
They're trying to bait. Oh, he jumps straight in. Sabas, zero cares in the world. Says Resolution was waiting in the tree line. A beautiful bait out from Poppy. They don't even get the Chen kill. Now, Secret, they might look to put some pressure onto the T1 tower mid.
Oh yeah, for sure. So much of their team fight relies on that Rolling Thunder. They've even got the Flag Bearer creep there. It's not going to last too much longer, but...
Look at the wraparound. Zayats all the way to the backside. They've got the Onslaught as well onto the secondary support. A Secret. They'll bring down Cat-Yu, and they can also close the deal. Oh, they will not bring down Cat-Yu. So the Ogre survives, but the Ember Spirit does not.
Question is, do they look to defend this mid tower? Doesn't seem like it. They didn't need to use all that much. They still had the Hand of God available. Mech was up in another 5 seconds. They're just looking to try and get to that next timing. I mentioned it before, Kotaro, he's level 12. He's got his Maelstrom, and he's only 500 or so gold away from that BKB. So that's going to be really key for them to be able to make this next big play.
Is having no contention across the map here for the Bloodseeker. And it's going to be difficult for them to be able to deal with him once he's able to find this item. Probably the biggest timing that we're going to see come out for quite some time for Tempest. So what are we imagining they're going to look to do with this BKB? Is it like a smoke around the T1 tower, try and get a kill into the objective? Or is there something else they're going to be eyeing the map? Bottom lane? Draken? No. Sakuchi out, he's okay.
Well, you're up against a Chen, right? So I've said a few times now, Puppy's greedy, but it's the truth. You need to try and take away the dire jungle, and then based off of that, look to get a pick off, take that mid tier 1 tower, opens up Roshan for you to be able to claim.
Again, Zayats, look at the positioning. Play in front of the sniper. Smoke's gonna pop. They've got the ward of the high ground against Sabas. He's gonna blindly jump into the middle, not respecting Secret in the formation they've been able to set up, and Resolution comes from the river as well. Tempest, they started incredibly strong in the early game, but we see the respect is starting to tail off. They're just mindlessly diving Secret.
They're not respecting Zayats in particular, right? He has already stopped 2 huge ganks that would have taken out a core, so it's really good positioning coming through from him, making that rotation up top. They realize that it's important to try and slow down Kotaro as much as possible because it's still a fantastic Bloodseeker game. But, well, he's gotten his farm. Resolution, he was on top for quite some time, but Kotaro, he's overtaken him since then.
And Sabas, second death in a row now for him. He was at one stage only 400 net worth behind the sniper, and we see how far that Nisha has been able to move away from his counterpart position too. I mean, once he gets his own BKB, then the sniper's going to be a little bit more protected in the fight for him to be able to stand his ground. So off the rough laning stage that Pango had, he was getting closer and closer from being able to compete against the sniper, but a couple of mistakes is really going to cost him here in the mid game.
Yeah, with all these timings that they were able to hit on Tempest, I'm a little surprised that they still haven't taken that mid tier 1 tower. It's been so low for so long, but they're doing a pretty good job of just putting their tankiest heroes on the front lines and looking to brush it out. Zayats again, that positioning.
He's doing so much work for Secret at the moment. Poppy's nearby to be able to provide the mech and the Hand of God as well. So a lot invested to try and keep the Nyx Assassin alive, but it will give time now for Secret to bring the forces over to try and contest this. Got a good observer ward. A lot of vision for Tempest to take the fight. Poppy's going to push on forward. Crystal's nearby as well. They'll get the first stun in the chain control. Is it going to be enough? It is. They'll be able to kill off Drak, but now Katara is going to enter the fight. He's got the BKB required. They're going to try and deal with Crystals, but they knock him down to the low ground, but it will not matter as Katara charges on forward, killing off the Primal Beast and finishing Chrysalis as well. A big fight for Tempest, but can they get out with all their remaining numbers? As the assassinate from downtown means that Nisha can put an end to Sabas along with Cat-Yu.
That's the fight that Nisha was looking for. Just enabling him to sit on the back lines, let these other beefy boys do the work. Yeah, it sucks to lose 2 of your cores, but if it means that you're able to get a little bit more farm on that sniper when they don't really have any instant ways to get in reliably on top of him outside of the Pangolier, who, you know, you're up against multiple heroes that are able to just right-click into you. Again, just Zayats, solid positioning, being able to break that smoke, find the decent enough start to the team fight. Committed quite heavily to try and keep him alive, but Still, you see the power of Rezo, right? That time around, they were able to get the Rupture in onto the Primal Beast, though, right? And you saw what difference it made. He made the smallest TP I've ever seen from the top of this hill here, next to the tier 2 tower top. But, I mean, it just takes away a big part of that teamfight presence if you're able to take out that Primal Beast.
Still for Tempest, their eyes are going to be on trying to find this tier 1 tower and maybe even some kills as well. Resolution. BKB's on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Tempest are not aware of this. Can they keep him alive long enough before the BKB? It's not going to happen. As Puppy doesn't have the sustain to keep the Primal Beast alive. And now Kataru is trying to get onto the champ, but they'll turn to Nisha instead. He's got the BKB if required. He'll finally pop this to try and get back to the safety of the high ground. But Draken is chilling. Time lapse still available for the Weaver. He's able to reset.
Still, though, BKB's being popped are pretty huge for Tempest. I mean, they use the Rupture for sure, and with the Primal Beast coming up in the next 15 or so seconds, they're going to be like, you know what? We've still got Rolling Thunder. We've still got a lot of this right-click damage. Let's go and take one of these big objectives that we needed to play around, being on the Radiant side. And well, Roshan is going to be the one. Lucky shot. Some minus armor as well coming through from the Weaver. And even just the Bloodlust there to assist with all of that. But yeah, Puppy, his movement, not going to be enough. You might lose Katu, but you got a much bigger prize.
You did indeed. Secret, though, still looking to move towards Tempest's territory. Resolution is stalking Sabas, but they will not see the Pangleer under the cover in the invis. So Secret a little bit too late. They do see Kataru top.
Yeah.
You know, BKB's on cooldown. He will not be able to BKB TP out. Is Zayat's going to be able to find him in the tree line? He does. They should be able to bring him down the first time, but can they kill him a second time, though, as Tempest? They'll be able to bring their force to try and protect him on the respawn, but already Chrysalis is laying down the Wukong's command, but where's the control to keep him inside as Kataru steps out. Sabas is in with the Rolling Thunder. They've done an incredible job to get the Bloodseeker out, and now Tempest, they can consider about going back in if they want to, as Kataru is in with the BKB, but the damage is not ramping up. They haven't brought Secret down low, so the thirst is not there. As Secret standing their ground, Chrysalis with the double boundless strike. He needs a way to lock them into place. But Tempest, they can reposition to the T2 tower, but they haven't got it on top of Nisha. As the sniper's damage starting to rack up, but they've got to be cautious, so you need to respect Tempest and the long drawn-out fights, as they're going to go back in. Nisha's in trouble towards the Secret shot, but it's only Zayat's nearby to buy him some time, and Nisha, he'll look to turn it around. Gets the kill onto Draken. He's still got the BKB to work with. Nisha pummeling into them. He'll get the finishing blow when Nisha doesn't even die. Hold on that thought though, Sabas jumping over the tree line. What's going on? Nisha, can he stand his ground? The mano against the Bloodseeker. He's pushing Kataru back. One more right click, but he doesn't have the damage. As the Bloodseeker will win the duel and come out on top.
Oh, you could tell like, he really wanted to hit that Bloodseeker, but he just couldn't. He was so low that the Mjolnir would have taken him down, so look to prioritize the Ogre just for anyone that would have given him that little bit of extra lifesteal and not kill him with his own right clicks, but it really is neck and neck so far. Nisha, Kataru, they're really pulling the big punches for their team, and it was a little bit of an awkward fight for Team Secret. They well overstayed their welcome. After that Wukong's wore off, I thought they would have disengaged entirely, but just sticking around for a couple of support kills, not really worth it in the end.
We see how even this ball game is at the moment. 25 minutes in, 16 to 18 kills, only hit 2,000 net worth lead here for Secret. We're starting to get to the stage where with how even this game is, we need to be considering about who has the stronger late game.
I would say Tempest does. I mean, they haven't been super greedy with this Ember Spirit, to be fair, but they are about to hit a couple of big timings with the... they're smoking a little bit early, though. Not quite getting into the Force stuff just yet on the Ogre Magi. It's a big item, though, right? Being able to get away from the Primal Beast. Oh, Rezo.
Rezo? What am I how going to... That he is.
You just see after the SNY, Kaya and Sanj, he's going straight into that Lincoln Sphere. He's tired of getting taken out of these team fights entirely just by that Rupture. I really want to see them playing around Force staffs on the river side. They've caught a position 4, and they'll take it for now. This is free. They didn't use a smoke for that purpose, but it does reveal that all of Secret are playing around this mid lane, so maybe they just might try and stay in the jungle on Tempest. Keep that high ground advantage away, but they haven't set up their vision just yet, so Secret, they've got to feel safe to walk on forward. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, really good read.
That was just E-warded though, so it's a bit of vision just given away for free.
It means that there's not a lot of information for Tempest to be playing with across the map. They've got a more defensive ward up top by the Secret shot, but that's really all they can utilize so far. And this game is going to come down to vision. It's going to come down to, can you catch Nisha off guard before he pops the BKB to be able to blow him up? Because this sniper is starting to rack up the damage. Crystal is completed. And we saw what can happen last time if the sniper is not addressed in the team fight.
Yeah, he's just trying to be as slippery as possible, right? He's got the Shadow Blade completed if he wants to. But might be looking to save up for the blink.
Slide on again. Gonna be caught out. Chrysalis to start with the Boundless Strike, and then Resolution can easily follow up with the Pulverize. And this will be the first Tier 2 tower of the game getting claimed as well. No glyph available here for Tempest, so that's going to be able to open up the outpost. But Radiant, they're trying to come down to defend Zabas, a great start onto Chrysalis, but he's got the BKB into the Wukong's command. Tempest, they need to reset out of the position, but look at the damage coming through. Nisha on the high ground, pummeling into Katara, but a forced off. Back to the safety of the Tier 3 towers as Assassinate. Not enough damage, 40 health as a Bloodseeker gets out. But Secret, they take the Tier 2 tower, and they might consider outpoking the high ground.
Yeah, potentially. You got the siege creep there. You've got a Chen with his Hand of God. The thing is, a lot of the time you want these beefy boys standing on the front lines, and without the Wukongs, without the BKB on both Rezo and Chrysalis, I just don't think you can do it. Sniper, one of the better heroes at being able to defend that high ground, even Bloodseeker.
Now with lead starting to balloon up a little bit here for Secret with the past couple of events that we've had across the map. They can now get the outposts, fall back. They've got their entire jungle to be able to farm as well, and a little bit of Tempest's jungle as well. So this lead is going to continue to grow.
It's for sure. I mean, I really think this just goes back to Tempest just not being quite patient enough. They were literally 20 gold away from being able to pick up a couple of 4-staffs that would have meant that they can more confidently make that aggressive move when they went for that previous smoke at around the 26 or so minute mark. They've got it now on the Ogre Magi at least, and Ember Spirit, he's still a little bit away from being able to pick his own up, but once those BKBs are low on the Primal Beast, if you 4-staff him, it breaks the Pulverize. So you really force him to commit the BKB and the ultimate together, and you might be able to kite around with your heroes that are pretty capable of doing so. You know, Ogre, stay on the back lines. Ember Spirit, very mobile. Pango, very mobile. Weaver, very mobile. So right now, the game plan for Tempest is just wait out these BKBs if you can.
And I think I really like what Poppy's doing as well with the creeps that he's controlling at the moment. He's got the Ogre, Frost Mage, and you know, we've mentioned about the Minus Armor coming through from the Swarm along with the Lucky Shot, but he's also holding one of the small creeps, I think Kobold Foreman, which gives you bonus movement speed, which is going to be very beneficial for the sniper.
Let's just call him the Cup Guy.
The Cup Guy, okay. It's the Cup Guy. 12% movement speed buff is yeah. I mean, Sniper, again, is a hero that really relies on positioning as we're seeing at the moment, Secret. And they know how strong they are, looking to really get inside Tempest's territory.
Yeah, I mean, Secret completely own the right side of the map right now. There's nothing that Tempest can do about it. They've got all of the vision, they've got the outposts, they've got the tier 2 tower, so Tempest, they've known that Secret have been here for quite some time because of that top tower being pushed in consistently, but realistically, what can they do about it until they hit their next big timing?
Maybe... I mean, the play for Tempest is you have this opportunity with Rolling Thunder Blink and the Bloodseeker just completed Blink as well. You have to instantly get on top of the Sniper because Nisha doesn't at the moment have the Hurricane Pike or the Concussive Grenade, so you will be able to stay on top of the Sniper to try and bring him down, but again, it seems like the team fights just look a little bit easier for Secret to execute at the moment.
It all depends on Zayats still, for me. Like, if he's in the right position to be able to scout out a smoke gank, to be able to find that initial pick-off, even just the value of information of, this is where the Weaver is, or this is where the Pango is. You know that you can reliably take the fight on the Sniper because you're not going to be worried about just getting chains done.
And we've seen what Zayats has been able to do for a good chunk of this game. Like, his positioning has been incredibly on point with being able to scout out a lot of Tempest's rotations. And see Secret, they're going to be the ones once again looking to make the plays. The smoke inside their own jungle. They've got the lanes in a pretty good position to make a play.
Sabas, he's died a few times with going forward, so he's a little bit scared to keep that top lane pushed out, but it is technically the right play.
Oh, nice jump away with the Remnant. They're still going to be able to get on top of the Ogre, though. So Cat, will go down, but this gives enough time for Tempest to be able to get at least the heroes out of down bottom, and also Sabas is shoving in another wave top.
Yeah, it's important for him to do this because the big thing to play around is Roshan. They were really hoping to find a core there.
The rest is Secret coming over to the triangle. They're on Nisha. Kataru, no hesitation with the Bastions coming out as well for the Hand of God. It's not enough to keep Nisha alive as they bring down the sniper. But what more can they get on Tempest, though? A Secret. They're looking to get out with the remaining survivors, but the Remnant into the river will hold the Nyx Assassin into place. But Resolution, they're hunting to the north. They go, trying to close the distance onto the Bloodseeker. But Kataru, he'll blink away to safety. And Secret in the end, they lose Poppy as well. So a 2 for 1. Chrysalis is still stalking Draken. They even see Sabas as well nearby. Let's see if they're going to pounce on the opportunity. In they go with the first son, and the second comes out from Zayat. And now they've cut down the numbers on Tempest, but still seems like Radiant are in fighting shape as Kataru is considering about jumping back in, but they cannot fight into the Wukong's command. Tempest, they have to kite the ring, and they're going to do just that. Waiting for it to expire is Chrysalis. He's got the BKB, but he will not be able to TP out, so he just needs the man fight, and they go inside the Wukongs. You can't fight the monkey once he has firm control of the area, as Chrysalis slams down the Boundless Strike, getting rid of Katyu as well. Beautifully done from Secret. Even though they lost Nisha at the start, it did not matter.
Give the man his comfort, and this is what'll happen. And they had complete vision of that fight as well. Wards on the high ground on both the Dire and Radiant sides means that Secret could just take the fight exactly as they wanted to. Great stuns coming through there from Chrysalis, brings him up to level 20, and Roshan is theirs for the taking. Such a big turning point for Secret.
This is... Oh, I don't know if I want to say like a game-winning Roche, but having a second life on Nisha and now giving him the Aghanim Shard more than likely means that it's good luck killing him twice. All right, Chrysalis is going to get the Aghanim Shard, in fact, so we do have the Aegis, though, picked up for the sniper.
So now they actually have, like, 3 ways to be able to super reliably get in onto those backlines and burst down these mobile, slippery heroes, I like to call them. You know, the Weaver, the Pango.
Zayats with the Nyx Assassin, man. What can this man not do? Oh my lord, Zayats.
If it's a good Nyx game, it's a good Nyx game. And that is all tier 2's gone now with Nisha pushing in this top lane at the exact same time. He has the freedom to be able to do this because he's got that Aegis available. But yeah, like I was saying before, they've got a third hero now that can super reliably go in with the Aghanim Shard on the Monkey King. Means that he instantly connects to the tip of his, what would you call that? The bar, I guess?
Staff? Yeah.
I was about to call it a rod, but...
A rod? Dude, look how fast these objectives are falling.
Yeah, they got the Deso on the MK.
And Zayats is in. It it's a lot of damage.
Radiant's top barracks has
They don't have a tier 2 tank. They might go for Vegas. There's nothing stopping them.
They don't have Glyph. Like, this is one of the changes that we haven't seen super reliably, and yet Kataru's out of the base. Draken's trying to at least get a tier 2 tower in exchange, but, well, that's Sladin's dieback being expended.
They know where Kataru is. They saw him under the observer ward.
Gotta get back, my man.
Oh, they're going to see him again? Zayats?
He's gonna force a BKB out of him.
Yeah, that's a big one. And they also purge off the double damage rune as well. That's BKB, no DD, and Mega Creeps. Oh, no, and Secret, they're not going to look to leave the base as Resolution onto the Weaver. Sabas! A huge Rolling Thunder to give the opportunity for Draken to get the time lapse out. That's Chrysalis down, but can they deal with the sniper, however? He's got the Aegis, he's got the BKB still to work with. I don't know if they're going to be able to get on top of him to kill him. You see the respect that Tempest are giving up at Resolution. Just charges into the middle, not caring about anything on Tempest. That gives them the vital space for Nisha to retreat.
And that Lincoln's purchase coming in dividends. He blocked the Rupture coming through there, so he's able to go in without a care in the world. He's even got the AC now as well, so super tanky against a lot of this right-click damage coming out here. It really feels like Tempest just got a little bit overwhelmed and started to panic when this secret lineup truly came online. It's the power of TI, the mental.
Definitely. I mean, everyone says there's no other tournament like it. And the stakes are just risen to such a level where, like you said, the mental to be able to combat this, and some of the other teams that have all of the experience that can play under composure. But we'll see. Did Tempest at least have a lineup to be able to defend against Megas, let alone potentially have an avenue back in? Dota Plus says no. Says 0%.
All right,
so...
Copium, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I mean, they've hit everything that they want, and they've still got a minute and a half left on the Aegis. So, yeah, I feel like Secret, they're just waiting for their cooldown. Sniper's got his in about 10 seconds, so just wait for this next creep wave. Of course, it's Megas, so the lanes are always going to be pushing in. Look at how juicy this bottom lane is. Double siege creep wave. Sabas doing his best to try and stop it, but they're just going to go now. They're going to rally behind this mid wave if possible. Go for a smoke, yeah, why not? Go for the surprise factor.
Or go for the kill into Draken.
Yep.
Look at the easy chain control for them. The Rolling Thunder was even used from Sabas, but he didn't see an angle to be able to counter-initiate his Secret. They instantly looked to back up once they got the kill into the Weaver, and that gives them a big opportunity now to look to end the game.
They're not scared of anything anymore. Like, no Rolling Thunder, no Weaver, or at the very least a Weaver that has to expend the buyback. Still got Aegis for a minute. Just let Nisha do the dirty work.
Can be the full wraparound here from Tempest. And you're still playing into the Aegis though, so you gotta wait 40 seconds, but I don't know if you're gonna have enough time. Tier 4s are going down.
They're going to look to try and rally a last defense, but you got to go.
The throne's falling. You got to go, guys. Katara's in. A couple of bashes onto the Monkey King. The sustain, it doesn't even matter. The throne blows up in Secret. They'll start off in incredible fashion, taking game 1 in 38 minutes.
Yeah, I think Tempest surprised a few people, though. You know, at the 20 or so minute mark, which is where Secret's lineup really should have been coming online, they were still pretty dead even. You know, they got that first Roshan, they did everything right. It was just that panic point. You know, there was just one too many things happening on the map at the exact same time for them to deal with, or a couple of ultimates that were just a little bit too freely used, and it meant that Secret were able to capitalize on that, use those years of experience, and look to punish them in a big way.
Yeah, I'm going to be saying the praises consistently, felt like, throughout that game for Zayats, but I think he was a really big reason of why Secret were able to get a lot of farm onto Nisha, importantly, and Chrysalis as well, because remember, his lane wasn't the greatest. We saw Poppy looking to take a lot of the farm in the jungle, but Zayats just felt like he did everything here for Secret to block the smokes, to get some of the initiations, and that's kind of to be expected, though, when you pick this hero early on into such a good Weaver, such a good Nyx Assassin game, like you were mentioning. He was a vital component to their game 1.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, we saw how important it was with the Bloodseeker. It was still a great Bloodseeker game, but there were times where he just wasn't able to right-click because it was into the BKBs, it was into the Wukong's command, and that was the real turning point. The just running up into a Wukong, Sabas probably being picked off one too many times as well. You just see the difference here. Like, obviously you've got the outnumber already, but BKB not used to its fullest potential. Pango able to walk on in, start to get a little bit of that burst through onto Nisha, and it allows the Bloodseeker to do the real big things he needs, the heavy lifting.
I didn't even recognize this when the fight was going on, but once Nisha's almost killing Kataru in a 1v1, he wants a high five as well. I mean, this guy, we're seeing the praises kind of heading into this series in particular, that Nisha through a lot of the recent events has really been turning it up a notch. Yep. I mean, he saw Malaysia through the qualifiers as well. Of course, he started this DPC season off in probably not the fashion a lot of people were expecting, but you know, him along with Secret have really been getting to another level, and this is no difference of a performance here from, it was an incredible sniper. You caught it as well, Deno. So we'll see if this is going to be something that has to, Tempest have to give a little bit of respect to the sniper, or even if this hero, because it's a very long tournament, how much priority we're going to get out of this hero from other teams.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it as well, the mid lane carry. It really does feel like that's something that we're going to see a lot more throughout this tournament. I think we're going to see a lot more teams look to emphasize position ones playing as a little bit more of an offlaner. Of course, you're still going to have your natural, the mid's the space maker, it's the lane dominator, yada, 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 but Nisha was able to dominate the lane and carry the game, which just shows how good of a player he is.
Yeah, and this is also the versatility coming out from Chrysalis with the Monkey King. This is a hero that you can go for a lot of different item builds and you can play different as well. So it's important, if you are going to have that position 2 as the win condition, then your position 1 needs to be someone who doesn't fulfill a similar role. And the Monkey King is incredibly versatile. And like you mentioned, Chrysalis, I mean, it is his best hero. You'd put a couple others in there, but he was really famous for his Monkey King. So Tempest, they did play an incredible game 1 though, but it just got to a stage where it felt like Secret once they just had an inch of an advantage. They did a really good job to recognize how strong they were and just controlled all of the map.
To be honest, I think you hit the nail on the head. Controlling all of the map, I think the biggest thing that Tempest need to fix, and they might not be able to do it this series because you've only got so much time in between games, but for next series for sure, it's their vision. It's where they can play around vision, making sure that they're dropping those observer wards, de-warding high grounds around these team fights. Even if it means you're dealing a little bit less damage into the team in the first second or so, it doesn't really matter. You've just got to take away the enemy team's ability to know exactly where you are at all stages. That top fight with the Wukongs, it was under 2 observer wards on both sides of the river. When Bloodseeker at the very end got caught out by the next assassin, it was because he was under a very obvious clipboard. So I think just doing the basics right in terms of the vision game will take Tempest very far.
Yeah, and that's a game in particular where vision's always incredibly important. When you're against a sniper, it is priority number 1. You need to have an advantage in that regard, and your Puppy is incredibly experienced. It's going to be very difficult to win the vision game against someone like that. I think another thing to mention is the fact that Tempest, they don't have priority on the Primal Beast. I actually don't think they played it in the qualifiers at all. And Secret, I mean, we saw what Resolution was able to do. They first picked it as well. So I think that's going to be a hero that we should be keeping our attention on coming into the next game. If Secret, you have the first pick, if they're going to pick it up again, or if the bans comes out for Tempest, because again, they did not play it in the regional qualifiers. So you need to kind of address that hero as well.
Yeah, even just something like the Ember Spirit. It was first pick, and I commend Tempest for going with what's gotten them to this stage, but maybe it's not first pick potential. Maybe it's something where you're able to, slide it into the second phase somehow, even if it's the first pick of the second phase. Maybe that's going to be the difference maker, just so that you can get rid of some of these really strong laners against it.
Again, I do want to mention, though, I think Tempest, they were in an incredible position to be able to be in the lead throughout this game. We saw there were just a couple minor mistakes, like the Pango diving, I think, twice under the T1 tower. There was some really nice bait setups from Secret, and there was some skirmishes up top where they weren't respecting the Wukong's command. If you just change up those little minor mistakes, this could be a completely different game. And you were even saying, Tempest at the late game, they could be able to compete with their lineup against Secret. So they had an incredible performance, but just those costly mistakes. And this is a thing. Secret are a high caliber team. If you make those mistakes, they are going to punish them. So for Tempest, there's a lot to be happy with this game 1, but for Secret, they're the happy guys being able to take a game 1 in the fashion that they did. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more games coming up shortly. We're going to send us to a break, and when we come back, we've got game 2, Secret up against Tempest.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
A strong showing here from Secret in game one gives them an advantage in our first series of the Last Chance Qualifiers. As then we get ourselves ready for the second draft here. What do we have to look forward to for Tempest? What should they try and change up a little bit to be able to combat what we saw out from Secret in game one?
It's hard to say, right? Because they had last pick, right, in that game number one? I believe they did.
Yes, they did, yes.
Yeah, so this time Secret have it. So I feel like that puts a team like Tempest in a much harder spot because they feel like a team that needs to be reactive and they need to try and win 2 out of their 3 lanes. And the fact that they lost 2 out of their 3 lanes despite having what should be the lane switch-ups or the ability to choose and counter whatever Team Secret had, it didn't work. And now with first pick, that's going to be even harder. So I just don't think they have that clutch hero, you know, on the position 1 or position 2 or wherever you want to play it, that they're going to be able to pick with this last pick of the first phase that's going to win them the game. Because that's what you want to play around whenever you've got the first pick overall.
Yeah, and I guess the first pick gives you the opportunity to go for kind of the most broken hero that you believe. So we saw last game, it was the Primal Beast. We're mentioning it kind of towards the end when we were closing out game one was the fact that Tempest, they're yet to play the Primal Beast through the qualifiers. So what do we want to see Tempest put priority on here? Is there something that really stands out for them, for their comfort, and that could maybe take over?
I mentioned the stuff about the draft, and I feel like that was an issue. You know, despite getting a couple of kills onto Nisha, they were still about 2,000 net worth behind in the super early stages. But to me, it was just the decision-making. You know, you can talk all you want about the draft, but if the decision-making isn't there, you're going to lose every time. So just more of an emphasis into playing around vision, more of an emphasis to waiting, even if it's just 10 seconds or so, to get that next item that you need, which could potentially win you the team fight. I think that's going to be the key difference maker here. And, you know, we're 2 games into TI, bro. Like, we got to let the meta develop a little bit.
That we do. Yeah, that's a very good point. We've got to see what shapes up for Tempest, and for them through the qualifiers, whenever they had 5th pick, it was pretty much always the position 4 Slardon is here. They go for the Earthshaker and the Nyx Assassin, but already with the potential for that to be picked up, they're going down again the Weaver route.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine pick overall. Speaking of Slardon, they do occasionally play the Weaver on him as well, but I mean, I want something with more flex, you know, or something super strong like an Undying. They're just going to go down the Nyx Assassin route again. I mean, Zayat's, it's the style of hero that I think he plays best. You know, his Marcy, his Nyx Assassin, his Tusk, these heroes that want to be scouting out, getting up in your face, and providing a ton of information. Yeah, he's got a great tech. He's, you know, all these sorts of like magic damage dealers, but this is where I think he truly shines because his game sense is just on another level.
Secret often like going for their position 3+4 in the first phase. So if they're going to continue going down this trend, probably expecting a hero for resolution.
Just something as well with the Nyx Assassin. I mean, we both know one of the big weaknesses to the Nyx is that you are basically incapable of dealing with split push. So the fact that they pick this up immediately feels as a response to the Weaver feels really solid because Weaver, for Tempest, most of the time is being played in a position 3, and where do we see a lot of these like super early pushing style heroes being played? You know, your Visage, your Leica, your Beastmaster, they're all pos 3s. So if you can pick up a Nyx Assassin, then suddenly you're not going to be punished quite as hard, and again, they've just most likely going to be giving Chrysalis another comfort hero for him to play. They're easing him into the tournament. I think this is really smart decision making done by Heen and Puppy, because I'm sure that they've got that. You got to coach the player as well as the gameplay. You got to coach the emotion side of things.
There you go. Sheikah is still going to be picked up here for Tempest. So they've got their comfort for Tempest. And like you said, Secret, they've got their comfort as well. So both sides pretty happy with how the first phase is shaping up. I do want to go back to the Razor pick, though. What are your thoughts overall about the hero after the patch? Because this hero has been changed pretty heavily. I mean, the BKB refresher change is a big nerf to him overall. I think he got some changes to the static link as well, which pretty much halved how long you're able to steal the damage. I really was not seeing a whole lot of Razor. I know it's comfort for Chrysalis, and they have the capability to flex it and give it to Resolution if they want to, but just...
Even
besides
Nisha,
the player,
to be honest, as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Even Nisha. Besides, like, kind of the players, though, what are your thoughts on the hero? Do you think it is still strong after the changes?
I think it's still strong as long as you play around, like, a 35 or so minute timing for the rest of your team. Because the biggest change with Razor, yeah, the laning stage is a lot worse with what you mentioned before with the static link not lasting anywhere near as long in the early levels. But the big thing for mine is the refresher change. You know, you just want to be able to pop refresher for that second use of the ultimate, the static link, and the BKB. But the big thing is, refresher is like the worst gold per stat item that there is in the game.
Interesting.
So you don't want to be holding on to it. You know, you want it in your backpack. And now you have to hold on to it because the timer doesn't tick down anymore unless it's in your active inventory. So it's one of these items that you want to get for what it does, but you don't want to be holding on for it onto it for the stats. So I feel like if you go any later than 35, 40 minutes and you're getting into that actual item after that, then suddenly the enemy team is going to overtake you a little bit because they get an item that's actually useful at all stages of the game.
I do like what Secret are doing to protect the Razor at the moment. They've gotten rid of the Faceless Void and the Morphling, some of the best heroes to be able to deal with the Razor. I think in particular the Faceless Void was something we saw China really showcase with how strong this hero is. And just on the Faceless Void point real quick, I'm intrigued to see if this hero is going to have as much popularity as what we saw through the...
Yes,
okay,
it will.
You reckon it will?
It
All right.
did not get nerfed enough at all. I was stunned with how little it was nerfed. I mean, you're not a hero that wants to buy a refresher most of the time. You know, by the time that you're refreshing chronoing, it's because you've picked up a refresher shard from the Roche pit, right? Not a refresher orb. You just are way too strong with all of the damage that you're able to output with an actual item. And slightly less damage on a time dilation, that's not enough to be able to bring it back to the rest of the pack. So I honestly, if you're still doing predictions out there for group stage chat, I would put this up there as either one of the most picked, but more likely one of the most banned heroes for the entire tournament. Yeah,
I kind of, in my notes, I did like a top 10 heroes, and I still, after the changes, put Faceless Void in there. And in the regional qualifiers, he was the 8th most picked hero, 55 games, and had a really crazy win rate. No surprise, 67%. And that's a very high win rate in competitive Dota. So, yeah, I still think this hero is very strong, but kind of one thing we've been mentioning a lot, I know the panel mentioned it a lot at the start, just that we're going to soak up as much knowledge as we can because we have not seen these teams play, and the meta is going to change, especially with this patch. So I'm just intrigued to see on kind of where he does fit in the rankings, but I would agree with you. I think he's still going to be very strong.
What's going on with this Brewmaster ban? Not really something that Secret are totally renowned for. I mean, I know I mentioned before prior to game one that, you know, it's one of Puppy's crazy style of POS 5s, but I mean, unless they're looking to pick up something like an Omni Knight, nothing immediately jumps out at me as something that's going to benefit. I guess more teamfight disruption's always good when you've just got a Razor, but I mean, Enchantress, Puppy Enchantress, that's damn strong too, especially against someone like an Earthshaker in the laning stage where you're able to completely bully him out.
I don't know if this was like a direct reason why, but the brew to protect the Terrorblade, which just got banned out from Secret, like maybe that was kind of a signal that that could be a really good hero. I mean, it's a bit tough to call in the second phase, but I do still like the read from Secret, again, continuing to protect the Razor.
Yeah, it's a possibility for sure. I feel like you can go, again, Secret can look to greed up a little bit. Earthshaker isn't someone that does anything super early on. Yeah, you could do a lot of stuff if you're able to get into, you know, a lot of this early farm, but you've got an Enchantress and you've got an Nyx Assassin. These are two heroes that pretty solid for the laning stage. They're just going to throw it right back at them with a sniper. but they're also heroes that are great at just roaming around the map and getting a lot of that information. This is what I was talking about with the Tusk, with the Nyx, with the Enchantress. You know, the style of heroes that just allow you to have so much more information, and I feel like that's how Secret are going to look to beat Tempest. I'm stunned that Undying has lasted this late into the draft, because it's still just a really solid pick.
And I think now it's very similar to what we saw in the draft from Secret, where they have the flexibility all the way to the end with the sniper potentially playing in the safe lane, because they've gone for such a strong laning support in the Undying, who's able to protect it, but you can't even put the sniper mid like we saw last game with Nisha playing it. So kind of very similar to what we saw with the sniper Chen in the second phase from Secret in game 1.
The thing is, though, Secret get to choose what lane this Razor gets to go into, right? They've got the last pick of this phase. They've got the last pick of the overall draft. So they could just give this Razor the easiest game imaginable. Obviously, now you've got the information that you don't really want to be playing the any kind of strength heroes into the off lane. They're just going to go something like the Lycan. I don't hate this. You know, you're able to swarm over the Earthshaker and the Undying super early on. Yeah, it's still a strength hero, but it's something that they don't really deal super well with until you're able to get into something like the Gleipnir. I think Gleipnir is actually such an important item for the Weaver this game. You can't afford to just go full on damage.
Yeah, do you feel like Tempest have some big issues right now with dealing the push on Secret? Because you've got the summons from the Enchantress and the Lycan now. Is this 23rd pick something that needs to cover that issue?
It does, but they also need just damage components, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and ban out the Bloodseeker on Secret, because Razor, Lycan, both horrible into the Bloodseeker. But if you're able to just stop one of them from running at you, enable the sniper to just stand there and right-click, I think you're in a much better spot. So it might be that sort of situation where Kataro, he's able to play his favorite hero, and it's still really good for the game. We saw he was 8-2, I think, in game number 1. So he didn't have a bad game by any means.
5 seconds
No, that he did not at all. I think for Secret, though, it's going to be really nice for them to have this ultra last pick, and they're only going to one hero with a stun. So Nisha, I think, has a lot of heroes that are a potential for him to be picked up, because they do need that instant gap close on the sniper.
Plenty of spirits left. All of them, in fact. So
and they all look good.
And the puck.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, all pretty solid. I would probably be leaning more towards puck, just because it'll probably synergize a lot better with the Razor and the Lycan, in that you could keep waves shoved out. They don't have great ways to push waves in themselves. The supports are absolute rubbish at it, and you can't just be throwing out shrapnels willy-nilly, because you're going to have the Nyx Assassin there to be able to just pop the Carapace, get the stun, get the conversion.
Argaban. Okay.
Okay.
Very interesting.
I mean, I think that's playing around the either song just to retreat, and again, play around the later stages of this game. Earthshaker wants a few more items. Weaver needs the Gleipnir, like I was saying. Sniper, you're capable of defending the high ground, so you can wait things out a little bit. But the bigger thing for mine would be the Aghanim Scepter, just being able to use the net onto a BKB target, something that Razor picks up pretty damn early.
Void Incarnate.
Okay. Tempest's going to go down the Void Spirit route. They confirm that the sniper is going to be played in the safe lane. And Tobias is going to pick up another spirit that is incredibly comfortable on. It is into the Nyx Assassin, and you don't even see your mid counter as well. So Nisha's going to have a pretty good time in this matchup and in this game.
5 seconds remaining.
Still an Invoker believer. Could they... Oh, they could even snap fire mid here. It wouldn't be that bad. You get a lot of... The matchup's pretty good. You're able to... They don't have anyone that really loves going in on your backlines, provided that you deal with the Void Spirit super early on. Puck still is pretty decent though, right? It means the Void Spirit needs to go into a Yule Scepter just to survive a little bit longer, and then it means that the Razor and the Lycan are just able to wreak havoc. Those are the two I'd be looking at. Invoker, or Snap, or Puck are the three that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can think of, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the list that you mentioned.
I'm also just thinking, can they look to go someone else and just put the Razor mid into the Void Spirit? It's not that bad. Obviously, you don't make as big use out of the static link, but you just level up the plasma field, keep the lane shoved in, means that the Void Spirit isn't as easily able to control the runes as well, and you know, if you're having to farm underneath your tower, then things become a lot more difficult.
I guess we should maybe mention, like, what do we feel like the flaws are currently with Secret's lineup? Like, whatever role they pick, what do they need to cover?
Stuns, control. You need something that's able to get in on top of the Weaver, Void Spirit, Sniper, and just deal with them.
Let's see what the call is going to be. All right, Storm Spirit picked up.
That was
here
the fourth hero.
Finisher.
Was there? It was there. It was
there.
the only other Spirit and gap closey style. And, well, clearly they feel like that's going to be more suitable for their draft. I'm just thinking here, like, I guess like I was mentioning before, they've got the supports that are both able to rotate, and out of all of those heroes that I mentioned outside of maybe the Puck, Storm is by far the best one at being able to use the power runes to full effectiveness. But,
yeah,
I mean, Undying wants to stay in the lane. Shaker can rotate, especially with a Weaver lane, but Nyx, Enchantress, they absolutely want to be rotating and securing that rune. So, weight of numbers, 2 supports that can move to secure it against the 1. I would be favoring the 2 for that one.
Yeah, and that's really what the early game is going to come down to. If Nisha can get the power rune, if Sabas can get the power rune, because both being on a Spirit hero, they need to be making the plays in the early game. The Raze is going to be looking to try and find that BKB, and for the Sniper, you're looking to try and find your early game farm. So this comes down to the mid laners. And often what we see at the moment, and kind of what we were seeing even before this series, Sabas was a big reason of why Tempest are in the Last Chance qualifiers, and for Secret, Nisha has been playing at such an incredible level, and it's looking like a pretty good Storm Spirit game as well. There's not a whole lot you have to be concerned about. Earthshaker is definitely a big issue. The Void Spirit as well can offer a lot of control as well. So they have some ways to kill the Storm Spirit, but it's not like it's the worst game. Nisha, I've seen him play Puck into like 5 counters, and this guy can do some incredible things, and I think this will be no different on the Storm.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also not the biggest fan of these, you know, Spirit heroes or people like the Puck even from going into early Orchid, but I feel like if there was a game for it, this is the one. You know, you just need obviously a little bit more of that mana pool that's going to come from Micaiah. He might even go into the Bloodstone just because Storm Bloodstone is really strong these days. You just, you know, zip in on top of everyone, pop the Bloodstone, and then suddenly you're back at full mana and able to zip again. And with the low-ish amount of lockdown that they've got on Tempest, it's going to be pretty solid, but I just feel like you're going to need a little bit more of that lockdown yourselves.
I think another thing that you mentioned, hold that thought. No, we're going to be chilling. Tempest not looking to continue invading the jungle. We spoke about towards the end of game 1 how important the vision was, and Secret did a very good job to be able to make it difficult for Tempest. This is going to be another similar game. Like, look at Secret's heroes and how they can get the information. You got the Lycan Wolves, you got the Enchantress creeps, the Nyx Assassin shouting out with the Vendetta as well. So this is not going to be an easy game for Kataru to position, and already seeing Secret. They'll catch up to Slardon. Official buying some time, but even blocks off the Razor as well, so great placement out of the stun.
Even just then, like the Lycan Wolves, right? A lot of them might just get, a lot of teams might get baited into just saying, hey, we found the Shaker, let's look to hit him down with as many summons as possible, but he was like, you know what? I'm going to give him vision. I'm going to give information so that my team knows just how deep they can look to dive. And you're mentioning that vision game as well, right? With the Wolves, with the Enchantress creep, with the Nyx Assassin, it's going to enable the Storm quite heavily, but also it's going to mean that you've got plenty of heroes that are able to shove out lanes as well. And like I was saying before, Shaker really doesn't deal with that very well. Undying really doesn't deal with that very well. And the Sniper, if he looks to use the Shrapnel to be able to do it, you can get caught out with the Spike Carapace stun. So I feel like they're going to be heavily rallying around probably the Resolution lane, just because of how easy it's going to be to invade the backlines if you get that lane pushed out.
And man, I love how Secret have set up their lanes with Poppy going up top to play with Resolution against the Undying. You've got a ranged intelligence hero, so the Decay is going to do nothing, and Undying is very single target, is not going to be able to deal with any of the kind of Enchantress creeps well at all. And now you're able to pair the Razor with a melee hero that can have a stun, and importantly, it's a Nyx Assassin into the Weaver. So we see what this hero is able to do. I imagine Zayats is going to go for level 2 in the Spike Carapace, so I really like the lane set up at the moment from Secret.
Can I just say, praise Gaben for changing the Mind Stealer creep, because that was just way too much mana burn that you were able to get. 100 mana burn is reduced to like, what, 20 and change now, based on the amount of int they have or something?
If you got that creep, the lane was
Rezo
over, pretty
top.
much. Yeah, Rezo's in trouble. Another round of the shrapnel. They've still got one more available as well. They're going to turn to Puppey instead. The easy kill onto the Enchantress, or maybe no, but the Fairy Fire Puppey just slips towards the secret shop, and that was a lot invested out of Tempest. They've completely shoved the lane in now.
Yeah, completely shoved the lane in, and you used the Soul Rip and did basically 0 damage with it. So, you know, you might think that the Tombstone would have been a bit of a more useful tool because, again, you know that Secret are going to go this style where they look to try and dive you. So if you could toss out a maxed out Tombstone, force the enemy team to go on that as opposed to any of your heroes, then you're in a really good spot. It kind of breaks their formation a little bit.
It's a minor thing, but it's nice that Slardon was able to kill off the Cory from Zayats. That was a sentry on the Cory, and this lane down bottom is really relying on who has the sentry control. The one to just help out with unblocking the small camp, and also just in the lane to make it more difficult for Draken to be able to play with the Sakuchi.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always great, especially in those early levels to... Oh, getting a little bit harassed there in the lane. To keep the Weaver guessing, you know, not able to just freely use the Sakuchi while he's still got quite a long cooldown on it. How's our mid lane going as well? Nisha going up against Sabas. Looking pretty even so far. Just looking to trade. Again, it's all about playing around that 6-minute timing. If you could look to shove out the lanes, then you could look to rotate the supports through a lot easier. Maybe you even get a gank off, but well, it's really going to depend on Sabas, particularly avoiding getting denied too much because that's going to prevent him from being able to get that escape out. Both teams a little bit lacking in the stun department, so these early levels on Nisha and Sabas very important. Bot side.
Oh, nice stun from Zayats through the tree line. We'll clip onto Slardon, and I had an incredible game 1, and it's going to continue that form into game 2 as Zayats finds first blood.
Look low on the old regen though. Don't have any coming up.
Uppy's getting chased. Kataru's got another round of the shrapnel. This time it's level 2. They'll need the decay for the extra damage, and that's enough to secure the kill. So Tempest, they'll hit back instantly.
Yeah, actually went the point in the impetus, which I'm not sure if it's the greatest choice, right? Doesn't really do anything against the Tombstone. You know an Undying is going to be able to just heal up a lot of the harassment damage that you're able to do, so maybe the Nature's Attendants would have served him much better.
Bottom lane. Fisher on the wrong side. Draken, though, lost 50 damage, still looking to play aggressive on Slot, and they need to respect the damage stolen from Crystallis, as a stun still available from Zayats. Lands it onto Slardon, but he's able to juke into the tree line, so the Earthshaker will just get enough distance away. Zayats will not be able to catch up. He does have a Mango and the Impale available. Slardon wants to play. You got to be able to sidestep this. Zayats is ready for it. The stun. Fisher, oh, he's too slow. Zayats finds his second kill, and importantly, he gets all the solo experience as well. So that's really, for him to be able to find an early level 6 timing is really important here from the Nyx Assassin.
Even allows him, with the wave pushing all the way back underneath the tower, to leave Crystallis down here on his lonesome for a little bit. I'm sure he'll drop those tangos in the base along with the boots, and then just get him ferried straight out to him by the Nyx. Actually, even looking to might look to go for a TP to the mid lane, perhaps. Set up Nisha to be able to contest that rune coming up in about 45 seconds. He's almost level 6, so a free bottle refill would serve him really well.
Yeah, I think now we need to be kind of looking towards the equilibrium in the side lanes, because you mentioned throughout the draft that Secret have probably a slight advantage with being able to rotate with their supports, and you're only able to really do so if the creep wave is in a position where your cores can be left alone.
Speaking of cores being left alone, Draken was on the bottom side. Just going to push him away a little bit. Again, it's just important that Secret, kind of similar to last game, they don't need to win the lanes necessarily. Obviously, it's a bonus if they do, but it's just important to get that early farm because you've got these times.
Dude, Puppey. I was watching the entire time. I'm like, I don't know if he's going to have enough damage. Hang on a second. Puppey's going to solo kill the Undying. What's going on? Oh my.
Just
I mean, it
things.
does. Yeah, just endings. Mid lane, Nisha. The chain control needs to be perfect. Slardon's got another round of the stun, but a little bit late to step in. Nisha's falling low in the mana regard, but he's got plenty of one charges.
Didn't actually pop the DD for that kill attempt, which I was a little bit surprised about, considering how much time Slardon had spent camping around that mid lane. Maybe Nisha just with his mana pool a little bit low. They feel like they can look to make an attempt here, even TPing in Kachu to get the refill onto the bottle and potentially that little bit of extra damage. But well, Nisha, he did the right thing. He pushed the lane out, and now he's going to go back away from where any kind of kill can happen. He knows an Earthshaker's not capable of soloing him 100-0.
Do you feel like the action is going to be predominantly around this mid lane for the next couple of minutes, or are we going to maybe start to see some rotations? Because at the moment, like, Rezo is continuing to 1v1 versus the sniper, and then bottom lane we see Draken left alone as well. Because often, like, an Enchantress likes to play mid, wrap around, and put some pressure onto the tower. Is this going to be the same thing this game?
No, I think Tempest are the actual ones that want to be playing around that area for now, just because they have that DD to play with. They've still got the siege creep, but I think Secret are just not going to let them. They're going to wait until their timings with the Helm of the Dominator. It's only 300 or so gold away, and probably going to come out at a similar sort of time as the Shapeshift, and then make a rotation up towards where Rezo's playing.
Bottom lane. Zayats is going to be able to find the Earthshaker in the tree line. Fissures a potential from Slardin, has to be cautious about the Spike Carapace, but Sabas is actually rotated down to bottom. So they're going to look to jump Chrysalis, an easy kill for them to find, and they've still got some vision onto the Nyx Assassin. Thanks to the Swarm, able to scout him out, escaping to the eastern side. Sabas, another round of the ultimate if he wants to, but it looks like Draken will have the damage, and that gets him some more earn charges as well. A beautiful rotation coming out of the position 2 from Tempest.
Good play from both teams, but the big thing that was different for me this game versus the last one is just that vision that they've got set up around the mid lane for Tempest in particular. Kachu was in position, he realized that, look, me being at that bottom lane...
Oh no, the Remnant, it's just... No, he runs into the Chant Totem! Oh no! That was awkward from both sides. Sabas missed on the stun. But they just didn't zip away. And what a rotation, Dano. You get the 2 kills down bottom. It meant that you could instantly move mid by the power rune spawn. So now you get the regen to play with, and now they're going to go back down bottom.
He doesn't have a TP if they kill him.
Chrysalis, they're just going to dive him. He's going to die for the second time in a row. Assassinate from afar. Tempest with their early game movements are looking incredible.
Pinging out this Undying a little bit, but Kachu, he's just getting all of this solo experience mid. He's loving life. He's like, well, again, I don't contribute anything at this stage of the game. If it's the laning stage, obviously, I'm an Undying. I'm a beast. But in terms of these super early team fights, not so much unless it's a full 5-on-5.
Kayu, TPs are starting to come out. Can he get the Tombstone down before they secure the kill? He's going to be able to do so now, but the rotations, they're going to be cautious on Secret how long they stick around, but look at the call from them. They want to turn to deal with the Tombstone. They'll finally bring it down, but it does come at a cost at Zayats' life.
I feel like they're pretty happy with that, though, on Tempest. Again, they know that they were going to have the outnumber. They know that there was no way that Chrysalis was going to be able to rejoin because of his TP being on cooldown. And they've got a lot of experience just going completely wasted underneath the tier 1 tower at bottom. Able to farm pretty safely up top here, too, with Slardin.
Oh, you think it was... I thought it was really good for Secret. Like, you pulled them...
I think their response was good, but...
Mid lane, Sabas is... chilling for the moment with Kayu nearby. Is actually going to look to jump back in with the Spike Carapace on cooldown. Zayats, a lot of damage coming out from the Dissimulate. Being level 3 was enough to blow up the Nyx Assassin.
They want to go for a backstab, but they got plenty of mana to play around, so I'm not sure if this is going to be the best play overall. Even popping that Shapeshift there. Big fingers.
This reaction to Simulate. Sabas, he doesn't have any more ultimate charges, though. They're going to go for Kayu. A Remnant's going to be off the mark. They're committing towards the Void Spirit, but he's got no one else, no extra reinforcements to keep alive the position 2, and our Resolution can crunch down the Undying's life as well. It's a great rotation. Rezo claims top. The first use of the Shapeshift to mid lane he goes, and it's going to be a second tier 1 town. Rezo was struggling in the lane. Snipe had a very big advantage early on, but with these past couple of movements out of Resolution, he's well and truly in this game.
Yeah, this is just one of those instances where they just can't push out the lane super effectively on Tempest. And this is the result, right? You just get swarmed over. It was a ballsy move, and it was really quick fingers as well on Sabas to be able to maybe get away from that, but just the super heavy commitment coming through from Team Secret and their heroes meant that they were able to get that turnaround. Sabas should still be in a pretty decent spot, although the damage starting to come through, he'll be fine.
So what can Tempest look to do to kind of stem the bleeding? Because Secret, with their past couple of movements, have put themselves back in this game where Tempest, the double kill onto Crystallis and the movement to mid, felt like they were going to be the ones in control of the early game, but Secret have been able to kind of hold that and put themselves in a really good position.
Yeah,
what are we expecting out of Tempest in the next couple of minutes?
You have to keep in mind that while all of that was happening, yeah, you lost a couple of heroes and the mid tower, which, doesn't sound very good at all. Slardon was farming completely solo up on this top side, getting a lot of levels. They actually used the glyph previously as well, so they're not going to be able to stop this tower from going down. This is a really big kill. Look at the boys.
Two Dark Troll summoners. I mean, yeah, you nerfed them a little bit, but bring 2 to the party and that tower goes instantly.
Okay, well, that's not as good. What just happened? If we're going to use some technical terms, not good is losing your tier 2 tower at the 12-minute mark of the game. I was thinking maybe it wouldn't have been all doom and gloom for Tempest if you get that early-ish Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. He's only about 700 or so gold away. You also had the Weaver as well as the Sniper just farming completely freely on the bottom side of the map, pushing that lane out, but realistically, that's not where Secret want to be. They want to be playing on this top side. They want to be using Radiant Advantage and playing around the Roche Pit.
Yeah, that's the big thing, the Roche Pit, like you just mentioned, because now it's incredibly free for Secret. They might need one pick-off to lead into Roche. So you've got to really be cautious here. The discipline needs to come out from Tempest to not feed away even one position 5. Otherwise, that will be the opportunity for Secret just to look to move in.
And the thing is, someone has to address the top side. I mean, Slardon does. He gets rid of all the Skelly boys. So nice little infusion of gold coming through to him there. But it forces rotations. It gives you a lot of information.
But Damage Rune's going to be utilized here for Sabas to get the kill into Puppy. So they'll finally be able to deal with the Enchantress and reclaim their own jungle. But as soon as that occurs, Kataru has to leave his triangle and blocks up the Ancients on the way through. Nisha and Zayat's in hand. Tombstone's going to get laid down for the moment. They're trying their best to secure the kill, but they won't have the vision to be able to bring it down for the moment.
Yeah, playing a lot more around the vision, playing a lot more around, like, they know that Roshan is the biggest timing, and you've seen a distinct movement away from this bottom side of the map from Tempest. So I like the fact that they're not just...
Oh, the Weaver is going to get caught out. Zayat! Beautifully done with Nisha's follow-up. A kill onto Drakun is working towards the Atos, but that's going to continue to slow him down.
Yeah, they're not just locked in onto this previous way that they were playing. I'm sure someone in the team made the call of, guys, what are we doing on this bottom side of the map? There's nothing for us here. We don't have the greatest lineup at being able to take towers. If we try and shove out the lane with something like a Shrapnel and Nyx Assassin can kill us, let's just play where Team Secret are wanting to play. We're relatively strong. We just need to try and stall out this game a little bit more. And you've got the Blink Dagger on Slardon. You've got a Spirit Vessel completed, you've got an Arcane Rune and a Witchblade to play with. Now that they shove out the lane, they're going to go for a smoke and try and get a pick off. Look at the lines on the map.
See the direction they want to go here from Tempest. Because all of Secret are in a position down bottom to take a fight. The 1 tower is the prize for them.
Rezo would be a big pick off.
Oh, but see, they're going to run into Zayat. Woo! Zayat! He's doing way too much. Oh no. Slardon's got Blink. Catch any stragglers. Secret, they're out there. Look at this. Crystallis is getting so much farm. Those 2 deaths slowed down his game, but he's working towards a BKB. Maxed out Plasma Field is going to help out a lot with his farming progression. And look at the wave he's going to get top. Already got 1 under the tower. Another wave coming through. There's going to be a lot of gold given over to the position 1 on Secret.
And we saw what happened last game, obviously. Didn't go super well that laning stage for Crystallis, but as soon as you got to the mid game, that's where he really started to shine. Monkey King, Razor, these are Crystallis heroes 101. So he's going to be able to repay back a lot of the faith that his team's putting into him. They're going to go for another smoke, and I understand it. The lanes are in a relatively decent position, so they could probably afford to, but you need to connect on this. And I think, honestly... Vision. Yeah, and Kotaro needs to show on the lane too.
They need to drop the Tombstone in a position where Secret aren't going to be able to address it. So on the high ground for the moment, inside the river they go. Slardon's in with the Echo Slam onto the Storm Spirit, and the damage is enough. Sabas has been able to blow up Nisha, but can they get out? As the Impale clips the Void Spirit, they've got the damage coming through from the Vendetta, but they haven't addressed Kataru on the Sniper. Freely right-clicking from afar is the position 1 on Tempest, and it means that they'll come out on top in the trade, and they might even get resolution as well. A Pogo stick forward. Slardon's got the extra control, and Draken will just slip past the wall that blocks him out as Tempest. An incredible fight from them inside the river. We finally see the usage of Slardon's blink.
Has been killed.
This is why I trust him to play the Earthshaker, man. The laning stage wasn't so great, but they realized the conditions that they need to meet to be able to have a successful fight. You know Secret want to take Roshan, so set up vision, defend it heavily, play around the tombstone as much as possible, create the havoc to allow that Echo Slam to come through. And, you know, Kataru, he got there a tiny bit late, but he was still able to influence that, grabbing himself a couple of kills in that fight.
Another freebie. And potentially a T1 tower as well with the catapult, although Nisha's going to look to get some revenge, and the rest is Secret instantly funneling to the mid lane.
Trying to bait out this tombstone.
They're poking him down from afar. They'll jump back in. They've got control of the area now with the tombstone laid down, and Secret, they've got to get out. They will be able to do so, but it comes at a cost of another support. But as long as they can keep this tier 1 tower alive, that's the main thing from them. As Nisha's going to jump in. He's falling a little bit low in the mana department. Meanwhile, Chrysalis, though, well, his health, it's not looking too good for the Razor. Again, without the BKB, struggling to be able to enter the fights. So it's going to be on the other cores on Secret to turn this back around. It's Sabas, the Simulate, and he'll make it into the river. So Tempest, beautifully done from them.
They're just going to go the full-on retreat. No mana, no cooldowns, and no more objectives to be able to play around. Like, these past couple of minutes have been all Tempest. I'm really impressed with the way that they're playing around their timings, around their resources that they've got, and vision. They're actually using their vision components. Even something as simple as the Swarm. Previously, it felt like Draken was so hell-bent on just getting that to be able to do a lot of damage to our hero, but he's even just using it for scouting purposes. And I was mentioning the Gleipnir was really important. He's not even going the Maelstrom first item. He's going the Atos first. I think it's just as valid, honestly. The ones you need to lock down are the Lycan and the Razor. Obviously, Razor's going to have that BKB, but Lycan, he doesn't like buying it at least for another 5, maybe even 10 minutes.
And it feels like, again, the timing for Secret is just getting delayed further with the BKB on Chrysalis. Like, he was having a game where he had some me time for quite a while, but showing up to those past couple of fights with 2 more deaths in a row is really slowing down his big item to be able to look to enter. So it feels like now for Secret, is that really all we're waiting for? Just a BKB on Chrysalis?
I would say so. I mean, they might not even be waiting for that. They're just going to throw, again, Puppey onto the front lines, realizing that, hey, they actually played that previous fight pretty well. It means that they've got a lot of information to play around. Are they just going to walk straight on into the pit? Slardon, he's looking to use that Tumbler's Toy to get up onto the high ground.
Oh, they see him. Ooh.
Ooh, Courier. See you later. But they go the full wraparound.
Just a minor thing to mention is that Nisha will be playing with a regen rune for this fight. So he's able to reset. He will have full resources to enter. Can they do Roche, however? Tempest, they need some form of information to be able to scout out where Secret are.
Look at him. That sneaky little bug. Just playing right underneath his vision, looking to pop any kind of smoke. So Tempest, it's happened too many times so far this series. I'm counting 3, maybe even 4. So you got to go an alternate route. Don't go the obvious way, but go away. It might take you another couple of seconds, but if you can avoid this pesky Nyx assassin and find the backlines, find that jump onto Nisha in particular, then you're setting yourself up for a huge amount of success. But with the amount of indecision that they've been having, it means that you've got this BKB available on the Razor.
This fight has to go well for Secret. It doesn't feel like they have much margin of error now with how much farm the sniper's getting. The team fights are not going to get any easier for them. You need to be able to come out on top, and with the blink as well, I think coming out from Zayats is going to make it that much easier for them to get the jump. If they win this fight and get Roche, then they are back in the driver's seat, but if you continue to stall out this game, sniper is going to be a very big issue.
It does feel like... Oh, hold on. They're going for another smoke here. Is anyone going to be in a position to pop it? Katsu just out of range.
Ooh.
Draken might be the one that gets caught here.
Zayats gets a jump. Onto the Undying. They should be able to blow him up. They also see Slardon's position as well, but the Earthshaker's going to be okay for the moment. Slardon actually jumps into the middle. They don't have the control at the moment to hold them back. They'll kill off the Nyx assassin, but this gives a free fight for Nisha. A long zip in to be able to deal with the Earthshaker. And now Tempest, they're in full retreat. To the right side, Draken trying to deal with Nisha, a TPR, and he'll be okay. Now the Weaver's in trouble. Time lapse still available. so the bug will escape.
Literally centimeters between popping that smoke. Just even the way that they were moving, right? They walked on the left-hand side of that cliff, just so if there was someone camping around to the right, the smoke wouldn't pop. It's those tiny little decisions that a team like Secret does that sets them apart from potentially a lot of these other teams in the Last Chance qualifiers.
And the fact that also Secret are unable to... Resolution? Is he in some trouble? Kataru nearby. Gotta be cautious though, because Zayat's gonna hold the back. The damage onto the sniper. Pop is just freely right-clicking the impetus. Oh no, they didn't respect Secret. They entered their domain, and now Crystallis is still in their damage. Slardon's gonna be in with the Echo Slam, clipping just onto the Storm Spirit. Nisha, zip out, and he'll be okay, but now you need to look to address the Razor, as Crystallis has gone untouched throughout the team fight, soaking up all of the damage, and now they'll turn to Draken as well. Slowed down from Poppy. The damage coming through thick and fast. And miss!
The miss.
Oh no! The time lapse. Draken gets it off at the last second. And the Fissure might buy him enough time as well. So the Weevil will just slip away onto the high ground. Look at Poppy. Nisha's nearby too. Draken Sakuchi on cooldown. They've got detection. They'll finally get him.
Doesn't even look at him.
Oh no.
Just turns his back, says, yeah, you're dead. Gets away, opens up the Roche pit. I mean, this is basically a carbon copy of what happened previously, right? Oh, they might be able to catch this Shaker too. Slardon didn't buy back previously. It's really important for him to hold on to as much gold as possible so that he can look to get into that Aghanim Shard for that consistent poke in a lot of these team fights. But yeah, Sniper just gone way too far forward there without the backup from the rest of his team. I was mentioning that both teams heavily lacking in lockdown, and if you're just going to go in onto enemy's side of the river without, honestly, your biggest team fight hero, that's a big mistake. Particularly
and
around
now
Roche.
Yep, because now you've given the opening here for Secret.
All right.
Someone would like the Aegis. Please don't leave it. And in fact, probably the best Aegis carrying the game is able to find that on the Storm Spirit. There is a window now though, however, for Dire. Sebas
it's so unfortunate, yeah. Like, he was so close to that for a while. Like, I was looking at him and he was 600 gold away from his Ags for like the past 3 minutes, basically. Katara's nearly got his BKB too, but imagine if they had got that and taken a good team fight and gotten Roche themselves. Such a winning position.
See what they can do now in Tempest. They need an area to be able to take a team fight.
Found him again.
Zayat is going to look to take that away. Onto the Undying. They go. Oh, there's quite Carapace. Oh, it's perfect. Zayat with the chain control, but Sebas is okay for the moment. The damage, they'll turn it back around, dealing with the first life on the Storm Spirit and Tempest. They got to get out. Sebas is not in fighting shape with all the ultimate charges on cooldown. They'll turn to Slardon instead. The easy kill onto the Earthshaker. They're going to be cautious with their positioning because Katara's in trouble, but not messing around. A BKB will protect the Sniper. Inside the base they go. They don't care about how deep they dive because they know that Tempest are not in fighting shape. A Secret just swarmed inside their own territory, and they'll find all 5.
Could they just go top? I guess they might just want to take mid, but yeah, feels like tops might be the call. Just testing any of these buybacks here, but yeah, with that glyph being used, they're like, well, what do they have to stop us? Undying's Decay level 1, 0 base damage. It's not going to be able to clear anything. I don't even know if it aggro's creeps, to be honest.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Again, just a couple of small mistakes. That's all Secret need to be able to completely take control of a game. That mid movement, it really feels like that's where Tempest have come undone in a couple of games now. 25 or so minutes. The vision was all right, but just the movement from all of the team cohesively was not.
Yeah, and especially with this lineup as well, if you make a couple of mistakes, then we see what Secret could do in regards to taking objectives. Like before I was mentioning that, you know, if Secret lose kind of the Roche fight, then all of a sudden you have difficulties dealing with the Sniper, but we see how they're itemizing, and we see how they're even taking team fights as well. Like Rezo, Nisha, and also Crystallis just instantly looking to jump his own position, and if Void Spirit doesn't have ultimate charges, they're running at Sebas as well. Like, I love this blink pickup from Crystallis. He's gone Ag Shard next as well. The read from them this game is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he's got that BKB going and you get the link onto the Sniper, what can he do? Like, there is no way for the Sniper to be able to get away from the Razor. He dived him inside of his base, and he was still very comfortable.
Sebas? both ultimate charges into the high ground. No one's
that's
going to
a
look to
great
move
two.
on over. With the tombstone dropped, it's going to be difficult for Secret to take the fight nearby.
Getting
The resolution,
shapeshift.
he'll use the shapeshift. Nisha's even considering about entering towards the backline though. Draken's onto Crystallis. Trying to force out an early use of the BKB. Towards the triangle they go though as Nisha's onto Slardin. As it back in and out, just a poke and prod with the summons is enough to get the kill. Zayat, however, he's separated from the team. And they should find any easier pickings onto the next assassin. So in the end, Tempest
Nisha,
will find
you
a 2 for 1.
You wouldn't,
Well, he
Nisha.
would. He would. He might go for Draken instead. They see the Weaver is isolated.
I love effective voice line usage.
Ooh.
oh.
He's gone for the TP. Oh no. Oh, division.
Hit it with a double. I was a little surprised with Slardin in that fight. Like, he is a great Earthshaker player, but he was pump faking on top of Nisha a couple of times there where he could have very easily gotten a bit of chain lockdown and at the very least forced out a little bit more mana so that Nisha wasn't able to make that re-engagement happen and get the additional kill. So, I mean, a big part of it is how Nisha's been playing. Like, when he zips in, he hasn't been greedy. He hasn't been going for the highest damage components. He's just been
Well,
zipping
Poppy?
back and forth.
Around the triangle slot and gets a really good two-man fissure that clips Nisha as well. They're putting a lot of their attention to try and bring down the Enchantress and it puts Sabas in a
Zayat.
compromised position. Zayat, you can always trust this man. Look what he's done for them so far throughout the series. He's been incredible again on the next assassin.
They're just letting the creeps deal with the tombstone as well. Denying a lot of this vision. Are they going to get 2 Observer Wards? I think they are. That sentry just on the north side is going to clip it too, so Zayat's going to claim another. Even just preemptively popping the Spike Carapace, realizing how important he is to the formation of Team Secret. If this man is not the MVP of this game, I don't know what I want to say. Like, supports rise up.
Right on.
They're a rarity in the C server, bro. Arteezy said it. It has to be true.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, we're seeing if you can get that good support. It's a diamond. They're hard to find sometimes. When you come across them though, that
When you
proves
come
that
across
he's
the perfect Wyvern player, it's just like, oh, where have you been all my life?
very hard to come by though. We don't see many perfect Wyvern players.
Yep. We're a rare breed, that's for sure. Well, nearly level 15 on Sabas, so that's going to give him a nice little bonus. The outer dissimilate ring, of course, it moved away from the Aghanim shard.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It really feels like it's just going to be maybe slow the pace down for the next couple minutes and Secret wait for this next Roshan. Still, high ground is something you need to respect on Tempest. Sniper's probably one of the best high ground defenders and the Earthshaker with the capability to jump in and counter initiate. So Secret might just look to play it safe and wait for that next Rosh spawn.
You can wait for Roshan, but the thing is, Nisha, he's level 18. He just picked up his BKB and he's got a haste rune bottled. And with, again, the lack of stuns that they've got on Tempest, it's very clear who his main priority is. Like, he wants to take out Slardin every single time if he can. And especially if he's making the smoke rotation through with Zayats, that's just going to provide them the lockdown that they need to make sure that there's none of that turnaround actually happening. Tempest are doing the right thing. They don't know exactly where where Nisha is. He is the one that they're most afraid of in this game right now. But they're playing together so that if someone does get jumped, at least you've got the boys there to help.
Guitar, I was going to say, showed for a second mid. They're going to look to jump Crystallis though. Zayat's in once again with the Spike. Carapace and have been able to catch out the Sniper. There's no hesitation from Nisha. Jumping Kataru. And meanwhile, Sabas has been caught out as well. Secret, once they sense an opportunity, they pounce. And Tempest have lost 3. And soon their objectives are going to fall as well.
Yeah, for sure. They had the right idea. I think they just committed way too heavily. As soon as you... Oh, gonna go for an even deeper dive here. Nisha, not even needing mana, he says. I can just right-click you down and, well, it'll be enough. Bit of an early usage on the glyph as well. I suppose the tower's about to die, so... Yeah, it just feels like there's nothing that they can do against this.
It's Megas again, I think.
Yeah.
They push so incredibly fast. Rezo's got the Gasil totem as well. Look at him just chuckling, smiling on forward. Gives a couple of laughs as well. I love Dota. A Secret Oh, the Mega Creeps. This should be them closing out this second game.
Zayats might get caught out early. Again, it's a... That feels like a little bit of a victory lap, you know? They were going for something just to be able to put the stamp
Rezo?
on a one game.
Poke and prod to force out. Tempest on the hunt. Gotta be cautious about how far they leave the base, though. The creeps are starting to enter, so you don't want to keep these tier 4s vulnerable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm still of the mindset of Tempest were in a really good shot of winning this game, if not for just a couple of super costly mistakes around that Roche pit at 23 to 25 minutes. Like, that is what lost them this game. Nothing beyond that. I mean, you can see that's basically exactly where the win probability just shoots up for Secret, because a big part of their lineup on the Radiant side is playing around that Roshan. They just gave it to him for free.
100% agreement. I think it was very similar to game 1 as well. Like the early game, the first 20 minutes was great. There was just a couple of mistakes, and you're at this caliber of Dota where you can't make those mistakes. Like an enemy team like Secret will punish you, and that's just something they're going to need to clean up a little bit.
So, no one's defending mid lane. It's a little bit of a worry. Means any kind of movement like this is pretty damn obvious, as well as when you're underneath an observer ward. But you kind of have to as well, because Roshan's potentially respawned. They're going to use the shrapnel to scout out the fact that it's not. But I mean, they've found something even better.
Yeah, they're onto the Void Spirit. Zayats has done it again. Started the fight with the fault from Nisha. The Void Spirit's gone. Cat U's next on the agenda. He'll drop the Tombstone, but it doesn't matter. Secret, they're way too far ahead for Tempest to be able to deal with it. Even Katara just has to BKB TP out, hoping he can escape. And Secret put all their attention onto other heroes.
They're picking him out. Zayats
Katara.
wants the stun. Ooh!
Oh no. That should be all she wrote. He doesn't have a buyback. The G's are dropped. And Secret, what a great way to be able to start out the last chance qualifiers. They were 2-0 Tempest. Early game, we saw some really good movements coming out from Tempest, but just Secret, the composure from them, and really important thing, being able to punish those mistakes, puts them in prime position to take this game.
That's the disappointing thing. The spark is there. You can see that Tempest have the tools to be able to really take some surprise games off people, but it's just a couple of mistakes that really shouldn't be happening at this level, unfortunately, being their undoing. And yeah, Secret, convincing way, a nice, maybe a breath of fresh air. It's probably not the way to put it, but just a sigh of relief. There we go. To be able to get a nice clean 2-0 to be able to start things off and cement themselves as one of the favorites for not only the upper bracket, but for the last chance qualifiers altogether.
Yeah, and you were mentioning as well with kind of the drafts, and in particular with Chrysalis' hero. Like, we just saw Comfort in both Game 1 and Game 2, giving him the Monkey King in Game 1. Game 2, he had some good showings on the Razor, like some good team fights, and there were some times where Tempest were able to catch him out. But it's nice that Secret are easing him into it, and some of the other members as well. I think this is really nice for Zayats to get off to such an incredible series on the Nyx Assassin. And this could also be potentially, I think Nyx is a very strong hero, but this could also just be the prep from Secret, knowing that Weaver is something they really prioritize, the Ember prioritize as well, which was a big reason why they first phased it in Game 1. So, potentially just the homework from Secret, or just that they feel like this hero is really strong. But at the end of the day, Zayats was a big reason of why they won both games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was saying before we saw any of the games start today that I would be banning out Zayats Tusk. It's been let through a couple of times. They haven't picked it. Time to ban out Zayats Nyx Assassin, I think, because the man is way too good. Or you need to go down the route that I was kind of hoping, in that you see a Nyx Assassin early on, you pivot to push. You do basically what Secret did to you, Enchantress style of heroes, like in Beastmaster. I think that's why you can't necessarily pick a position 3 first before you see Zayats' hero, because, again, that's what he's going to provide a lot of that early tempo. And if you just know that it's a Weaver, then you don't really care. You feel like, all right, we can get away with this Nyx Assassin and not lose all of our objectives. Yeah,
which is something that's going to be scary to play up against when Secret go for some of the lineups that they did. So an incredible showing for them, being able to come out in 2-0 fashion. And it was some shaky moments for them, but I think one thing I was impressed from was Secret with that. Whenever they had even just a minor opening, they had the recognition of when they were truly strong enough to be able to control the map. Like if we go back to game one, when they had like a 2,000 net worth lead, they just completely controlled all the bottom and propelled that net worth lead up to 6,000. It was very similar in this game as well. Like Secret have done a very good job in this first series to recognize when they have the lead, when they are strong, even just slightly stronger than the enemy team, they're going to play aggressive. That can be difficult sometimes. So I really like seeing that from Secret early on.
Yeah, I think for the teams coming up against Secret, they're for sure going to put a lot more respect, particularly onto Zayats. I think you can ban out a lot of Crystallis' heroes. He's got enough now. Like he is. This isn't the super early stage, and yeah, we go. We love to see it. It's not the super early stages where like he literally had a hero pool of 3 when he first came into the Secret roster, or at least stuff that he was really confident on. Nowadays, he can flex a lot more. He can make sure that he's able to carry. And I'm sure that's what Puppy's been drilling into him, that you can't make this super obvious for us. So I think if you're going to get this Nyx Assassin picked up, either go full in push like I was saying, or alternatively, go for a lineup that's able to kill a lot more reliably onto a single target, whether that be something like a Lion or a Dark Willow, or just something along those lines where you're able to get that pick off and prevent Zayats from having such a great game, because he really feels like the key playmaker. Most of the time it's the mid laner, but he is the playmaker for Team Secret.
Yeah, he was able to... He enabled Nisha in this game. The Nyx and the Storm Spirit have a very good combo where Nyx can kind of set up on the side lanes, give that vision, then Storm can jump in. We didn't really see that as much, but just the capability on how he was able to start those fights, and then Nisha could follow up. And at the stage when they were ahead, Nisha started getting all the power runes. And I know... We spoke a lot about Secret with how strong they're able to look in this series, but again, I do want to mention that Tempest for them, I hope they don't get too down in their confidence, because there was, in game 1 and game 2, there were stages in both those games where we were like, hang on a second, like this could be a very close game, and they were in the lead, but just a couple of costly mistakes at this level, you cannot make them. Secret and other teams are going to penalize you for that. So Tempest, it was a good showing, even though they do lose 2-0 to start out this series. I'm going to be excited to see how their run continues.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of close games, we got another one coming up very shortly. It's one that a lot of people have been looking forward to. T1 taking on Team Liquid. I think that is... Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of big names there. There's a lot of high expectations from both the European as well as Southeast Asian communities, and I'm keen to see how that one plays out.
I'm incredibly keen to see how that series is going to play out. Like you said, next up, T1 against Team Liquid. Guys, you don't want to go anywhere. We've got another hype series. We'll see you guys after the break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This will only hurt forever.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's turret has been
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We've got our second series almost underway here, Denog. Two fresh teams on stream. A is going to be Team Liquid taking on T1. We've already seen Team Liquid on another stream so far. They were battling up against Extreme Gaming, and they tied that 1-1. So for them, that's an incredibly big series because a lot of people are expecting Extreme Gaming to come out of the Last Chance Qualifiers. So I have to imagine that's a good result for them to start.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Extreme Gaming are the big favorites for a lot of these teams, even though, some teams might have a little something or two to say about that, but this is the matchup that I've been looking forward to all day. A lot of high expectations from people. You got the Europeans, and then you got the Southeast Asians, both cheering for different people.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of region rivalry coming out, like you said, and we get to take a look at the Liquid roster at the moment. No roster changes from them throughout the entirety of the DPC. Has been played with some inconsistency issues, however. Really a team that looks incredible online, but once it gets down to kind of where you get paid the big dollars, where the land comes into play, we've seen they've had some difficulties with being able to kind of compete at a high level. But we see the backing they've got from themselves. Jabs is there. You even got Jerry, the helping out
what
as well.
That
I'm sure
top
Blitz
knot,
is.
though? What's going on there, Jerax? Come on, man. The good thing that I'm here keen to see about these guys is that whenever I'm nervous, I lose my appetite altogether. And you could just see there, Boxy as well as Mickey, they're just having a little bit of a snack, making sure they were refueled and ready. So clearly, some of the nerves that maybe would have been a little bit more prevalent in previous tournaments, they don't seem to be here. And I'm sure that win in Game 2 against Extreme Gaming is a big part of that.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I didn't get to catch game one as well over there. Of course, we were casting, but that went 50 plus minutes. So obviously there was a lot of competitive back and forth with them, but their opposition is a team who is no joke. And of course, we had the opportunity to cast T1 through the Southeast Asian qualifiers as well. We saw how close they were able to come to making it through and potentially qualifying to the group stages. But they had, the roadblock was Polaris in that lower bracket finals, but with a new look at T1, what are we thinking, Denog, with these lads?
Oh, I mean, what can you say about them? You got a couple of two-time TI winners. You got Thompson. I have never seen the man look more serious. He's clearly ready to play. Whitemon, he played pretty solid, but Zephyr, he was the big standout for me during all of those regional qualifiers. He really came to play, especially after some of the performance that we saw from him at the Arlington Major, where he stood in for Talon, I believe, and he didn't look quite so solid. He looked like he was playing a much more slower style of hero. You can see there they've also brought on Kitrak recently, a good friend of Ana as one of the analysts as part of T1. So clearly they've got a lot of support there, and Kitrak, he's no stranger to the pro scene himself. He's going to be able to pull a lot of his experience as well from different perspectives, be able to even just give the insight of, well, this is how a lot of games on the NA server are played, or what the mentality is like for a lot of these players. So maybe they can look to exploit in that way.
Yeah, like you mentioned, with the experience that he has from North America, I think there was a Kookaburra's team he played on. He played on Forward Gaming as well, which had a pretty high placement at one of the majors, I believe. So yeah, there's a lot of experience to be able to help out, and we really see pretty much every team is picking up. The coaches, the analysts. We spoke about Tempest in the previous series as well, picking up some people to help on the back end. So we'll see what Kitrak is able to provide them, but Draft 1 is underway. We got Liquid on the Radiant side, T1 on the Dire side. Something to mention, Danog, that T1 through the regional qualifiers, they played a lot of games with first pick. They had a lot of priority because of this flex. We saw the Marcy Undying was pretty much something that they would always fifth pick. And this game, they don't have that. Team Liquid are going to be the ones with the first pick.
They also look to play the Morphling a lot, and I'm interested to see how T1 play overall, because this, for me, is the team that might bring a unique style. We've seen it done before with Ana playing the position 1 IO. We've seen it with Thompson with his unique style of heroes, with how he played the tiny mid in certain ways that a lot of other teams weren't at the time, even just, his mid gyrocopter, all these sorts of heroes. But for this tournament, for this event, I think T1, based off what they've been playing in pubs and the little bits and pieces that I've been hearing, I feel like they're going to go that mid carry route that we've been talking about in the previous series. You have a look at Ana's games on the Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He's basically playing purely offlane. So I think they're going to be picking a lot of these heroes like the Enigma, like the Undying, and like the Marcy. So they've all been banned out so far. But there are a lot of these heroes that are capable of being played in multiple different lanes. So I think we'll see maybe some Bounty Hunter, some Mirana, some heroes like that have a similar sort of flexibility. Primal Beast, Death Prophet, things like that just have the ability to move around, and basically they pick where the lane is going to be most suitable because they're just so comfortable with being able to play it in any role.
And this is interesting for T1. They ban out the Morphling in the first phase. We did just see Liquid play it in their Game 2 versus Extreme Gaming. It was Mickey that was playing the Morphling. So this could be just because Liquid have 8th pick. It could also be because Liquid have just shown they have the capability to play it at a very high level as well. And you mentioned just before that T1, they really like going for this first phase Morphling. So nice to see some respect coming out from T1 early.
Yeah, for sure. And as we see Blitz there doing the drafting, I mean, that's the role. I don't think there are many teams that have at least as publicly facing number of coaches and analysts as Liquid does. You've got Jarex there for a lot of the gameplay stuff, and then you've got Jabs with 2Bs as like the opposition analysis and helps a little bit with drafting, but the buck stops with Blitz. He is the one doing a lot of the drafting mentality for them. And we do end up seeing that Primal Beast. Again, could basically be played in every single role this game, so I like the fact that T1 have opened up with it.
And it's something that they only played once in the...
Oh, God, the Cuckoo Venomancer. It's happening. It's happening. People were memeing on it in in the chat for the longest time. Oh, I don't want to see a yawn. Thompson, wash your face. Come on. I want to see it happen because... I'm a believer in the 5 Venomancer, I gotta say. And I feel like if you're running this Shaker as a 4... it's something that can just completely bully you out of the laning stage. So I think it can work. I've had many a win streak with the Venomancer as the position 5. So I kind of want to see if they break it out. But please no Cuckoo Veno. It always seems to be in like these really high stakes games, and it never works.
So I guess the good thing about the Earthshaker is... Sorry, the Venomancer is how you play into the Earthshaker, though. Like, this is someone who very much relies on Blink Dagger. This could be an occasion where we see the Aghanim Shard as, like, the first item for him, because if you have the Plague Ward set up, or, if you land a random ultimate, or even just a Gale, if you're that close, then you stop the Earthshaker from being able to initiate, and it's very difficult for you to kind of have impact in the fight. So, at least in a... support to core matchup or something like that, you will be able to slow down the Earthshaker game and make it a little bit more difficult for how you're able to play.
Oh, I just don't like seeing it, man.
Especially... 100% agrees. I 100% agree. Let me get that out the way real quick. 100% in agreement with you.
Don't mind the Darkseer, though. We don't really see it all that often. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of these Dispel type of supports and other heroes banned out at this stage. I actually don't hate the Lone Druid either. It's just something that's able to pick up the pace quite heavily, and that's the way that you deal with LD super early on, right? Just a huge amount of burst damage. Shaker, Darkseer do not provide that at all. So really good ban coming through means that you're not quite as concerned about the Primal Beast with the Trample or the slows coming out from the Venomancer, and you've got a melee position 4 to play with. So I can see this working quite heavily.
I think an interesting thing is the fact that T1 through the qualifiers, they would often have either Ana's hero picked up in the first phase or Thompson's hero picked up first phase as well. I guess there is some flex with the Primal Beast, So we don't particularly know where that's going at the moment, but nothing is guaranteed, where it gives Liquid an opportunity to kind of get rid of some of the cores, and we already see that Druid banned out.
Well, that's because they were playing Undying and Marcy as position ones as well. Like, you can say you pick his hero early, but, if you're picking these super unorthodox styles, then, that's exactly what's going to happen. I love the Oracle ban, by the way. It's the thing that I was talking about previously, right? Against the Primal Beast, it just does so much work. It's an Insania comfort hero, and even just against the Venomancer. For the Dispel, it's really solid.
Do you feel like they're looking down like another route to have it Dispel and kind of slow the Primal Beast in the lane? Is there someone else that can maybe be like a step behind the Oracle that they might be considering on Liquid?
Nowhere near as strong. I mean, maybe like a Shadow Demon or something like that, but then I would be a little concerned that you have no one really that wants to go in first, and that's always a bit of a concern. Like, Shadow Demon at least has the Demonic Cleanse as well, if you get into the Aghanim Shard, to be able to combat the Venomancer a little bit, but I just feel like you'd be a bit too passive if you went down that route.
10 seconds remaining.
I do like that ban as well, though, from Liquid, though. Getting rid of the Topson Invoker. Something that it's scary if you leave that one into the pool, especially versus the Darkseer with your capability to purge off a lot of his arsenal and his toolkit. So T1, they're going to go down the route of the Disruptor, which is a very good matchup versus the Darkseer, a hero that, yes, you're very fast and being able to disengage with the Surge, but it's not that instant like blink into the tree line. So it is also a hero that gotten some buffs over time as well.
Yeah, but it means the Veno is going to be position 3. And we don't know what it's laning against yet either. Like, you could just pick something that's super comfortable against a Venomancer, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I did get buffs, and you like to play the Venomancer. What are your thoughts on those buffs? I think it was the latent toxicity got increased, but there was another relatively big one.
I think the latent toxicity is the big one, to be honest. Like, just the increased cast range of it. I think it went from, what was it, 800 range? Or, I don't know. Essentially, the cast range went from 800 to 600. There we go. 600 to 800. But if you're 800 range away still, I feel like you're dead. Venomancer doesn't want to be right in the center of a team fight. Maybe later on when you've got like a Blink Dagger or something along those lines, but not for when you really want to get use out of this latent toxicity. It's a very strong ability if you can get it off, but at this level of gameplay, you're not going to let him get it off without dying for it.
You take a look at the combo that Liquid already have at the moment, though. It's a lot of team fight. At T1, they have kind of in their own regards, I suppose, with the Veno ulti, the Disruptor as well, but Liquid definitely have this big advantage, and now even further with the Painkiller as well.
So much
T1
team
are
fight.
going to have a way to address the Pain God, the 18th pick. Is there something that's standing out to slow his game down?
I mean, Bloodseeker feels pretty solid to me. You can just play Bloodseeker 1. It's a fairly aggressive position 1. It's great against both the Darkseer and the Pango. Lane, all right, with the Disruptor. You can guarantee that people are going to get caught inside of the Bloodright with the Kinetic Field. You can glimpse them back into it. I just feel like it's a super solid pick. And just really early BKB buyer as well, which is going to be super effective against Shaker, Darkseer, Jakiro. Yeah, that's definitely the route I'd be looking to go down. But of course, it's T1. We never know what's actually going to happen. It's a Gyrocopter instead. Where are they running this? I mean, in recent times, we've actually seen it run as a 4, right? I think that's where they've been doing it the most, although obviously Topson Gyrocopter is still a thing. And I'm going to... Topson knows things that no one else does about Dota, so I'm just going to give him free reign to pick whatever the hell he wants because he always seems to perform. The man's win rate on TI is insane.
Yeah. So, like you said, they have the capability to give it to Topson if they want, or Ana is able to play it as well. They got some minor changes in 7.23c. Just the flak cannon, the cooldown was reduced to 18 seconds, and the mana was reduced as well. So some nice value of life changes, nothing too crazy. Well, in fact, both kind of these sides, Liquid or another team, Matumpame really likes playing the Gyre. They played it a couple times throughout the qualifiers, so interesting that we're getting it picked up here, but it does leave us with the last phase coming up shortly. Liquid yet to reveal their carry, so we're looking for the Matumpame hero.
I'm just trying to think as well for T1 what they want to play mid, even if the mid hasn't been picked yet. I mean, that's the thing with this Primal Beast, right? Like I was saying, they've flexed it into so many different roles in so many different games. Pretty much every single role they've picked it in. Same sort of thing with the Gyrocopter, honestly. We've seen Whitemon and Zephyr do it, taking a little bit of inspiration from some of their Southeast Asian compatriots in Army Geniuses, an Indonesian roster, kind of fitting. So, well, we'll see where this ends up going. Liquid seem to think that it's going to be this mid lane that's going to be, giving them a little bit more lockdown for these heroes like the Darkseer and the Pangolier, and I appreciate that.
I wonder for Liquid if they're going to look to go down kind of the Juggernaut, which is another very similar hero to the Lifestealer. Just having someone with a built-in BKB is going to be really nice against all the magic damage. I think you do want a melee hero as well with the Darkseer, just getting full usage out of the Iron Shell and the Surge, but they'll go down more of a harder carry route with the Terrorblade. He's able to match up pretty well versus the Gyrocopter, but it does leave some opportunities here for Thompson. Like, he likes his Zeus, and it could be something to consider here.
It's a possibility for sure. I mean, they have, outside of the Pangolier, no real ways to be able to get in onto the backline. I'm still questioning, like, where exactly is this Primal Beast going to go? Because there is a lot of magic damage, assuming it's a Primal Veno pair, against a Terrorblade who, very low HP, very high armor, but you really don't care at all with the Trample and the Venomous Gale. What else?
Yeah, that's just that's a question with a lot of tier 1's drafts, isn't it? You mentioned it before, like their first phase is often very flexible with the Undying and Marcy, this time Primal Beast, so just not sure if it's going to be Thompson playing it or if it's Zephyr playing it.
Can they Leshrac into this? I wouldn't hate a Lesh. It gives them a lot of tower damage that I feel they need. And I know late game against the Terrorblade, it's not good, but I feel like Venomancer's great early. Gyro is pretty good early. Primal Beast is incredibly good early. And Lesh just farms an insane amount that it's not going to be as big of an issue. Against a Legion Commander. Who's playing where? I have no idea.
I don't know.
All right,
so it's a Thompson Primal Beast.
Zephyr Venom.
Zephyr Venom. So looks like it's going to be the Cuckoo Legion Commander, which is something he is incredibly comfortable on as well. And I mean, it's a very good matchup versus someone like the Jakiro, who very much relies on the dual breath kind of harassment in the lane. And now you have this way to dispel it off, even against a Reflection is relatively nice as well. So it's going to be pretty interesting with the Legion Commander picked up. I think it is a hero that is being buffed over time and something that I think might be very situational in this TI in particular coming up. So I'm intrigued on how much we're going to see it.
You watched that Kezu video, didn't you? He loves Legion Commander, and I know you're a
like
Kezu sub, and he made a video recently where he was like, LC is busted, and he is why. And I kind of agree with him. I think he's got a lot of these incremental buffs. I think Bounty Hunter is in a similar sort of vein, where it wasn't really pickable. Then you just saw a few changes where you were like, oh, okay, that seems kind of good. Now, it actually feels incredibly strong. You just dominate most of the lanes that you're in. You get faster scaling with the dual damage talent at level 10. And even just the Aghanim Shard, I think, is very underpurchased for the amount of utility that it gives. The amount of movement speed that you're going to have against this, like, Darkseer, against a lot of the slows that they've got against a Pangolier. And you have 100% uptime if you've got the Aghanim Shard as well. So we'll see what avenue he looks to go down. This is the hero that I'm not as confident about, the Venomancer. Just being played as a position 4, it feels a little bit too slow and a little bit too passive. And when I've seen Zephyr look at his absolute best, it was either during a really slow meta where he could pick these things like a Treant Protector, or where he was playing incredibly fast during the early stages of the SEA TI qualifiers, where he was picking his Marcies, his Tusks, his Nyx Assassins, and he was just making play after play after play. Veno doesn't really do that. Much more immobile.
Well, diving, I guess, a little bit deeper into what we're expecting out of Zephyr, is this... Could he be going for like a pretty early Aghanim Shard with the position 4 Venomancer?
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, who's really buying a BKB early on, you know? Like, Terrorblade probably not going to get it incredibly early. Pango is going to have the Rolling Thunder, so the latent toxicity isn't amazing. But again, it's the issue of, you're a position 4, so you have even less farm than you would normally as a position 3, so you can't really look to put yourself out there into the middle of a team fight because you're just going to melt, and the cast range is still so small that you're going to get punished every time you're looking to use it. So I don't think this is a latent toxicity game until it's like super late, potentially, and you're able to play a lot more reliably around your other supports. But I just want to throw something back to what we saw in the previous series with Secret going up against Tempest. I mean, just remember the supports that Secret were playing. They were playing like the Enchantress and the Nyx Assassin, right? 2 heroes that are very capable of going out on their own. They're pretty tanky. They've got some saving mechanisms for themselves. Compare that to this game for T1. They're playing with a Disruptor and a Venomancer. Really good at, like, holding small areas, but you don't really venture out on the map with them. So I feel like it's going to be a lot harder for you to get that vision advantage to enable these super deep dives that are going to be going on early from Topson. Maybe you can get some Plague Wards up for scouting, but the vision that those grant isn't that high. So I feel like Team Liquid might have a slight edge when it comes to being able to get a little bit of that extra vision out on the map. Especially with TP pushing the lanes in too, right? With the illusions.
That's a really good point, because often like a disruptor wants to be the one making the aggressive movements. Like you need the vision and heroes in front to get that vision to glimpse back. And T1, they don't particularly have that. I guess Topson really is that only person who can look to get very active. So we'll see what the item build is going to be out of him. What are we expecting as well from the Primal Beast position 2? Is it anything different from other roles?
I think most of the time you get a pretty early Aghanim Scepter, but there's nothing really that you want to break this game. So it's like, maybe the Lucky Shot. I guess the Aftershock as well. But nah, it doesn't feel like it's that good of an Ags game, but maybe it's just so set into the mentality that you just get it anyway. Typically the progression is like Phase Boots, Wand, Ag Scepter, BKB, Kyron, Sanj.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, it does feel like, though, it's going to be a game where Liquid have a incredible amount of team fighting, and it's going to come down to T1 if they're going to be able to combat that. Like, do you feel like they have to go for like aura items to help out with 5v5s? Are we looking at early BKBs, or is this going to be a game where they're looking to avoid team fights and maybe look to have control early on to prevent Liquid from utilizing all these ultimates in conjunction together?
We all know how good Topson is at making havoc, right? And just a lot of chaos around the map. I think they're going to be using him as bait a lot of the time, because you've got a Legion commander to be able to back him up, right? So just throw Topson out into a lane. He's going to be relatively tanky. Get him to soak up a little bit of that damage. You get the purge off with the press the attack, allows him to pop the uproar, and then you get the supports coming in after that. I feel like he's got such a key role this game, because again, the supports don't want to be frontlining at all.
And it all starts on how the laning stage is going to be set up here for Topson, which against the Pango, I mean, Topson does have a big right-click advantage. Mickey will always be able to secure last hits with the shield crash, and also I guess the important thing is he can just get some distance away whenever Topson is trying to play aggressive with the trample.
I'm also fairly keen to see how Zephyr skills this game, because I feel like this is a game where these days, if you're playing a support Venomancer, oftentimes you get 2, maybe 3 points in the Venomous scale. I almost think it's worth getting 4 this game, with just how good that damage over time is going to be, and really looking to harass out people like the Terrorblade. Because, again, if you go into melee range, you're going to die, so Poison Sting isn't going to have a lot of value, and therefore Plague Ward as well kind of lessens in value, because a big part of what makes Plague Ward good is the damage over time that you're able to get stacking up.
Now, this is important early on for T1 in down this bottom lane. You know, Cuckoo's gone for the overwhelming odds
Top
at
side,
level 1.
White one's getting chased.
Foxy might be able to find a solo kill. Thunderstrike holding back the Earthshaker for the moment, so Whitemon will get back towards the tower, but a lot of resources going to be expended in that trade.
For sure. They're actually going to try and make a kill happen here. Nice block off there by Boxy, preventing the follow-up coming through from Whitemon. It means that they're not able to connect through onto that kill. He was still only level 1 on Whitemon, putting his body in the way to make sure that range creep doesn't go underneath the tower, and securing a lot of these early waves, rather, for Ana. Never mind, it gets denied in his face.
Something we haven't seen quite often is going to be the Darkseer here. I think Zai played it once throughout the regional qualifiers, but what are we expecting in regards to his itemization? Is it just going to be kind of the stock standard in regards to the auras? I know it is a little bit different now with the shard and the scepter.
I think so. I think you can look to try and... It's so hard to say, right? Because they've got incredibly strong team fight. And I was about to say I feel like they could potentially outlast T1 in a lot of these team fights, but that's really dependent on if Zeph is able to get off a good Poison Nova and a good Venomous Scale. If that doesn't happen, then by all means, go all these aura items and play for the long game. But unless, if he is able to, then you find yourself in a rough spot and maybe you were better served getting a Blink Dagger and, you know, utilizing your amazing team fight with a great Vac Wall.
I think something he could be considering is looking towards the pipe as top lane, actually. Zai, they're going to glimpse him back. It was a beautiful fissure from Box here, but that's instantly nullified thanks to Whitemon. For Arnis having his own little jewel off to the right side, so they won't be able to continue the right-click damage into Zai at the moment.
Whitemon's doing a really good job, though. He's, like, well ahead in net worth relative to Zai, and even just the second point in the Rocket Barrage.
They're going to get aggressive. Let's see if they can kill off Ana. 2 points here in the Iron Shell, but the Rocket Barrage as well, but the damage is starting to stack up. Who wins the man fight? And Whitemon comes out on top.
The true Chad.
Disruptor out of all heroes gets the double kill. I think he got first blood as well onto Boxy, so that's a lot of gold for the Disruptor. Where's he in the net worth? Let's take a look.
He's
not that high up.
Not that high.
Bottom lane, Zephyr, he's going to go down. Insania and Matumba Man, with the use of the second Metamorphosis, are able to find a big kill.
Yeah, they're going to try and get a little bit of harassing onto Cuckoo as well. I mean, this is what I'm not a big fan of with the Venomancer, particularly as a 4. Looks like he might be prepping to potentially TP mid, but he just goes back bot. I mean, you're not the greatest at making a rotation through the mid lane. You're very slow, he doesn't have boots, and he's nowhere close to being able to pick it up, so a lot of your moves are just going to be telegraphed. You don't show on the map for like 5 seconds, the enemy team's going to know exactly what you're doing.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, I was originally thinking like Zephyr might play a little bit more of a greedy game, because I feel like Cuckoo's going to have an okay time down bottom, because the Jakiro is not too much of an issue, because the press the attack, and Topson mid lane. That's a big solo kill for Topson to find. Diving Mickey under the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. So what were you thinking? Like Veno just set himself up in the jungle with some Plague Wards and, you know, occasionally come back to the lane to fix the equilibrium, get Cuckoo farming back closer to his tower?
Top lane, hold that thought, because Ana's going to step in onto Zai. They've got the glimpse, beautifully done from Whitemon, still holding the drag back, so Ana will make sure that Zai will not escape, as Tier 1 are doing an incredible job in the lane so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Zephyr, he's got the second point in the Venomous Scale, hasn't put the third point in just yet, even when he was level 2, he was kind of making his mind up, because again, might just use the Plague Ward to be able to scout out a lot of these movements coming through to place to assist with de-warding on the high ground. Might even be looking to make a move towards the jungle, maybe build up a stack, assist with helping out the bottom power rune, but Topson's going to need to deal with this lane a little bit more easily, because he's not going to be able to just leave the lane very reliably, because it's just going to push underneath the tower with that siege creep still there.
Top lane, Whitemon should end up going down unless Ana's going to have something else to say about it.
Oh, yes,
see how much of respect in the Gyrocopter's damage at the moment, and Whitemon will escape. Beautifully done from Ana. Meanwhile, mid lane though, Topson again with the dive, but Mickey just gets enough distance away with the swashbuckle. Topson was so close to getting a secondary kill onto the Pangolier.
Yeah. Insania made the move towards the lane as well. He denied the double damage rune that was available on the bottom side.
They're going to dive him under the tower. They've recognized that Ana doesn't have a support to play with him for the moment, so Zai, along with Boxy, are going to come out on top with the dive attempt. That's a big kill, because Ana was off to a pretty good start in the lane.
Incredibly important for Zai to get that kill as well. I mean, it brings him up to level 5, means he can push the lanes out a lot more easily, and you know, I said it before, Disruptor, Venomancer, not super capable of shoving out lanes. So when you've got these TB illusions plus the Ion Shell looking to make your life a little bit more difficult, it's quite rough.
Therefore, gonna be a bit cautious here. Topson flies on in, and Mickey's already used all of his abilities, so Topson will find an easy kill, and meanwhile, Whitemon, he's going to glimpse back the other. So now it's just Boxy left alone. Topson's already used all his abilities, so Boxy will be okay.
You do know now that Insania can't make any movements. Like, he revealed his TP, he's going to walk back towards the bottom side because he's basically out of mana.
Dude, what a hero. Boxy will stop him short. Thompson's still got a little bit of tramp.
Oh, not again.
Oh, no. Oh, the amount of times that people forget about the glimpse. Mickey sent packing and Thompson sends Boxy into the grave for another time. That's a third death on the Earthshaker, and Thompson, what a start he's off to. Top of the net worth and 3 kills on the Primal Beast.
I'd understand it, but it just happened. It just happened a few seconds ago.
Uh-oh. Cuckoo is going to find his first duel victory as well. Ice Pile will only delay the inevitable as Thompson is everywhere.
Yeah, this is the power of the Primal Beast. He's super comfortable playing it in that mid lane, but you can just flex it to other positions if you want. Thompson, I mean, he had to be the most in-demand free agent, and kind of surprising that a lot of more teams didn't look to kind of secure him up.
R2, he's going to step in. He's going to be cautious about the magic damage coming out from Ana. He's going to use the Sunder to turn it back around. Doesn't get a lot of bonus health back. The wall's going to be utilized. Ana's going to be cautious though, but with Cuckoo nearby, lands a big overwhelming odds, but it will not be enough to keep the Gyrocopter alive as now Mickey, he's shown up to the party with the Rolling Thunder. Bounce back, all they needed was the initial stun to bring down Cuckoo and Liquid. It's a big rotation for them out of top, but again, they need to know where Thompson is because he's from bottom to top. He goes on to Mickey. He'll be able to kill him off with the onslaught, but he's going to be cautious though. Matumba Man, he's out of Metamorphosis duration, so Thompson's actually going to push on forward. He's got the Pulverize in the arsenal. Whitemon nearby as well. They already know the Sunder was previously utilized, so Matumba Man, he's in trouble. A glimpse into Zephyr's damage.
Might need to deny him.
Can they keep the Terrorblade alive? They have the potential to deny him. Boxy will do just that. But it means that Thompson can easily dive under the tower. Unstoppable streak for the Primal Beast 9 minutes in.
He's just everywhere. And the thing is, this sort of playstyle is going to enable the supports that I mentioned before as being pretty terrible at getting a lot of these early wards up. Look at where the wards are. There's one behind the mid-tier 1 tower. There's one scouting out the Ancients. Like, Zephyr's been able to get way too much vision up for what this hero is capable of.
And you need vision when you're playing with a Disruptor. I mean, already 2 points in the glimpse from Whitemon. We see Thompson into Martu's triangle. He's got a little bit of extra stats coming out from the Falcon play. Great positioning from Boxy though, but the Fissure will stop the Pulverize. But T1 are not going to stop getting aggressive. Thompson, he's got some boys nearby to help take the tower. They've also got the Power Rune spawning shortly. The other side, Mickey, with the help of Zai, gets a pretty big kill to kind of slow down the momentum that's starting to be built.
It's a couple of kills that Cuckoo's died just from some mismanagement of his backpack. He had the chainmail in his backpack then. When he died to top previously, he had his boots, so he wasn't able to run away quite as effectively. He's got the phase boots completed now, but it's a missed opportunity as Thompson.
Dude, Thompson, that's a T2 tower! What's going on? Anyone nearby to stop the Pulverize? It's just classic Thompson Dota. I mean, that with the rest of Liquid, they're going to swarm towards his location. It's a big streak for them to find, but Thompson will not be denied. He will get out with his own life, and meanwhile, Ana steps into the middle with the cooldown. The damage should be enough to be able to secure the backline kills. He'll get the first, and meanwhile, Mickey goes down in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower, as T1 will make sure that Thompson will continue to be flawless in this game 1.
Pick up the pace. That is the name of the game for T1 Dota 2022. You remember back at TI10, T1 were by far the longest game time. They would always just try and drag it out super late because at the time they had Savage, they had Carl to be able to play around with. This is Thompson. Thompson doesn't care about any of that crap. He just wants to go in and be in your face at all stages of the game, and I love it. It's infectious for the rest of the team as well. You know, you would never have seen Zephyr and Whitemon playing this aggressively previously.
Should be able to get a duel victory mid lane. Whitemon can drag back Insane.
He'll die too quick.
Don't kill him before Cook. Oh, it's... And look at T1. They're going to make sure that Liquid get zero movements out of the map and zero room for them to be able to farm. Like, they need this Tier 1 tower to give enough space for Matumba Man, but T1, they don't want to allow that.
Alright, I was about to say, if you ever needed any indication about just how aggressively they were playing on T1, it was nearly 12 minutes and they had picked up 0 neutral items at that stage. Cuckoo only just got the first Possessed Mask right then.
See what the call's going to be for T1. Liquid are ready to take a team fight up top. They do have all their ultimates, and this is where they're going to be at their strongest. Looks like no fight will happen. T1, they're going to let this tower go for free, so this is important now that Marthu's going to get an extra wave, an extra couple of camps as well to be able to keep up in his farm.
I like this flex from Topson. It's nothing groundbreaking, but he's going into the BKB as a first item after the phase boots. Just because, it's not a great Aghanim Scepter game. So I feel like he'll probably look to get that into the Kyron Sange, and then who knows beyond then? Maybe then you're at the point where you might want something along the lines of a Shiva's Guard, for example, just for a little bit of that extra armor against the Terrorblade.
Well, they see Zai in the jungle. The use of the Observer Ward means that Zai, they're going to be able to sniff him out. Cuckoo should step in as well for the duel. There we go. This time they're going to be able to pick it up. Second duel victory from Cuckoo. You mentioned the wards prior. This time it was a defensive ward from T1 that was able to scout out Zai's positioning.
9-0-2 already on Topson. He is just bananas. 13 minutes in. He is... The map feels like
And look at them. They're just running straight to Martu. The ward on the high ground. Topson doesn't know how to stop, but Mickey gonna attempt the Rolling Thunder. The Fisher's gonna have an opportunity for him to bounce back. They got Martu nearby with the extra damage, and they're able to bring him down. A godlike streak given over to Mickey, but T1, can they find an avenue to re-enter the fight? Cuckoo won't be able to step in.
So I think... Obviously, they want to defend their Observer Ward, and they might look to stick around in this area, but as soon as Topson's alive, he's only 200-300 gold away from his BKB. So, oof, nice. But they'll know that they pop the Metamorphosis to be able to go for that kill. So it gives you basically a minute, maybe even a minute and a half, to be able to make plays where you know the Terrorblade's not going to be a factor. So I think we might see about a minute of downtime, and then it's just all systems go again for T1.
Bottom, the outpost. Mickey has got Zai nearby to play with. Gotta be cautious if they group up with the Static Storm potential, as Whitemon's just gonna lay that down onto Zai. And Topson will charge in as well. He can poke over the cliff. Mickey's not gonna expect it. It's Topson. Beautiful use out of the neutral item, but Mickey has got the swashbuckle back up. Just escapes with his life.
Oh, he's gone for the blind dive. Oh, clever. Even if he was there, might have been given a lot.
Look at under the T2 tower. Cuckoo. Oh, that enchant totem was perfect timing from Boxy. Just at the furthest reach to be able to hold back Cuckoo from getting the duel.
But Topson, he's got his BKB now. And wouldn't you know it, Pulverize back off cooldown. So I feel like this is the time where they're just going to look to go again. Let's have a look at the Metamorphosis, and yeah, a full minute away. So just shove the lanes in, then look to make another play. Let the creeps do the work. They're never
how do you
too far away.
No, they're not. Like, how do you recontrol your jungle here? Zephyr's got so many wards placed down, and you've also got the potential of Topson nearby. A vacuum trying to disrupt the initiation. Topson's going to turn it back around into the Pangolier. Not enough damage to bring down Mickey. Topson's going to be a little bit cautious, but the threat of the BKB means that Liquid, they can't heavily commit to deal with the Primal Beast. Mickey's still going to move on forward, but there will be no follow-up, as instead, Liquid, they'll turn to try and blow up Zephyr. They'll secure the kill, but the rest of T1, they've shown up as Cuckoo steps in with a duel.
Nice
An
deny.
easy kill for him to find, but in fact, Zai, he's able to secure the deny. So Cuckoo does get the duel victory still regardless, but at least they stop some gold being given over into the bank of the Legion Commander.
Yeah, Topson just with a little bit of a drive by that time to end up actually fully connecting. Brings him to level 12, so slightly less cooldown on the Pulverize like he needed it. But the big thing for Liquid is that they've gotten past that super scary point where you had a minute where Martu just couldn't join in onto that team fight. Now he can, once he gets a little bit more mana. So we'll see how they're looking to adapt to that sort of gameplay. They seem to know that he's just farming up here. I'm sure they're having a look at the duration on those conjure images just to see where exactly he could be positioned, and so that's why Topson moves to the other side of the map and looks to try and pick off someone like Zai, but they've got good vision up. They're not going to get caught out.
The vision they're playing with Cuckoo. Very close to Boxy. Fissure. No, he's able to slip on through from Cuckoo. They did get confirmation of Topson being up top, but is instantly going to look to rejoin the team. Teleport used to mid. It's a big lead that T1 have been able to accumulate 17 minutes in with a 5,000 advantage. But again, Liquid, one good fight from them with all their ultimates could bring them back into this game.
What's going to enable that? Let's see how close Zai is to his big item. Still 400 gold away from that Pipe of Insight, so he really wants to try and shove this top lane in another time. The thing is with Thompson, of course he went the phase boots. You need it whenever you're playing this kill aggressive primal beast, but there's no one, again, that's great at pushing out lanes, and I'm sure he would love to have the boots of travel at this stage, just to be able to help fix the lanes a little bit more, but you just can't. That's not what the draft is designed to do.
I kind of feel bad because we've not really spoken too much about Ana. Like, we've had so much going on. Thompson being godlike at one stage and trying to see an angle back in for Liquid. But for Ana, he's been free farming. Like, my guy's top of the net worth, 2, 3, and 6. BKB, working to the Maelstrom next item. Top lane, Whitemon. He glimpsed back Zai. Is in a whole world of pain here at the moment. Static Storm, awkward timing here from Whitemon. So Zai's going to be able to slip on out. And this is a lot of information now. Let's see what Liquid can do across the map. They're attempting to find a kill mid, but won't be able to do so. Still trying to get close to bring down Zai, but the Darkseer is a bit of an issue with that pipe. Meanwhile, back towards the mid lane. They're on to Zephyr and Ice Path, and the Rolling Thunder is going to be used as well. Zephyr will get the ultimate off, but it looks like there's no follow-up coming out from T1 to capitalize on the Poison Nova. Actually, Cuckoo trying to close the distance, but Ice Path from afar, thanks to Insania, will hold back the attempt.
He didn't use the mech or his stick there on Zephyr. I'm a little surprised, maybe just feeling like... I don't think there's an excuse, honestly. Maybe not the magic stick because he felt like he was dead regardless, but if Cuckoo's there ready to join in, I feel like prolonging your life for that extra little bit can do wonders.
Thompson just playing Martu down bottom, just pump faking the onslaught. Thinking about diving onto the tower and stops it just a couple of inches in front of him just for the extra damage on the creep wave.
I like how they're playing, though. They're completely split up the map on Liquid. I feel like they're resigned to the fact that, look, someone might die, and let's just bank on ourselves to outplay them so that it doesn't. But, you know, if we could just be farming multiple lanes while T1, with their relatively poor lane farming, it means that we're going to start to bring back this net worth lead, and they've already begun.
When are we expecting T1 to be able to consider about taking Roche? Because they haven't taken an objective for quite some time. Are there items we're waiting for, or maybe even levels that can potentially help out for them to take that real next big objective?
I wouldn't say necessarily levels. I mean, I'm sure they would love a Kyra and Sange. I'm sure they would love, as they just walk into the Roche pit, I'm sure they would love having something like even just the Maelstrom, because the damage isn't super high right now. Cuckoo's got 3 duel victories so far, so he's doing a decent amount, but this is going to get scouted out pretty easily.
This is really scary, taking a fight in a choke point like this.
Oh, yeah.
Liquid lineup, they thrive in a close proximity team fight. So T1, their execution has to be perfect for this next fight. This Rolling Thunder is going to be used, but the fissure a little bit awkward. Mickey can jump on over. They're going to try and blow up the Venomettes, but they don't want to commit too heavily with securing the kill, as Mickey's ultimate soon to expire, but he can use the Splash Pocket to get out. Zai's going to step in with the ultimate over the jump in as well, but the Static Storm's going to protect him. They'll turn it back around with the jewel, but the damage, it's not coming through fast enough, as Cuckoo, he'll end up going down, but the rest of T1, all they got was the Earthshake, and a lot was committed. A BKB from Tops, and he won't have it now to escape. But the rest of Liquid, they will not be able to catch up to the Primal Beast. So an incredible fight for Liquid to close out in this early game.
It was such a solid use of the Ice Path there from Insania. You wouldn't... You wouldn't think that he's silly if he just wanted to go forward, pop the Ice Path inside of the Roche pit, just to get that little bit of a vision, but he realizes how important he is to either A, get the stun onto Thompson when he's going for those super deep dives, or B, forcing an earlier BKB than he might like. And, you know, obviously he popped the BKB after he was stunned there, so it's honestly the best situation for Team Liquid. It just gave them so much freedom to be able to take that fight super reliably. And that's the downside of having this relatively poor attack damage lineup, right? You can't just walk into the Roche pit against exceptional teamfight, which Liquid have. And they didn't have the Blink Dagger yet on Boxy, so he was forced to use a pretty meh Echo Slam, but he's going to have it, basically, in about 10 seconds.
And their ultimates are back up in a bit. At least the wall, along with the the Macropie and the Rolling Thunder. So Liquid might still be able to contest Roche. The big thing is the Blink, like you mentioned, coming out shortly, but really the Metamorphosis for the Terrorblade. So we'll see if Liquid still feel like they're in a position to contest this if T1 instantly go in the pit now.
Nice little decision there by Zai, just to make sure he was TPing back in the smallest of nooks in the tree line up top. Some of the vision that's been placed down by T1 is pretty good behind towers, just to catch out any kind of TP rotations, of course. We've seen a couple of glimpses back to base so far. And, well, I'm sure they were hoping for another, but it's still going to be enough for them to secure this first Roshan for themselves. Getting pretty damn close to getting that full Kaya and Sanji. Actually will get it now on Topson, so just waiting for the courier to deliver it out. Pretty big item, level timing as well for the Primal Beast, level 15. Means that you get that basic Dispel, you're not so worried about the reflection, you're not so worried about a lot of the damage over time from the Jakiro either.
It looks like instead T1 have kind of going down bottom as a natural progression from Dire. They might consider about taking some of the other objectives. They're also going to take the Ancients away from Liquid. So T1 up top could be on the list, even considering about T2 mid lane as well. But you still got to respect Liquid and their potential to team fight. And once they're able to find some of these extra items, it's going to make it that much easier. Scans on the mark. They know exactly where they are. The smoke's gonna pop. Mickey, no hesitation. They're gonna be in with the combination, but where's the follow-up, the fissure? It's on to Arna, but Topson's just gonna look to enter the fight. He's trying to bring down the Tubber Man for the moment, but they need to be cautious about the damage coming up from the Metamorphosis, as Martu will kill the first life, and off to the right side, though, they've caught up the Topson, but he's gonna be able to escape. It's back all towards Arna. No one's nearby to keep the Gyrocopter alive as T1. They split up the fight, and it's not enough for them to be able to get back in and keep the Gyrocopter alive. So in the end, Liquid again take another good team fight.
Yeah, they've got good vision. It could have gone a lot worse for Liquid as well. They had a really nice initiation in onto Boxy, making sure they got that damage over time onto him, so his blink was a complete non-factor. And Topson even had the regen rune, so he was able to rejoin that fight if he was in a position to, but Arna's just not tanky enough yet.
It's going to take a while for him to build up that tankiness. You know, even though he has gone for the plus 200 health at the level 10, Scepter's going to help out a little bit. Even Satanic is the next item, but yeah, it really kind of comes down to Cuckoo's positioning to give him that extra buff up, and I suppose some of the supports, because Zephyr has gone for this defensive item in the mechanism as well.
Yep. You've gotten past the scariest point on Team Liquid, that the endless burst is going to come through. And there is another scary stage that's going to come. Of course, Primal Beast, he's going to keep scaling. He will go the Shivas, like I was thinking, so I'm liking that. Also reduces a little bit of the heal sustain that's going to be coming through from the mechanism. I'm sure TB is eventually going to look to go into some kind of lifesteal item. But you've also got to contend with, eventually, the items that Arna's got queued up, right? The full Aghanim Scepter and the Satanic, because all of this team fight isn't going to mean as much if you've just got that side gunner consistently attacking. You know, you're going to have a little bit more of that survivability. It might give you the time to get the press the attack off on the Legion Commander.
I mean, T1, what do they need to do different in some of the team fights? Because we have seen now Liquid, that's 2 fights in a row where they've just been able to edge out a trade. So what needs to occur differently from T1 to come out on top in this next team fight?
I think they just need to try and get on the supports if they can. You know, if they can get onto the Shaker or the Jakiro, it's going to be great for them. But again, the issue that I was talking about in the early game still exists. They don't have a way to just walk in onto the backlines. The supports just don't do that.
It's a really good observe board for Radiant to play with. It's giving them a lot of information. They see Arna, they see Zephyr's position as well. Oh, the Ice Blast off the mark.
Ooh,
he's going to try and chuck out the Poison Over, but I don't think it hit onto anyone. Nope. So, Liquid now, let's see what they want to do. Their lanes are not in the greatest position. They'll need to deal with mid, but they might consider about continuing to push this out and try and find the tier 1 tower.
What's TB got coming out? Might just be selling some stuff. Yep, drops the Wraith Band, drops the Quelling Blade. Looking to go to, I would assume, the Manta style coming out next for TB, just to have even more of that lane pushing style. Again, it's scary if it gets super late against this Gyrocopter with the Ag Satanic, but I mean, a TB is almost as scary.
Bottom lane, they are setting up on Arna. Let's see if he goes for this next creep wave. Oh, he's going to do it. Uh-oh. He's on the creep wave as well, so Boxy can jump with the Echo Slam if they need it. There we go. Ultimate out, but the chain control is perfect as Liquid. They bring down Ana, but they've got to be cautious, though. The retreat needs to come out fast, and Mikke, a great timing with the Aghanim shot. It's going to give him a little bit of invulnerability, but the rest of Tier 1, they've shown up as Cuckoo steps in with a jewel and finds some revenge.
Is under attack.
It's not really what they're playing for, though, right? All this time, you get a little bit of extra damage on Cuckoo, but, I mean, who's he realistically going to be able to pick off? Team Liquid, it's gotten to this stage where, you know, maybe they farm up a little bit more, but after that second Roshan, they're all going to be clumped together at all stages of the game. So there's no instant, like, Blink Echo Slam or Blink Black Hole that you've got on T1. So the single target pickoffs from Cuckoo aren't going to be that much. The kill on the gyrocopter feels like it's so much more important just because of what it means relative to your strength to the TB.
Yeah, and I'm concerned on how Ana's going to be able to shape up towards the later stages. The matchup versus the Terrorblade with Matu going for this next item, Skadi, of course, it has a lot of effectiveness versus the ranged heroes. 60 attack speed slow, 40% movement speed as well. More effectiveness against...
Even just a single right click on Thompson when he's trampling through, right? It's going to do so much for his team's survivability.
Like, I guess for Ana, you have the extra buff up at press the attack. Of course, he's going to utilize the bonus attack speed very much, and that could even just the Dispel give him an opportunity to turn it back around with Satanic. Again, we've mentioned that Zephyr's itemizing for utility as well, so both sides are going down that route, but I'm just concerned that this Skadi might give them a little bit of an edge in the fights coming up.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this is... The next 10, maybe even 15 might be a little bit too long, but 10 to 12 minutes, it's all Liquid. This is their time to be able to really cement their space in this game. They're doing it as well. I mean, all of these illusions up on the top side, they're claiming the top tier 2 tower, they're going to get the outpost, they've got vision control. Basically only of the jungle, though. I'm actually kind of surprised with how much vision they've been able to lay down on T1's side in, you know, pretty uncommon areas that are going to be not highest priority to D-Ward. But I'm sure that whoever's keeping track of the Roshan timer is spamming it out for T1 right now because they're saying, look, we don't really need to play top just yet. We don't have the ability to fight into them. We haven't quite reached our item timing. And Roshan's not up, so it's not the highest priority. Let's try and take something on the bottom side and force Liquid to come down here because that's not where they want to be. They want to be playing up top and keeping that jungle secured.
Tier 3 tower top's taking a little bit of a beating. It's a lot of damage, in fact, that they're dishing out here for Liquid, so see how the rat potential can come into play. And we've seen it in the early on in the day with Zai playing the Visage in game 1 versus Extreme. Trying to find a way to call themselves back in.
Ana's got his Ags now. Doesn't have the Satanic just yet. He's going more into the damage, maybe realizing that the Skadi's coming up next for Matu. So just looking to go down that avenue, and he's got the Paladin sword already, so he's got some lifesteal. There's that Shivas. So a lot of big teamfight items coming up very shortly. Really want to see Zephyr even just get the cloak for himself, just for a little bit of magic immunity, you know, to provide that extra half a second that he might need to be able to get off that big ultimate in the middle of a team fight. He's level 12 now, so the damage that it does is kind of insane.
Yeah, it feels like it's go time here for Tier 1. They picked up these items, and for Liquid, potentially still waiting for the Skadi. They're going to make an attempt onto Thompson, but Cuckoo, great position with the pressed attack. He's going to buy enough time for Thompson to get away with the BKB.
Flops away.
With the help of the Ogre Seal. Yeah, flops away. So a little bit invested from either side.
Some people might say Flopson. But I mean, yeah, a lot invested, right? No BKB. No Rolling Thunder is kind of significant, but you just saw how they played that fight. It's kind of what I was talking about at the very start of the draft, where they just had to lay Thompson out there as the bait, with Cuckoo right behind. As long as you're not in a stage to get like double stunned by the Earthshaker or double Echo Slammed, then you're almost always going to be able to save Thompson, because he can pop his Uproar, he can pop his BKB, he can use the Shivas, he can get away even more easily now with the Ogre Seal Totem. And look at how important they're prioritizing the Roche Pit. Boxy, I wouldn't be surprised if he just stays permanently in the pit. Cast a Curse, man, he instantly left.
It's a little bit of information though for Liquid. They see that Ana TP'd back, so they know exactly where the Gyrocopter is going to be for at least the next 30 seconds or so.
They should know they're smoked. He's trampling in the mid lane. The creep wave died with no one showing, so they might just look to position themselves at the very top. Yep, there we go. Plague Wood gets popped, so they know exact positioning coming through.
Hobson.
They're adjusting it.
There's a DD as well for Liquid to play with.
Zephyr, does he have... he doesn't have a sentry, actually. They're constantly seeing exactly where this movement's happening, and they're actually going to make a counter smoke happen.
See the Rolling Thunder. Mickey's going to be in with the double damage rune. That's a big kill, and they'll have plenty of damage to deal with Cuckoo. The Blast Rig's only going to delay it, and they're looking for more as well as Mickey is already towards the back lane. A beautiful use out of the Rolling Thunder means that T1 will not be able to escape as Martu just charges in forward. Look at the damage coming out from the Terrorblade. They've got no answers to him. Given the surge, given the DD, and Martu will clean up.
He will indeed, and they're even going to clean up Roshan. It's just spawned. Thompson's doing his best to try and grab something out of the map with the pushing through into the mid-tier 2 tower. They can pop the glyph to be able to slow this one down a little bit, and they do. Maybe looking to spook him a little bit so that he runs away, but they're still going to get the big prize that they were hoping for. A kill onto Ana, who was looking to scale relative to the TB, and that second Roche.
They're starting to TP him for Thompson. He can always just BKB TP out. Got the initial stun with the Fisher Fall. Echo Slam's available, but Boxy's chain control is not going to be fast enough. Thompson's going to be quick with the TP, but the BKB is going to expire. And the Ice Path is there from Insane. You're into the tree line. Mickey will give him the tip as well, as Thompson only his second death, 33 minutes in. But Liquid, they've got a big advantage now in this game 1.
They ended up giving the charge over to the Darkseer. I haven't seen it in a competitive game just yet, because it's not normal punch anymore. It's the little slipstream.
Yeah, interesting. Zai's make an attempt onto Cuckoo. Guesses the wrong way. Look at the slipstream. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. We'll see. Well, who else could have taken
Maybe
it?
Jakiro or TV.
Yeah,
but I feel like Insania is just playing so far on the backlines that he's not going to get into range to be able to use it effectively. He hasn't even put a single point into his talents for the attack range, for example.
See what they can get now for Liquid with this Aegis. Are we expecting it just to be all outer towers? Is there any potential for them to crack the high ground?
I think there's potential. I mean, you could just use your... You can use your illusions to do a lot of the work on Martu. They're very tanky. He's got the Daedalus, he's going into a Satanic now. I have Skadi, nearly, nearly level 20. And who really deals with the illusions super reliably outside of the Primal Beast? I mean, best case scenario for T1, you clear them, but Thompson probably needs to pop the BKB.
I think it's you need to be considering about getting rid of Zai as well throughout these fights. He's just doing way too much. Like look at his item build. How are you going to kill anyone if Zai can use Greaves, Rake Pact, Pipe? He's got to be the first one to go.
He does, but I mean, Pipe's passive magic resistance is 30%. That is a lot, man. So I still feel like you need to get in onto Boxy if possible, but his position's been super good. Not just defensively for himself, but to be able to assist his cause a couple of times.
Slips on by Thompson, almost clips Marty with the onslaught. It might have gotten a glimpse of Ana. Ooh, did Zai see him? Vacuum just off the mark. Ana will be okay.
And then ping him out. Most of the time, I see Primal Beast look to go into the extra Uproar armor per stack. And against the Terrorblade, it's completely alone.
Matu's completely disconnected from the team, but the instant use of the BKB along with the Sunder means that he's going to be okay for the moment. He's charging forward. Be cautious. The team's starting to connect. They can glimpse back with the ward on the higher ground. They've got the Static Storm laid down. Zai's nearby to try and buff up the Terrorblade as best as possible to keep him alive, but the Vacuum puts that from the higher ground, but it will not matter. He's able to reposition. A lot forced out early on, but Thompson's got no one behind him. And onslaught into the middle with the BKB, but as soon as the BKB expires, they will surround the Primal Beast and bring him down. As Mickey, he's not done just yet as well. But the Academ Shard stopping the glimpse. He'll get the kill, but Arna can turn it back around. Boxy nearby. The chain controller's got the Echo Slam if he wants to layer it down. But Martu again. The Sunder onto Arna. Now the Echo Slam for good measure. As T1 just get diced up as Liquid find all 5.
They do indeed, and they keep pushing forward. Still plenty of duration on that Metamorphosis and no buybacks on any of the cores. This might just be it. They might try and look to force into the tier 4 towers just to test some buybacks. See how things are going. They've been able to keep those range creeps alive as well, so at the very minimum, it should be 2 lanes of racks. It was a good attempt at the start. I mean, I really appreciate the fact that they looked to use Topson as bait once again, and they got the Metamorphosis and the BKB out of Team Liquid and Martu, but they just went back in. I feel like you're still not in a state where you can look to fight into a Metamorphosis TB.
I think a big reason why they were able to keep him alive was just Zai being the first one there.
Yeah.
With all his utility that he's itemized for. And look,
see you, White Man.
Oh no,
See
no,
you,
Zephyr! Topson is going to be able to charge in. Has to be very cautious.
So
Be right. So
the other thing I was saying before with the Primal Beasts, I see a lot of them go that +4 armor uproar per stack, and again, against the Terrorblade, very important, but it really feels like T1 recognize that they've got damage issues. You know, no one's dying instantly. Venomancer, slow ramp-up damage. Disruptor, slow ramp-up damage. Even the Primal Beast to a lesser extent, right? So you're gonna need to 100 to 0 burst someone before Zai's there to be able to assist, and even if Zai isn't there, you've got Boxy to be able to get a stun off, or you've got Insania with his Ice Pass. Like, it's actually insane how much save that they've got because of their great team fight draft that they went for on Team Liquid.
yeah, it just felt like we haven't seen Arna be able to really enter the fights and have that impact that they're requiring out of him. Like, you made all the space in the world early on from Topson and the rest of the crew, but Arna just at this stage of the game is second in net worth, but we just see the net worth isn't being able to convert into damage right now, so he needs a lot more time. And I don't know if they're going to be able to find it for him.
I mean, they're going for a smoke. It feels like a little bit of a desperate play. And yeah, Cuckoo's pinging out that mid lane. He's saying, well, someone needs to deal with this because our movement's going to become super obvious if we just walk on out here and there's a mid lane pushing into our base. But, well, Team Liquid doing exactly what they should be. They've got the strength, they've got the net worth advantage, they've got lanes passively pushing into T1's base, and they've got the better team fight. So just stick together. You don't need to extend your net worth lead anymore. Even just Boxy playing around his Observer Ward, finger, I'm sure, on the Blink Dagger key, just to make sure that he's able to get away and pop any kind of smokes that might be coming from the left-hand side.
I'm trying to see really what T1 are able to do through this next fight.
I mean,
we mentioned how...
I feel like Ana needs something like a Blink Dagger, to be honest, just to get onto the backlines and actually connect onto whatever Topson targets. It's not the most efficient thing, but, I mean, he's just doing nothing in these fights right now.
Yeah, it's a... We'll see what they can get out of with this smoke. They have a ward on the high ground, but...
Boxy picks up an invis as well. He'll probably pop this smoke.
Zephyr. Oh, smoke on smoke. Jump in, Zephyr. That's a good ultimate. Couple of clicks though, and Martu just blows up the Venomancer, and now Boxy with the fissure as well. Holds the Legion Commander into place, and Ana, he's on the other side. Let's see if he can get into the middle of the fight with the help of Topson. They're trying to battle over towards Matumba Man, but the Pulverize not making sure there's a Sunder opportunity, but they're too far ahead. The auras are too much for them to deal with as T1. They have to tap out at game one as Liquid will take it 41 minutes in.
Very, very nice by Liquid. It was pretty clear. They had a game plan from start to finish. I think they weren't expecting the laning stage to go quite as badly as it did, particularly in the mid lane. That net worth lead that T1 were able to establish, what was it, about 5, 6, 7k at the super early stage of the game. But they just had this period of about 5 minutes where nothing happened on T1, and I started to get a little bit worried for them, and with good reason. Liquid really showing why you got to go and continue these pickoffs if you're going to go this style of draft, because at the end, team fight's going to win you the game every single day.
What do we feel like it was a big issue here for T1? Is it just like you make a couple of mistakes versus this lineup that thrives on 5v5s and all of a sudden you're too far behind? Is there like itemization, just some things that didn't go their way? Like what do we need to look for them in game 2?
No, I don't think it's necessarily an itemization thing. I think Liquid, they just itemized correctly and they played correctly. They played around their vision. They made sure to prioritize the heavy things like the Roshan. And for me, it just felt like Ana was never able to do any damage to the supports. I'm actually going to have a check in the post-game how much damage Ana did to anyone that wasn't Matumba Man. He actually entered he did 612 damage to Insania. That is solid positioning coming through from a Jakiro, that he takes that little damage throughout the entire game. Second lowest was Boxy on his Earthshaker, right? So he was never able to basically do his job and follow up onto the aggressive initiations coming through from Thompson. So that was really why I was thinking maybe a Blink Dagger might have been the difference maker. I think it was probably a little bit too late once we got to that stage where they were already 2 racks down. But this team fight that we're looking at here, it just felt like they were desperate. They were running into a wall. They were running into a TB with the Metamorphosis pop. Sure, he didn't have the BKB, but it didn't really matter. He was far too much ahead already.
Yeah, for Liquid, this is a game where I felt like T1 they had the advantage for a decent chunk of it, very similar to I think our first series with Secret vs Tempest, where Tempest were very much in fighting shape, but then just a couple of the mid-game mistakes really cost them, and felt kind of similar here for T1, where they had a big advantage. You mentioned it was like 5,000, and some fights just doesn't go their way, and all of a sudden it's Liquid the one that's playing with the lead. So I think for game time, I'm just really intrigued to see how the first phase bans are going to shape up, because Thompson, they obviously, like, this Primal Beast was a big issue. Like, Thompson almost solo carried this game and had them in a position where Ana could be able to do things on the Gyrocopter where he can secure kind of the mid to late game and end it. So I'm intrigued on what Liquid want to do with the Primal Beast, because they are also a team that do not play this hero. So maybe they look to ban it, but that could leave something through. That could leave the Undying through. That could leave the Marcy through. That we've seen T1 through the qualifiers. They have a lot of priority on this hero, on those 2 heroes, because they can flex it.
It's just that Venomancer, man. I'm not feeling it. Zephyr ended up going into the Aghanim Shard as well, but again, when did he ever get a chance to do it? I'm pretty sure he didn't get a single usage out of it as well. The thing is, I feel like you can't pick up this Venomancer that early into the draft. There's just way too many opportunities to counter it, and I feel like Zai's build, again, it was slow ramp-up damage, and they had no burst. I think that's been the theme so far today. If you don't have burst potential, then you're not going to kill people, because healing is really strong this meta. Any kind of resistance is really strong this meta. So you'd need to find a way to counter that by just 100 to 0ing someone. Thompson was doing it early on when they just didn't have the tools to stop him, because Zai was still trying to farm, but beyond that, you just gave him a little bit of space. He was able to push out the lanes. With the Ion Shell, you had the TB with the Illusions also doing the same, and you just had to play a little bit too defensively on T1 and stop doing what got you to a really good stage at that time. Yep. So, yeah, I think not necessarily back to the drawing board, but something else that's able to just provide a little bit more team fight for T1, and I think this game could have been very different.
I think you just mentioning with the burst that we saw out of Thompson, I think like props have to be given to Liquid with how they itemize. Like, we spoke a lot about Zai in his item build, but I think one thing we have to look at as well is Matu went for a very, very early BKB in a game that was required for him not to get blown up, like the Sanjin Yasha as well. He just looked to tank up as early as possible. Falcon Blade Treads, I think, were there to provide a little extra stats, and even Insania going for this defensive items with the Glimmer Cape and the Force Staff. So just the read was from them was exactly like you were just saying. Like T1, they had to have some burst potential to blow these heroes up, and Liquid, they made sure to itemize to kind of prevent that.
Yep, even just the Yule Scepter on Boxy as well, right? Not only to prevent him from being chained down by Thompson, also if he doesn't have the BKB, you can just Yule's him during the Pulverize. Also means that you can get rid of that pesky damage over time that Zephyr was trying to get onto him so that he's not able to blink in. So solid performance from Liquid throughout, but it's not all lost for T1. We got a game number 2 coming up shortly. I'm going to throw us to a break because I just feel like doing it today. And we'll be back shortly with another game of T1 taking on Team Liquid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
We are back with the Last Chance Qualifiers Game 2 coming up shortly. T1 taking on Team Liquid. Denok, we saw T1, they had all the answers for the first 20 minutes. It was the Thompson show, but in the end, it was Liquid that were able to stand some of the momentum and come back with the strong team fight lineup that we saw out of them. And you were kind of mentioning when we were doing kind of the post-game that maybe T1 need to look to have a couple more team fighting heroes in their arsenal. Is this something that we really want to consider out of them, or continue to go down the route of just the tempo be up in your face?
Just give me a Lion, man. What was wrong with a Lion that game? I feel like it would have been really solid. Obviously, hindsight of when it would be picked, yada, yada, yada. But, against a Terrorblade, for example, you can use the Mana Drain. It gives you the burst that you need to be able to kill someone before a lot of these aura items start to become a factor. And to be honest, the Veno pick was just way off for me. It's way too early into the draft, and then you last picked a Legion Commander into a Terrorblade. And I was like, well, what does that do exactly? Not that much. But it seems like they're still in high spirits. Kitrek, big smile on his face. Thompson, he seems like he's still feeling it. Obviously, he had quite a good game. Ana, stoic as ever. So I think they're not all is lost. Liquid, for sure, are one of the better teams throughout this tournament.
Is that 2 mouse pads on Ana's desk? I thought he's got a gigantic one and then a smaller one.
Oh yeah, good question. Maybe it's to stop the keyboard from moving around. It's sticky,
Even looks like honestly looks like there's a third as well, potentially onto the right side of the keyboard. So everyone has their own individual unique.
Don't a couple of the OG boys just don't use a mouse pad at all? They just raw dog the mouse?
Yeah, they just... We're gonna go closer. Honestly, I think he has 3. There's the black one, then there's a smaller one on the right. Now we get to see his beautiful face. I think you're right as well. There are a couple of the OG boys that I think do, like you said, raw dog it.
I mean, I don't know of a better term to use for it, but yeah, it's interesting for sure. I mean, we saw during the True Sight that Miposhka basically sits sideways, maybe so that he doesn't have to look at Toronto Tokyo's screen. Maybe it's just comfort, but everyone has their unique little things. Some people like Arteezy plays with his feet up on the chair sometimes, kind of like, for all my weebs out there, weebs rise up, like L from Death Note. Calm down, bro. You've never seen an anime in your life. He's a poser.
What do you mean, dude? Mm-hmm. I'm a wee bit hot. I mean, you see sometimes how 33 sits. What I think it was the Riyadh tournament where there was a lot of close-ups of his 33's sitting position. So yeah, everyone has their own uniqueness on how they get comfortable.
Can't people just sit? It's what's wrong with a nice sit these days?
Well, I mean, everyone's kind of how their body is set up, I suppose. Some joints are a little bit longer than others. Some places are a little bit more comfortable. I don't know.
Enough talk about our bodies for now. We got a draft going. And taking away some of the team fight is T1. Obviously, the Pangolier, it's flexible. In Team Liquid, they've put it on to 3 different positions over the years. So just wanting to take away that little aspect for them. They've also got T1 this time around who have that first pick. So they want to make sure that they've got the option to be able to make that game-breaking style. They really feel like they're so much stronger when they've got this last pick of the first stage that's uncounterable, that you're able to immediately get a few bans in afterwards. But again, I guess the laning stage did go quite well for them, right, in game number 1. Maybe that was on the back of having second pick and being able to counter things. Not sure. But you do give up a little bit of that early game momentum in two lanes for like an overwhelmingly positive impact in the other one.
All right, let's see what the call is going to be here for T1. Primal Beast is still left open for them. Undying is left open for them as well if they want to go down that route. So still have a lot of potentials for them with this fifth pick.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
that's what it is. Whitemon, he just seems so, for lack of a better word, naked without some sort of food, you know? He needs to be snacking.
Yeah.
We saw Boxy doing it earlier, but give the man a banana. Give the man some chips or something to eat. They do end up going the Undying, of course, for those that weren't watching or didn't see the highlights of T1 during the SEA qualifiers. This was played by Ana most of the time. Cuckoo also played it, but of course Whitemon has the capability of doing it, so they keep the flex available for themselves, and I think it's pretty much the perfect first pick, although Team Liquid love to play the Snapfire. Damn, I was a couple of seconds too late. And it's something that Mickey does from the mid lane. It's something that you're able to put just onto even an off lane. We've seen Zai do it occasionally, Boxy can do it, so I like this as well. Good response that doesn't give away too much of your draft. And Edward
And the Enigma slips on through.
Yeah.
Say that. Did you say Edward?
Edward Nigma.
Edward Nigma. Okay. the Edward Nigma is picked up. I think for T1, what we're looking for is you're probably not going to see Ana's here because you want to continue with the flex out of the Undying. So is Thompson's hero more than likely you're expecting to be picked up?
I would say most likely, unless they want to go down like. Well,
Interesting.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what it is. I mean, this is a pretty decent Enigma lane counter, right? If you're playing it as a position 1,
Yeah.
you can just use the flat cannon to be able to deal with those Eidolons. So I like it. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, and that's the big thing you mentioned, just with how you're able to address the Enigma.
Undying doesn't do anything against it. That's the downside.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a very strong lane with the double range versus the Undying, so it'll be interesting. Maybe they try and keep the flex with potentially Cuckoo playing it in the off lane, but honestly, this Undying is a very strong hero, but I think in particular for T1, like the big thing why they like this hero is because the flex, and because Ana has played it twice in the qualifiers and he won both those games as well, so now you're already getting rid of the flexibility, so it is definitely going to reduce some of the prowess of this hero in particular in this game.
So what do I want to see them pick up now on T1 to be able to combat this? I really wouldn't hate to see something like a Clockwork come out. Just, again, something that's able to go in a little bit more so that all of the focus isn't onto, like, one hero like Thompson had last game. And it's a BKB piercing disable for the Black Hole, and it's able to interrupt the Mortimer's kisses. So I really wouldn't hate to see that.
Yeah, I think your other traditional counters could be something like the Rubik, matches up very well versus Enigma Snapfire, but are you wanting to see Zephyr more on like an active kind of hero instead of something like the Rubik, even though it does look like a pretty good Rubik game, but maybe like are you wanting a different playstyle out of him?
It's solid enough. The one thing that I am very mindful of is that if they go down any of those routes, Clockwork, Rubik, even a Nyx Assassin potentially, is
5 seconds
you have the potential for them to just double down on this Enigma draft and then go full on push. And then you're going to have a really rough time. Potentially. Because if you're pushing into a Gyrocopter and an Undying, they have very good ways to be able to set up to have a really good fight, right? Tombstone drops, flak cannon, they're running into you, they're taking a ton of damage. All you really need is some kind of hero that enables the team fight even further, like a Puck or a Mars or something along those lines. So we'll see what avenue T1 look to go down. As T1, they actually get rid of the silence. Team Liquid get rid of the silencer. Haven't seen it in a pro game yet since the buff. I mean, it's a nice little buff up, giving the instant damage through with your Q.
I mean, the hero is pretty much was unpickable before the patch, and maybe now you could see it occasionally against the Enigma. This is looking like this could be a
secret drop.
position 5 Centaur. So, I mean, it's very good versus the Undying. Very, very good. Jari doesn't have any control as well, so this gives you a lot of capability to be able to reset team fights now and take it on your own accord.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not necessarily for the lane, but it's good for the game, right? And I still feel like this Snapfire, it can go I don't want to say anywhere, but it can go into many different positions. So probably not going to be a Centaur off lane, more likely to be the Enigma playing in that role. But yeah, Centaur 5, certainly a possibility. Would that mean that you switch the Undying to be off lane, though?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. Now, I think it gives you a possibility to do that. I was looking back at some of Puppy's Centaur games, and he did play one Centaur game versus the Undying, and he was laning against it as well, and it actually didn't look too bad. He was still able to have a decent job as playing the position 5 Centaur and helping out. So I do think it's a good matchup versus the Undying, but from what I saw, like the Centaur can still kind of play his own role required out of him.
Interesting pick, I'm going to say that, for the Enchantress. I mean, it's something that Whitemon is exceptional at, so I like that aspect to it. Zephyr's a pretty good Enchantress, but not quite on Whitemon's level, in my opinion. But if you're going to pair something together with an Undying, an Enchantress goes a long way to just decimating a lane. So even something like a Centaur isn't going to be amazing against it. Like, Centaur's an alright laner, and it really puts a lot of pressure onto Team Liquid to perhaps pick something that's a little bit more capable of going back into the jungle and farming. Like, I really wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Naga Siren come out, and there's the Clockwork I was expecting. Cool. I still want the core Clockwork, man. I want to see the Ags. I need to see it come out.
That's true. I mean, that was something you were mentioning a lot through the qualifiers of Arna is something under his belt is this Clockwork one. Of course, we're not going to see it with the Gyrocopter. I think
never say never with T1, all right?
Never say never. That's a good point. Never say never. Yeah. So what's the call for Liquid? You're going to need some way to be able to get out of the cogs. Something in the potential, and they're going to go down the Lifestealer route. It's a very good Lifestealer game.
Yep.
Very good Lifestealer game. You deal with the Enchantress incredibly well when the Untouchable is not an issue. Your matchup versus the Gyrocopter is really solid as well. A lot of magic damage from the Gyro until you're able to find items, so the Rage is something that can really mitigate his damage early on, and Martu is very, very comfortable in this hero.
I'm still wondering, like, how these lanes are actually going to go. Like, is this an Undying 5, Gyro 1, Enchantress 3, Clockwork 4? I don't know, man. It's puzzling to see how exactly they're going to set this up. Is it still just going to be an Undying 3? And then if you're into 2 strength heroes, you're very happy. It's, I mean, highly likely that it's going to be 2 strength heroes regardless, unless they run the Enigma position 5. I think Whitemon recently ran it as a 5, and then he just didn't black hole the entire game. So maybe Liquid are going to be thinking on a similar wavelength.
Yeah, but they have no... Oh, sorry, they do. Apologies, my bad. I was going to say they got no counters, but the Clockwork... I think they're going to run Gyro Clock Lane and Undying Enchantress, but there's a lot of flexibility for T1. We are looking towards the Thompson hero. You're going to need... I think some way to deal with the Lifestealer, because at the moment, again, he's pretty... it's a pretty free Lifestealer game. It's not going to be easy for them to pick up a hero, though, in the mid lane that can look to address the Lifestealer.
And Morphling's already banned out as well, one of the best counters to it. Of course, Thompson's super comfortable on that one as well. Can't really get away with PA in the mid lane, I don't think, unless they ran a mid-gyro and he played a PA, but then I think you just switch up the Enigma again and actually lane it as a position 3. Both Ana and Thompson have been playing a bit of the Troll Warlord recently. They've been playing a little bit of the Marana in different roles.
Interesting.
What else could we look to see?
They have some issues with keeping heroes inside a location, because for T1, like, ideally for them, it's you take a fight where you have firm control of a high ground with like Tombstone, and the Clockwork's able to block off pretty much the only avenue out. But besides that, their team fight is a little bit lacking unless they get the perfect opportunity. So I don't know if there's a hero that could be picked up for Thompson to kind of enable them and stop Liquid from retreating. I mean, Puck would have definitely helped out in that regard.
It would have, but I feel like that still would have meant that they're lacking in damage, to be honest. Like, the Puck isn't the highest damage hero as a mid laner, especially early on. Sure, it enables the Gyrocopter, but that's not really Ana's style. Ana prefers to go back into the jungle, farm up a lot. He's still one of the best farmers out there. But where we've seen a few weaknesses from him are when he actually is forced to join that. In that last team fight that we saw there in the previous game, when he got semi-blocked off by the Fisher, he was just running around for a good 3 seconds, not doing too much of anything. And here we go. Okay, so I think they absolutely want to lane this into the Lifestealer, and it could be Cuckoo, it could be Ana. They're just going to shift this around. Whoever's more comfortable playing it, because this is like the exact lineup that you want against a Lifestealer. Lifestealer just wants to stay in the lane for as long as possible, and that's exactly what Bounty Hunter wants to do. And with the additional damage that you got, with the insanely high armor that you've got, it just means that you're able to trade and yoink a lot of his gold so easily. So this is probably, what, a mid-gyro then? And it's going to be the Topson style that I was mentioning before, where they play like 2 offlaners in the Bounty and the Undying, and then they play a gyrocopter mid.
Choose your hero.
That's what I think. I might be wrong. Topson Enchantress, okay.
Holy.
Oh, boy. All right, so Cuckoo Bounty Hunter. Again, I think this Bounty Hunter could work in a big way.
Yes. Yes. I'm 100% in agreement with the point you mentioned. Like, this is a hero that wants to lane into the opposition that just stays in the lane. And Lifestealer is that. Like, he's probably the best hero that is self-sufficient and plays the lane, defends the tower, and the Bounty Hunter plays perfectly into that. Another thing to look at as well, it is going to be Zai playing the Centaur and Insania on the Enigma. So Enigma is going to dodge the Gyrocopter, but it puts Centaur into the Undying lane. So it should be a pretty good lane for T1. Yes, 2 strength as well, Centaur and Snapfire. So we had a very interesting Game 1 draft, and now we have a very interesting Game 2 draft as well.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it.
Yeah.
I mean, with it being played as a position 5 as well, this Enigma, I was a little concerned for T1 in that their ability to deal with split push is basically non-existent. Like, it's only the Gyrocopter, essentially. Clockwork, not the greatest. Enchantress, not the greatest. Undying, not at all. And Bounty Hunter, basically not at all. So how are they going to be able to combat this if they try and go down that route, if they try and have Insania play a little bit greedier? I also feel like, unless the lane goes exceptionally well, which it's not going to quite as much anymore because you've got the Enigma dragging the wave back further towards the towards Matumba Man and the safety underneath his tower, then you're just not going to have that ability to do, again, the damage needed. I still feel like they've got a damage issue on T1.
I think the big advantage that T1 are going to look to play with is just the fact that you are going to have this overwhelming amount of gold early, and they're going to continue just running it liquid. You have the track, like we mentioned, Cuckoo should have a very good lane, and Topson, I think he will be killable in the Enchantress. Like, you can use Mortimer Kisses into the Storm Spirit Burst, and all they need is a little bit of control, and that's where Zai comes into play. So I think Topson is very killable this game, as we already see T1. An aggressive movement inside the triangle, and Zai, he's in trouble. Insania is nearby. There's not really much that Liquid can do. They're just hoping that Zai can get towards the tower, but T1 will make sure that is not an option as they find a big kill in their first blood, given over to Ana.
They got to keep things like that going, though. They got to win the lane. I mean, Enchantress wins most lanes, right? So it should go all right in this mid lane. You're also not really a hero that gives Storm Spirit any way to get mana back from something like a magic stick or anything like that. You're just right-clicking him down. You've got superior range. You could just harass him from afar, and then you just see he's going the Falcon Blade as well. So he just wants to stay out on the map as much as possible, not have to go back, not go into a bottle. It's just all about the damage and lane domination for this Enchantress, and they're banking on Cuckoo to have a similar sort of result out of this top lane. Is that a miss?
So do we feel like
He just popped the battery assault, so...
He was getting aggressive on the Enigma, but it was a bit close to the tower, I think, just looking to be an issue. Just
a tier 2 tower at 0 minutes.
Yeah, it's just a mind game. He's looking to put some pressure on him. Maybe stop him from running up, so Sani has to TP. So for T1, because the way I'm looking at it is that this is a lineup that's going to be high tempo and just run over the game. Do Liquid have the capability to combat that?
For sure. I mean, I feel like if you are funneling... It depends how you're baiting and how you're causing T1 to move. I feel like as long as you're coordinated and say, like, kite him into this choke point, then you're going to have the Mortimer's Kisses, then you're going to have the Black Hole, then you're going to have the Stampede to enable these sort of more successful team fights to happen, specifically in the early game. Late game, it's all Liquid. It's just, again, about surviving that first 20, 25 minutes or so.
Thing is just how can they get out of the lanes, because that's the big advantage that T1 have at the moment. See, whenever Zephyr's able to close the distance onto Insania with the boots and the battery assault, and then Igna's going to take a lot of damage. And onto the tower. Let's see if they're going to continue on. Ana. He's got that level 2. Same with Whitemon. Just goes for a point in the tombstone instead. But Liquid for them, they at least have been able to set up a double wave here, so it's going to drag shortly under the tower, but they won't be able to freely farm here. Whitemon and Ana are going to continue to put the pressure on. They might even drop Tombstone for it, and yeah, that's going to be the case. But Boxy, beautifully done. The level up of the little Shredder means that T1 will not be able to find any kills unless Zai falling low.
Great play by Boxy there, just not putting a single point into the skill. Just wanting to make sure that he's got plenty of potential to be able to turn around. And yeah, that super early aggression, I believe he's still got 2 mangoes left on Whitemon, but he's going to need to bring out a couple more. It's not as bad as the Crystal Maiden lane that you know I hate, where if you just don't win the lane, it feels like you do nothing all game. At least Whitemon has some versatility, some flexibility to do different roles, to go out a little bit more greedily and get some wards down on this Undying, but it still feels very rough if you're not getting at least 1 kill in the first 5 or so minutes.
Yep.
Especially into a
Done a good job, though. Yeah, like Ana is going to be able to find his farm, without a doubt, but it's just a question of like how much Zai can get out of it as well, because he's pretty much only going to be soaking up experience down bottom, I believe. So take a look at how some of the other lanes are shaping up for the moment. I mean, this mid lane, I'm very intrigued about the Thompson going on the Enchantress versus Mickey. Seems like he's having a pretty good time at the moment. Do we feel like the supports need to be involved in this lane in particular to try and help out with some of the runes?
I feel like Thompson doesn't really
win the Manfire?
I don't know if you are. Not with the 2 points into the Nature's Attendance there. I just want to see what timing...
That's a long attack range, man!
Yeah.
Mickey! Oh! Oh my lord.
Turned back around.
Walked back in. Yeah, that was... Oh, he's going to have to make the trek all the way back to base, though, so this is a full creep wave that he's going to miss.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's to be expected whenever you're going up against an Enchantress, right? And he's also got the Magic Stick and a Clarity coming out to him, so just wants to always be able to pump in a lot of that harass in onto the Storm Spirit. I really don't feel like too much is going to change in terms of the power runes if you made a rotation away. Both lanes on the side are quite strong at being, like, Cuckoo wants this 1v1 matchup against Martu, and you're up against an Undying Gyro, 2 pretty strong laners, so I don't think you've got the freedom on Liquid to make too many moves.
Lane? Whitemon? No, he's okay. Zai doesn't have the hoof stomp to look to put the pressure on, so I think for bottom it's going to be opened up for Liquid with the first rotation out of Mickey. They're probably going to look to try and bring down this bottom lane to look to enable the Centaur, even put some pressure onto the tower. I don't think we'll get a rotation for him all the way to top.
Not quite.
I just see Zai falling pretty low. Ana might be able to secure the kill. Zai is going to be able to utilize the creep wave to tank up some of the rocket barrage damage.
Boxy's doing a pretty good job of putting his body in the line. Well, when I say that, the cast occurs. Well, has to be a little bit careful too, although he's trying to get some of these right clicks in through the flat cannon onto the creep wave. They're just out of range though. Does Zai, he's still 25 gold away from being able to pick up that Ring of Health and have a bit of an easier time. Have a look over at the net worth and what it actually has resulted in for both this Centaur and the Enchantress. They've just gone all in onto this laning stage on T1. And again, this was always what their draft was going to do. So it's just about what can you salvage out of these lanes now for Team Liquid.
This is kind of the thing with the...
I mean, Mickey's juggling.
Mid lane. Yeah, that's what I was just going to bring up. Like the mid lane doesn't really have this capability to be able to catch back up without the small camp. Like that was a big reason. If you have a rough lane, you can always fall back onto the small camp. Like Storm is still one of the fewer heroes that are able to rotate early, but it's not going to be that easy to keep up. So this is well and truly a one lane for Thompson, and we'll see what he's going to look to do with the catapult. Like if how much damage he looks to put onto the tower, if he's just going to hold the equilibrium here to really stop Mickey from even coming back and soaking up maybe a wave.
Really like this move from Zephyr as well. He's just trying to disrupt as much of Mickey's farm as possible.
Boxy... Whitemon was going to pop a main, go into the decay. But Boxy will be alright.
So yeah, Zephyr's just roaming around trying to find Mickey, trying to stop him from getting, even just leeching the experience is probably a big win, because you've gotten to the stage with Cuckoo, he's got 3 points in the Janata, and he's got a Vanguard. That's all you need against a Lifestealer. It's very hard for him to kill you. This is the ideal situation that you're wanting on Cuckoo. You're just
bottom lane, Zai should end up going down. Buster's going to be able to connect. They got the decay. Whitemon can take up the tower as well. They're even going to use the tombstone as well. Gonna help out with the dive attempt, and finally they bring down Zai. Second death. Keep in mind, he was the person that gave over first blood underneath the tier 2 tower.
Even trying to put a little bit of pressure in onto this mid lane. Thompson, no points in the enchant just yet, so isn't able to get a creep to be able to tank up some of these tower hits. He'll just do it with his own body instead to try and protect this siege creep for as long as possible, and he's doing a pretty good job at that. Never mind, Insania just converting the siege creep instead, but well, no mana means that he can look to start getting chased down here by Zephyr and get the line right. Looks like he can.
Thompson's going to make sure he'll right-click towards the later stages to secure the kill, and something you need out of the Enchantress to help with his scaling potential. And I think this was already his upgraded boots completed. Yep, Tread's coming out in the corridor. Bottom lane. Zion Boxy, they're going to get aggressive. They get a kill onto Ana. Whitemon might be able to turn it back around, but there's the rotation out of Mickey down to bottom like we were talking about. And that is big. All really set up because Boxy was able to get that solo experience for the Undying, going for the deny towards the tier 2 tower. So he had the upgraded level in the Scatter Blast up to 2. It was enough burst to secure the kill into the Gyrocopter. Then Mickey could move down bottom.
Yeah, it's the absolute correct move, because you're just not killing Cuckoo without Snapfire at least being level 6. You're going to need the Mortimer's Kisses with the Vanguard, with the 11 armor that a level 6 bounty hunter has. It's just way too much, so he's just going to abandon the lane. I really feel like Cuckoo needs to just continue standing right on top of Martu. Your farm isn't important, it's just denying Martu's.
Gummy! Gummy!
Look at that little oinker.
Oh, Cuckoo. Look at that, only misses one creep under the tower. Nothing crazy. TP back. At all the farm he would ever want.
He just needs his level 7, then he can go back to bullying Martu. 3-second cooldown. Very balanced.
He's going to go Scepter next. Phase boots into the Scepter.
Yep.
So, see how fast he's able to complete that.
Mid
Bottom
tower's
lane.
probably going down too.
Onto Ana. It's another big kill if they're able to bring him down, but Ana's got an opportunity to use the core down now with a wraparound from Zephyr.
No, Ana's caught
The
in.
Cogs is out preventing the stampede, but Ana, he's stuck inside the Cogs and are Liquid. Let's see if they can continue in this skirmish, and Martu's going to pop out, trying to close the distance onto Zephyr. They're not going to be able to get the distance, so they'll go for Whitemon instead. 1,300 health that they have to go through onto the Undying, and now with Thompson's rotation as well as Liquid, they're just going to look to avoid the Enchantress, going towards the backline. It's now Mickey with the magic damage. They'll go back to the Enchantress, but yeah, good luck killing Thompson. This guy is not going to go down at this stage of the game, so Mickey needs to retreat.
Be able to get this bounty rune as well. Reveals the fact that they've got some sort of vision here. No level 6 quite yet on Zephyr, actually a mile off, not even level 4 just yet, so won't be able to secure the kill there onto Mickey. And Cuckoo, he's just getting that early farm that he needs. I understand the importance of picking up this Aghanim Scepter for being able to constantly keep the pressure up, keep expanding that net worth lead, but I really feel like all he really needs is this phase boots. Oh, Zai in a position to try and make a bit of a counter move here.
Oh, Cookie actually onto Whitemon. Insania's nearby as well with a couple of Eidolons. Beautifully done from Liquid, playing around with the Enigma in the jungle, who is getting a lot of farm. Like, you take a look at Insania's net worth compared to some of the other supports here on T1, so he's going to be a bit of an issue as the game continues on if we have this pace where Liquid are just getting their farm with whatever they would want.
Mm-hmm. I know you don't know what I'm going to be referring to, but when you said Enigma in the jungle, it gave me flashbacks to an old Dota animation that I wish that series came back. The old raunchy animations. I'll link you later, so you know what I'm talking about. I'm a man of culture.
Okay. You're a man of culture. Okay, Mickey and Boxy, use of the Arcane Rune, and this is how you need to bring Mickey back to the big game. We're seeing the rotations out of the Storm Spirit so far, and Sanya made a couple of stacks in the jungle to help out, but really it's going to be off the back of the Power Runes and him playing with the Snapfire to find these kills. He's not going to farm his way back into the game because of kind of the greedy aspect that we see. Like, Zai needs some room, and Sanya needs some room, so It's going to be up to him to look to get some kills, and they're going to move bottom. Martu playing with Thompson at the moment. They're going to be cautious on tier 1, but the Mortimer kisses, Thompson will go down. See if that's going to be the case. Cookie, oh, awkward usage. Now they're going to reveal themselves. Insania is nearby. Black Hole into the Mortimer kisses. All the ultimates required to get rid of Thompson. That'll be an easy kill for them to find, but T1, they're going to show up as well. Cuckoo's in the neighborhood. Zephyr not having the level 6, however, so they won't be able to close the distance and try and bring down some of the Liquid members.
It really feels like Cuckoo's just... He obviously had a good time in the lane, and that's what his hero is designed to do. But it feels like over the last 3 or so minutes, he's lost his identity a little bit. You know, just walking around, not sticking next to the lifestealer as much as possible. With the phase boots in the track, he had no issues being able to catch up to even a very fast hero like the lifestealer.
Yeah, I wonder what the call is going to be for Cuckoo. Like, if Lifesteal is just parking himself down bottom, if he looks to just play down there and always be wherever the Lifesteal is. Because it looks like at the moment, Arno, he wants to be top. You know, farming out as much as possible, opening up the map, having more cams to be able to utilize with the flak cannon.
Even just Zephyr in a similar sort of situation, right? He's very close to hitting the level 6, but he needs that so badly to be able to obviously catch some of the stragglers. You've got the Stampede, of course, to be able to make it not as big of an issue, but just to be able to block off, for example, a full set of stairs could be huge for T1's chances. Just get a couple more of those Shuriken tosses, the Janata. Speaking of Cuckoo, it's coming down to this bottom side and trying to kill Oxy.
But Zephyr with the wraparound. Level 6 was just picked up here for the Clockwork, so he should be able to hook on forward if required. Mickey's going to be cautious at the moment, but has a little bit of extra movement speed thanks to the Stampede to close the distance, and he's got plenty of mana as well. So Cuckoo's going to end up going down under the tower, but the rest of T1, they're starting to move down bottom. It's going to be Wymon, along with Thompson with the wraparound. Mickey's got plenty of mana to be able to zip away. Let's see who else they want to go for instead. Matu's in some trouble, but the Rage on cooldown is going to be relying on the armlet toggles. In fact, Infest is up as well, so we'll just jump inside the Enigma and Liquid are out.
Yeah, a little bit of... Oh, nearly died there on Zephyr. A little bit of a mistake there from Whitemon. I understand wanting to preserve your TP for as much as possible, but it really felt like if he made that TP rotation in, Soul Rip in onto Cuckoo, he would have survived. He was underneath the tower.
They're going to go back in. Under Thompson, they've got the Mortimer Kisses, they need the instant control, and that's what's going to come out from the Vortex. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough afterwards, and Wymon sustain, it's not even there, only 1 point in the Soul Rip, so another death onto Thompson's Enchantress. Liquid are doing a very good job in the early game, even though the lanes went T1's favor.
This is what good teams do. They identify the big strengths of their draft as well as the weakness of the enemies and the hero that they need to take out to make sure that their team fight's enabled. And well, it's Thompson for sure in these super early stages. He's obviously dealing a lot of output, but when it's not a 1v1 situation, he is severely weak, especially at least until you get that Aghanim Scepter with the Sproink.
It feels like a lot of the heavy lifting has to come out of Ana now. He's top of the net worth again. He's free farming towards a triangle, but it really feels like we are at the stage where T1 have not done enough with their laning stage success. Like the bounty, we haven't seen track kills. We haven't seen the Enchantress doing as much as probably what they were hoping. So you're now really looking towards Ana to kind of lift the weight through the later stages.
Oh, they were looking to try and get a line for a hook shot, but with that rocket flare, it actually ended up protecting the Tumberman a little bit. And this is a bounty hunter and an Enchantress, like, lane domination draft. And the fact that you've got maybe 1 kill off of the track after having such a good start, it's really not enough. You know, Cuckoo's item progression has basically come to a complete halt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shortly, they're going to need to try and consider about when ultimates are used from Liquid, because they're going to be back up shortly with the Mortimer Kisses. Like, next team fight, if Liquid don't get enough out of it, then T1 have to get an objective.
It's big movement coming up towards this top side, but, well, they don't have the vision on Liquid, but they seem to just have an idea of, well, actually, never mind, the Observer Ward scouts out Zephyr in his positioning. Without Thompson there, I really don't feel like they would have killed anyone anyway. Maybe with him now revealing in the mid lane, they're going to feel confident enough to be able to go back in. You can see Mickey waiting in the tree line, just hoping for the ideal target. Ana actually TPs. He wants to be able to defend this.
It's Observer Ward.
Yeah. They need to create space for Thompson to get that Ags.
We see Zephyr, they're going to jump. Instead to the clockwork, the Cog's gonna buy him some space, but Matumberman just moves forward with the rage. Matu's gonna be cautious though, he's in no man's land, needs an infest target, and that's where Mickey comes into play. Stampede in and zip on out. So they'll keep Matu alive, but a little bit was forced out there from Liquid, and they will not get any kills.
They see a couple of heroes force bottom though, and they probably would have seen that Mickey doesn't have a TP available for himself. So I wonder if now they're just going to look to walk up to this side and look to play around that. Although Mickey's got full mana, so I really don't think it's too much of an issue. Almost level 12, 750 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter for Topson.
Mid lane, Zai's gonna jump, it's onto the Undying. They've got the point blank Mortimer Kisses. They're gonna be able to cancel this instantly, but the damage is been dealt as now Cuckoo's in trouble as well. Mickey's got plenty of mana to close the distance. Now they're gonna turn to Topson, completely surrounding the Enchantress. A black hole utilized with no way to stop it. As Liquid are just starting to build up too much momentum, it looks like T1 don't have the answers in this game too.
They don't at all. It's just going to get worse and worse. You know, you mentioned before, a great counter with the Lifestealer to the Enchantress, especially if it's being played as a core, and that's all that Matu's worried about right now. He just wants to go into that Desolator straight up and look to melt this Enchantress that doesn't really like to go too heavy into the armor items.
Another pick off
Stupendous.
Mickey. The fact that he's higher net worth than the Enchantress and he got bodied in the lane. Mickey had such a rough time. We even see what's happening on the other side of the map. Minor thing, Matu's just zoning out Ana from farming his own triangle. So this is just more farm that the Gyrocopter's not able to get. And now Matu's lifesteal is top of the net worth.
Yeah, Matu kind of similar to what we saw in previous games. Like, if Topson's not there, you're not afraid of dying. The damage is low. The damage is slow. The damage needs time to ramp up. It'll get better once Cuckoo gets into the Aghanim Scepter on his Bounty Hunter, but he's still 2 items away, and probably wants at least the level 12 as well before he really starts to have that impact. But, I mean, this is what happens when you just go away from being a pest against the Lifestealer. It really feels like this is what they picked the hero for. Yes, there's the
Top lane, Cuckoo. They've got the Infest Bomb with Zai's jumping and Boxy's nearby as well. Easy kill for them to find. Boxy's already got the Veil to play with as well, so just buffing up more of the damage. And you know, Cuckoo, you just mentioned 2 items away from the Aghanim Scepter, and that's going to continue to be stored out now.
feels a bit pubby, but I'm assuming the thing that T1 are looking to play for, they've got the Tumbler's Toy, they've got the Sproink available, and they've got the Track available. So, Whitemon.
At the triangle, Matu. And with the help of the Mortimer Kisses, gets an easy kill onto Whitemon. A hook to the backline goes Zephyr, but there's got no follow-up.
No,
Meanwhile,
good.
towards the triangle, Ana trying to body away Matumberman. He will be able to do so. They're even going to use this Stampede just to retreat away from Topson. So, yeah, nicely done, actually, from Zephyr, being able to stop the Mortimer Kisses early.
But you see that they know he's got the Sproink now, they know that he's got the Tumbler's Toy, and you're going to have the Track as well. So you're always going to be able to land multiple of these hits, and then you can just see he immediately queues up the Dragonlance. He's gone Hurricane Pike. He wants to kill people from long range. Again, feels a bit pubby, but it could work.
Dude, it looks so clowny. It looks so clowny. What's going on top? Zai?
He's about to die. Zai gonna die?
He's going to look to try and TP out. Oh, Cuckoo, just the nick of time. Finally a track kill. When was the last time we saw a track kill? Let alone a kill, I should say.
Yeah, probably about like 10 minutes ago, I want to say. So big win for them. Gives Cuckoo a lot of that farm. He's not the one that gets the last hit, but Topson's just as important. Honestly, either of these two getting last hits, and honestly, even just the track gold is going to be very important. Brings Cuckoo 850 gold away from being able to pick up his own Aghanim Scepter. And like I was saying before, Topson closing in slowly onto that Dragonlance and eventually into the Hurricane Pike.
Now with Liquid though, Mantu just completed the Deso, so they get a kill or even 2 they can look to consider about Roshan. They might be eyeing up Topson though. T1, they are playing behind the Enchantress. Let's see if Topson's going to be able to stay alive long enough for the reinforcements to show up. As Topson's able to reposition, now T1 will enter the fight. They don't have a way to be able to deal with the raids. They'll turn to Mickey instead. The zip away means that the Storm Spirit's going to be okay.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Senia doesn't have the Tumbler's Toy, but he's going to be able to back off in time. He's picked up a very good amount of farm for the old position 5. Enigma in the jungle is able to nearly have the Wraith Pact available as well. So again, the damage issues that I was highlighting that T1 are going to have might not be as big of a factor once you've got that Clowny combo that I was mentioning before. But I mean, Wraith Pact just makes a lot of things very, very difficult unless the Gyrocopter is able to get right into the center of these team fights and just flat cannon off of it.
Oh, wow, Liquid are actually just walking to Roche even without a pick-off. Maybe the idle and moving up to the triangle. Let's see if that... No, they're going to see a couple now, and yeah, Rocket Flare's out, so T1 have the read that this is occurring. And Liquid, they're going to look to back up. They don't want to try and brute force down Roshan.
It's not the worst. I mean, they've got strong team fight. They know that the Tombstone's on cooldown, or maybe they didn't, because it was placed super far back by Whitemon during the nighttime, so maybe they didn't even see it.
So close for Kuku to get this scepter. Ana's also finding his farm as well. BKB is going to be the next item, but they're looking to try and play behind the Gyrocopter, maybe setting up a trap if they look to jump him.
Kuku's just wandering around here. In my eyes, you're an offlaner, but it's kind of similar to the old Vengeful Spirit position 3. You give him his Ags, then it's time to be selfless. But for right now, you got to be greedy. It's just a minute. Give him a minute to be selfless. I know that Ana, it's important for him to pick up his farm, but it's more important for Kuku in my eyes, considering how important this this Roshan fight's going to be.
Yeah. Oh, they got the vision, the jump in, no messing around from Liquid. They're going to try and blow up Kuku. A 4-star 3 position, but they'll still home onto their target as the Mortimer Kisses is enough to get rid of their bounty hunter. And now Zephyr's in trouble as well. But Mickey, he's already looking for the +1. Martu's into the middle. The damage is plentiful. Meanwhile, off to the other side, Ana is stuck inside the black hole, but is actually able to secure the kill onto the Enigma thanks to the Scepter. And Ana's going to try and man-fight Matumba Man, but the Life Stealer is way too farm. The Dry doesn't have the items to combat Martu.
Now they can Roche. They've still got that Desolator available. Of course, Martu was there for the entire fight, so starting to build a few stacks up into it. And yeah, this is the timing that I was hoping that we'd be waiting for, but instead, Kuku just goes a little bit too far, trying to get one pick off. And I understand being eager and trying to push the tempo, but you got to understand the limits that you've got. Now he makes the rotation down towards the bottom side to get a little bit more of that priority farm, but it's just too late. You've already lost the big objective that you've been fighting for.
Thoughts on them giving the Aegis over to Martu instead of Mickey?
I mean, he's the one that's going to be eventually looking to push the high ground, right? So maybe just thinking that they could start to consider doing that in the next little bit before Thompson gets into this crazy Hurricane Pike build.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Kuku's got Ags. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go, Kuku. Feels like... I kind of feel like Zephyr needs to get 2 people inside the cogs, otherwise there's a lot of difficulty for the bounty to have a prolonged time to be able to get those shurikens off, even Thompson's Enchantress to be able to play the distance and continue to sack up the damage from the impetus. Can you see them winning a fight unless if he gets a cogs even onto 1, or has it got to be more than that?
His play in team fights hasn't been the worst. You know, he always seems to be able to just provide that stun to be able to get... He's bailing someone out a lot of the time, right? So if you could use it aggressively, of course it's going to be better. But I just feel like he's been forced to use it so defensively in past. Well, Ana has the BKB available, and he's been able to push in the top side, so might be able to force out some kind of movement up towards this top. As soon as he sees it, maybe they look to clump together and make a move towards mid lane. Bot lane's really not that important right now for T1, so I'm actually going to look to make an aggressive play here with Mickey infested by Martu. I would love to be able to get onto the Undying and just take him out.
They see Thompson. Mickey with a zip on 4, but the Mortimer Kisses. Thompson doesn't have the health to keep his own life, and Martu just instantly cleans up another hero towards the backline. Liquid, 8,000 net worth lead, T2 tower next on the chopping block.
And Ana even made the walk back to try and be there with the rest of his team, but they're just too squishy. I mean, again,
Oh, they were going to scan. They see that the bounty hunter's nearby. Zai tries to get the stomp. Won't even be required as Liquid into the rest of their team. Pounced on the opportunity with T1 outside the base.
Ping and Ana, they know exactly where he is, so they feel confident to just keep on pushing forward. Just keep pushing the tempo. Don't want to let T1 hit this next timing. Just 200 or so gold away for Thompson, but I swear his level has not increased in the past like 5-6 minutes. He has been level 15 for quite some time, just constantly the focus of pickoffs. Even more minus armor now for Martu. Reaches his level 18. And this is the other issue that I was having. Like, you've got Wraith Pact, you've got Force Staffs to be able to provide a lot more safety. You've got a Lotus Orb. He's going into a freaking heart on the Centaur. And then you've got a Lifestealer as well, with the Infest, able to assist so much. He's even got open wounds as well, so he's just going to completely rip through heroes like the Undying and the Clockwork before they're able to get off their key abilities.
So if they look to jump Thompson again, Kiss is still on cooldown for another 15 seconds as T1, they are playing behind the Enchantress. Zai's going to find an angle over the cliff line. It's a pretty decent hook shot from Zephyr, but Thompson still is the first one to go down as now Liquid, they'll turn to deal with a Tombstone, and now they can clean up the remaining forces onto T1 as a Stampede to close the distance. No escape out of Cuckoo, and Ana is nowhere to be seen. As T1 lose 4, they bring down no members of Liquid, and that's up the high ground they go again.
It is for sure, and it feels like maybe T1 are thinking, look, our high ground defense, it ain't too bad, but yeah, this is looking rough for sure. They've got the minus armor from the AC, they've got the Deso, and they've got the potential with the little Shredder as well, just to completely take over this T1 base. Probably going to get a second lane. This is a carbon copy of Game 1.
That it is indeed. What's the old probably? Oh, we're not going to look at the graph. We'll avoid that one. The old Daddy Gaben Dota Plus is not favoring T1. This is without a doubt a desperation smoke. Mickey's got the bonus health from the Infest. Martu's going to pop one out, and now Mickey even tries to zip on aggressively forward, see if he can get a pick off. He's on a Menno and he's tracked, so they are scouting out the Storm Spirit. Looks like he's back on the Liquid side of the map.
I mean, we were talking about it during the draft of game number 1. Even just from the player cams, this looked like a Liquid that was very confident. Just sitting back, chilling, laughing, having a few snacks, no nerves. So maybe it's a thing that they've specifically been working on in the lead up to this TI, because, you know, there's been a few interviews out there where Blitz is like, look, the boys get anxious. This is just something that happens with them. Can they run into Martu here? Or looks like he'll just be able to avoid that smoke gang. So maybe it's specifically like a mindfulness coach or something like that, because these guys do not seem nervous at all.
Smoke from Liquid. They're going to see Thompson's positioning, surely. Instead, they're going to look to jump Ana. He's in a compromised position. Insane is going to try and step into the middle fight with the BKB, but he doesn't have an opportunity for the black hole. But Ana is getting chunked down. Martu is way too farmed. And meanwhile, they're on to Thompson again. As Zai in with the hoof stomp. The Mortimer kisses as well. And T1, they've got to tap out. There is no way for them to come back into this game too. As Insania drops a celebratory black hole as Liquid will 2-0 T1 in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, for sure. Not a single death onto Mickey and Martu. 10-0, 15-0 after what should have been... Well, one of them did have a pretty horrendous laning stage, understandably, but Martu definitely came back, made it work. Just a little bit of that evasive action away from the bounty hunter there. And yeah, T1, they seem a little bit lost, don't they? Just going off not as a fully cohesive unit is the big issue that I'm having for them. You know, it's very clear what they wanted to do with the draft. It just never seemed to eventuate.
Yeah, it feels like definitely T1 have their own identity, and even with the previous iteration of their roster, they have had their own identity towards, you know, what the meta is currently. But I wonder if they're going to continue playing down this route as the game goes further and further, because at the moment, if you go for this tempo lineup where I think we're at a stage of Dota where games are getting later and later, where team fight is important, where win conditions are important. If you are going for this kind of tempo lineup, which they had success in through the qualifiers, don't get me wrong, but if you do not execute, then you will start to fall behind. And we see that Liquid with their team fight, with the kind of the greed that they have with this Enigma position 5, they are going to win once T1 do not come out on top in the network. So there's just not a lot of margin for error with the lineup that T1 have.
I feel like in every single game that we've seen today so far, it's what I was talking about before. If you don't have burst damage, you're going to have a bad time because you're going up against AC, Mage Slayer, Lotus Orb, Wraith Pact, and an Infest save coming through from Matsu, and a Stampede as well. So if you're not bursting someone at the very beginning before those 50 million different abilities and items are able to come into effect, then no one's going to die. And it really felt like that was the case once you got past the laning stage, because Liquid, they draft for team fight. And unless you're able to counter it, or with burst to be able to get the pickoffs reliably or try and out team fight the strong team fight, then you're going to find things very, very difficult once it gets past the 20 or so minute mark.
It just felt like the lanes went, maybe not the lanes I should say, but after the lanes, like the couple of minutes afterwards, went a lot better than what they should have. You see Martu 15-0 and 10, Mickey 10-0 and 13 as well. I think in particular for Mickey, with how he was able to actually even have a game, because Thompson body hit him mid, and that was kind of what we were expecting though, like an Enchantress into the Storm Spirit. We said Mickey's going to have a really rough time, but there's some great rotations coming out from the Storm Spirit, in particular bottom, where they killed Ana twice in a row. It freed up the Xy lane, because he was also having some difficulties into the Undying. So I just really like those early rotations that we really saw come out from Mickey. It meant that he could actually be a factor in this game too.
Yeah, for sure. What I want to see change as well for T1 is that, I mean, they're one series in, but it's important to secure that upper bracket berth somehow. Like, even if they got 4th, it gives them the double chance. But I really want to see them lean a little bit more into Thompson, not just necessarily to be this big single target, but a true carry for the game. Like, I know it's not really synonymous with Thompson, but a TA, for example, or the mid Morphling. That game it was banned, so understandably why they didn't do it, but we've seen him carry on snipers, we've seen him carry on invokers even, if he's able to go down that sort of route. So I think that's the style that I want to see. Snapfire even has the potential to do it if you look to put the levels into it and a lot of the focus there. So we'll see if they switch it up. It was just their first series of the day, but they're 0-2 now, and Liquid, they're 2 series done, and they're 3-1, so they would be feeling pretty happy with themselves.
Yeah, and they've got one more series, I think, later today. I think it's a 4th series. They're going up against Infamous. So definitely potential for them to get some extra map victories under their belt. I think back in regards to T1, like, this is a team that definitely has their own identity, and we'll see if they're going to continue. I believe you don't want to swap your identity early on. Like, if you lose first 2 games against Liquid, it shouldn't be all in shambles. You shouldn't be trying to work out, some differences and critiquing yourself and going from some different play styles. Just back yourself, feel like you really have the right idea of the meta, and I feel like that's going to be the case, because there is a lot of really, I mean, the people that you have on T1, they understand Dota to an incredible level. So it's just a question of, can they execute in the series coming up for them?
Yeah, for sure. But enough of us. You've spoken with us for a couple of series, and we'll be back for the 3rd series. But in the meantime, we've got our lovely panel coming back here. So Nat, Fear, T-Panda, take it away. Tell us what you've seen so far today.
Thank you so much, Aries and Danog. I mean, there has been so much Dota going on already. That's the main thing we've seen. But firstly, Fia, I know very quickly before we talk about all the other streams and the other games going on, that you wanted to talk about this T1 Liquid series that played out and some of your ideas about T1's drafting and also Liquid's.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, T1, they've got some crazy drafts going on right now. We saw the mid-inch. I've never seen that, like, ever, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that one. He did really well in the laning stage, but didn't really... It came to a point in the game where he had to snowball and they just couldn't. They're not really drafting much team fight, but the biggest problem I have is probably with the carry gyrocopter. Like, this hero I've experimented with myself this patch. it just doesn't seem to work. They're just getting outscaled. Matu has a better carry matchup in every single game, even though Thompson is dumpstering like the mid lane and creating a lot of space. It doesn't really have a purpose, right? Because they don't have like the scale, they don't have the team fight. So I just think in general, like T1 right now, their drafting just needs a little bit of work, and they need to start adapting soon. I think we talked about it earlier about making adaptations. I think it's time for T1 to really just quickly adapt to the meta and like try to something new for this next series that they go into.
Yeah, I mean, like, I
Sorry,
guess there's
Steve.
like some room for like being experimental and trying stuff out, but you know, you gotta draw the line somewhere, right?
What do you feel like would be the main takeaway here if you were in T1? Is it just mainly that carry gyro?
It's a little bit of everything. Like, they tried their early pick Venomancer, didn't really work out, as our casters didn't like it either, picking the Venomancer. They are trying the mid Enchantresses. Like, all this is okay, but I think the biggest core problem is just, yeah, the carry selection is a little bit weak. They went with Gyro the first game, they stuck with it for the second game as well, and they're just not drafting enough team fight either, just not having a well-rounded lineup. It kind of just feels like they just want to stomp the game and just kind of run them over in the early game, and that leaves you with very little room for like mistakes, or you're just going to lose the game because you just don't have a well-rounded lineup.
On the flip side of that one, though, Liquid, Danong and Aries already pointed it out that it is their second series that they played today. We saw them go up against Extreme Gaming earlier in the day over on Stream C, and I know that you are actually quite impressed with Liquid's gameplay here.
What was Liquid?
Yes.
Oh yeah, sorry for the game one.
Up
Yeah, I
against-
was.
yeah,
they
Extreme Gaming.
did lose that game. I was really impressed by Zai on the Visage, right? Like he played a really good Visage that game. The game was really hard, and they eventually did end up losing. But I was like incredibly impressed by like Zai and how he was ratting with Visage the entire game. It was a very entertaining game, and it showed like Liquid knows how to play from behind, and they're looking really good right now. To be totally honest with you.
Yeah, what about that game too, Team Anna? Were you able to have a little bit of a look at that one?
I mean, wait, which one are we talking? Are we already about the wild card series? No.
No, the Liquid XG, how they Liquid ended up. Yeah.
So that was basically where my primary thought was when Liquid was going for the axe pick at the end, like, can this work? Because I'm not a huge fan of the hero, especially in the last phase, because it can still be countered by a couple of heroes, but Extreme Gaming goes for the Monkey King. I was like, all right, this could be a pretty rough lane. Like, can they still salvage the game somehow? But it ended up being not that much of an issue for Liquid in the end. It felt like Axe just waltzed away with a pretty free lane, and that probably shouldn't happen in a matchup like that. And, you know, Liquid just kind of found their tools pretty early on into the game and secured it pretty early on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will now talk about the Extreme Gaming and Wildcard series because I know that's the main one you want to talk about, T Panda, especially looking at the game one that they had going between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard, they played the series really well for the first 15 minutes. Then it just all came apart. So basically, you know, like, you saw the power of the Primal 3. Primal Beast in the off lane has very good potential, just like from the mid lane. You can establish a lot of control, early BKB timers, buy a lot of space for your carry. But basically what Extreme Gaming were looking for was hitting a good timer on the Pudge. Ag's Pudge was basically uncontested that game. Lina hit Silver Edge in 24 minutes, and you get 2 team wipes basically rolling from there. A couple pickoffs and ended in 35 minutes. And I think Wildcard in game 1 just kind of fell a bit short. Like, Ives and Sven, 0 kills. Usually if you don't get a single kill on your carry is a bit of a worrying indicator. Maybe somebody else steps up in your game, in the team. But Extreme Gaming just basically relied on their timing on the lineup. So game 2, they tried to pull up Husker last pick on the Wildcards draft, and that didn't work out either. It just continued to fight under Extreme Gaming's vision. They had Undying for Tombstone. They just outclassed NA in that series. Same thing.
Yeah, the other thing that I noticed in that Extreme Gaming and Wildcard series as well is that they allowed the Broodmother through in game 2. Do you feel like that was maybe just an oversight, that potentially they thought Broodmother wasn't the issue and that they could deal with it, T-Panda? Or was there something else to it?
I mean, the Brood is always nice to have in your draft. Like, you are still kind of reliant on hitting those early item timings. Otherwise, it just feels like Brood, if you're going for the Orchid build, for example, 14, 15 minutes, it feels a bit too late. So if you're able to bounce stuff from a good off-lane duo from this hero, it's a very good counterweight to your opponent, because then you know, okay, we need to address this hero at some point of the game, but we can't fight against it right now. But I think the Pudge was the big issue there, because there was no real counter to the Pudge in that game at that point, where Sven could be very efficient, but Sven is not ahead of Pudge. If you hit that axe timing, you're just going to lose heroes all over the place.
Well, we are still talking about Extreme Gaming. We've touched on both the series that they've played. They've got the same scoreline right now as Liquid, with 1 loss but 3 wins. But Fear, do you think that's a little bit surprising for Extreme Gaming, considering how favorite they are coming into this?
I mean, they only lost a game to Liquid, right? And Liquid looked really good. Liquid, their only loss is Extreme Gaming too, right? And that was a close game. They did have a breath of life for Liquid there too. Extreme Gaming overall, I don't know, I think Liquid and Extreme Gaming are starting to look like some of the stronger teams in this group. Like, they both look really good.
Yeah, I do know that we have sorry to cut in, T-Pen, I just do know that we have the results on screen right now for Stream B, so you guys will see that Nouns, Na'Vi, and Polaris Na'Vi gained there. The Nouns Na'Vi one, though, I want to have a very quick chat about it, Fear, because you were surprised with some of the hero picks coming out from Na'Vi in that first series of theirs.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden Strong, position 4 player, played some unconventional heroes. Game 1, he ended up picking the Ricky, position 4. It was really a smart pick, because usually when you have an Enigma on your team, your job as a support is basically just to block camps. You're not really going to do much, you're just kind of securing the lane just for your Enigma to pull the wave back and farm it up. And he chose Ricky to do that game, which is a really good hero versus Puck. So, unconventional. We haven't seen a Ricky in forever, and like, I saw the Ricky pick and I was like, these guys probably lost. They picked Ricky. But after just seeing how it play out, like, it was actually a genius pick. And then going into the next game, they picked the Sven, and they Nouns picked the TA to counter it, which is like the worst carry matchup for Sven. So they switched it, and yet again, Sweden Strong showing his versatility as a support player, playing the Sven on position 4, and they picked a more favorable matchup for their carry player. So I really like the fact that Sweden Strong on this position 4 is very versatile and willing to play whatever's needed to make the draft work.
Yeah. Did you have something you wanted to say quickly, Steve Handel?
I mean, basically, I just like the addition that they're actually pulling out this Sven as a support these days, not just as the carry, mainly because, you got Tusk's tech team to counter, for example, which is, Warcry is very strong early on, soaks up the damage, works out nicely. Then you have TA as the core, minus armor, kind of counteracts that effect with the Desolators and the Melds and all that. So I'm just happy that they're bringing out these, what could be unconventional supports, but they just fit into the role so nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've been able to talk about Na'Vi, give them the praise of being able to draft and do quite well already in their opening series, but that's only half the day, and that's only Stream B results. So we're going to flip over, we're going to have a look at Stream C. We can see that Extreme Gaming and Liquid matchup we talked about a little bit ago, but also that Extreme Gaming and Wildcard. Coming up is going to be Wildcard VP Liquid Infamous, so make sure you guys stick around, tune into that one. And then I know we do have our 4th stream as well, Stream D, which has provided some very, very entertaining games with VP Infamous. VP having a little bit of a steamroll in the first game. It was only 22 minutes. And then VG and Secret going 1-1 themselves. We'll get to see T1 play again against Infamous, and then Secret playing it for the 3rd time today up against Nouns as the final series on Stream D. You guys, the last ones that I quickly skimmed over there, are there any standouts, T-Panda?
I think we can pretty much all agree that Extreme Gaming versus Virtus.pro is going to be a very hot-headed matchup on the A stream. That is definitely something that you don't want to miss out on. VP, one of the hot teams, predicted by a lot of people to be one of those teams to be in the top 2. And Extreme Gaming, again, making waves already to start this day off with taking Wildcard pretty easily, and also putting up a fight against Liquid. So I think that's really a really good series to watch today.
And Fear, I know your game to watch today was T1 and Liquid. Now it's over. Which one are you putting your eyes towards?
I'm going to continue the trend here. Now that I see T1 looks like they're struggling a bit, they're going to go against objectively an easier opponent in Infamous. They had a loss earlier today too. T1 had a loss as well. They're going to be playing up against each other, and it'll be a real test for T1 and also for Infamous. This match I think will matter a lot for both squads here, and that one to me is going to be very interesting to see two teams that just lost going up against each other and see how they adapt and change things up.
Yeah, well, that's over on our 4th stream, but for now, we are going to jump to a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the second half of this day for you guys.
our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got two brand new teams for our entertainment here on stream. Hey, it's going to be Nouns taking on the boys on Polaris. Danog, we've seen both these teams play so far on some other streams. Polaris, they are currently 1-1, and for Nouns, they are 0-2. So still yet to find their first map victory. What are we expecting out of this series for these two teams?
Maybe a 1-1. I'd be leaning a little bit more towards Polaris because they've really had a bit of a rich vein of form in recent times. I think it's really heavily based around Force, the offlaner. Some people from the past might know him as Nico. He's just a really solid player that, for whatever reason, they went away from him for quite some time. But Nouns, they're a solid enough team. I'm really... It's hard to not root for Gunnar, isn't it? Because he's been so close, yet so far, so many times, that this guy, you just got to give him a chance to be able to really show what an absolute superstar he is. As he goes up there on the screen, all the way back, I remember I was there for the pizza party that happened at ESL Mumbai in 2019, where he got kicked by Eternal Envy, which meant that he missed out on the Disneyland Major. Then at TI9 Open Qualifiers with Genespris, he lost the best of 5 grand finals because he and his team were just a little bit too keen to try and end the game. So he's been so close to a TI so many times, but he just hasn't quite got it. And I mean, this is kind of getting there in a way, you know, more LAN experience, which is going to be good for his long-term growth. But he's hungry. He wants to be able to show that he is a damn solid mid laner and play in front of those big crowds once again.
Yeah, and you take a look at Polaris there, their opposition. The only person with TI experience is AU. He's been on multiple TNC rosters at TI6 and TI9, but everyone else on this roster does not have that experience. So they're wanting to try and make it to their first TI as well. This is going to be a really important series from either side. They need to start getting some victories under their belts because we've already seen, like Na'Vi and Secret, they're both 3-1 in Group A. Liquid and Stream Gaming, they're both 3-1 in Group B as well. But we've got our draft underway. First phase already done with Polaris. They've gone into the Marcy and the Lich, and Nouns, they've gone the Primal Beast and the Monkey King.
Okay,
Lich,
so
this is
Lich is the counter to the Primal Beast that Polaris have been running so far from the games that they played earlier on up against Na'Vi. This is what they wanted to have against it. I think it was also against a Marcy, just because, you know, a lot of that physical damage that happens early on, it's really reliable, and as well the Sinister Gaze, there's no cast point on it. It's instant. So you're always going to be able to interrupt, you know, the tramples. You're always going to be able to interrupt any kind of charge, even the pulverize, right? The cast range solid enough that it's going to be good.
What do we make out of the Monkey King pick as well here from Nyanzo? You just mentioned the Lich to be able to enter the Primal Beast, but the Monkey King was something that was not picked up through the qualifiers on Nouns at all. So why do we feel like there's a little bit of a difference here and maybe some style?
10 seconds.
Good question, to be honest. I mean, we saw one Monkey King game, right? Unless I mean, all these games are merging together. There's just so much
today,
going on.
Yeah. Chrysalis played it.
That's right. I don't know. I feel like it's just a solid pick that you're able to put into a variety of different roles, right? It doesn't have to be one. It doesn't have to be position 4. I've seen it work even in mid lane and pos 3 occasionally. So it really just depends what lane it's in. And I feel like a Primal Beast Monkey King just leaves your draft super open where you're not revealing any of those supports early on into the piece.
We see for Polaris, they have that flex as well with the Marcy. You were, I think, mentioning earlier in the day the fact that you feel like Marcy may be a little bit more suited to the position 3 now with what we've seen so far.
I think so. I mean, I feel like you're your farming got increased ever since they made the stun based off the rebound, but then they reduced the cooldown. So to me, a 4 Marcy or even a 5 Marcy kind of feels in the Rubik mold these days, where Rubik's not a great laner unless you've got like a super easy setup like a Bloodseeker, Bloodright, to be able to use the telekinesis with. So I feel like Marcy kind of fits into a similar mold, but maybe a bit more of a brawly style. It's just so long between your spell casting that, I don't know, it just feels nowhere near as strong as it used to.
And this is back a hero that Polaris used to great success in the DPC. The Pangolier for Lelouch is something they are incredibly comfortable on. It was a hero that was winning them multiple games early on. I think that was back in 2-2, where they started off in a really fine fashion, then fell a little bit short to be able to make it to the Stockholm Major with that tiebreaker versus T1. But it is something they are very comfortable, and Lelouch plays a mean Pangolier.
Absolutely does. I'm kind of keen to see what Force is going to play, whether it's going to be him picking up the Marcy. It's Xavius's most played hero, so I wonder if he's just going to give it over to him and then pick up something a little different. I don't know, a Death Prophet even is the potential to come out, I suppose, for Force. I feel like it's pretty solid into the Primal Beast and the Monkey King, just to be able to withstand a lot of the early pressure that you know that Nouns are going to be throwing at you. I'm a big fan of the Witch Doctor, as well as a Husky Witch Doctor and a Shadow Fiend coming out here. Okay, so this isn't anything that Polaris is going to be strangers to, because I believe against Na'Vi, they had to go up against it in game number 2, and they ended up winning that game. So the lane that they ended up putting against it was Primal Beast Clockwork. Obviously, that's not going to be a thing this time around, but I'm thinking that this is much more likely going to be a position 1 Shadow Fiend unless things change. I mean, against the Pangolier, it's actually pretty solid, so maybe they just throw it into the traditional role of Pos 2, just instead of going with the flavor of the month and throwing it into the Pos 1 role.
Therefore, the Shadow Fiend early on, like with the Razors, is a lot of magic damage, but we see this hero transitioning to pretty much right-click, and the Lich Frost Shield, I have to imagine, is going to be a really nice way to be able to answer his damage as the game goes on.
That plus the disarm from the Pango as well. So we're seeing Alina picked up here. So obviously the initial request was for the Pangolier to be played mid because the Lelouch plays such a mean Pango, but Lina's one of those heroes that's just able to stay far enough away from the Shadow Fiend that you're feeling relatively solid about just laning into it. And then you just toss the Pango into a Pos 3 role, I'm guessing? Unless they're throwing the Lina Pos 1, like I was suggesting earlier today, that a few teams have been trying, but I feel like you really don't want to do that against a Primal Beast. You'll just melt.
Yeah, and I don't think there's too much synergy with like a Lina Lich. I like a hero that can kind of utilize the Frost Shield and be in the middle for the lane with the toolkit of the Lich. So, because then, yeah, I don't know, this is interesting, because Pango Marcy doesn't sound like the greatest side lane, but maybe you just are putting a lot of importance on the Lina to try and body the Shadow Fiend, because the matchup is quite nice. Your nuke from afar, and Shadow Fiend doesn't have the greatest health pool, so Lina can find multiple kills early on, depending on his positioning.
You think they could 1 Marcy here? Wouldn't hate it. I mean, against the Monkey, if it's a 4, it's a little rough. They might even, if that was the way that... they won't get to choose. Polaris has got last pick, but I was about to say if it was looking like a Marcy Pos 1, they might even make the Monkey King the Pos 3 and make Primal Beast a 4.
I think there's still a flex, and that's a nice thing with Polaris having the 24th pick, that you move over to the last pick, and you saw it keep the flex all the way through the draft. We are looking at now and serve with the 23rd. Tusk, along with Spirit Breaker, banned out, so it looks like they're just trying to protect the Pango with the Rolling Thunder and the eventual Lina BKB. Is there something else you could consider here for Nouns that is able to go through BKB?
Something that's going to protect Nouns that goes through BKB, did you say?
Yeah, because I feel like... yeah.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I mean, could you even just... I'm not a fan of it, but like Shaker isn't horrible here. Just, it doesn't go through BKB, but you still block off an area that makes Pango not as strong.
So we'll see our answer, right? It's going to be the Spirit. So
it's fine enough. Just get it on top of the Lich, on top of the Lina, create a lot of havoc. You've obviously got a Monkey King. I mean, they've got so much vision now throughout the map, right? Just through diving in deep with both Primal and Earth Spirit and Monkey King, that this just frees up Shadow Fiend to essentially have a completely free game. So... this is the true carry this game, the SF.
And it's also, it's a Z-free Earth Spirit as well, something he is incredibly comfortable on. And there you go, you were right. It is going to be Natsumi picking up the Marcy as the position 1. So this is something that we saw a little bit through the Southeast Asian qualifiers with Ana playing the Marcy as a 1. We haven't particularly seen some of the other teams down in Southeast Asia do it, but Polaris, obviously it's something they've been working on. So I'm excited to see how it's able to shape up in this game 1.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to see how they influence the lane as well, just to keep it as close as possible to the tower. Anytime that they can try and get a dispose back underneath their own tower and use the slows to be able to combat that, always going to be able to land the rebound as well in the laning stage. And then even later on, kind of similar to how Gunnar is set up to be the true carry for Nouns, same sort of thing for the Lina with the Lush, right? You've got Enchantress that's going to be able to help Force have not as terrible time against the Monkey King, and then rotate and secure some of these water runes and power runes. And then, of course, you've got the sidekick that can be used onto the Lina as well as the Marcy, just to dish out an insane amount of damage.
And this is something that you were mentioning multiple times throughout the day so far, that you feel like the mid lane is going to be the true win condition. And we kind of see that being the case in this game. That's, like you said, Gunnar playing the Shadow Fiend and then Lelouch with the Lina. So is this something we're expecting to continue on maybe so far through the Last Chance qualifiers, or a bit too early to tell?
It's a trend that I've kind of, I don't want to say been hoping to happen, just because you do have these lane dominators. Like, we haven't seen a single Batrider on this stream today, which I'm a little surprised about. And we haven't seen a single Queen of Pain either, which I'm a little surprised about. Those are the real lane dominators that you look to. But teams are going a lot more towards, well, whatever hero has the most levels, we're just going to look to try and build our draft around that quite heavily. And it's been working to some kind of extent for a lot of these teams. But the big thing for mine is that both of these drafts don't have some of the big weaknesses that we saw out of Tempest as well as T1. They're all capable of team fighting. They're all capable of having strong enough lanes. They're all capable of dealing somewhat with push, at least with 3 of their heroes, let's say. And they're all capable of dishing out some sort of burst damage. You know, you've got Chain Frost, you've got Unleash, you've got Laguna Blade. That's some burst damage that's going to pick off any sort of target. And even the Witch Doctor, he's got Death Ward. He's got the Voodoo Switcheroo now, which lasts 3 seconds instead of 2. So I feel like there are a lot fewer weaknesses across both drafts compared to some of the other ones that we've had earlier today.
Here we go. Already, Polaris are a very, very vocal team with the voice lines, and I'm sure if they get off to a good start with trying to find first blood, they might even be more vocal as Natsumi jumps in for the instant use of the stun follow-up. It will not matter as Natsumi finds first blood, and that is well and truly worth it. Give him some voice lines. Come on, you found first blood. Yeah,
they're on cooldown, bro. They've used too many. Alright, well, if anyone other than Natsumi secured that kill, it would have been like, oh, I don't know about that, but just to give that little bit of extra gold over to him means that he can finish up the old bracer and just walk on back to the lane. Nice and healthy. Plenty of chances to be able to go for these early kills. Again, like you were saying, you wanted someone that's able to get up into the enemy's face. Well, not too many better heroes than a Marcy to be able to do that. So Polaris, I'm assuming they're going to be playing around their level 2 timing just for the Frost Shield, or potentially the Sinister Gaze. I feel like they might look to play a little bit
Billy's going to be in some trouble.
Hey.
Nice bound the strike onto 2. Lelouch should be... Oh, Z free kicks away. It will not matter though, because Force with the wraparound to Polaris find their second kill. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to give it over to Lelouch, who's in a bit of trouble, but steps away with the LSA. Now Polaris are going to turn it back onto Z-Freak.
What's happening?
Trying to get some distance. Enchant on cooldown. Looks like with the Frostblast is going to come back up shortly. And Z-Freak, it's going to be another kill given over to Polaris. What a way to start for the boys on Radiant. Unfortunately for Lelouch, he's got 3 assists and 0 kills. So the Lina, I would have loved to get some kills under her belt, but not to be.
Rather the assists than the deaths, to be fair. And
yep,
well, the
true.
first one, it wasn't Xavier's fault. It was a good mischief usage out of Costabile, making sure that at least the Lina wasn't the one to secure that last hit. So, I mean, Enchantress having a good start to the game isn't exactly something that you want either.
Oh, I mean, this is a very, very strong laner. It's going to be interesting to see how they can try and offset this as well, because the Pangolier in the side lane can have some difficulties. So does definitely feel like the Witch Doctor along with the Monkey King could be able to kind of slow down the game from Force, but with the farm that Xavier's has been able to get thanks to the kills and now even working with the creep as well, it's going to be difficult to deal with the Enchantress.
It's so annoying. Like, you've got a very slight right-click advantage on the Enchantress in terms of range relative to the Witch Doctor, but I don't think you're even putting yourself into the lane at all. You're just going to try and play completely safe next to the tree line and look to harass from afar, mostly with your Ghost. One of the best creeps that you can get out of that small camp.
Bottom lane, Z-Freak. They've got the level 2 already on Polaris, and Z-Freak's going to go down. Second death here for the Earth Spirit, and another kill over to Natsumi. And look at them continuing to play aggressive, because Moo, he's only got the boots to work with, trying to get some distance away. Use of the uproar will help out.
So this is why those early kills were so important, because it just allows Polaris to get up to that level 2 a lot quicker than Nouns were, and then with that advantage, you're able to go for a lot of these kills. You're able to level up the Frost Shield instead of having to save for the Sinister
He's in
Gaze.
trouble. He's already tried to trample on top of Natsumi, but he can pounce on forward. As Polaris, what a flying start they're off to at the moment. Natsumi, 3 kills, already working on the Falcon Blade.
Yeah. I think it's not completed, is it? He's just got a few
No, not
components
completed.
coming out to him. I mean, he's damn close, though. About 100 or so gold away. You just needs a little bit more of that mana coming out. He's got the clarity coming through. Might end up paying with his life, though. Ooh,
Oh, nice
never
jump
mind.
in. Natsumi, Moose still gonna actually try and dive under the tower. We'll be able to get the kill and has some resources as well to play with the selves. So a big kill for them to find. Moon's gonna be the one getting the bounty gold for that.
You know what? He needed the mana reset anyway. Worth it.
Yeah, can maybe bring some items back for Natsumi as well.
Bottle
See if he's
refill,
gonna-
just as good.
On top lane, nice TP out. Husky just surviving with a TP back towards the T1 tower. Almost were able to find the kill with Xavius and Force.
Natsumi has to be a little bit careful on this bottom side. He's getting dived here as what the hell just happened there? It looked like he teleported across the entire map, but Natsumi is in a little bit of trouble here unless he's able to connect through with his Lich.
Oh, one more right click. Can they close the distance? Roll's going to be up in 5 seconds, but Z-Freak has got the geomatic grip to be able to secure the kill.
Under attack.
How was that TP, Marcy? I didn't know she had, like, ninja powers.
It's
It's a
all these
feature.
new heroes. Yeah, it's a feature. All these new heroes have these. You can jump everywhere. It feels like all the new heroes have this long attack range, and they're also built-in ninja powers as well.
You love to see it. All right, Z-Freak, he's looking to make a rotation towards the 4-minute rune, the Loosh. On the bottom side, he's going to be able to secure this one for him and might even be able to claim both with that very clever TP. It's being guarded by Xavius at the moment. Looks like he might be able to secure it unless you get a right-click in by Gunner. Nope, never mind. So rotation all for nothing by Z-Freak. And with Xavius making this top lane be in a pretty decent spot, Force has even got a pretty healthy amount of net worth, only 100 behind the Monkey King in what is typically a very horrible lane matchup for a lot of melee heroes.
Bottom lane again, the action continues as Moo level 4, so we can charge on forward with the onslaught. They should have the right click damage to bring down AU. Natsumi's still in fighting shape for the moment. And Bracer with this Falcon Blade, a lot of early stats for the Marcy to play with.
Yeah, I was kind of assuming that he was going to go into the Sinister Gaze at level 3, just because of what it's able to do against the charge. You heavily interrupt a lot of the aggressive diving potential that you've got on the Primal Beast. And even just for half a second, moving him away from diving in onto the Marcy means that the laning stage is much more comfortable. You can use the tools that you've got, like the sidekick for the lifesteal,
Mid lane?
and play so much more aggressively.
Z-Freak with the rotation, nice kick back under the tower. They'll get some extra damage coming through as well, but Lelouch, he's going to be able to hold Gunner back thanks to the LSA, so almost a nice movement out of Z-Freak, but Lelouch quick on the fingers to get the distance.
Don't you just love an extra 70 attack speed just from 1 point in Fiery Soul? Isn't that great?
yeah.
Isn't that fun?
Oh, it's a great ability. Nothing wrong with it.
Top side, looks like they're looking to make
Stability?
a little bit of pressure up on the blade.
Nice bound the strike, get some health back. He's slowed down for the moment, but look at Husky's positioning, 2 points in the Voodoo Restoration, so we'll keep the Monkey King healthy.
And the damage, don't forget the damage,
Yeah,
20
that's a good
damage per
point.
second, mini radiance coming through. You don't want to run into Xavius though. He's still a little bit too strong for a poor old Witch Doctor on his own.
Does seem like though they've been able to kind of stem the early game that we're starting to pick up here from Natsumi down bottom. Who's on the 16 last hits, but he's level 5, and looks like this can free up some of the rotations from Z-Freak, who's also level 4 as well. Like, we will see there be an opportunity for him always to be able to play around mid with the Shadow Fiend. Force? No, it's okay.
He's making a very quick movement. He's going to scout it out. Gunner by the Observer Ward placed down recently. And, oh, AU might be, never mind. I was about to say able to survive, but doesn't seem like the case. Oh, never mind that neutral creep. Let's go, Centaur.
What? Oh,
Centaur
no.
Conqueror, no, never mind. Centaur Courser, 15 physical damage, ended up killing him.
Nice, 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 nice.
Is under attack.
That is a haste rune that Gunner would have loved to be able to find a kill off the back of, so wasted a little bit of time, a little bit of mana as well. 2,000 net worth lead for Polaris to be able to start the lanes off to a very good start, and we're starting to see even Xavius is moving over towards the jungle, looking to try and be a nuisance and soak up a little bit of gold. Keep in mind, this is a position 4 Enchantress, so like to be able to have some items to play with. Bottom lane, Natsumi has got the ultimate already to work with. Moo has Z-Freak nearby. They'll get some distance away, but it looks like Polaris don't even care. They'll just turn it back onto Z-Freak. So at least the position 3 Primal Beast is able to stay alive. A worthwhile sacrifice coming out from the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, top lane, though, the Monkey King is in trouble as well. They're going to be able to get rid of the Jingu stacks. Stability, though, will be able to TP out. They have no way to cancel that, but this is a big creep wave with the catapult wave as well. This tower is going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Force is going to try and keep it away from the creep wave, just allowing them to do the majority of the work. I was thinking maybe Gunner might have made a rotation towards that bottom side, considering he used the haste to connect there previously. That burst, but I mean, this is the other thing. I've seen more infused raindrops this game.
Onto Natsumi, he's able to pounce up to the high ground move, wants a hero to be able to utilize the Pulverize on, attempts it onto AU, all he needed was the mini stun and will be able to secure the kill. Back up the top lane though, but the Monkey King's still in trouble. He was looking to try and defend the tower. Force doesn't have enough mana for the Rolling Thunder, so they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with the right clicks. But no escape coming through for the Monkey King. He's already used the TP and the right clicks keep raining down, so we won't be able to fly into the tree line.
All lanes just going so well for Polaris right now. Clearly relying on the strength of their laning stage, and it's not like they really get much weaker later on, although Marcy getting gone on the bottom side, creeps bouncing around, Husky, no points in the Maledict just yet, so looks like he'll be able to get away on Natsumi. Even just the 1 point is super value these days, kind of surprising.
Would have been a big kill for them to find. Top of the net worth is Natsumi. He's so farmed, man. Oh my lord. And now they lost mid as well. I mean, this is scary. The lineup that Polaris have, like, even though we were mentioning that this Lina can kind of be the win condition as the game goes on, the beautiful thing about this hero is that you can get active early on as well. And you've got heroes to play with if you need the damage. Inside the jungle, Gunner and Z freaking combination together will be able to kill off Xavius. Playing a bit too aggressive, trying to zap away some of the farm that Nouns can hope for.
But it gives them so much information. It's what enables this move down towards the bottom side.
Pulverized, but instantly Lelouch is nearby, but the Laguna Blade, no messing around as Natsumi now jumps on forward for another easy pickings as Husky, the second member of Nouns, killed off down bottom. It's going to be Lelouch with the Dragon Slave who claims the kill.
I'm just going to compare this to something from last game with the Disruptor and Venomancer supports. They would never be playing like Xavius was inside of the enemy jungle, which they've used 2 wards on, and he's still up there in their face, causing multiple heroes to have to focus in onto him. In the meantime, you make a rotation bot, you get a kill onto the Primal Beast, and your Enchantress, despite dying, is still only barely behind a core in terms of net worth. So that's just something that heroes like the Tusk, the Nyx, the Enchantress, they're capable of doing. I like this from Gunner as well. He's stealing away a lot of the farm from Polaris' side, realizing that, look, with the current status quo, I'm not happy with how things are going. We need to try and open up a little bit more of the map so that we can get more farm and catch up this net worth lead.
The pick-off for them could result into the tier 1 tower, but we've seen how difficult it's been so far to kill Natsumi, especially with AU's positioning.
This is
scout out
time
to
do it, though. You've got ultimates, you've got level 7 on the Primal Beast, maxed out Trample. They're actually going to back off, though, even though they had the Flag Bearer creep and the Siege creep. Smoke used by Z-Freak, maybe the fake attempt in there, feeling like they had some sort of vision. But I'm not sure what this is going to accomplish. I mean, you're in the process of nearly losing Costa Billy up on this top side.
course, you just see the comparison between the position ones. Like Costabile is having to take some contested farm, whereas the Marcy and even Lelouch on the Lena is just freely farming a stack at the triangle. It's a big kill if they're able to get forced to chain control. Needs to be perfect, and it is. Z-Freak beautifully done with the use of the Requiem as well from Gunner. Is able to bring down Force on the Pangolier. Now they can catch up to Xavius as well with another roll on forward. They'll close the distance and get more gold and experience into the back. But meanwhile down bottom, Moo, he's the one that's in trouble. Husky's going to try and TP down, but he's too far away to protect the Primal base. So at least Polaris will get something out of the map, even though there were 2 casualties up top.
A little bit surprising on Xavius, though. He had the Tome of Knowledge in his inventory the entire time, and he's not level 6 yet. So I was thinking maybe he would consume it, look to get point in the Untouchable just to try and survive that little bit longer, but maybe just thinking, you know what? I want to die quickly. I want to be able to refill Lelouch's bottle, and I want to make sure that my death timer isn't quite as long. Again, just walking up first.
Oh, look at that. That's really brave from Xavius.
Yep. But you still force something out, right? Like, yeah, I guess he just TP'd, so it's kind of bad, but 20-second death timer for realizing that there's no death ward means that you could just look to make a play somewhere else. AU realizes that with a lot of these moves down towards the bottom side, he needs to get the hell out of there, tosses the Frost Shield, moves away to the other side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's important, though, at least for Nouns, to be able to try and find some form of map control for themselves.
Bottom tower.
A lot of gold being given over to Gunner as well. He's having a pretty good game. 3-0-3, second in net worth. Going to be working on the BKB as his item after the Dragonlance. That will very much enable him to stand his ground, because a lot of the damage coming out early from Polaris is going to be off the back of the magical damage.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, for sure, that early Glimmer Cape is going to do a lot to be able to prevent whoever's getting dived on.
Husky and Z-Freak in combination again. It's going to be the Enchantress that's in trouble. Z-Freak will get the Magnetize off before they secure the kill. But Radiant, they have to be cautious how long they want to stick around. They've made the executive call to back off. Moo's going to look to cancel the onslaught as soon as they see the Rolling Thunder coming on over. But in fact, Constability, he wants to take the team fight. But meanwhile, Gunner, he's been surrounded away from the Wukong command. They don't have a way to protect the Shadowfin and up Polaris. All their members surrounding Constabile. Now Moo look to enter the fight as well. One by one, Nouns go in and Polaris will clean up.
I don't know what that last attempt was by Moo. He was, the team fight was done. It was lost, and he still tried to go in and salvage something out of that. He barely got the kill onto Xavius as well, just that raise coming through from Gunner. And it is his first death of the entire game. He's having an alright time, but I just feel like that wasn't quite the moment for you to be making that aggressive attempt. They haven't really hit any big timings to play around. Even if you just have the Echo Saber on the Monkey King, it feels a lot more solid of being able to just stand there and, you know, stand your ground.
We see now instantly Polaris off the back of that successful team fight. They're just looking to occupy Nouns' jungle and slowing down the farm they're able to pick up. Xavier's positioning incredibly far forward. Great jump in as well. Blocks the rope, and Natsumi might be in some trouble now though. Nouns, they've got the members to turn it around. A big kill to Natsumi, taking the streak, and now Moo has Gunner nearby to pump in the damage to get rid of another member. Xavier's will go down to the left side. Is beautifully done from Nouns. They'll protect their jungle, bringing down 3 members of Polaris with 0 casualties.
Yeah, most of the time, like, the thing that allows you to take over the jungle are things like illusions and things like creeps that just take away a lot of the farm without committing too much of yourself, but I understand an Enchantress putting her body there, but I really don't think you need to be there with the Lich and the Marcy as well, unless you're confident in being able to pick up a kill, and if that's the case, it kind of feels like Force needs to be the one that's up there with you, because he is such a key component of your team fight at this stage. Good movement by Nouns to be able to recover some of that. Net worth lead slowly shrinking, although the win probability is still firmly in Polaris' favor.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Do we feel like Nouns are going to play it a little bit more slow now for the next couple of minutes and wait for the BKB to be completed on Gunner?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you're even close-ish on Moo as well, right? He's just essentially 1 and a bit items away. Also nearly got a Spirit Vessel on Z-Freak, about 900 or so gold away, so they've got time, but Xavius is just going to continue being annoying and doing this and take away a lot of that farm.
The top outpost, Husky, Instant use of the Death Ward. They're dropping a lot to try and blow up Xavius, but Polaris, they've been able to bring in the rest of their team to try and protect him, and the support doesn't even go down. As Force is nearby with the Rolling Thunder, Lelouch is even going to drop the Laguna Blade. He's got the Arcane, so a lower cooldown out of the ultimate, and now with double kills out of Polaris, they're actually going to look to try and move into the pit.
Why not? You've got the sidekick, you've got Alina that's incredibly farmed. She's been just sitting back, farming after a solid laning stage. So, yeah, should be a pretty easy claim for them. They've got all the vision in the world to be able to play around with, and well, nice to just have that extra life super early on. I'm assuming Natsumi's going to be the one taking it. Maybe it's Lelouch, because he is the win condition at the end of the day.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But he is certainly committing a lot heavier on this position 1 Marcy. Finished up the BKB now, and really does feel like Force, they're just going to look to wait the 20-ish seconds for him to get the Rolling Thunder back up and have the Blink Dagger available.
And this BKB timing for Polaris is going to be very, very scary, because a lot of the damage from Nouns is magic as well. Very similar to what we were speaking about earlier for Polaris, but you don't have the items on Gunner at the moment, and you do not have the items on Costabile as well. Like, once he gets his Death Sword, it's going to help out, but we're really seeing them being able to blow up members on Polaris if it's into the Earth Spirit roll and the Melodic really paying off as well. So if you get BKB beforehand, then you do have some big issues on the damage from Nouns.
But Gunner has his own BKB, so that's something that's going to allow him to just stand there, pop the BKB, and right-click when that Rolling Thunder's starting to come through. That's going to be such a key.
It's a lot of vision for Radiant. It's a pretty good Wukong's command as well, but instantly they're going to look to retreat it back off to the high ground, as Natsumi needs to respect this and roll in, but Z-Freak has entered the middle of the fray, and Polaris have been able to spring the trap with the BKB suit to expire. They might be able to turn it around on Nouns, as Gunner's going to be into the middle, tries to set up with the BKB into the Requiem. The timing needs to be perfect, and it is. They've got the combo out, but the Glimmer Cape, it's buying some time, but it will not matter as Lelouch ends up going down. But Natsumi is going to look to re-enter the fight, unable to sidestep the use of the Boundless Strike. The Chain Frost, however, bouncing back and forth, and now Force is going to be into the middle with the Rolling Thunder. They can clean up. Gunner, the sole survivor, he will not be alive for too much longer, as Force and Xavius in combination together will clean up the Shadow Fiend.
It was a really good start to the fight, though, by Nouns. Just playing around the one bit of vision that they had up near their tier 2 tower on the top-hand side, and it's always seems to be Husky just being able to find these perfect paralyzing casts to get the initial lockdown needed. So we see the replay committing the Death Ward just to try and force the BKB out. Again, it's that great cast locking him on the front lines. You charge in, and this is it. You're creating space for the Shadow Fiend to do work. He doesn't quite have the movement speed yet, or a Blink Dagger, to be able to reliably do it. But once he gets into that stage, once you get maybe the S and Y even for additional bonus movement speed, he is going to be a significant threat.
Do see, though, unfortunately, the net worth lead growing for Polaris, 4,000 up to 6,000 though, even though they do lose the Aegis advantage. We see that Nouns have the capability to try and turn some of these fights around, but with net worth lead continuing to grow for Polaris, it's going to get that much easier for their team fighting.
Natsumi ended up picking up probably one of the best neutral items for a Marcy, especially once you've got that Unleash available. The Dagger of Rastool, just an extra 40 damage. And you can very easily look to pop someone like Gunner.
Under the tier 2 tower, look at that, Natsumi.
He didn't pop the dagger.
Use of the BKB, and Gunner's in trouble. Trying to juke through the tree line. Force even going to use the ultimate as well. They'll turn their attention over the Earth Spirit for Polaris. Do they want to continue to stick around? A lot was committed and they didn't get any kills. Force? He didn't get enough distance away. Moo's going to charge in. The Sinister Gaze is out. They've got to be cautious though, because Costabile playing in the tree line with the Wukong command's going to be laid down. It's a lot of damage. They'll blow up Xavius, but that's all they're going to get off the back of Nouns.
A little bit unlucky with that Chain Frost. It took the longest path to get through to the siege creep there, or rather the creep wave. That actually could have been a kill onto Gunner. He just didn't use the Dagger of Rastool. I'm really surprised by Natsumi there. You make that super great dive, the instant stun before he's able to pop the BKB, but you just don't use all your items at your disposal.
Continuing to stall this game out for Dire to find these items. Gunner's going into the Butterflies, his next set of items. Again, Costabile very close to this Desolator, completed as well. So what do we need to look for? Like, what's the perfect team fight? As I hold that thought, Z-Freak onto Natsumi. He does have Force playing behind him and another member of Polaris as well. So Nouns have to be cautious how far they look to continue in the chase. But what's this perfect team fight look for Nouns? What do they need to do to try and answer Polaris in the next couple of minutes?
They need to charge it on Mu. They need to allow him to pop the BKB and force BKBs out of the team. And then once those BKBs wear off, I don't think you're going to reliably live on Mu once you make that dive. But it's all just about getting that follow-up damage through from the Magnetize, from the casks, and allowing Gunnar to really do the main heavy lifting through his right clicks. But someone needs to sacrifice their life, and it's going to either be Mu or Z-Freak.
Do you feel like the Blink Dagger from Mu is going to enable that? Does he need a way to jump in because he has the Onslaught? Or do you feel like he needs another item to maybe stay alive? As speaking about Mu, I see him run out of the tree line. Mu can turn it back around with the BKB. Where's the follow-up? Constabile is going to be nearby. They're going to be cautious of Natsumi's own use of the BKB. They even get a lucky bash as well. But Natsumi's going deep under the tower for this. Who has the rebound to be able to get some distance, but it looks like AU's going to be the one in trouble. Z-Freak, an instant kickback to Gunnar along with Husky. So a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
I actually really like the Blink Dagger that he's got queued up, because it means that you can make that commitment that forces out those early-ish BKBs, and then you could still have the escape mechanism with the Onslaught, right? You just blink in, pop your own BKB, use your ultimate, and then once they've turned onto you, just Uproar, Trample, Onslaught away, and then suddenly you've used one thing for the enemy to use potentially 2 or 3, and then that's when you look to try and make the turnaround with the rest of your team.
We even see Gunnar's gone into the Blink Dagger route as well here for the Shadow Fiend. So he's going to delay the Butterfly for a little bit, wanting his own positioning to be able to help out.
Yeah, for sure. I think his is for a very different purpose, though, right? His is to be able to reliably get that follow-up damage afterwards, as opposed to going for the solo pickoffs. You know, this isn't an Arcane Blink, Yule's ulti game. It's just about getting into the right position to utilize all of the space that Mu and Z-Freak are going to try and make for you. Speaking of Z-Freak, he's been building into that Spirit Vessel for quite some time now, but he's finally finished it up. Level 12 as well, so big team fight bonus coming through for Nouns in the next few minutes.
Nice solo kill for Costability to be able to pick up. 427 gold is no joke for a position 1 who's had a pretty rough showing here. Going to get him closer towards the BKB. And they're even going to look to try and smoke from the rest of Nouns and move down bottom. It is just Saviour's positioning here for the moment. Big kill if they can find it. Again, when you're 7,000 gold behind, you'll take whatever you can across the map. Smoke's going to pop and they'll be able to find him in the tree line. Instantly Mu's able to step in with the Pulverize and they'll clean him up. You've got to make sure that Gunnar isn't killed off though. LSA is going to be off the mark for Lelouch. If they can get to vision, Natsumi might look to jump in. Gunnar's going to try and charge up the Requiem.
No
be able to
Pango.
do so with the BKBs, but the rest of Nouns, they're starting to collapse. They'll be able to catch up Polaris before the retreat. They're back to their half of the map.
Pango's here,
Nouns
and they
will
know
not
that
be fast
BKB's
enough.
not available anymore. They know no Death Ward either. He was looking for the Lucky Bash there on Force, but just wasn't able to land it onto Gunnar. I feel like he might have committed the Rolling Thunder if he was able to. And again, it's just about regaining control over the enemy triangle, the jungle rather, and continuing to push this out because Roshan is potentially up in 15 seconds. So Polaris want to make sure that they're the ones to be able to claim this.
Oh, interesting.
The rock throw.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. He went for the rock throw instead.
Again, it's just about delaying the game, right? You've gone for a potential, solid 2-core lineup in the Monkey King and the Shadow Fiend, and if you're just able to relatively safely keep the lanes pushed out with the rock throw, it goes a long way.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think both sides have some decent scaling potential. I think you kind of have to look at how much AU is really going to be able to deal with the Shadow Fiend thanks to the Frost Shield. I mean, a 60% damage reduction being physical, with right-click damage, so that's something the Shadow Fiend will have a lot of as the game goes on. Oh, hold that thought, he's in some trouble. Natsumi, look at the damage they blow him up. Oh my, Natsumi with the Chrysalis completed just rips apart the Shadow Fiend. It's got to be cautious about how deep he dives, because look at the trap that's been sprung. Gostabile is in with the Wukong's command, and they'll get some revenge onto Natsumi again. Another kill given over to the Monkey King as well, so all of a sudden, he's even in net worth on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, but you popped the Wukongs and Roshan's up, and you traded your 1-for-1. So I feel like Polaris is still in an okay situation. I really want him to pop that Dagger of Restore, man. It's been a few fights now that he hasn't done it, and it probably would have meant that the SF dies much quicker. You probably get the follow-up even quicker, and you don't have to dive underneath a tier 2 and die like that.
It's like second Roshan will be given over free, like you said, without the Wukongs. They don't have the capability to fight, and multiple members still dead as well. So AU is going to pick up the Aghanim Shard, and Lelouch gets the Aegis.
Okay, the Ice Spire coming through here. Just a little bit of extra movement slow always feels kind of nice. Also just the Chain Frost bouncing around to it if he's trying to go for some sort of solo pickoff.
They see Natsumi alone down bottom with the Cliff Ward, but meanwhile Radiant, they have their own ward by the outpost as well, so they're scouting out Z Freak venturing down bottom. Lelouch going to try and catch out the Earth Spirit. Beautiful LSA, just is able to clip him before the roll away. So a kill for Polaris. What do they want to do with this now? They're not in the greatest position to try and get an objective off the back of the kill.
No, I think they're just happy to keep the lanes shoved back in. Again, they've got control of the triangle. Until Nouns make a move, they're the ones that are kind of, I don't want to say on the clock, but they're forced to be the ones that do something. Polaris have an Aegis to play around. They have Outpost as well as Towers to TP to. Well, I was about to say they might try and go for a kill onto Lelouch down here, but how is anyone going to be able to join in? Instead, he just joins in with the rest of his team. Come in to this mid lane, he ends up copping a boundless strike to the face, but well, you've still got a lane that's going to start to push in. Again, you've got the Aegis, you're the true carry for the team. He still wants to farm, though. Feels like he's not quite capable of just full-on manning up against the Monkey King and the Shadow Fiend with all of the pure right-click damage that they're able to do with the presence of the Dark Lord, with the Desolator. It certainly is scary.
Shadowfin, you can't right-click into the Bashes because Natsumi's going to jump in, but the Wukong is there. Beautiful kick away. Z3 gets some distance, so Gunner's going to be able to reposition. The Rolling Thunder has been able to split the fight in half, so Polaris will step out to the left side. And meanwhile, Lelouch, he's still in fighting shape. Look at the Lina just charging into the middle. A couple of right-clicks will clean up the Witch Doctor. The buybacks are there from Nouns. They'll use one on Husky, but Polaris, they lose no one.
Yep, they're going to retreat. They did lose a few buybacks, but again, it doesn't really feel like they expended too much outside of the Wukong. So I wonder if Nouns, especially with this buyback, can look to say, look, we're tired of playing on the back foot. We want to make sure that we can go in and get some key kills. Xavius isn't the one. He just takes way too long to take down.
They're trying to play with this Observer Ward, but Radiant have the capability to fight, especially with this Wukong's command on cooldown for another 30 seconds, but they're not going to look to enter the jungle. Instead, Xavius, a couple of right clicks on the tower.
Yeah, why not? He's the tower sieger. He's just like, you know what, I'm going to pop my my Nature's Attendants, I'm going to take this tower on my own, and then Lelouch is going to join me. And what can you do about it? Not much.
Z-Freak,
the lucky dash.
Unforced will instantly jump forward.
Ooh, nearly.
Make sure you don't cut the tree down.
Yeah. Lelouch as well, looking to try and find the backline.
They still have this Observer Ward here. They see Force on the high ground. It'd be a big pick off. They're able to secure it. They'll drag it back inside the Wukong command, but they don't have a way to lock him into place as Force gets the Rolling Thunder off, and meanwhile, Lelouch is nearby. They're going to try and close the distance onto the Lina, but where's the detection? Lelouch goes under the cover of the Silver's Edge. He's able to reposition and turn it back towards Gunner. With the BKB soon to expire, we'll just get the Requiem off to cover the retreat. But Natsumi's back in the midst, and he's looking for a target on the retreat. No way to be able to jump on forward though, so Nouns will be okay.
They should know they're hunting. They use the Silver Edge right underneath that Observer Ward, so they will eventually back off, but yeah, Lelouch, just the one death so far, 17 kill involvements, and he's just looking to do what Linas do in just be this tanky machine gun, not even tanky, just this machine gun on the back lines, and he's still got about another 900 gold until he finishes up the AC, but that does feel like it's going to be potential high ground time. I would say at the bare minimum taking the last tier 2 tower on the bot side and then playing around this third Roche if possible.
It's like Nouns, they're They're going to continue to play around this top jungle area with that observer ward. They will make sure this is their last stand. Oh, maybe last stand's the wrong way to put it, but this is the area where they want to continue fighting and a choke point where you can utilize that Wukong's and a lot of the AoE damage.
For sure. Let's see, Natsumi, he's not even level 18 yet, so it's just going to get even stronger. The extra pulse damage, the base attack speed slow, even just means that if you're man fighting against someone that doesn't have the BKB popped, they can't fight you. Plain and simple.
Yeah, they gave him the tome, so there's that 18 picked up for Natsumi. Almost dataless completed as well. Xavius is incredibly farmed as well. Look at the Enchantress's net worth.
Didn't even notice.
Yeah, Wraith Pact, Force, Glimmer Cape, same net worth as Mu. Alright, let's see. Ages expires in a 5-man smoke from now. It's going to be a long sweep down to bottom. See how they can get the angle into the team fight.
They're going to lose the objective before that stage, and I wonder if Polaris are going to be able to make the
They
retreat.
have the high ground advantage. Costabile smokes on a pod with the boundless strike. He'll lay down the Wukong command as well, but the Rolling Thunder's going to cut the fight in half, and Lelouch is not in the middle. So the Lina can just pump in the damage as Gunner gets ripped apart. The tips are out as well as Polaris. They know how far ahead they are in this game one. Bottom lane shoved in, and it's time to go up the high ground.
Micro the Skellies, there we go, the boys, they're in, they're hitting onto the tower, and Polaris, they can sense that it's about time to end this game. They're just way too far ahead. Some solid positioning and some really quick reactions. You don't need to get the perfect Chain Frost, but if it's around that choke point, he just tossed it out onto anything and got off all the spells that he needed to. Ice Spire, Chain Frost, Frost Shield, and then by the time you'd committed everything, the rest of your team was dead.
I don't know how they're going to be able to hold this last set of barracks. Moves up in a couple of seconds. No Gunner, no Husky, no Wukong's command as well. They're going to make an attempt.
No hope.
It's a miracle one of that, but there is no hope. They go down with ease. A buyback are out. Z-Freak's got his own buyback as well, but Lelouch is just way too far ahead. 8-1 and 14. Top of the net worth by a long shot.
He's had an
Look at
impressive showing,
Xavius.
that's for sure, yeah. I mean, again, like, what does an Enchantress care about all this stuff?
Smoke. Nice.
This is the power of these style of heroes, and I really feel like more teams need to be picking them. Heroes that don't need to be in the lane, but are still strong in the lane. You know, we see Enchantress, Enigma, Chen, Tusk.
So I'm just chuckling at the rock throw.
Even just with the gem, he's just like, come on, try and kill me. Well, they will. And they'll
will
probably kill
indeed.
Natsumi as well. Maybe.
And they'll probably kill everyone as well. Natsumi goes down. Maybe the T4 tower is a little bit too deep for them. Moose even on top of the Lich as well on the other side, but Lelouch has got a free fight. Look at the right click damage, starts to stack up with a couple of crits. Moo's almost going to go down. He actually steps over to the northern side, but instead they're going to go for the bigger fish to fry, which is Gunner under the tier 4 towers. It's Polaris.
Oh, they got the gem back.
So great. Oh, very nice. Gem on the deck, pick it up. Lelouch, a couple of pings. He wants to farm it, so there we go. Force will find it. Lelouch. He's like, alright, time to end this game. No, not the Courier.
Level 25, he's got the Laguna Blade being pure and piercing the magic damage now. Doesn't have any creeps to use the Dragon Slave onto, just to keep that attack speed. Never mind, it just
no
spawns.
possibility?
I don't think they care about this Pango, they're just going to end the game.
They do not indeed.
Yep.
Yep. Blows up. Polaris. What a game one Shoma coming out from the Southeast Asian boys.
It's a bit of a tradition now, you know, a lot of people call him Lelouch. I call him Lel Ouch a lot of the time when he gets into this stage where he's just beasting it. For those doing the in-game predictions, most damage done by Lelouch, purely physical, it was 24k. That's even without taking into account all the magic stuff. And again, they ticked off a lot of the boxes that I was wanting out of the draft. You know, independent supports, burst damage, good vision controlling heroes, and solid team fight. This is all you really need. And I probably expected the lanes to go a little bit better than they did for Nouns, particularly that Primal Beast lane. But I think Natsumi and AU just played it fantastically.
Yeah, I wonder if the lane would have been different if we didn't see what happened when the horn started and the kills that we got as well. Because the Natsumi came into the lane with the bracer. Like, you had that first blood gold, which is definitely a big advantage, considering as well, like Marcy Lich is an incredibly strong laning sage combo, and like Primal Beast is a great laner, but we saw the strength really come through once they were able to find the levels on Moo. But beforehand, it was really all Polaris down bottom.
It was the levels, in my opinion. Like, the First Blood Gold is nice, but Abrasive isn't going to change things. Having Rebound and Dispose, or Rebound and Sidekick, while they're just level 1, absolutely is lane winning, because you just continue to snowball off of that. Marcy's strong early, Marcy's strong in mid game, and Marcy's strong in late game for different reasons, right? In the lane, because you've got a support that's able to synergize well with you, more slows, more damage. Mid game, because you are able to go for those single target pickoffs, and late game, because you've got this Lina that's fulfilling the true carry role for your team in Lelouch, and he was obviously using that sidekick to its fullest effect. By far the most damage in the game, solid laning, really good performance by Polaris. They're 2-1 now.
Yeah, 2-1, but of course there is another game coming up shortly with Game 2 between Nouns and Polaris, but I wonder if this Lich is going to be something that we can continue to see out of Polaris, because not only did the lane look very good versus the Primal Beast, but I think as the game went on, like that Frost Shield was a really nice answer to the Shadow Fiend into the Monkey King as well. So I wonder, what's your opinion on Lich? You feel like this is a bit of an underrated support that we might see more?
I think we might see a little bit more of it. I think it's has a lot more prominence in these drafts that require you to instantly control someone, as well as drafts that require some kind of way to combat physical damage, right? Because you mentioned it with a Frost Shield, it's so effective against that. AU didn't even end up going for the level 10 talent that provides the extra 10% Frost Shield damage reduction, but it's really significant if you're able to grab it. And I'm still waiting for the Aghanim Scepter to come out on the Lich. That AoE, the Ice Hole, I'm telling you, I need to see another one. We were casting, I think it was Nigma C a while ago, and Paulison, he landed an amazing one. But we'll see if it happens this TI. I'm holding out hope.
Yeah, holding out hope for the Lich to be picked up a little bit more, and even the Marcy as well. Something that
more Marcy
again. Yeah, more position 1 Marcy, because it's at least a little bit different than your stock standard, your 3, your 4 Marcy. At least it gives us a little bit of spice with this hero. So so far for Polaris, they had all the answers in game 1. We'll see what Nouns are going to be able to do if they can hit back in our second game. We'll find out after the break.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Oh, a clean showing out of Polaris in game one puts them up in a 1-game advantage here in our third best of 2 of the night. And we'll see what we have in store for us with game 2 draft coming up shortly. Of course, it was a lot of the new heroes being some of the X factors, in particular Natsumi with his Marcy was able to pop off, and we saw on Shift and Nouns. They put a lot of emphasis on the Primal Beast. It was something that they first picked, but we'll see if they're going to consider about going down that route again in game 2.
Yeah, I think they still can, but I want to see a lot more flexibility with it. Clearly, it's something that you see the Lich picked in response to it. That's what you got a coach there for. So I want to see Neff putting in the hard yards to be able to say, hey, they picked up a Lich in response to the Primal Beast, so let's try and switch it up. Let's make the Primal Beast not the key linchpin of our draft. Let's move it to a position 4, for example, and then pick a different position 3 that just completely abuses Lich, is able to abuse it from afar, for example, and makes it nowhere near as strong as it was in that game.
Unless I'm mistaken, that does not look like Neff behind them. Do we know who the gentleman is with the papers?
Mr. Papers? I don't know, but I know Neff is there with them. Oh god, I know who it is. No. It's
I know it is. No,
it's escaping me. My brain's just gone.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Mangusu, apparently.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. He... oh, man, I'm trying to remember.
He was with
now.
SG and Noping previously. As a coach.
Yes, there was another... I'm trying to think. He was played with or coached at least... I think one of the boys prior. Yeah, he coached Costabile on SG Esports at TI10. Mm-hmm. So there's a little bit of history with the coach and Costabile. We'll see, like you said. I mean,
okay, that's what I mean with the seating. What's going on with that seating? Who sits like that?
Brother, hang on. Are we ever going to doubt Lelouch when he has a Lena performance like that? I mean, if you have a game like that, you can sit however you want. I mean, you can sit with your feet up at the top of the chair and you hanging off the edge. I don't care. If you're chilling, you chill.
And I got to talk to Xavius about which barber he goes to, because that man, he's got pretty good hairstyle, wouldn't you say? Oh, yeah, the zoom in on the king himself.
The king himself. Yeah, definitely top short hairstyle, I will say.
I wouldn't call it a style. I dry it and whatever happens. You
just let it do its own thing. Just hope it looks good one day.
I've had many years of trying to make this work and it just doesn't. So whatever, we'll just YOLO it as we see AU cool, calm, and collected as we would come to expect from him. He's the veteran. He's the calming voice coming through. But yeah, I'm really wanting to see a better performance out of Nouns, and I'm sure they would have higher expectations for themselves too. You only play 5 series in these group stages, so you got to make everyone count. You can't just let a few easy things slip up. And honestly, I didn't hate their draft in game number 1. I just think the lanes went so poorly for Nouns relative to what I thought it would. So maybe they just need to clump up a bit more. Realize that you're going up against an SEA team that loves to go for these level 1 ganks and, look to try and respond to it in kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder, again, I should say, actually, this game Polaris, they have the 24th pick. Oh. I'm going to stop myself right there. So as a 5th pick, Danog, this is very, very interesting. What What are your thoughts about the silencer? Is this warranted with the changes to be a first pick hero?
I don't necessarily think so. The only other team that I've seen pick it has been Na'Vi with Solo, right?
Yeah, great success. They beat Nouns in both those games, in fact.
Maybe that's just Nouns taking something from Na'Vi. You know, that's what you do throughout TI, right? You look at little bits and pieces and you steal it away. And how many times do you see Enigma picked into a silencer? Pretty rare, I would say. But again, this is the impact of just going full on push. I feel like this is Polaris' style. They're saying like, look, silencer, sure, it's better with his Q than what it was previously at being able to deal with split push and people just getting right on top of you, but it still kind of sucks. So if you could pick something like Enigma, who Force is very capable on, pair it together with a solid laner with a Tusk who's able to, like, you get ice sharded with the silencer and you've got Eidolon split, you're dead on silencer. There's nothing you can do about it unless they go... It's not a bad response, honestly. I was going to say something like Pudge or Bristleback or just something else. Even the Marcy, potentially, Dawnbreaker. But Bristle's pretty solid too.
Yeah, it's a hero that we've really seen fall out of popularity. Even though Enigma has been a hero that's picked up at a consistent basis. Like you said, the Bristleback is a great way to answer, but kind of the changes with the experience and the warpath, well, getting towards level 25 takes a lot longer, and the warpath in general isn't as strong as what it used to be.
It's a very worthy 8th pick, though. We always talk about the last pick of the first phase. Whoever's got it, you got to pick something that's potentially game-winning. This is potentially lane-winning, and it's potentially game-winning, provided that you ban out the counters to it. You can see they've already removed the Viper. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go down a route of someone else that likes to go into the early Silver Edge. Even something like a Chaos Knight, perhaps, is what Polaris is thinking of, especially considering they've gotten rid of the Leshrac now. So, what else can we look to go down? Not really a Naga Siren, but, just anything that's able to just swarm over Nouns is what I would be looking to pick up if I'm Polaris.
10 seconds remaining.
It definitely feels like, though, with this first phase, I'm very happy with Nouns as opener. Like, you have addressed the Enigma, even though, again, like you said, in Enigma, you never really see it into the silencer, but you've now got an answer to the BKB Black Hole as the game goes later on, and you have an answer to the lane. And with how strong this hero is, you can't just answer him in one department. You need both answers, because this hero can just, with the unique playstyle that you have now with Wraith Pact and just pushing, like, you need a way to address that. So I like that Nouns have done so, which now gives them an opportunity to be able to set themselves up in the second phase. And are we looking for heroes that can look to pair with the Bristleback? Do we need to cover some other flaws that maybe Nouns haven't covered so far?
I think you just need more heroes that could stall out the fight a little bit, right? Bristle needs time to be able to build up some of those stacks. It needs time to be able to get those first few key items. Like if you could get into the Aghanim Scepter plus a Vanguard, you might even avoid the Vanguard. You might just go Ags BKB, honestly, on this Bristleback, because the timing for Polaris is going to be super early. But just stuff that's good at shoving out lanes is what I would be looking to prioritize. So it takes it away from Polaris as well, but I wouldn't hate to see Nouns go into a Pango.
Yep, even another way to be able to deal with the Enigma BKB Black Hole as the game goes on, with the Swashbuckle Basher that's inevitably going to come out. Gives you some team fight, which can be really handy because the Global Silence is a very long cooldown as well, and you do need some ways to be able to kind of help the Bristleback right-click heroes.
Yeah.
There's a possibility for Polaris just to be able to kind of avoid the Bristleback.
You get away from a Tusk reliably as well. I think it's really solid.
It's another hero that's
V-Tune picked it up earlier today.
Yeah, the Drow, I think Matu also played it in Game 1 versus Extreme. They went like a Drow Visage lineup, so... apparently the 5 base movement speed buff was enough to warrant a couple to Drow Ranger picks.
No, the Na'Vi one was just because it was like a ridiculously good Drow game. They had no backline dive at all, so...
Sure.
Hoodwink, though, that's a break that I was thinking of potential position ones that also pick up the tempo, but if you could just land the sharpshooter with some reliable stuns, then I feel like Polaris is still in a pretty good spot. I still think they could pick the CK here. I think they might just be waiting for the last pick of the overall phase to be able to do it.
It's something that Southeast Asia still put a lot of priority on, being the Chaos Knight. So you said just being able to kind of surround the silencer, I wonder for Nouns if they're going to look to maybe have like a defensive hero, because at the moment Polaris, the name of the game for them is locking the Bristle back into place, getting that sharpshooter off. So maybe having a way to dispel the stun to get Bristle back out of the sharpshooter could be really beneficial.
But what would you have? Like a Legion is basically the only one? Because you've already committed with a Silencer, and I don't really want to see the Silencer anywhere but 5. I feel like you're way too vulnerable to pick-offs if you're playing it as like a core anywhere, because Tusk, Hoodwink, you're just dead. They get right in on top of you.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, because you can't run like Silencer, Shadow Demon. You can't run any other the defensive supports.
Oracle.
Really, the only one's really like Tusk you could maybe pair with Silencer, but of course Polaris have it, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to be able to enable the Bristleback. They're using a lot of their time, but of course for the 16th, 17th, it's incredibly important. Very good call with the Pango. And they'll go down the Venge route. So okay, so you got some synergy. A lot of minus armor, the Lucky Shot with the Goo, and now the Wave of Terror, and you have your own save as well coming out from the swap.
They like to play it a lot on Nouns as well, just in general. So it's
that they do.
A Z-Freak hero that he plays a fair amount. Even before the Silencer got buffed, Husky was playing it a fair amount too. So I'm assuming this is going to be... it might be a Pango mid for Gunner, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be played at the off lane, and they're just saving that one. This is the downside. That's what I was saying. Remember when I was saying in the banning phase, like, I want to see a Pango, but I want to see them address it in the draft? This is what I meant. I needed to see this hero gone. Because, again, it's a fast tempo hero that pairs well together pretty well with a Hoodwink. You land the Bushwhack, very easy to land the Blood right afterwards. You go in super early. People are going to be taking a lot of damage early on. You're just going to have so much buffed up movement speed, and feels really solid. So... if I'm Nouns, I don't think the TA is necessarily the right ban. I want to see them look to get some kind of hero that just provides them more control for these team fights, or rather, more ways to just get in onto the backlines and kill the Silencer before you're able to pop the Global Silence.
So we're wanting some active former hero out of the Lelouch?
Basically.
A puck? Okay.
Maybe not against the Pango. Maybe a Storm. Maybe not against the Pango. I don't know. I just want something that's able to go in and just give vision even, because that's just going to enable the Tusk and the Hoodwink so much.
I do think, though, addressing the Bloodseeker once again, I think this is a game-winning Bloodseeker pick. I'm very concerned that they, with how much it's able to deal with Nouns, because you can't use that swap defensively now. I'm almost certain the range is not far enough where the Rupture's still going to do damage, even with the swap. You're able to address the Pango, and the Aghanim Shah versus Bristleback just absolutely counters him. And you've got a very good lane setup. I think this is a game-winning Bloodseeker pick, and Natsumi plays a incredible Bloodseeker. Like, it is one of his best heroes.
Yeah, it's not long enough range. You need like an Aether Lens plus the Eye of Vizier or the Psychic Headband, basically. Which, once you get to that stage, you got to have a lot of things going your way, essentially.
That you do. We are looking for the last pick hero for Mu. So trying to continue with the tempo. The Beastmaster Visage has been banned out. You can't go down a Lycan route, or maybe you can think of just picking up so many heroes that are countered by Rupture where he doesn't know who to try and use it on. So instead, it's going to be the Dawnbreaker picked up from Nouns.
So this is just buff up Bristle, isn't it? That's basically it. Just secure space for Bristle, push out lanes with Pango and Dawnbreaker. Again, Silence Avenge really can't do it, so they just need to make sure that they're trying to not feed as much as possible. And I think you just need to give up the fact that Polaris is going to get farmed, because you don't have ways to invade super early on. So I think we're going to see a much more passive game, at least if Nouns have any say about it, at least until that Bristleback is able to get up into the Aghanim Scepter for himself. And then they're going to try and push the tempo a little bit more.
See what the last pick's going to be here for Polaris, and still looking for our Lelouch hero. We're looking for some active... I was actually going to say Ember, but Ember's banned out. So again, you've got the Spirit heroes. Mid-Wyvern.
I don't hate it.
It's a pretty goddamn good Wyvern game, honestly. This is going to be the Void Spirit, though. So they're very much going to be able to... They're very much going to struggle with being able to deal with the Void Spirit. Probably expecting Lelouch to consider about a Yule Scepter this game. Just because you need... Well, it's going to be a mid-silencer. So Gun is picking up the silencer. Very interesting. So I wonder what Lelouch is going to be considering, because you do need a way to dispel the global silence. You could consider an early BKB. Of course, you have to use it afterwards. I think you do go down the Yule Scepter route for the Void Spirit, because it is a nice way to set up.
It is, and specifically against the Bristle, right? It's a taunt, so he turns to face whatever direction you want him to. So I think that's going to be really solid as well, just to be able to get some of that follow-up damage in from the Tusk, guarantee that the Hoodwink break is going to come off as well with the Sharpshooter. I'm just interested to see how this mid-silencer goes, because it feels like it's something that they've been baiting out for quite some time. Yes, you are still vulnerable to all of the ganks like I was mentioning before, but you're up against an int hero, so it's going to make that laning stage much more reliable, and I feel like the Bristleback into the Enigma is really solid. Even just the Pangolier, right, with the Swashbuckle into the Eidolons. They're going to be completely ineffective, so I want to see if Polaris look to go for any kind of like lane swaps, maybe even a tri-lane to be able to start this one out, just so that they could try and get that first blood that in game one allowed them to snowball and get to that really strong stage.
So are we concerned about the silencer being a core, though, into the Bloodseeker? Because it's very similar where we saw earlier in the day, I think it was the Bloodseeker into the Sniper matchup, where the Rupture, like if you're forced to stand your ground, this is something that you do not want to do. Silencer is a very position-based hero. Is this an issue that they tried to avoid the bad core-to-core matchup with the Pango versus the Bloodseeker and now put the Silencer into a pretty rough core-to-core matchup?
You know, I'm not going to BS you and assume that I know what I'm talking about with a mid-silencer. I'm just going to sit back and let Gunnar teach me how to play the mid-silencer, because it has been so long since I've seen it, and I'm keen to see if he's able to make it work. I agree with all the points that you're saying, though, right? If they just full-on run at you, things become very difficult. But think about it. You've got a Dawnbreaker that's able to use the Solar Guardian, and you've got Avenge for the swap potential, right? So there are ways to be able to dodge out a lot of that damage you've got coming through. You just got to be mindful of the Rupture, of course.
What is the goal today for Nouns, Danog?
Speed, momentum, and violence.
Very good. Wait, what?
Slapped himself.
What? I didn't know you could do that. Apparently, you can challenge yourself. Okay, very interesting.
Yeah, it's easy. Listen.
I didn't hear it if you tried to slap yourself.
Well, I did.
Obviously not
I'm
hard
an
enough.
idiot.
Very disappointed.
I'm going to ask production to confirm or deny, but I did. You'll see the mark on my face afterwards. It was kind of hard, actually. Tearing up a little bit.
Okay. Well, that's. But do I have to slap myself now as well?
No,
do
you
have
don't.
to be?
Don't abuse yourself just because I'm an idiot. But all right, I want to see what Gunnar's build is. Right now, he's just gone for stats, right? Because you're against an int hero, you want to go trading. You want to be trading as much as possible. He's already leveled up the Glaives of Wisdom. He knows exactly what his strategy is going to be.
Yeah, very interesting on how he's going to continue to play. When there's always been a hero that is difficult to keep up in farm. So I wonder when... Well, they changed the shard, didn't they? I need to re-look at that. Give me a second. If the fight breaks out. The silencer, because it used to bounce, but now it does not. The glaive silences. I don't remember them changing that.
Donor is a game of
mystery.
mystery.
25 now. Okay. All right, so it must have been relatively recently.
So he turns into Luna at level 25, basically.
Yeah, well, that used to be the previous Aghanim shard. Then that's what I was looking at. Like, I wonder when Gun is going to go for the shard, but now that's not the case. He might still go for a pretty early shard. Extra silence could be nice.
Look at what they've done to the mid lane as well. They made sure to use the demonic conversion onto the first range creep. Why not, right? It's going to be quite a hard lane for Lelouch, especially if he's missing some of these last hits. But if he could just make it a little bit easier, then I mean, it's going to go a long way towards securing a pretty solid game for the guy that carried you last time.
Without a doubt, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how this slipped past me. Force is playing the offlane Tusk.
Yeah, I saw. I just saw it at the very end, actually. But when you specifically draft all of these heroes to counter the Enigma, you've got to be able to change it up. So I like it. And again, they picked it into the silencer. So they would have been knowing that, look, any black hole that we get is a luxury. So I feel like it's just a simple Wraith Pact. It's just solid, right? You shove out lanes, you get to scout, you're good in the lane, you're good in mid game, you're good late game. It's just a great hero.
Yep. Do we feel like with the flex from Polaris, they can look to, like, is this a kill lane for them on... I don't think you can kill off the Bristleback, but do they have the potential to get rid of Husky with the Tuscan and Hoodwink combination? Or is this just like a kind of farm trading lane, looking to get whatever you can out of it?
I think you just want to get your initial farm if you're the Tusk, right? You just want to make sure that you're tanking yourself up a little bit, because eventually you're going to want to try and get aggressive. Honestly, it's not too common that it's the offlaner making the rotations, but I feel like it's very worthwhile if you could just make the Silencer's life miserable. You've already done it with the demonic conversion onto the first range creep, and if you could just do it onto another, if you could just kill Gunner multiple times, especially when his TP's off cooldown, for example, then suddenly you don't scale. You're not this scary Silencer that you've been looking to nullify the impact of.
I feel like bottom lane for Nouns, this is a lane that they can definitely come out on top, and you kind of need that for Moo, with how much he struggled in the lane in game 1, just to kind of start to build up some confidence for himself as well. You've got the double stun combination, so the missile to be able to enable Moo's hammer to rack up and for him to close the distance. So we'll see how AU is going to look to play. At the moment, it's just pulled the small camp, so it will be able to deny some of the creeps away.
Even just the Wave of Terror, honestly, combined together with a Starbreaker is a ton of damage that you're able to dish out. I mean, 85 damage level 1 with -3 armor rips through those Eidolons and can oftentimes look to, net you a kill. I want to see what Moo goes for his build as well, because it is kind of mana intensive for this lane, but we all know that Sol Ring isn't anywhere near as strong as it used to be. That's one of the big reasons that actually Costabile on the top lane, looking to get the entire creep wave in onto him, as well as the combined attacks coming through from Force and Xavius, but they will get the... Wait, who got the first blood? Husky and Costabile, huh?
Yeah, they did indeed. And meanwhile, mid lane, Lelouch finds a solo kill.
Oh boy.
And again, we mentioned that Polaris are a vocal team. Lelouch giving some tips over, and Gunner's like, all right, well, yeah, the lane was kind of impacted thanks to bottom with the Enigma. And speaking about AU, under some pressure at the moment, but Moo, he's not going to be able to close the distance. Amelphis holding back the Dawnbreaker. They will go to Natsumi, though. Missiles up in another couple of seconds, but Natsumi with the bonus movement speed will be able to slip away from the aggression.
They will. Still though, any little kill that you can get to slow down Costabile, like this is not what we saw last game where it felt like Shadow Fiend was the be-all and end-all of Nouns' draft. This time it's Costabile. He needs to make sure that he has a good start. And he's been caught underneath the tower again with the ice shards, but I have time to back off this time around. Lelouch just putting in another great performance, right? Getting that solo kill.
Which is scary, because you do not want to give this guy a free game. You do not have a lot of answers here to the Void Spirit. A lot of it's going to come off the back of the chain control from the Pangolier, but this is a position 5, so you don't really have... You're not going to have as many items to be playing with. You see that Lelouch can go down at least one Dispel route to be able to deal with the Global Silence, so if you give a good start to the Void Spirit, he will definitely prove to be an issue for Nouns as the game goes on.
Yeah, even just little things like being able to get rid of the Viscous Nasal Goo, to be able to get rid of the Wave of Terror, for the minus armor aspects. Bottom side,
Z-Freak. Oh, nicely done. Missile into the combo from Moo. They're going to be able to hold back Natsumi. Z-Freak will be able to stay alive. Missile up in a couple of seconds, but AU will be able to get towards the tower. Z-Freak attempting to continue to chase, but a lot of resources being expended from either side. Natsumi doesn't have...
He's got nothing.
Anything at the moment, yeah. What's
Absolutely
giving him?
nothing.
Oh, yeah, nothing.
So, as long as this lane's in a pretty deep spot for Nouns, they're very happy. Like, they know as soon as Natsumi comes in, they're just going to immediately go for the kill. And, I mean, this is the importance of constantly having resources being ferried out to you in the laning stage. It's coming out right now on AU, but it's going to be way too late.
Yeah, AU just wanted the Bloodseeker to die so he could get all the juicy experience down bottom. You know, he's thinking like a core.
Is he going to die here on Lelouch? Oh, just the Fairy Fire, keeping him up. And is he going to be lucky? Of course he is. I mean, he's already had a good enough time in the mid lane.
Lucky? No, the missile! Oh no, it doesn't connect. Lelouch's got to be cautious still.
Lux for losers,
pushing
says Lelouch. He's just like, losers. You know what, I'm going to get away on my skill.
It's going to push him all the way back to base though, at least. They will lose the catapult away from now, so not too much damage being dealt in the tower, but Gunner is at least being able to catch back up after that previous death.
It's gone much better for Nouns, though, in the laning stage than what we saw previously.
Bottom lane, Lelouch is going to rotate down. It's a beautiful blood right. Getting that extra control over towards the Dawnbreaker. Lelouch is going to have the finishing blow, but meanwhile, they will not have a stun to stop the TP out. So Z-Freak will make it back alive. Meanwhile, Nouns, they might consider about diving the Hoodwink under the tower. Although they're actually going to consider about TPing Force in. The Bushwhack will be off the mark, but instead, a beautiful shot's going to lock Gunnar inside the river. We'll see if the damage is going to be enough out of Force, and you bet it is. Gunnar doesn't have the health pool to be able to stay alive, and now Lelouch is connected to mid as well. From bot over to help out with the rest of the members. Beautifully done as Polaris bring both cores here to help out to secure the kills.
Yeah, that was the rotation that I was talking about, right? A lot of the time, you really don't want to be doing that on an offlaner, but if you're able to, again, slow down this silencer, prevent this early-ish to mid-game stages, because he's not going to farm at the same speed as someone like a Void Spirit is. You just don't have the tools to be able to do it, especially now that you move the Aghanim Shard over to the level 25 talent. Plus side, though, is that Costabile, he's just been sitting up here getting all this free farm, solo XP as well for himself. So he's going to be hitting some pretty decent timings. He did end up going for the Vanguard. Of course, he's up against a Tusk, so I understand why. Same sort of thing with a Bloodseeker, right? All of that increased attack speed suddenly doesn't feel quite as menacing.
Still, when they need to be able to convert on this kill. An attempt under the tier 1 tower. Natsumi's going to try and step out of the Starbreaker. Looks like Mu beautifully done with his cast. He's going to be able to secure the kill, and now they'll go for AU as well. So no way for the Enigma to be able to slip into the tree line. Lelouch is going to try and TP down. He's got some ultimate charges to play with. He's going to turn towards Husky, but the burst damage is not enough. And now Lelouch, he's in trouble. He's playing off the back of the Resident Pulse Absorption. That's enough to keep him alive. Mu will end up TPing up, so he'll be okay. But in the end, we get some other kills as well, so that's a big rotation for Lelouch to be able to find. 3-0-1, and we saw what he was able to do in game 1 top lane. Natsumi and Force in combination together, chasing down Costabile. They need to get in front of the Bristleback, but instead, it's going to be the help for the bonus tag team, already maxed out. That's enough to provide them that extra damage to get rid of the position 1, and he was really the only person on Nouns that was having a good start to this lane.
I'm going to be very careful with his positioning. Z-Freak over to the left. They get a solo pick-off onto the Hoodwink. He's been sitting mid, just soaking up a lot of this XP, though, so I don't think Xavius will mind that all too much. He just wanted to make sure that the tower didn't get pushed in by the Pangolier while Lelouch was away, getting a lot of those kills, and more importantly, the network.
Force might be able to solo kill Gunnar. But the Solar Guardian and Husky's positioning will keep Gunnar alive, although Lelouch, he's going to be able to follow up as well. Beautifully done. Steps in with a burst required. Meanwhile, top lane, though, Natsumi is in a little bit of trouble. Vulnerable against the Bristleback, but a Rupture used defensively will enable him to get back towards the secret shot. But they do have a ward of the triangle, and Husky's going to try and connect. But it'll be the Ancients that deny the Bloodseeker.
And this is the positive thing when you've got an Enigma as well, right? AU, we haven't called his name for quite some time. He doesn't have the greatest amount of net worth, but he is just farming away super happily on this bottom side, keeping the lane pushed in, and someone's going to need to have to deal with this.
Lelouch, he needs to get the kill pretty fast on the Z-Freak, but his other ultimate charges, they might not even catch up to the Vengeful Spirit. They'll miss out on the shards. He'll turn it back around, chucking out a missile. Beautifully done as Gunnar gets the streak, and meanwhile Mu, he's going to enter the fight as well. A solo kill for the Dawnbreaker onto Xavius, but we're not done just yet. And Force and Natsumi in combination together. The Blood Right will buy them some time, but as soon as that runs out, Nouns can push on forward. Costabile starting to stack up the slows. Gunnar as well is going to be in with the Arcane Curse as Force is stopped to a crawl. Is he going to take out to the damage? It's not enough, so Force will survive.
AU comes in as well. He doesn't quite have the mana for the Black Hole. It kind of feels like he was going to be using that solo onto Gunnar because he hasn't leveled up the Global Silence yet, but a Dawnbreaker with no ultimate, a Bristleback with no stun. Almost felt like that would have been a guaranteed kill, but maybe just not accounting for the mana cost of the TP. Immediate smoke coming out here. Level 6 on Xavius, so they feel like they can go for this kill onto Costabile. I feel like they'll need some kind of resources, and that's where the TP comes in from Force to be able to do so.
Oh, Costabile is going to be in trouble. Look at the burst potential that comes out. And Force might be on point with the shards. A nice sidestep from Mu, because he's always playing with a Celestial Hammer, but Then this is a big concern that I have for Nouns, that yes, Bristleback is the highest net worth hero for Dire, but throughout the entirety of the game, they have a way to address him. So it doesn't seem like it particularly matters how much farm he's going to be able to get. Polaris will be able to counter him as the game goes on.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, the thing is, they're always going to be able to counter him, so you have to force a way to be able to make them defend more than attack, right? You don't want to give these open opportunities for Polaris to just run at you whenever they feel like. And so a big way to do that is just to consistently push out lanes. Bristleback's alright at doing it. You could just toss a Wave of Terror, which helps the creep wave do it naturally. Even a Pos 5 Pango has the capability to do it. And we can see Moo, I was mentioning, what's he going to go for mana regen? He's got a Falcon Blade, and he's going into the Soul Ring. So he's just going to be spamming that Celestial Hammer off cooldown to make sure that's what's happening with the lanes.
That is the one nice thing, I suppose, with Nouns, is that their lineup is very much based around counter-initiating. A Solar Guardian used defensively, the swap, your Husky with the Rolling Thunder to be able to enter some of the fights. So you need to get to the stage, but the Bristleback is strong enough to be able to kind of put yourself on the front line and for Polaris not to be able to execute cleanly to blow him up as Husky. There's the Rolling Thunder we're speaking about, but AU will have plenty of time. He's even going to use the Black Hole. No messing around though with the Solar Guardian to be able to counter this. So a couple of ultimates expended from either sides, but the rest of Polaris, they're looking to get in the neighborhood. As they see that gun is caught out of position. An instant use of the swap, but Lelouch is nearby as well. But then beautiful double bushwhack will hold Moo down into place as Xavius finds the burst required to get another kill for Polaris.
Yeah, they use so much just to try and protect this this Pangolier, which basically there's not much point of it. I mean, this is a position 5 Pango at the end of the day. Sure, you killed the Enigma, but that Enigma's Pos 5 too. So it just feels like a little bit too much emphasis being given on to those sorts of heroes as opposed to stopping the real tempo setter, which is the Tusk. You need to try and commit as heavily as possible onto the Tusk, maybe go down the Spirit Vessel route for Husky, just to make sure that you're able to get a little bit more of that damage through onto him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is kind of nice. So Z-Freak's getting some meat time down bottom. I think this is 3 waves in a row that the Venge has been able to find some farm. Oh, hold that thought. Costa Billy is going to be picked up. Force and Xavius combination together. Not only do they have the Void Spirit that the Hoodwink can play with, but your Force is that farm they can look to play with him as well. As well, finally they'll address Z-Freak, who was freely farming up down bottom. It's going to be AU and Lelouch that were required to be able to defend the tower.
Dire's top tower
Nice little deny as well, so just gives them even more farm on Polaris. And they are going to end up going into that Yule Scepter that we were expecting for Lelouch. I think he's nearly finished up his full, the full item as well, so could very easily just look to purchase that one through. Level 12 as well, so his damage output is severely increased right now, and I mean, right now it just feels like...
On to the T1 tower, look at the burst again, Force and Xavius with the sharpshooter. They haven't got the damage until Force is able to utilize the snowball, but now that the reinforcements are showing up, they need a stun! And they'll just find the last second. Z-Freak is there with the magic missile. They're looking for more though, but Husky will be a little bit too late to cancel any other TPs with the Rolling Thunder.
I just want to see Void Spirit, Hoodwink, Tusk, maybe not even all 3, but for now, probably safer to do it than not, and just hunt the Bristleback. Try and find where he is, get some deep wards up with the smoke, and then look to consistently kill him, because again, he is the only one that you're concerned about.
And it feels like Polaris have already kind of anticipated where the Bristleback is soon to be farming. You take a look at this freshly placed Observe Ward by the Dire Triangle. So they're ready for the Bristleback to fall towards that location, which I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been farming. Like, this is usually the Bristleback's home, and no one else can really try and clean up this area.
I think it's kind of out of necessity, right? He doesn't want to be super greedy. He wants to assist his team with trying to keep that top lane pushed out as much as possible.
Anyway, he jumps into the river. The Global Silence is going to be able to set up for the Solar Guardian. Bit of a mistake coming up from Lelouch, and yeah, Garnet gives him a tip back. He'll make sure he remembers.
Husky going for the jump here, trying to catch out.
In the river though, Moo. By the secret shot, Natsumi and AU. Yeah, they're going to be able to see the Dawnbreaker splitting up for the rest of the team, so Even though Nouns were trying to catch up with the Rolling Thunder mid, that gave them an opportunity to try and deal with the Dawnbreaker.
Is under attack.
They're pinging out the courier as well. They want to try and get this point booster if they can. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to though. So now Gunnar, 2.5 items into his Aghanim Scepter. It's going to provide them so much more utility for all these team fights. Not force him to use that Global Silence super early on. Can afford to be a little bit more conservative with it. Wait for those BKBs that I'm sure are set to come out next for Force. Yep, there it is. And Bloodseeker, he's already halfway there for himself. So just wait for that. After the Yule Scepter as well for the Void Spirit, that's when you're going to have the real strong effectiveness in these team fights. Because they're not lacking in it for Nouns. They just need to start these team fights a lot better.
This is a concern when Polaris are just easily able to invade the jungle. 17 minutes in, taking away the triangle. They don't even care about this T1 tower mid. It's just the economy that they want to shut down from the side of Nouns. I mean, you see they're all grouped up, like Gunnar and Move playing together, so just continuing to stem the economy that Nouns are able to build up.
Yep. It's all about stalling, right? Just get that next item and be able to withstand the BKB push that they know is inevitably going to come their way. So even Husky has just been given a lane all to himself because they know that, you know, Pango, Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, you're able to quickly clear lanes out. They go for a smoke. Wasn't under any kind of vision, but let's see if they're able to respond to it in time. It's just going to be AU that they pick off here, which, you know, it's not the greatest to be able to lose your Enigma, never mind, but it's a 4-man smoke for a position 5. And it just, the amount of space that it gives. Look at the lines being drawn on the map. AU's just like, well, they killed me. Push out top, push out mid, try and take this tower.
Yeah, it's a lot of information now that Polaris are going to be working with all the other lanes that are shoved out, because now you can jump Gunnar. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up. Polaris are hesitant about committing. Sharpshooter with the damage is not enough, so Gunnar's going to be okay.
They're just trying to force some kind of movement up towards this top side force. It's this little balancing act, right? Of wanting to push the wave in as quickly as possible, but not leave yourself there to be able to die. Wisely enough, Nouns, they're not going to get baited out by this. They don't want to TP up here unnecessarily. It's all just about running there. They're pinging him out now, saying, hey, he could have potentially TP'd in. So maybe they'll be baited into making not so ideal movement coming through. Here we go.
It's like they're baiting as well.
Yeah, coming up top. Z-Freak in good position. Does he have the range, though? It's just level 1 swap.
Oh, he just backed off. He just started to back off. That's a lot of ultimates expended. And Polaris, they had already disengaged before the Global Silence and the Solar Guardian, so it just felt like they didn't see anyone behind. They wanted to try and get some reactions, and they well and truly got that. That is a big victory for Polaris. Now they can do whatever they want on the map.
Able to see that they've got this high ground watered as well. Xavius, not sure if you're in a position, buddy, to be able to go for this one, as the Rolling Thunder's committed to try and take him down. Get the slow,
cautious though. Yeah. The Rupture's there. Scarcy forced to cancel out the ultimate, and they recognize that Nouns, they're not playing with some big abilities to be able to utilize in the team fight. So 2 heroes are killed off with ease, and now they're even going to chase forward for more. Gunner's positioned up on the high gun. Costability did just complete the Scepter as well, so they kind of need to respect the Bristol back for the moment. Although the Lelouch is going to charge up, gets the jump. Rest of the team's starting to move towards his position. They even have the boomerang as well for the bonus damage.
Nice chop though.
Nouns will be okay.
By Moons, he chopped the tree, making sure there wasn't that consistent follow-up coming through. I think they're going to be happy enough if they're able to take this mid-tier 1 tower. No Solar Guardian for 50 seconds, and they saw the fact that Mood TP'd down here, so they're going to be able to claim this one, get some control around the Roche Pit, and that's going to be the next main objective for Polaris. They've got a Tusk, they've got a Bloodseeker that's able to attack super fast, they've got a Wraith Pact, plenty of damage.
The triangle force. They'll get the jump onto Costabile. A snowball's going to buy them some time. A beautiful setup for Lelouch to enter the fight. The damage is getting spread apart, but once that Toomey is able to enter, they don't have an answer to the Bloodseekers. The BKB just enables him to get the right clicks out, and Costabile will look for the TP, but the Remnant instantly stops out in its tracks, and now they've caught out Gunnar as well. Another tip, Lelouch, he'll give him one back as Polaris loses 0 members.
0 members lost, and, well, they're going to find a tier 2 tower for themselves as well. No glyph available. Siege Creep assisting them too. Might even be looking to go for a solo pick-off here onto Z-Freak, but Lelouch as well as Xavier's going to be able to back up in time. But again, I mentioned that they were going for that Roshan controls. We look at the replay. This is what the Yule Scepter provides, right? Not only does it give you that safety net against the Global Silence, against the Aghanim Scepter on the Silencer, but it allows you to force the Bristleback to face you. So he's already down to half HP before he even gets ruptured, forced to TP away. He's just in such a rough spot. It doesn't feel like he can take these team fights prior to having the BKB, and he's just a mile away.
Yeah, it feels like really the timings are coming out too late for Nouns. I was going to ask the question on one stage, do we feel like Nouns can compete with the double scepter timing, but we don't even have that yet on Gunnar. And the net worth lead is just continuing to balloon to a stage where they have the answers to the Bristleback, and you can now itemize against the Silencer. Like, this is one of the big weaknesses with this hero. You already see Lelouch. Your Scepter instantly into the Lotus Orb as the item after the Aghanim Scepter, and they're going to continue just to itemize to be able to dispel. Like, this is the big issue with the hero. There's just so many ways to counter you.
Yeah, Natsumi, he's gone into a Manta style. Like, he just wants to quickly purge that one off. I'd be surprised if I didn't see someone with a Lotus Orb queued up next. You've got, oh my god, you've nearly got the Walrus kick available on Force. He's got the three components on the courier. One more pick off, and this is going to be another big item picked up for him.
Yeah, and you can use that in so many ways in these team fights. That's a very good point. I wasn't even going to mention that. But yeah, that's a great point, being able to get that bonus damage out of the Rupture. As Moo, they both run into him. Oh, Lelouch. Oh no, they thought it was on the other high ground that the smoke popped on. So Moo's going to be able to TP out, and also Husky will TP out as well. So Polaris, the smoke down to bottom will get them nothing. Meanwhile, Natsumi is alone. They have the outpost to be able to TP to.
No.
Natsumi, it seems like he knows though. He's playing behind the single tree. The rest of Polaris aren't moving over towards top. Natsumi will use a defensive BKB. Wraith Pack laid down as well.
There's no way
he's going to be able to get out.
Oh, they got the courier with the Ags on it though. So Force doesn't have it. He's not going to have it for the next 2.5 minutes. That's a pretty big kill. I mean, it only gives them about a minute window where they have both that as well as the Aegis. So, well, that's just a small victory going Nouns' way. They would have seen that they got that, and maybe now with the BKB on cooldown, they feel like the Bloodseeker can't fight. So they're going to go for a kill elsewhere, just showing Costabile on the map because he still needs to farm.
They see Lelouch.
Getting baited here.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do. The swap back into the Rolling Thunder. That's a beautiful setup. Really nicely done from now. It's a crafty way to get the jump. Beautifully done from them. And now this T1 tower. They might be able to find it. We haven't really seen the prowess of the Bristleback so far with all his right-click damage. And with that kill, they should be able to get some map control now.
Doesn't feel like much, but it really does open up so much of the map, right?
Yep.
Like, you can even look to potentially place yourself inside of the enemy triangle now as this Bristleback, but instead they're just going to back up a little bit, look to get another smoke through. I'm not sure who they're going to pick off now, though, because no one's farming inside of their jungle. They can see that. They've got the wards for it. And even if they found the Bloodseeker farming over to the left side, there's a tier 1 tower to TP to, and he's got the Aegis. So I feel like, despite BKB being on cooldown, they're not all that concerned on Polaris. There's that Lotus Orb that I was talking about on Xavius. Just first item Lotus Orb, straight rush.
Oh boy. Big concerns with how Gunner's going to be able to get effectiveness. He's going to go into the Boots of Trouble next, so a little bit of extra positioning will be nice. But, like you mentioned, that Aghanim Scepter from Force could really prove to be an issue. You can kick away the Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder if you want to look to address him. You can kick Silencer into a compromised position. You can kick the Bristleback out of the fight. A lot you can do even without even playing with the Rupture, so a bit difficult for Nouns to claw their way back into this game. But we have seen, though, in the past couple of sequence of events, they're minor ones, but they have done a very good job.
Again, it's all about stalling. Husky doing his best on the top side. Should net them a tier 1 tower. It's just a question of what do you lose in the meantime. It's just an illusion. It was bottled up previously by Gunner there. Get the AoE last word off.
Swap back. Natsumi's got an opportunity for the BKB this time, though. The chain control is not perfect from Nouns. Was the BKB on cooldown? It actually might prove to be an issue for Polaris. Getting some usage out of the Rupture, so they'll just look to take the T2 tower.
I think they're waiting.
Xavier's in a position to be able to jump back in, though. He sees Gunner. Oh, no, an AU. What an ultimate. The global silence comes out, but it will not matter. The black hole has done the dirty work. It's a position 5 Enigma into
Walrus kicks
all the
about to come.
counters. Has an ultimate like that.
Oh, he really wants to try and get the silencer. Gunner brought back. Single roll
On
stick
Force,
back.
there we go. A kick onto Husky. An easy pickings as Force beautifully done to set that up.
He just wants to die to the tower. 10 seconds left on the Aegis.
Blood calls to blood.
Tower about to drop too.
And Force is looking for someone caught out.
Oh, Gunner. That's such an unsafe place to be right now, my man. He's going to reveal his positioning a little bit. Doesn't have any movement items. But they're not really caring about the silencer at this stage. They're just like, you know what, we want to try and get the melee racks. Won't be able to, though. Still quite a hard nut to crack.
Ooh. Okay, they're doubling back for a second. Seeing if there was an opportunity, but not the case. So in the end, Polaris, T3 tower is going to go down, and the melee barracks taking a decent chunk of damage as well. Mid lane, Force, there we go. The kick onto the Bristle, but look at the damage, man. Oh no, Natsumi just cleans apart the Bristle back, and now they're going to turn towards the Dawnbreaker as well. He'll get some distance away. A beautiful Manta dodge is able to avoid the magic missile, and Hussy's going to be in with a counter once again. Force, he found Gunner. Oh, that's perfect. Into the sharpshooter burst. The Tusk catching out another straggler.
They're just going to keep doing it. 5 seconds, he's just going to go for another one. No one can go forward to try and stop this. Force, move forward. Ooh, kick back, never mind. Swashbuckle, disabling it. They know exactly where he is. They can just look to rally around Natsumi.
Oh, Husky's going to jump in. He's jumping into the middle, and instead, he's just giving an opportunity for Force to find a kickback. Further putting him out of position.
Maybe just wanting to give up his own life as to say, well, take me, not the racks.
Maybe move. Also might be one in trouble. They're going to be able to deal with the tree, and as soon as they get the buyback out of Husky, and with the respawns coming up shortly, Polaris, they will look to back up this net worth lead, continuing to go further and further into Radiant's favor, and they will finally at least get a barracks on their side as well.
Yeah, buybacks, multiple buybacks. And going into... Oh, he's going the Atos. Okay. Is that a Glicknir that you've got now? It is indeed. So he was going into a Skadi previously on Natsumi. Had it queued up for the longest time, but I much prefer this. Just more stuff to enable your Tusk to have the big impact, because Force, how many offlaners do you see second on net worth ahead of a Bristleback? He has played a phenomenal game.
Look at... Oh, mid lane, hold on. Go back to live. Swap back into Force. Mash use of the Lotus Sword, but the rest of the team, let's see if it's going to be enough time to close the distance. And alright, a little bit of cards to go as Force. He'll go down. Natsumi, see if they can close the distance onto the Bloodseeker as well. It's still got BKB. I don't think they're going to be able to kill this man. It's not the case. Look at bottom, Xavius and Lelouch.
He's ratting with a Void Spirit and a Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Run!
Oh no. We'll be able to get on top of Xavius. Let's go into the tree line, and he should be chilling, although the rest of Nouns are converging onto bottom, but they're a little bit slow to be able to catch up. Scan, they know he's still there. Xavius, oh, can they finally deal with this squirrel? No way Xavius survives. Meanwhile, though, Lelouch, he's got that outer ring in the dissimulate, so Lelouch is gone, and Xavius is out as well. Look at all the time spent trying to kill these two members.
Yeah, that's the big difference, right? They just feel like a lot of their movements are so much cleaner. Only a minute left until the Roshan, so again, Polaris. This is composed Dota. They're just saying, you know what? We know the key timings to play around. Do they have the... They don't even have Aghanim Shot on Bloodseeker yet. And he is dealing a crap ton of damage. So almost level 20. He'll have the Aghanim Shard, provided that they're able to take Roshan. With all the vision that they've got, I can't see any reason why not.
There's a 5% chance, 31 minutes in. Will Force? Oh, just doesn't get the kick, the slow. Now they're going to actually swap him back. Great reactions out of Force, being able to use the snowball to stop Nouns from jumping on that opportunity, and they just blow up Z-Freak instead. Look at the double back.
Oh, yep. The old C fake back. You love to see it. They want to
It's
fight.
inside the base.
Gunner.
They see Gunner. Lelouch is going to give them the vision. They get the Remnant as well. AU's in with the black hole. There's going to be no way to stop that. An easy kill onto the core silencer. Enigma's starting to fall low. They'll have at least the finishing blow to deal with AU, but can they get out with their own lives as Moot? He committed into the middle of the fight, and as soon as the BKB expires, they'll bring him down, and Force is onto another target. Nouns crumbling, 4 members gone.
And that was without the Wraith Pack dropped as well, so probably would have even lived on the Enigma without all of that. And, well, who needs Roshan when you can just take Rax? You know, they just don't have the heroes to be able to fight up into this, and looks like Force just wants more pickoffs going into the Octarine core for the extra cast range to be able to reliably get a lot of these pickoffs. And they're saying Bristleback's missing, and they're going to go for a smoke play, but I'm not sure how effective this is going to be. Who do you
Really
even
feels
kill?
like... Yeah, that's a good question. Their only hope is swap into instant stun. Well, they don't have the heroes alive to be able to play with that, and so Xavius can reposition, terms it with the sharpshooter, and jumps down to the low ground. Beautifully done coming out from the hoodwink, and meanwhile, on the opposite side of the fight, Gunner is caught out once again. This Tusk Aghanim Scepter being too much for Nouns to handle.
You almost have to call it at this stage. It's just going to be too demoralizing otherwise, and they're even looking to try and go for one more Force. You know the man's always going to go for that extra kill, and well, it looks like he might be able to claim it here. Just tosses the corpse outside of the base.
Oh no. Ask is doing what he can, but you know, this is looking like it might indeed be the series over and done with. But another kill to celebrate here for Polaris.
Another corpse kick. I love the ragdoll physics around it.
I'm a big fan of the Scepter as well. When we get to see some core Tusk, we didn't even mention the fact that the Tusk 3 is something that we've seen not have a whole lot of success, but Forces looked incredible on it this game. 12, 3, and 18. Very impressed with his performance.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's just that draft versatility, right? To be able to not just switch heroes around. Yeah.
Oh, dude, you can't show yourself. You actually cannot show yourself.
I mean, Gunner is a great Tusk mid as well, so he knows exactly the limits that you can look to play around, and I'm sure, you know, there's a little bit of karma for all the times that he's been spamming this out in his pubs, but they're just going to go for another one. There we go.
Combo like you were mentioning. Rupture to the kick, Costabile, he'll make it away. Hey, they do get Force.
Okay.
A bit of a streak. They have to use a lot to be able to bring Kim down. Be able to turn it back around into Husky. And look at the damage at Natsumi. A free fight here for the Bloodseeker. And the final team fight to be able to close out this game. Bristleback gone for 50 seconds, and the T4s are starting to go down as well. A very important series victory from Polaris. Yeah, being able to 2-0 Nouns. And we also saw earlier in the day as well, they were able to go 1-1 in their previous series. So they are now going to be 3-1 here for Polaris to kick us off in the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. And, well, it's on the back of some solid play, you know. The Polaris that just goes for the super deep dives without having the tools to be able to do so, they don't exist anymore. Well, maybe they're just in hibernation. But for now, they've been looking really solid, you know, being able to go 1-1 against a quality outfit like Na'Vi and a very clean 2-0 against Nouns. It really didn't feel like they were challenged at many points throughout this series. Laning phases have just gone far ahead, and I like the small adaptations that they're making. The itemization's always on point, the hero switches always on point, even just the simple things like demonic conversion onto the range creep in the mid lane just secures Lelouch that early advantage that he needs to make that lane not as strong as I'm sure Nouns were hoping for it to be.
I mean, Polaris are a team that have gone through some trials and tribulations throughout the entirety of the season. Like, this is a team that had some very big issues with their rosters. You know, we saw them almost be able to make it to the Stockholm Major, where they lost in the tiebreakers versus T1, 2 or 3 just before it. They won the BTS Pro Series with a new lineup where Nevermind came in and TMV came in as well, but they didn't have the success they were hoping for, and really that the last little piece that was required from Polaris was the coach. The person who had not played in almost 3 years, had some short stints on some teams like Fnatic, even played in the open qualifiers for 2 or 3, but AU is that final piece for them. They look incredible with the coach playing. He's been there for quite some time. They've gotten really close to winning tournaments as well. They just fell shy of like the ESL 1 Malaysia tournament where they lost against Talon. They just fell short in the Gamers Galaxy Thailand tournament that we saw them in the grand finals versus Boom. Yeah, in 3-2 fashion.
It went to game 5. They would be
Yes.
at TI if not for
Exactly.
a game 5. So they're on the cusp, and I can't think
They
of
are.
any better representatives of Southeast Asia to be able to go into something like these last chance qualifiers. It would be so heartbreaking if they got so close yet so far, but I can't wait to see how they go against the likes of, your Extreme Gamings, your Secrets, your Liquids, to see how they're able to fare against that. Even Virtus Pro.
Because this is a team that we've said it multiple times, they are a very vocal team, and when they are ahead they look their best, and we even saw in the clip as well when AU got the I believe it was a 4-man black hole. We saw how vocal Lelouch was. He was shouting, he was happy. There's a lot of voice lines going on, there's a lot of tips going on as well. When Polaris play ahead, they look like an incredible team. They need to keep that confidence up, and I think this is an incredible start to the last chance qualifiers. Like you said, tying 1-1 versus Na'Vi, which is a team that will be competing for the upper bracket, and being able to get 2 very clean game victories over against Nouns as well. I don't think... Yeah, I'm just double checking. Polaris have no more games for today. So this is a very, very important way for them to be able to start off day 1.
Yeah, if I had any choice, I would probably prefer to have 2 series on day 1 and 3 on day 2. Yeah, there's the chance of tiebreakers and you might end up playing like 4 series in a single day, but I think with the meta adapting like it is, it's not massively different from what was previously, but just being able to get that little bit of extra scouting time to be able to see what you're up against, what they're playing, what their playstyle is, do they have any habits. I think that's going to be super invaluable for a team like Polaris, especially one that has the coach that's now become a player. So he's going to be able to put these things in the back of his mind and bring them out mid-game when it matters most.
Yeah, and I can only just imagine as well with the... this is almost at the pinnacle event. You're almost at TI, and the emotions must be through the roof, and you would be incredibly drained after day 1, like doing all the media stuff that you have to prior, and just even flying out, boot camping, being in that environment. Like day 1 would be so draining for them. So like you said, just to have only 2 series to play and to look incredibly dominant in those games and series as well. So Polaris are off to a really good start. Their opposition in Nouns, they're going to fall down now at 0-4. They also have 1 more series, and that is a very difficult opponent against Secret.
Ooh, that's not going to be too easy. I think you got to try... I don't know what they got to try, but they got to try something different because it's not working out too well for them so far. But I've got hope. All of NA have their hopes as well that they can reach the lofty heights of Wildcard, who ended up taking a game off of VP. So we'll see. Anything can happen in these last chance qualifiers. But for you and me, that's it for today. We'll be back tomorrow, but we've got 1 more series that we're going to be watching on this channel, which is going to be, well, that VP that I was talking about taking on Extreme Gaming. That's hype as hell.
Holy, I wanted to double check what was going to be the next series. I saw Extreme Gaming versus Virtus Pro, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's a good series, man. That is a incredibly good series. One that we will more than likely see how some of the later stages of the playoffs, I should say the later stages of the last chance playoffs potentially shaping up, because a lot of people have those 2 teams as the ones to make it out. So that's a little bit of a teaser, an appetite to see how they're able to shape up. But a very important series from either side. So after the break, we've got Extreme Gaming taking on Virtus Pro.
Your final gasp serves as
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello and welcome back to the mainstream as we're getting into our final series of the day. And it's going to be a very exciting one indeed. We have Extreme Gaming facing up versus Virtus Pro, the Chinese versus the CIS team. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Baseskip as we get into this one. Baseskip, I got to be honest, when I was making my predictions, I was so close to putting these two teams as being the top two. I actually ended up putting Extreme as secret, but VP are definitely like top three for me. So this is going to be a very interesting series.
So yeah, I'm a copycat. I was thinking of that exact same thing, and I was like, and then I thought about VP and their finals in the regional qualifiers, and I was like, oh, but Secret have Nisha, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna put Secret. But yeah, certainly two teams that people were really favoring coming in here. Should be a super exciting series.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the kind of hallmark of these two teams, I think Extreme, just known for, I don't even want to say tidy gameplay. I feel like they feed on teams which want to play that kind of checkbox, flowchart Dota. You know, the teams which just want to go from objective to objective to objective. Extreme have a way of absolutely destroying that. And I think that comes from the China region. You know, it does have a very, very deep competitive pool. Like there's a lot of teams. I think they probably have the best second division. You know, maybe close for SEA as well. But there's a really, really deep talent pool there. And what that means is that there's constantly people challenging them. So they have to be able to kind of punch down really, really hard to keep their place. Otherwise, you do get knocked down. And I think that's where that comes from.
Yeah, certainly. I think Extreme even have a little bit of like Wings energy, right? When it comes down to it, just kind of the variance in the picks. They're not unwilling to go for these kind of cheesy, punishing gotcha strats. So really excited to watch them play here.
Yeah, maybe a bit more on the rails perhaps than Wings, but certainly emulating that kind of level of aggression, which has kind of trickled down to every China team since then. So yeah, definitely an exciting team to watch and going to be great to watch them play at their best. So far, they have got 1 win and 1 draw. They drew versus Liquid, and then they got the win versus Wildcard. So some very exciting series there. I was surprised to see them draw with Liquid, but Liquid in both games played very, very well. So another possible contender there as well.
Yeah, it looked really good. And I want to say the Wildcard series as well. Like, Wildcard made them sweat at least a little bit. It wasn't, ridiculously close necessarily. It was still expected for Extreme to win, but it's not like they've been absolutely cleaning house. So it does seem like this Last Chance Qualifier, things are a little bit closer than I think some people were expecting coming in. And that's the beauty of the Last Chance Qualifier, right? It's very difficult to get a read on some of these teams that have barely played outside of their own region. And that's the story for Extreme here, right? I don't think they've played a single game outside of China this entire year, because Tour 2, there was no teams at the major. Yep. China had a second regional finals, and then Tour 3, they didn't go to Arlington. So definitely a big proving ground for them here, though plenty of experience on the roster, other than Lou, maybe.
Yeah, you've got a ton of veteran players here that have been playing on international lands for years and years and years. And then Lou, who is young, he's promising, and he is showing that he can fight with the best of them as well. I'm really enjoying watching Lou play and watching him grow through the China DPC as well. It's been a hell of a journey, and I think everyone kind of had raised eyebrows about him, but he's definitely one of the new guards of the region, along with a couple of others. But Lou is starting to really kind of find his own way of playing the game and becoming a dominant carry player in his own right. And on the other side of the coin, of course,
I think this might be his second LAN, actually, which is a little bit crazy when you really get down to it.
Yeah. They also had the China one earlier on the Intel Masters, but Lou's super inexperienced when it comes to playing on a big stage, and if they make it there, it's going to be very interesting to see him playing on like his first kind of huge international stage, being TI, but that's not actually an unusual thing when you look through the history of TIs. There have been a lot of newbies coming in and just thrashing everyone.
Yeah. And some interesting stories on VP as well, right? With Hakoda is the youngest position 5 player in the entire event, including main event teams, which is like just kind of unheard of, right? It's all of these 30-plus-year-olds running around playing the Pos 5, and here we have Hakoda. So.
Yeah, him and Husky, the kind of the 2 young ones running around. Yep. It's unusual to see, but they are both so mechanically skilled. Hakoda, you put him on something where he can really kick off, like a Wyvern or even the Marcy, although they do tend to give that over elsewhere a lot of the time. He can show you just how good he is.
I love his Pos 5 hero pool, actually. He's got some pretty, flashy as 5 goes, right? Like the Oracle, the Disruptor. He's got some of these real outplay Pos 5 supports. So we'll see if we get to catch those this series.
Yep, Virtus Pro, of course. They did get the 2-0 over Infamous, and then they actually ended up drawing against Wildcard, but pretty interesting game there, wasn't it?
Yeah, so the first game was a complete roller coaster. Wildcard managed to kind of bop them in the lanes, and then VP ground back a win, and not a win, but they were grinding the win back. Looked super convincing, and then they kind of botched a high ground attempt, and the game snapped shut on them the other way. So definitely not what they were expecting. Game 2 was a little bit more clean, a little bit more convincing. But we will just have to see. If I'm Extreme here, I'm definitely looking for any opportunity to pick the Broodmother, because they played it 2 games in a row against Wildcard, looked great, and the one game that VP lost, it wasn't just about the Broodmother, but I think you're going to have you're going to be a little bit stressed after your one loss against Wildcard featuring the Brood. So see if Extreme can sneak it in.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they do have Oliven, who's a very, very well-known Brood player, so I'm pretty sure Virtus Pro are going to have to make sure they do something about that. Remember it, keep it in mind, and yeah, as you say, after that series, they certainly will. All right, let's get into the draft. Game number 1 between these two teams, and we're going to start things off banning out the Primal Beast, which is disappointing. I've enjoyed the Primal Beast things, but I think the interesting thing here is the Morphling ban from VP. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this hero stock has been rising a little bit just in the LCQs here. So, and Extreme have played it a couple of times. Yeah, they've played it twice so far. They played it once against Wildcard. They actually picked it in the first phase. And the same deal against Liquid. It was also a first phase pick. So they're really prioritizing it. And if VP don't want to play against it, they have to get rid of it in the first phase of bans.
Yeah, and that's been a hero they've loved through the DPC as well. I think every China team plays a really good morph. They just love it over there, way more than any other region. But they do let through the Marcy because of that. So that's something which Extreme get to play with. Oh, look at that smile. Melts your heart. And we have Undying and Leshrac coming out as the opening for VP. Wow. Aggressive.
Yeah, very just run at you. We were saying off camera before the game started, like, oh, maybe this will be a relatively long series. But, I mean, with this opening from VP, I think they're really looking to be very aggressive, take the fight to Extreme. And Extreme with an opening that I think we've seen a lot of different teams running in this Last Chance Qualifiers. Just the Marcy plus the SF.
Yeah, the SF stonks seem to be also another one kind of rising up right now. A lot of jostling, a lot of teams trying to figure out exactly what is going to be the kind of flavor. But of course, you've got to remember, there's like a wealth of scrims behind these drafts which we haven't seen or heard about. So it may be that the SF has become, one of the hot heroes in the scrimming world behind, and we're just seeing it now on the officials.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. And now Extreme even dipping into their reserve time a little bit here. So Batrider's interesting. I think he's the most banned hero of the Last Chance Qualifiers, but 0 picks. So I think we've had 24 games so far. He's been banned 18 times. They haven't even really been first phase bans. I think a lot of them are like this. It's second phase. He's completely unpicked. So bit of a fall from grace for him compared to the regional qualifiers, certainly. And okay, there's the Broodmother ban. We're just we're not going to risk it.
yeah, not going down that route again, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're traumatized. And that is kind of the cool thing about the way that Extreme, and I would say even some teams like Navi have been drafting coming into this Last Chance Qualifier, is kind of splashing around some of these heroes where you're trying to get into the opponent's heads, right? It's like, oh, we're showing the Morphling super early, we're showing the Broodmother. We know that they're going to probably start drawing bans eventually, and that's when the next row of heroes is going to move forward, and they've still got strats to play with. And
what's interesting as well is that these duos both tick a lot of boxes straight off the bat as well. Like you've got catch off this Marcy, you got objective taking off the SF, and same with the side of Virtus Pro as well. The Leshrac is Leshrac does just tick a lot of boxes, and you've got that power and team fight of the Undying as well.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of room left in the draft to pick up ways to protect the Lesh as well. I mean, the Undying's already going to give him a little bit of help with the Tombstone slowing people down, the Soul Repeal. These heroes like Leshrac, right? Any time that you can just give them a little bit of extra survivability, let them itemize in a slightly greedier way, just have them survive in the middle of the team fight, they're absolutely just pumping out damage. So, looking good so far. Still not exactly clear where this Lesh is going to be played. I'm not actually certain. I don't even know if they really... This is not something that they picked during regionals, at least. So maybe something that they've been working on, and something that they had specifically in mind against this Extreme roster.
Yeah, I think that's why we're seeing so many of these crazy picks coming out. Other than Topsum, because he's just a lunatic and does whatever he wants. We don't factor him into this. But everyone else, it kind of feels like they've had a lot of time to kind of plan for each other. And they're coming up with these very specific ideas to kind of bring the fight to one another, which is really cool to watch. So we've seen some pretty crazy stuff coming out. Navi especially guilty of that one. The Ricky is coming to mind, the possible Ricky. That was crazy.
Yeah, I think you certainly see it in this series as well, that these two teams prepared for each other. Because, like, VP, for example, they're a little bit weird in that they don't favor the ranged offlanes at all. DM is pretty much always playing a melee offlane. So they aren't really along with the rest of the teams on this patch on that one. But you look at Extreme, they're just banning out the Primal Beast, they're banning out the Beastmaster, so they're kind of all over that. And for Extreme, it's a very different story, right? They've been playing a lot of this like off-lane Enigma, off-lane Death Prophet was something that they were running during the qualifiers, but not something that we've seen a hell of a lot of here in the Last Chance qualifiers. But yeah, both
Death
teams
Prophet's
very
gone.
familiar. Yeah, the Death Prophet seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth somehow.
What a fall from grace for her. She was literally one of the most picked heroes of the regional qualifiers. Top 6. About over 80% pick rate, and now disappears into the ether. Wow, that's a lot of picks. Oh, we got some heroes to crunch through here. Alrighty, so we're going to start things off with the Earthshaker being picked up by Virtus Pro. Meanwhile, Extreme will grab the Dazzle and the Lone Druid. Very interesting stuff. The field is yours, basically. Talk about any of these you want.
I mean, Extreme, it's a little bit one-dimensional, right? It's very just physical damage run at you, but this draft can play insanely fast. Shaker's been picking up steam as a hero, but VP, interestingly, actually had a stat down for this. They don't actually have the best win rate with it. So Yamich specifically, I think, has a 35% win rate over 23 pro games. So we'll see if he can redeem that a little bit here. Shaker does maybe make me think that it could be a Lesh offlane, but I've just been talking about, like, you know, DM doesn't play ranged offlanes necessarily, but now taking some time scratching their heads, you know, dipping into their reserve time. What are they going to come back with? They have to kind of address this Lone Druid a little bit. They're not that well equipped for it right now. It's just a
boy.
Veno. Okay.
Venomancer coming out.
Doesn't look like it's not that free of a Veno game. You know, you're going to get a Marcian on top of you. The Shaker's going to help you out, certainly. And lots of just team fight buttons for Virtus Pro, though. Yeah.
And you already have the Dazzle as well, who's going to give you a bit of healing, and also the Shallow Grave, which can help out as well. So that is an option that Extreme have.
Yeah, I can really see Extreme just running at them. And their lanes are crazy powerful as well. Dazzle fell off because he got a couple of nerfs, but still very, very potent in lane. The hero was pretty much exclusively being carried by Poison Touch for a while there between its strength in lane and then the Shard. And probably going to see a little bit of that here. It's a really good response to the Shaker as well, because often in these Shaker lanes, it's going to be like you block it back, and then the Shaker might also be looking to drag waves. And Dazzle is just a hero that is impossible as the position forward to drag waves against. So I think that's part of why we see it here from Extreme.
Yeah, we've seen many a foe fall to Dazzle as he just clicks them down, trying to be the Pied Piper of the creeps, so definitely not going to be an option. And Earthshaker already feels pretty bad in lane, so if he can't do that, he can't really do anything.
Yeah, and he's just slow in general, right? I think that's really what Extreme are looking to punish here. Just come swinging out of the gate. The Drow Band is really interesting. I would have been kind of surprised if that's what VP were thinking about, but... Oh god, it's just all in on the minus armor strat. Oh boy. Roshan's sweating.
About this, are they, Extreme?
He's watching. He's not home right now in the pit, but he's keeping an eye on this draft, and he knows he's not safe.
He's sweating. Poor Rosh. Yeah, wow. That is like all physical damage coming out from Extreme Gaming. Jesus. I don't know what you do now.
Yeah, not certain. Okay, Troll Warlord is going to be the call.
Right, so there's a reason I don't mind the Troll, and that's because he's a hero which can kind of like just lock someone down by himself, you know, in that melee form with the ultimate. He can kind of deal with someone, especially like a bear or something like that. He can deal with it because what they have is like a lot of slows, but they are lacking quite hard control on the side of Virtus Pro. Beyond like the poison of the Venomancer, you've basically got Earthshaker and then Tombstone and Split Earth. So like, there's, you know what I mean is there's no silences, there's not a ton of slows, there's not a ton of stuns. Sorry, there's a ton of slows, but there's not a ton of stuns. So yeah, I think Troll's one of the few heroes you could pick here which would actually give you the ability to get any kills at all. But I am worried for Virtus Pro in that regard.
Yeah, well, for me it's a bit simpler in that Troll is just like one of the only carries that is going to have a tolerable lane here against Slardar Marcy, it's just absolutely disgusting. Like I think almost every ranged carry is off the table. Even with the Undying to help you, I think this lane is going to be pretty scary. Maybe the Undying Troll Warlord is going to be strong enough to fight back. We'll just have to see.
I mean, Undying and Troll are both known as two of like the strongest laning heroes in the game, right?
It is. I mean, it is Undying versus double strength, so I think we
might be enough. But
Yeah.
then it's Marcy. Every time I say it might be enough versus Marcy, it never is, base Skip. It never is. Alrighty, let's get into it. Game number 1 in this best of 2 series. Could be a very, very important series indeed between Virtus Pro and Extreme Gaming, 2 of the favorite teams coming into this event. Now matching up. I'm very excited to cast this one. So, of course, we're going to have a pause, as is tradition.
Yep. Pauses have been quick in this event. We are on schedule. Things are going just fine. I am not stressed. Relaxed, casting this game, flourishing, all that. Yeah, so here we go.
Yep.
No
Dan, you weren't
stress.
lying.
What all?
I thought you were going to curse us super hard there. I'm not going to lie. I was,
Yeah, then we were paused for half an hour and replaced 4
I
computers.
was breaking out the
and-
trivia. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
No, we are good. This has been something we've seen a lot, especially from VP, from Na'Vi, going for the first bloods. Not sure they're going to be able to connect onto the Slardar here, and the axes from Ramses don't quite connect. So he's going to be absolutely fine. A happy little fishy.
Yeah, it was a little stressful for him when the smoke broke, but he didn't even stick around. He didn't immediately run for the hills.
30
And
seconds to battle.
Extreme now not really willing to let them over into this top side of the map, so looking like it could just be a 2-2 split. We'll see if VP can punch through. They're still bringing everybody all together.
This is cute. They're kind of congering across the map together, holding hands, showing a lot of camaraderie, but they might be giving out some bounties here. I'm not sure. Let's see. Kind of moving across the map, trying to probe all 3 at once.
Yeah, the Shaker just wants to go block the wave, so...
Old 11 in with a stun. That means he's going to get the bounty rune, but with 3 heroes surrounding him, this might not be worth it. Old 11 taking a lot of hits, and I'm pretty sure he's just dead. Ramses going to be getting first blood onto Old 11. Well, they did get all 4 bounty runes on Extreme Gaming, but with first blood on Ramses, I think Virtus Pro are going to be absolutely fine with that.
Sure, they got all 4, but getting that last one was only... like, the first blood was only +1, right? So... Not sure if that's worth it. That's going to give Ramses either some extremely fast phase boots or something here, which is a little scary. He's actually just going to go for a Bassi to give Hakoda even more decay spam. As they put DY down here on the Dazzle, so yeah, they're not going to give them the double strength against this Undying.
Yeah, it's a nice little swap up there from the side of Extreme. Might have been the plan all along, who knows. But PYW going to be laning up with Lu up in the top lane. Yeah. How does Marcy Lone Druid sound? So I think it sounds still pretty scary.
Yeah, I think the Venomancer still needs to be a little bit worried. Maybe slightly better for the Shaker to be able to save in this lane, but yeah, still concerning. The one thing I will say though is that Marcy does kind of want some levels, so and Lone Druid prefers if his support just stays the hell away and gives him all the experience. So that's a little bit of a detriment for Lu, but shouldn't be the end of the world. Making a go on this Lone
a good
Druid
amount of
here.
harass, but yeah, he's taking some damage. Yamich, though, actually doesn't have the mana at the moment for the fissure. Gonna need a few more seconds to get up to 120. And still chasing Lu, though. Yamich, he's going under the tower. He wants this one. I'm not sure he's going to get it. Takes a bit of time to land the fissure and tries to get away through the tree line. He's taken some hits, but BYW won't be able to close the gap. So a pretty crazy move there from Yamich.
He survived. He calculated it, and he didn't have anything else left in the tank, really. So maybe take this range creep and head back to base. DM is going to have to be pretty careful in the meantime. The lane's pushing pretty heavily, and he's not going to have the Shaker to help. Actually, Yamich sticking around.
Sticking around.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a clarity going. He knows he's
Alright,
getting some
alright.
melee support, so he can still exist in this lane.
Bot lane
I've
doing
told
really
him.
well for Ult 11. He's got 12 CS. I don't know how this is happening for him, but he's chill.
Oh, DM maybe in some... Nah, he's absolutely fine. Fisher block comes in from Yamich and saves the day. So how is our mid lane looking right now? We've got GPK currently sitting on 9-0, and Paparazzi sitting on 11-4. Oh, Paparazzi SF. What a treat. How did that only just occur to me now that we get this?
Yeah, this is pretty sick. Doing very well so far in the mid lane. Lots of gank potential from both sides, right? The Marcy and the Shaker.
Oh my god.
Easily able to come get these kills.
Just the posturing, like challenging GPK to come near the crates. We have a kill down in the bottom side.
Good be getting turned around on here. Still alive though on Clutch Fruit.
Yeah, they're both so low. If this bear connects on any of them, they could be in trouble, but the Gale does just run out now. And DM's still sticking around, being so annoying on this Venomancer, refusing to leave despite the low HP.
This lane is absolutely balanced on knife edge. It's just like somebody's gonna die soon. It's just not clear who.
And I think once one of them starts dying, they're all going to start dying. It's going to be messy, I think, as we jump forward on PYW, but he misses with the rebound. So DM will be okay. Whew. GPK still sweating in this middle lane as Paparazzi really just laying the smackdown on him here. My god, this is dominant. This is something we haven't seen in a long time as well in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is nasty, and they're not going to give GPK a water rune, so he's actually going to get sent back to base. It looks like he's got a salve, but
I mean, he's been zoned so far out, he's halfway back to base already.
Yeah, not a bad point. But it doesn't look like anybody's going to be dying anytime soon to come refill him, so it's just going to have to deal with it, unfortunately.
Bottom lane. Oh, that's going to be a kill on Told 11. They do close the gap. Ramses and Hakoda working together to get the job done.
He was not expecting 2 points in Soul Rip. This ability has really fallen by the wayside, but Hakoda getting it done. I wonder if some of that is just getting the Bastion early on.
Oh, PYW taking some hits, but throwing Yamich back into the clutches of Lu. PYW getting very low, though, looking like he will fall from this. Yamich, though, going to go down as well, unable to get off the enchant totem. Therefore, that'll be a kill going to Lu. And I think they'll be happy with that in the top lane, honestly. Extreme.
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy with how this lane's going in general. Venomancer's not getting a whole lot of farm. Lone Druid not really coming under a whole lot of pressure. Oh, and DY's looking at mid. I'm trying to remind him that the Marcy's missing as well. Watch out mid, GPK. They're looking for you.
Yeah, that's a deadly duo in the middle lane. Marcy SF. Lord 11 taking some heavy hits down at bottom whilst the Marcy is away.
Interested to see what Old 11's build is going to be this game. He hasn't committed to anything, just some treads in a wand so far. Blink's certainly going to be important at some point, but just have to see when exactly that's going to be. And what is Ramses doing? Does have the Ring of Health queued up, so are we thinking about the Battle Fury?
And again, just being so aggressive on Old 11 here, he can't really get much done as we've got a fight breaking out down at bottom. For the rune, which hasn't even spawned yet, but it is going to be an invis, and it's going to go straight into Paparazzi's bottle.
And they immediately get the D-ward on that. And PYW
And now
is here.
PYW, yeah, onto GPK, waiting even with the dispose. They'll turn it around onto GPK, and he gets obliterated in the middle lane. Good God, Paparazzi is looking absolutely terrifying on this SF.
And the support's just very free to come and make this play. Old 11's under the tower at bottom. And the Lu pretty resilient up at top as well. So they can just stay here. I don't think there's any reason for the Extreme Gaming supports to leave. And they've got the siege creep going. So really going to have to be a bit of a commitment for VP to stop this push.
Yeah, and you look at VP's answer, and they have Undying and Earthshaker to rotate in. I don't know how scary that sounds.
Yeah. At least, GPK comes in and we'll be able to deal with it. And PYW is back on the hunt. They do scout his rotation over towards top with this observer ward over by the Roshan pit, so shouldn't be caught out here. As I say that, though.
Here we go. Jump in onto DM, throwing him back. Oh no, the Fisher actually kind of blocking DM off here. They have managed to keep him away from the Marcy, but Lu doesn't really keep up, unfortunately. That Gale just slowing him down and allowing DM to get away. A little scary with that Fisher there from Yamich.
doing the work, but DM opting for more points in the Gale and the Sting early on here. So it's going to take him a long time to max out the Plague Wards. Farm's not going to be huge on the Venomancer this game. And another jump.
Again onto Yamich as they also go in the bottom lane, but PYW getting very low in the same time as well. Yamich is unleashing, trying to get himself away. And he is going to survive, as is PYW. So no one dropping this lane, no one dropping in bottom. Just a lot of trading, a lot of threats, and also I feel like a lot of respect coming out from both these teams. They're not just like super committing to each other. And once again, the fight over the rune. And this time it's going to go to GPK, and it is a haste rune as well. So that is going to be a huge threat. The TP haste Leshrac is a scary one. It's in the top. Once again, we go again. PYW is a one to fall here. Can they get the entangle? Doesn't look like it. In fact, it's still on cooldown from when it was used before. So DM, though, going to walk straight into Lu. Actually pops the ultimate here to try and bring down Lu. Lu will get the 1 kill. Can he get the 2? That actually gives him level 6 to now turn into the true form. And that should give him the health he needs to survive this.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the bear. It's still on cooldown for 30 seconds, so he's just having to waddle away with his triple branch.
He's a sad bear. A big bear, but a sad bear.
Yeah, it might be time to go chill out in the jungle for a couple of minutes. You don't want to risk anything. Because if he loses the bear again, then he's really going to be in a sad state.
Certainly will be, yeah. Meanwhile, GPK, he's gonna spend a bit of time. Is he gonna get a bit of jungling going on? Yes, he is.
Yeah, he needs some catch up. GPK super struggling this game. Only 2.3k net worth, actually. So Stream just getting everything that they were kind of hoping for out of this laning stage, and way more than I expected at bottom, all things considered. I really did not think that the Slardar was going to do so well, but this lane swap up with the Dazzle heading bot and bringing the Marcy to the top lane seems to have worked out beautifully.
Yeah, Extreme in a very good place. They've won middle and top. It's just Ramses who's had a pretty good time. How much can he do on the Troll Warlord? I don't know.
They're baiting
what do you
Lu
think?
a little bit. The rotation's coming here.
Yeah, they're tempting them. And the Coda's nearby as well.
Like you know that we just resummoned. If you kill this Lone Druid, you're really ruining his game. Would be a shame if you did that.
Guys. Don't do it. PYW in onto DM. No poison over this time around. Does get off a nice gale onto the two of them, but will be food for Paparazzi. Paparazzi looking for the next target, but unfortunately he's just too slow due to the gale. And turns around. Oh yeah, takes the soul of his teammate. Yep. Nice little command. PYW's GPK comes in. They're looking for the bear. They want to kill the resummoned bear here, but Paparazzi's waiting in the trees and actually going to use the grave onto that bear to keep it alive. No one coming close enough to the trees, and Paparazzi actually being spotted as a catapult attacks him. So the jig is up.
All right. It's a little bit awkward that everyone's kind of stuck up here in top lane now. I'm curious to see how XG respond to this. Are they going to try and keep any heroes, or is it just go and pressure elsewhere? POW is all over DM.
Yeah, he really is. Moving on him on the middle lane. It's just... He's gonna solo kill it? This
Yeah.
What? Huh?
I mean, he hit him with
Is
the
that
Gale, but
okay?
it doesn't matter. Marcy, good hero.
Yeah, a good hero, basically. Definitely a good hero.
And now they're just going to lose mid tower for free. Sidekick on the bear. That is the end of that one.
Yeah, finishing off what Paparazzi started. The bear gets it done. Extreme take a first big objective, and I'm feeling like it might be leading to more. The movement down to bottom starting to happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think I don't know that there are many teams that would have made that play with the SF rotating top, wrapping all the way around and popping out of the trees on the left, but that's just extreme gaming for you. Finding these little opportunities. Some of that, a lot of that is where this lead is coming from, that they've got the lanes, and then also just making a couple of somewhat unexpected moves. GPK's
Absolutely.
catching up, but it's still not great, and DM's game is just kind of over, I want to say. He's just getting his first point in the Plague Wards now. I don't know where his net worth is ever going to come from, especially when he's got a Troll going Battle Fury and a Lesh on his team. There's just not any creeps for him to hit.
Yeah, he's struggling. He's really struggling. I don't know, how much can Ramses do? I'm really questioning that at the moment, because Troll, he's not really that hero which you can just kind of rely on to solo carry the game. He needs a team behind him.
Yeah, and he's not a like one item and then fight carry either. I think the thing that people always talk about is how Troll has all of these issues that he needs to kind of patch with itemization, right? You're like, oh, I'm just gonna get stunned, so I need the BKB. Oh, you know, don't have that much damage, so you need a damage item. There's a lot of problems that he needs to solve, and a Battle Fury is not going to be a farming item. Not going to be a fighting item during this game. Is DM getting gone on again at mid?
He certainly is, yeah, having a terrible, terrible time. I mean, kind of just tanking the middle lane for his team, it feels like at the moment, but he is giving away a lot to XG.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
I think normally this would be okay, right? This is like classic Venomancer gameplay. You get gone on, you get the Poison Nova off or something, and your team comes in, but VP just do not look like they are in any position to fight Extreme currently. So they're exerting themselves all over the map.
Yeah, well, Leshrac needs to be the one kind of on the front lines dealing the damage and kind of controlling up the tempo of the game for VP, and he cannot do that in his current state. He doesn't have an item yet. He's got Arcane Boots and the Staff of Wizardry.
Yep. And the Earthshaker is a little useless at the moment as well. Yamich trying to find whatever room he can on the map to grab a little bit of farm. Sizing up GPK at top here.
Yeah, doing a bit more than that maybe as BYW jumping on in here using the Unleash and targeting the Tombstone. Old 11 coming in as well, and GPK is gone. He is fish food. Now they move over towards Dakota as well, trying to get the +1, and I figure this will be an easy kill. Old 11 getting the double in the top lane. XG punishing hard.
I don't know who VP can play around at this point. You just look at all three cores and it's like, does any of them want the two supports to come with them and do something? Not really. This game could snowball very, very fast from here. I think Extreme...
Meanwhile, Ramses is like, oh, guys, don't worry, I got my Battle Fury, just give me 10 more minutes and I'll have some items. His team like,
just don't let them invade the triangle, guys, it'll be fine.
When he's showing in the top lane, he needs to finish this wave and then move out of here. Wait, is he going to juke them by being greedy? No, he's actually read it super well. He's read it really, really well. He's moving to the tree line here. XG not getting the troll.
Oh no, DM not again. Run.
He dared show. He's placing the play. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Blink forward from old 11. BYW on him as well. That is a dead DM once again.
I love that ping. I found him, guys. Everybody else hit whatever creeps you can.
Yeah, and now into the pit. This is a fast game coming out from XG, and that Roshan, as mentioned in the draft, getting turned to absolute paper mache.
I think this goes to show you just how important DM and his hero pool is to VP, because they look so lost here, and I think a lot of that just comes down to a couple crucial DM heroes getting banned at the beginning of the draft, and just couldn't find something that they were happy with for him here.
I'll be honest, I'm just enjoying Paparazzi on the Shadow Fiend once again. It's such a throwback, and it's so good. He's owning. Oh my god, they're slamming the bear down here in the bottom lane. He's got to resummon though, so he's just going to do that. And GPK is gone, Yamich as well. That is a kind of a very sad indicator of how this game is going for them. They just echo slammed a bear when they have a resummon.
Yeah. Maybe they can get it again on the on the respawn. Maybe that'll slow down the push a little bit. This is gonna get kind of scary. I think Paparazzi even just gonna go for the Presentor effect buildings, right? And we're just gonna watch everything that VP have. All of their towers just absolutely crumble.
Yeah, I feel that too.
It's still only
Demolish.
2 points in Plague Ward for this poor Venomancer DM. Just can't get any experience. I wonder if do you think he'll get any vessel charges this game, Nomad? He's had this urn for a little bit. This is going to be an extremely sad urn.
Surely he gets one, right?
Maybe. We'll see. They got 4 kills right now. Let's see if they can do better than that.
Well, they're going to get more bear kills, I reckon. As, oh my god, GPK just gets spotted immediately, jumped upon Yamich, will slow them down, but is enough to stop him. I think it is actually. GPK still surviving and maybe able to get the turnaround onto Old Levin. Meanwhile, in the backlines, Troll Warlord tries to get out of the battle trance. Gets ulted by Paparazzi, sent in and dead, but they're getting pretty low. The Poison Nova comes down as well. They'll lose a first life on the SF as Yamich jumping into the back, and they'll take out Old Levin. Now, can they kill Paparazzi for a second time? Yes, they can. The high ground defense from VP comes in huge. Lou getting the TP away at the very least, but wow, that was big.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. Great positioning from Yamich. The Fisher completely destroying Extreme, keeping GPK alive. Unfortunately, they do end up losing Ramses, but fantastic hold. And maybe they can do it again.
I mean, that was an Aegis, you know, that was an Aegis and the SF himself. And look at this, just diving a little bit too deep. The timing from Yamich there, picking up the Blink Dagger as well, just wow.
Yeah, they almost made a clean getaway with the Requiem, but then DM comes in, makes life very difficult.
Yeah,
Okay.
does what he's been wanting to do all game. Gets off a nice poison over onto multiple heroes, and that sets him up for a successful high ground defense. And we have a game.
I'm getting solo killed again. Yamich maybe saving again though.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Slam a little bit off the mark, but what else can they do here? I mean, they've got more heroes coming in. Old Levin trying to swim himself away. Sprint is out, but Dakota, he's nearby, but he doesn't have anything to slow them down with. And Marcy's kind of come over, do a nice little kickflip off him to speed him up.
Okay. I don't know. Well, I know exactly how Old 11 got out there. They didn't manage to slam him, but
Yeah.
we'll ignore that. That's fine. Oh, they're looking for him.
Yamich is trying to redeem himself.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Old 11's pretty low. Oh, they didn't actually see him in the camp. Never mind.
Radiant's top tower is under
Well.
attack.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, say goodbye to your buildings.
Yeah. Whilst they're trying to fish this fish.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And the line's
The
being
top tower
drawn.
has been, yeah. Oh, a lovely line as well.
Radiant's top tower is
That's like,
under
what do they
attack.
call it? The beauty line.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I can't remember what it's called. It's supposed to be very picturesque and nice, and it looked like that. So well done.
If you'd be looking for anything on this map,
Radiant are scared.
even popping the scan, like, where is this
Oh,
Slardar,
goodness.
please? We just want to kill him. Give us
He's
something.
evading them so well.
We
for
can't
so
teamfight
long.
them.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have vision in this area, right? It's all on the left side of the map, but has been evading them expertly, and now they're going to completely come in and clear out the triangle, reclaim this control of the map. They do have a BKB on the Troll Warlord. Ramses is getting somewhere. He's still number 1 on net worth and has been for a pretty significant portion of this game, but really going to come down to, you know, can they keep the Tombstone going? Can they get some kind of chain stun with Fisher, Split Earth, you know, deliver a good Venomancer ult? Can DM
Yeah.
get level 12?
Can DM get level 12? Find out next week on LCQs. The big thing here to mention as well is that whilst they do have a bit of a gold advantage on Extreme, VP have the XP advantage. They have better levels on their cores. And that's because Extreme's just been running around as 5 a lot of the time, so...
Lou by himself at mid. Gotta be a little bit careful.
Yamich gets off the stun, blinks on top of him as well. Ultimate comes out from the troll. What happened there? It doesn't matter. They're going on to Lou. They're going to take him down regardless. Ultimate used. Hero dead. Lou is killed off.
He got
That was
savage.
the Savage Roar just
It's
made
a
things
weird
look a little
one.
funky.
Yeah.
They've got both that and Requiem, so we're going to be seeing a lot of that this game.
Well, a little bit of a misstep there from Extreme, and they're gonna pay a pretty hefty price for this one. Fortunately for them, you know, we're not in the Roshan window, so not too much of a concern, but still, it does go to show that VP kind of in fighting shape and getting some more teamfight going. Actually, huge pickup from GPK. We haven't even talked about the fact that he was going for this one, but has the Aghanim Scepter. So against this like all physical damage lineup from Extreme, the Nihilism going to be insanely valued.
Yeah, this is a pickup we don't see an awful lot, but yeah, as you say, against this lineup, it seems absolutely perfect, honestly, to borrow a line from OD.
Yeah. Yeah, should be really good. And if he can get to this blink, if he can get to his shard, the Lesh is looking pretty scary. He had an extremely difficult start, but he's managed to kind of close the gap on the SF somewhat. So second Roche, definitely going to be the name of the game. And VP, can they just maintain some map control in the meantime? Difficult for them to get over there, but fortunately they didn't get raxed or didn't lose a tier 3 or anything bottom, so don't have to deal with any constant pressure. And DM does have vessel charges, for those of you following along at home. Another smoke?
Yeah, it's everyone who's invested in that narrative.
Yeah. That's just me? Just me, okay. That's all right.
Oh, VP. They are the ones on the hunt now, and they might have just found themselves someone very big, immediately jumping in with the slam. No hesitation at all from Yamich. DY in the trees, though, does get off the shallow grave, and with the BKB, Paparazzi is going to be okay, and it's actually Yamich who's getting melted on the side by Lu. Now jump in, two-man stun from Odd 11 as he moves towards DM. Paparazzi still staying on the sidelines here, not really committing to this fight, as PYW jumps into the middle. Another massive grave coming out from DY here, doing a huge amount of work in this fight as he drags Ramses into a pretty dangerous position. Now Hurricane Pike from Paparazzi, they eliminate Ramses with ease, and now they'll find the +1 in DM who's trying to TP away, but Old 11 says no. Wow, a huge outplay there from Extreme, and DY, godly dazzle
God.
plays.
Yeah, sick positioning, great graves, definitely winning them that team fight. They did not count on the dazzle just being right behind the SF.
Why was he there? I don't know, but I'm glad he was, and I think Paparazzi is very glad he was as well. Although GPK looking for some revenge in the middle lane. There is no BKB, but there is a Hurricane Pike, and that is all that Paparazzi needs to get away. And
Yeah,
okay.
they were thinking about chasing further on Ult 11 there, but just gonna chill out. So we got 1 minute to Roche. Both teams super setting their sights on that one. What other pickups do we have? So we've seen that Pike a couple times from the Shadow Fiend. It's just going to be going for a shard now. I imagine that we're going to have a couple of people saving buyback for this upcoming fight. So not really the case. Just 2 heroes.
All right.
What are you
GPK
chuckling
was
at?
going for some creeps in the middle lane, and Yamich just Fisher blocked him for some reason. I don't know why.
Don't go.
It's dangerous.
Don't
go
do
there.
it. Think of the Marcy. Everybody dies in the mid lane to the Marcy.
Yeah, that's definitely true. XG smoked up, moving into the pit, just checking if he's up. It'll be 15 seconds until we have Roshan in the game. XG moving around.
Both teams are going to know when
looking
it's
like
up.
It's pretty much just each side warding their side of the map, so
Yeah, Vision Game's not insanely interesting here. They do have a second smoke on Extreme. They might even consider going for it.
Yamich doing a good job on the cliff here, doing his best ward impression, and then just jumps back up again. All right, see you later. Using the Fisher shard beautifully as Slardar gonna get graved for now. And huge heals actually coming out from DY with that mech and with that Shadow Wave.
All right, so kind of BKB for the Tombstone there. Really important that they get their gem out safely. That's what Old 11 was expecting to find a ward maybe up on that high ground, not an Earthshaker.
Yeah, Ramsey's starting Roche. This seems ambitious, to say the least.
Yeah. Lanes are nothing to be concerned about currently, so I think we're just going to have a full standoff on Roshan.
Yep, you love to see it. No one's going to have to run home and defend any towers here. Both teams, full 5-man, can stare at each other over the river for about half an hour. Hope you're ready, kids.
Yeah, it's time.
I lied. Ramses is in the pit once again. Ramses doesn't have the patience for this. He's in. Forcing the hand of Extreme. Seeing if anyone dare approach him. Inside Roche right now. And in we go. Big slam on the backlines here, but once again, DY's there with the grave onto Lu, and now looking at the turnaround with that Requiem coming on out. PYW getting low, but actually choosing to throw GPK back, but he is dead. Buyback from him as Ramses. He is now out of that ultimate and completely taken out. Just betting him into the worst situation possible with that battle trance. Fight continues though. Lu looking for DM on the side. XG just holding to their high ground here. Roshan is kind of low, but it just seems very difficult for VP to actually finish off. But at the same time, it's hard for Extreme to come near the pit due to all these split earths everywhere.
Yeah, the shard is doing some serious work. Might even be able to delay this to get another fight going. They have killed the bear, so Lu gonna have to be a little bit careful. DY certainly thinking about that, making sure that he can get the grave on it. But Roshan's kind of low. XG might just force it.
Oh, paparazzi. Wait. Oh,
No
he's,
BKB.
He's very stunned. He is extremely stunned. DY gonna get jumped on. Gonna have to grave himself. Paparazzi forcing out the back of his pit as GPK is gonna be the one turned on and killed. Dakota is well caught inside the pit by the bear as Yamich tries to finish the job but can't do so. Paparazzi turns around, slaps him down. And there's now 3 more heroes down the side of VP, but they just can't get in. Finally, they get in to try and finish this Roshan. They're even graving the bear, and they are gonna finally finish the job and Aegis onto Paparazzi at last.
Oh my god, that was stressful. It looked like Paparazzi was going to die. The DY ended up using the grave on himself. Paparazzi manages to get a nice little directional move, Hurricane Pike out of the pit. And 3 heroes surviving on an absolute sliver of HP there.
Yep.
Wow.
And not just the graves, but the sidekicks as well. Doing so much work in keeping these heroes alive just on a sliver of HP. There were 4 graves and 5 sidekicks used during that fight.
Yeah, the healing has just been immense. Oh, and Ramses, you gotta be careful down here.
Yeah, he's got a canary. He's got Yamich nearby too. Oh my god, Ramses actually committing to the kill onto Old 11 here, and he's gonna get it done. I mean, it does cost him a BKB, and there's XG heroes nearby, but I'm not sure they're gonna want to commit to this, especially with Lu dead. So.
And they lost the Aegis a bit as well. But yeah, Paparazzi getting brought down by GPK. All right. VP, Core is making plays on all 3 lanes here. Giving XG the runaround.
Well, I'm glad we fought all that time for the Aegis, guys.
Yeah. Went out the window pretty quickly. And VP, couple little flubs, and then immediately back, makes some really nice plays, keeping the game interesting. Very back and forth, especially after how the lanes and that first part of the mid game went. It did feel like Extreme were really running away with it, but VP are going toe to toe with them on some of these pickoffs, and maybe not quite at the same level with the teamfight execution, but certainly playing the map beautifully.
And at this point, I still have no idea who's going to win. I mean, it seems when it's a 5v5, Extreme seem to have the advantage, but when it comes just playing the map...
Oh, I've seen this one before.
He tries to initiate onto the Shadow Fiend here. He has got the BKB should he want to use it, but he's holding off for now. Jump forward onto GPK. The right clicks are in. Will need one more. Force forward, and they get the kill. And now Paparazzi looks over towards Coda as well, and with a sidekick, heals him up wonderfully. Oh, if he had landed that stun, though, that was a double kill. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, well, he did have to stun both of them.
Yeah,
So-
he was putting a lot of pressure on himself.
At least they're not going to get punished for it too much, since it's all the way over on the enemy side of the map. So it is kind of buying time for Ramses. Maybe not exactly the way that you'd want to be buying time here, but it's something. And what other itemization do we have coming out? So we've got Nullifier being worked on for the Lone Druid.
We have DM's second item of the game, everyone. He's
yeah?
doing it. The Vanamancer is
Lotus
coming
Sword.
back into the game with a Lotus.
He's got a shard as well. Does that count or not quite?
Shard is half an item. We'll go 2.5 items.
Yeah,
in the
okay,
game.
okay. I'll agree with that math.
Smoke up.
XG, yeah, smoked, showing the Lone Druid at bottom. And I think maybe just smoking down to join him.
It's a long conga line.
Yeah, it's going to take them a little bit. See the troll at mid.
And a smoke up from Virtus Pro as well. Both teams can be circling around each other a bit here.
Yeah, both got
Ah,
vision
so
in the
one's
same
good.
area, but it seems like VP more interested in going and playing on this top side of the map instead.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this isn't going to result in much. So, yeah, Nullifier completed on Lucky the Bear.
I always love seeing people's bear names. It's fun.
You have to name your bear. You have to.
Yeah, there's no choice.
Odd 11 might be tempting here in the middle lane for XG.
It's a bait though, as you hear the Rec Wave getting
Yeah.
pumped, and yeah, the shallow grave is constantly in range for DY if you hover over that. I don't know that I like VP's chances in going for a little bit of a base race though. So
No, absolutely not. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just
Flesh
saying.
is okay, but you know, Lone Druid and Shadow Fiend are better.
Yeah, and the bear with the sidekick and everything else. So yeah, they're
Yep.
certainly going to force them back here. Seeing if anybody shows on mid lane. Man, both teams just being so disciplined in their movements currently.
Has been killed.
Checking all the high grounds, using the gem, making sure that no one's getting shown on the lane when they don't have a hero behind them.
Oh,
Here we go,
Ramses is going to be the target here. Do they have anything to save him with as a question? The answer is no. He is just gone. And now they look for more. DM's going to be the target here for Old 11 and Lou. Meanwhile, PY chasing forward for others. But with that poison never coming down, it's going to slow them up quite a lot. And actually, GPK looking to re-engage here. Maybe looking for PYW, but he's got a whole team behind him. Not really worth trying for that. So they will sacrifice their Undying. And it's just going to be 3 kills going the way of Extreme.
Well, I feel like I jinxed him. It's like nobody's showing on lanes if they don't have a hero behind him, and it was only like a half a second late for me. Actually, they get loot.
Oh my god! The damage coming in into 1, into 2. They can't quite get PYW as he leaps away with the rebound. GPK still chasing, but not connecting. There are no BKB, so GPK is feeling very confident, but he's got to wait for this nihilism before he can go anywhere near that Shadow Fiend. And Yamich is in a sticky situation right now, but he's got a Blink Dagger, and they're not interested in him anyway. They want the big target, but they won't connect.
That kill is going to hold off the push. VP every single time they...
Every time, dude.
Yeah, every
So
like
sick.
slight mistake they just completely overcompensate for back in the opposite direction. This is some sick Dota from both sides.
Yeah, and GPK is just playing like an absolute beast. The moment those BKBs are on cooldown, he's on the map. He's looking for plays, and that's exactly what he's doing here as he goes into high ground. Paparazzi 4-staffing away over a cliff. That's the one problem he's having. He can't keep Paparazzi near him due to this Hurricane Pike.
And, GPK, it's not like he has a whole bunch of defensive items to play around either. Sure, the Nihilism is helping, and the E-Blade is also kind of a defensive option here, but he's having to play like a madman to find these kills, and he's making it work, especially after the start that he had.
Yeah, he is 3 and 5. Let's not. He's not some kind of killing machine running around the map, but the kills he has had have been very high value. DM caught out solo by Old 11 down at bottom.
And they're getting mass nullifiers here to deal with the Ghost Scepters and everything else. So supports are going to die very, very quickly, and the Lesh also not going to be very happy about that situation either.
Very stylish smoke there from XG. Once again, pushing the advantage. BKB's off cooldown, and that's about the only timing they really care about. VP very much respectful of this, just running back into their base, not trying to hold any ground here at all. PYW doesn't have the blink, so...
They've got 2 really nice wards here. We're just going to have to wait and see what even 3 really nice wards. Kind of keeping VP pinned inside of their base. Do they have any smokes left? I'm not actually sure. There's none in inventories or anything like that, so VP kind of just having to walk out for this one. They do have a gem of their own. Similar situation for Extreme. So what you see is what you get for the moment.
I mean, this game has been like TI backstage because it's just been non-stop smoking.
They're looking at mid, but they don't have blue. They don't actually want to take the fight. They catch out the bear.
Yeah,
Nice pick-off.
this is something, but...
UI can save it.
Yeah, that'll be okay. Very hard to bring down this big tanky bear, especially...
Rosh is actually up.
Really
Nobody's
fully
checked
commit
it.
to it.
Pings are coming now from GPK saying, "Hey, can we control this area? This is what really matters currently." As we're just going to be hearing split earths for the rest of the game.
Yeah, get used to it, guys. Get used to it. My question is, how does Ramses enter the next fight? Because it hasn't really been very successful game for him so far.
Unfortunately, he does kind of have to be the first point of contact for VP, so I think he just has to keep face tanking it and just hoping that his team can make the space for him to press his buttons and heal back up. I don't know if there's really any other way to do it.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's a lot of
attack.
split Earths. It's a lot of split Earths.
It's a huge pain for this bear.
Yeah, oh, he's got a BKB on the bear now.
Okay, all right, that's gonna help.
Yes, you can run through the field of split Earths and
Oh, he's got a
survive.
quickening charm as well. Okay, all right. And we'll just have to wait and see what the tier 4 items hold. Could be even more annoying on this Leshrac.
Once again. This game, it feels like, you know, just chaos all around the map. Then when the Roche spawns, it's just... Oh, he gets very close. Oh my god, he actually pops a poison over there. Only really landing onto Old 11, I think. Yeah,
It's
no
gonna
one
be
else
okay.
really caught by it. So.
Old 11's
A
initiation
little-
getting stopped by the Shaker Shard. He was really looking
Yeah.
for that jump.
DM a little bit hot off the presses there as they actually find Paparazzi, but they've got the grade behind him, so he's not too worried just yet. Ramses, though, might be committing to this, but the fear comes out and pushes him back. But VP, they've gained precious ground here as they're trying to get control of this cliff. DM coming up, but going for the D ward. They have the wards down now. Can they get into Roche? More importantly, can XG do anything about it? It's so important, these ward spots. You control the vision and you control the fight as they continue to take hits out of the bear. Back into the Roche pit for Ramses. XG, there's no way they give this up for free, that's for sure. But how do they find the entry?
Old 11 trying to find the angle, but these Plague Wards are such a nuisance.
Yep. Plague wards and split Earths, and now they jump in. PYW, he's in the pit next to Ramses, and with the Requiem, they might be able to bring him down, but in comes the Ethereal Blade to help out Ramses. He gets off the BKB, hasn't popped the ulti yet, as they just want to try and make this fight last as long as possible. They want the BKBs, and they're not going to get them as Ramses is going to get brought down. No buyback for him. Grave comes out to save PYW as well. XG keeping on the front lines here as Roche is down to about 33% HP, but on the sidelines, Old 11 finds GPK as well. But not a huge pick off. Both the cores dead on the side of Virtus Pro, and now they're into the pit. They'll get the Aegis on Paparazzi, also a Refresher Shard for the Lone Druid.
Ramses didn't get his ulti off. He got bashed. And that was just the end of the fight, unfortunately. Luke committing super hard onto him, and Extreme now with a 17k lead. Wow. That was extremely tense, but
All right,
actually
you're
getting
allowed
it
one.
done.
You're allowed to say extremely once in the next G-cast. That's it. Extreme.
Used up my quota.
Is under attack.
You did, yeah, for the day.
Dire's structures are
We still got one more game. What am I supposed to do?
I know. Jeez, we still got one more game. Well, 40 minutes in, and they're powering through this tier 3 tower.
Oh,
Still
God.
20 seconds for our Troll Warlord, and 30 for the Leshrac. It's gonna be a while. Fortification being used here, but it's looking like this might even... And not quite going to be Megas for the Leshrac's back. He'll have a chance to defend the final lane here. It depends on XG. What do they want to do? Look at that. They're like
Okay,
two
let's
shots in
two-shot the
towers.
range
How
rack,
is that
sure.
okay?
See you later.
Oh my god. It's not like it's not just Paparazzi tearing through these buildings as well. The bear is not messing around either.
No, the the bear is doing a ridiculous amount of damage. And VP, I mean, thinking about fighting, but gotta deal with these lanes. Oh, it's actually just Ramses who just solo smoked with the ninja gear.
They see him
Yeah, they do.
saying hello, and Ramses in true Ramses form is not backing away, despite being 22 gay down. He is still very much on the front lines.
Maybe they can jump PYW. That's what they're gonna try for.
Immediately Ethereal Blading himself to stop Paparazzi's hits coming through. Stun out onto the Troll Warlord. Nullifier also going to be bouncing around as well. Hitting onto Ramses, but again, Ramses, he knows that if they commit too hard on him, they are going to pay a big price.
He has to play like this. There's nobody else that can really be in the front lines, but it's an extremely dangerous game. Super stressful for Yamich. He's the only save, so he's the only one that has any chance of breaking this this combo.
Can't believe you said it again. Casting license revoked.
Oh no!
The
Well, see you
Plague
later, guys.
Ward
I'm out.
army. Yeah. gathering on the high ground. Paparazzi! DY's behind him once again, but PYW jumping in deep here, getting off the damage along with Old 11. Ramsey's going to commit super hard onto Paparazzi here, but he is just completely controlled off, and there's nothing he can do. He's just dead, and the G's come out. That's going to be it for game number 1. Virtus Pro, they try their best, but ultimately, this Troll Warlord just could not get into the fights.
Dang. They made it interesting in the mid game, but Extreme just completely destroying GPK in the mid lane, really giving him a miserable time. DM not looking comfortable at all on the Venomancer. So they didn't really have cores to play around with in the early game. I was shocked that they made it as close as they did, but still Extreme looking fantastic.
Yeah, they looked very clean. Well, maybe not clean is the right word. You know, it was a messy game, to be fair. Virtus Pro were able to make it messy by constantly finding these disruptions and just kind of annoying Extreme and messing up the flow of their game. Did look for a few times like they were back into it, especially around the mid lane, but in the end, Extreme, they keep it together. You know, they've been through a lot of stressful games in their lives. This is no walk in the park for them, though.
Yeah, just a few clutch moments for Extreme. Right? Seeing one of them here with these multi-grave saves, just making VP's life so difficult. They were never really able to find the dazzle in these fights. And that gave Extreme all of this confidence to just be able to kind of poke in and out. They were always getting a grave and then a force staff and then another force staff or a dispose or something like that to kind of reset and go back in, and constantly baiting these cooldowns from VP.
Yeah, I think this is the fight where the Shadow Fiend survives somehow. He gets the force staff out the back of the fight.
That's got to be a directional move there. You know, he's a Shadow Fiend player, so he's got that stuff bound and just turns right back around to face the wall and pushes himself out. That was sick. Bind your directional move hotkey, folks. That's all I can say.
PSA. Do it, especially if you play Slark or Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. And we saw this so many times. You know, Ramses pushes a couple of cooldowns, and this is the kind of clutch fear plus some bashes. Maybe not even a bash. Looks like it was just the fear enough to bring him down.
Yeah, the fear is such an annoying mechanic for the troll to play into. It really is.
Yeah, I understand why they went for the troll, but I think we do see a little bit of it. You know, why this game, why he's not a tier 1 carry pick for a lot of these teams.
Yeah. And, you know, whilst GPK was making a few of these deep dives and finding these little solo pickoffs, I think Old Level was making even more. You know, he went for this Blink Dagger and then got the Nullifier as well, and that just made him so annoying for GPK to deal with. Kept killing him off on the sidelines there. He really did do a fantastic job on finding these smaller kills, and actually ended up with the most kills in the game by the end, which is a little bit surprising considering how much damage Lou and Paparazzi were pumping out.
Yeah, and you got to remember that that's his lane was Troll Undying as the Slardar, so it's not like he hadn't. Well, he made it look easy, but it's not like it should have been an easy lane for him. So, absolutely fantastic performance from Old 11.
Yeah, Odd 11 is the GOAT. Congratulations to him. Yeah, 10, 5, and 12. Also, he did actually do the second most damage in the game with 44. He received the second most damage in the game at 44,000. That's less surprising. Dealt 23,000. Venomancer actually didn't do the most. It was GPK that did the most damage in the game on the Leshrac. So that's quite interesting. But Old 11 just finding those all-important pickoffs there, being super annoying, slithering around the sidelines and making a lot of space. And in the brief moment where Virtus Pro were ahead, Old 11 was still being super annoying. He was going in deep. He was finding those annoying plays and opening the map up much more for Virtus Pro, which I think was a really important part for Extreme to kind of keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, we didn't see it in the reel, but that moment when he went at bottom and then managed to just sidestep the Echo Slam and get away in the middle of four heroes was just ridiculous. So well deserved on the MVP, I'd say.
Yeah, and that was kind of the one point in the game where we felt like Virtus Pro might be clawing their way back into it. You know, there were a few moments where they managed to kind of neutralize the net worth, but again, you know, just some outplays by him and outplays by DY as well. Definitely a great performance all around from XG, and I think that's kind of like, you know, this team in a nutshell, right? Like, it's so hard to choose an MVP from them because everyone is just doing their job and more.
Yeah, there's
PYW's jumping into the fights, finding the pickoffs, you know. Old 11 is just a pickoff monster on this Slardar. DY just grave after grave after grave, like 16k healing in the end as well. just ridiculous.
Yeah, there aren't really too many weak links on this team. A couple of maybe small misplays here and there from Lou, but also some fantastic plays given the fact that this is only his second ever LAN event. So expecting to see him grow as we keep on moving forward.
Absolutely, yeah, we are expecting that indeed. Great performance from Extreme. How do we think game number 2 is going to go? I don't know, but I'm certainly excited to find out. We're going to throw it over to a short break, after which we shall be back with a second matchup between Extreme and VP here at the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We'll see you very soon for game number 2.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Aloha, welcome back to the mainstream as we are now into the final game of the day, and it's going to be Extreme Gaming versus Virtus Pro, game number 2. Virtus Pro, they kind of got the short end of the stick here, as this draft just worked absolutely beautifully from Extreme. Are you expecting Extreme to kind of do this similar thing again? I don't know. I'm reticent to call it a cheesy draft, but there was a smell of cheese coming from the draft.
Just a whiff. You know, it's not quite cheese; it's American cheese.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, it's probably not made in a lab, you know. But
yes,
yeah,
yes, little bit artificial. Maybe it comes in a can, but yeah, Extreme. Like we talked about during the draft and during the game, they're not afraid of going for these slightly cheesier strats. I think they've got an undefeated Huskar. You know, they've been pulling out the Broodmother. If it's going to win them games, they're going to do it. And VP, I think they can certainly come back here, but a few interesting things to kind of address in the draft. I think it's a bit of a statement from Extreme to give them the Undying and then sort of trounce it so soundly. I think that's really something that might shake up VP a little bit in terms of the priority. They tried this really, we've seen a few teams during the LCQs trying with this really strong, like, first phase statement. Here's our mid hero. We're just going to pick it. We believe it can, always do well. And for GPK, sure, he played well once he managed to catch up bit in terms of the farm, but the lane was really tough. So I don't know if they're going to do the same thing again with the Leshrac here. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, and the thing I kept thinking, like, especially after the game, was imagine if you had something on the Undying. Or imagine if you had, something like Oracle or Omni Knight or, a saving hero, or even something with a bit of more initiation, even like Snapfire, something along
even
those
like
lines.
Even like a Treant or something would have been sick that game, right? Like armor and the root and everything else, but...
Yeah, like just looking back, it ended up being a really horrible Undying game, and I don't fully understand how. Probably because Extreme are much better at the game than me, but they seem to make that hero look absolutely worthless, and that's been one of the most highest contested heroes of the event so far. So that is probably a little bit worrying. So we'll see how this next draft goes down. Anything you're expecting from this Space Game?
From Extreme, probably just similar bans. I think VP might try and get a DM hero a little bit earlier in the draft, just to make sure that he's in his comfort zone. I wonder if Extreme would even... I doubt they're gonna like first phase the Brood, but if they want it, they're gonna have to do it. It's tricky for VP because, like, are they gonna still ban the Morphling as well? Just have to wait and see.
We will indeed, yeah. Still looking good in the Virtus Pro camp, These aren't nervous faces. These are chilling.
No, I think they're doing just fine. They, as a team, I do think there's maybe a little bit of resilience lacking here and there, but they've seemed fine so far in the LCQ. As Extreme really take their time to consider, get rid of the snap, and now we've still got Undying in the pool, we've still got a Morphling in the pool, and Extreme are going to be the ones to pick up the Undying here. Okay.
Yeah, so seems like Virtus Pro kind of lost a bit of confidence in it and choose to ban out the Lina instead. That leaves a lot of things in the pool, one of which being the Morphling, which was highly contested. Primal Beast as well, still hanging around.
Yeah, for sure.
I think Enigma.
The Primal's the big thing, right? It's like, do you pick the Primal into the Undying? Is there a way to make that tolerable? Could they just pick it and then maybe run it mid for GPK? He did play it once in their regional qualifier run, but I don't know if you want to be picking it here and then have it be like guaranteed that it has to be your mid. So
Oh, and apparently we also had the first Batrider pick of the tournament in one of those games. So that's nice because it was banned 23 times previously to this game and picked 0 times, but we have seen it picked up and it lost.
So I think VP are in kind of a tricky spot here because there's like still the Enigma on the table as well, which they're not really going to take for themselves. I don't think they really play it, but it's a bit of a conundrum. It's like, do we take the Primal Beast? Are we okay with letting them have the Primal Beast? They're just going to go for the SF here. This hero's stock has certainly risen over the course of the Last Chance qualifiers.
Yep.
Like, what are you going to go for? SF Silencer? Do you feel like you need to pick a Enigma answer here? Maybe they still have stuff, later on in the draft that they feel confident with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of consideration here from Virtus Pro, but they're going to go with Nyx Assassin.
Nyx, okay.
This hero is usually an answer, isn't it? It's not usually.
There have been patches in the past where the Nyx Assassin is just like strong enough to pick early and then he acts as a deterrent, right? It's like the Nyx Assassin comes out and all of a sudden the enemy mid is like, I really don't want to play any int mids, thanks, or any spirits or anything like that. So, yeah. Well, extreme.
Maybe this was, maybe this was like a kind of preemptive idea on how to answer the Morphling, which they assumed Extreme would want. Maybe it would deter them from picking it because that scouting power can be annoying for the Morph. But
yeah, the Mana Burn's annoying as well, but Nyx, of course, not the most proficient laner, and now Extreme have all of these picks to just kind of protect their Morphling in whatever way they feel is necessary. Be interesting to see what VP end up going for here as kind of the Morphling answer. I think in terms of the carry-to-carry matchup, we've been seeing stuff like the Slark be pretty popular. You don't really care that Morphling's survivable, and there's no burst build that you have to worry about anymore, so that's good. Ursa also pretty decent. I think the Naga matchup has looked okay, but that's one of those ones where they just kind of like fight past each other more than anything, less than Morphling being hard countered necessarily. So options on the table here for VP, but a lot of this is going to come down to where are they running this Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, for sure.
I do wonder if we could see a Doom from VP. It's a hero that they run in all 3 positions. It's reasonably comfortable for DM. I think he played it twice
they love
in
that
regionals.
hero in the past.
Yeah. Their lane might be a little weird with Nyx Doom. Doesn't sound incredibly fun or strong into the Undying, but somebody has to lane into him, so
5 seconds remaining.
Just have to see what they're willing to go for.
Yeah, and Doom is not the most lane dependent hero. He can always bounce back with Devour. Always going to get that money.
Okay, so what are you worried about, Extreme? This Enigma floating around is still a cause for concern for me. It's
surprising, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. The Void Band's also a little bit surprising, to be honest. I think Morphling often considered to be a pretty good response to that, but could just be that Extreme worried about the team fight a little bit. We have seen some of this like Void SF. It's just a insane amount of lockdown and then being able to follow up the Chronosphere with the Requiem for even more disable.
5 seconds remaining.
So the VP just ban Silencer and pick Enigma here?
I don't know that they really play it. I think they had like 1 game of it recently, and that's
interesting.
That's like about it. So okay, they just take the Silencer. So they leave it on the table. We'll have to see if Extreme.
Yeah. So this is very clearly a case of if you want the Enigma, you can take the Enigma, but we have Silencer, we have Nyx Assassin, so we have ways to answer it already. You can do it if you want, but it's not going to be a free game for him.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I do wonder
also,
what
if they do want
to,
they can. Yeah, and if they do want to, they can put the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane to lane into the Enigma, and he could just kill off those Eidolons super easy. So
yeah,
doesn't
that's
seem
true.
very
With the
tempting.
magic resistance being nerfed, they can't actually die to spells now, as opposed to just kind of laughing at you. Previously, you had to have physical damage to deal with them.
Yeah.
Is there another like run at you hero that Extreme could go for? Because that is something that VP seem a little bit susceptible to currently. But a lot of the zoos are already banned, right? Beastmaster's gone, Lycan's gone. I don't know if you want to play the Visage or anything in this scenario. I still think like the Enigma looks okay. Really.
You're still tempted by it.
Yeah. That hero's looked strong. So Primal Beast still on the cards. As Extreme just gonna go for a Zeus. Okay.
Wow. All right. Well, this hero is very strong. A couple of months ago, maybe a bit more than a couple of months ago, but definitely had his moment in the spotlight. But received a couple of nerfs and fell out of favor a little bit. And it's very surprising to see it being picked up into both Silencer and the Nyx Assassin. And now the Enigma comes out for Virtus Pro. So there it is, the hero we've been talking about the whole draft.
All right. They are going to take it. We'll just have to see how they go playing it. Should be okay. You know, he's got the melee off lane. Not the most complicated laning hero in the world. You just deny range creeps and pull things back. So we'll see how Extreme are able to deal with it. I can't imagine that this comes as a huge surprise given how long this has been on the table. So it'll just be interesting to see what their answer is. To me, the read on the Extreme lineup right now is very much like, okay, Zeus is just the Zeus Shaker. It's a good team fight. We're probably going to have superiority there. We've got ways to spam out lanes, delay the game. We're confident about our Morphling getting into the late game. And now they're just kind of banning the carry to carry matchups, it looks like, as the Ursa goes. And it might also be even the Slark getting taken out as the next ban. Naga could also be decent for VP. Just song into Black Hole. Why not? I don't know if it's a super Ramses hero though. He did play one game in regionals.
I think he likes it. Historically, at least.
10 seconds remaining.
What are you worried about, Extreme? Okay, so VP just getting rid of a Night Stalker. What else for Old 11? Yes, his hero pool has shrunk a little bit here. I mean, we could see Doom from him, maybe. I don't know if that's a little bit too greedy. Would maybe leave them with 3 relatively do-nothing cores. I am expecting Paparazzi to make at least some moves and try and get stuff done with the Zeus, but I don't know how greedy you want to go on the position 3 with what you've already got.
Yeah.
All right, there's some context here. I'm just like Anti-Mage is getting banned out. I feel like there's something that we're missing. Maybe there's some scrims or something between these teams. We're just gonna have to wait and see what the final couple of picks are.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I don't know. Giving Old 11 last pick always seems scary as well. Like he's such a commanding player, and if you give him a good lane, he's gonna have a good game. And he is just, I think a lot of carry players would say that Old 11 is the person they hate playing against the most because you never feel safe when he's in the game.
Yeah, I can believe that for sure. He's a real menace. Okay, and so the Visage will be the ban. I was talking about Zoo a little bit. VP not that well equipped to deal with it. And what do you do here? If you just want a lane winner, there's still like a Viper, I guess. Though I don't know how amazing that looks here. Tide Hunter. Okay. More team fight. The last 3 picks of the Extreme draft are just team fight, team fight, team fight. This is going to be an exciting one. We got Tide on one side, we got Silencer Enigma on the other. Lots of big buttons to be pressed.
10 seconds remaining.
What's the carry hero now? After seeing the Sven before, I'm kind of
can we get
feeling
Puzzling
it
Doom
this time, but I imagine they're probably going to go something ranged.
or Slark? I think
Actually,
Slark is also fine. There's a couple of good picks here for VP. Honestly,
maybe Sniper, actually. It's
Sniper?
not a ton to close the gap. Yeah.
oh yeah.
I'd be happy with that.
I'm not as sold as my choices, but we will just see.
And it
It's
will be
the
the
s-
Slark. Okay,
it's the
they'll go
Slark.
for the more sensible option, the boring option. There.
Yeah. This hero is good. His stock has really been rising. I don't actually know how much he's been played in the LCQs so far, but was definitely popping off in pubs in the lead up. So could be something that starts to kind of gain some momentum.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think it will be something which we see a little bit more of. But especially as an answer to the Morphling, as you say, pretty good. It can't. It's not fantastic at killing off the Tombstone. Has to be said. It's a hard job for a Slark to go in and do that, and it's not really what you want to be achieving. The thing I always look at is how much do they have to throw in to his ultimate on the Slark, and the answer is quite a lot. You do have the Tide Hunter, you have the Zeus, you have the Earthshaker. These are a lot of spells which they can kind of mess with him. So it's not the freest Slark game, but it's certainly a hero which can kind of take over the game a bit more and give you that carry potential, which I feel like they were lacking last game as well. So hopefully a better game from Ramsey this time around.
Yeah, they can disable him in his ulti. I don't know that they can really kill him, I think is the thing that I'm looking at. And even the matchup against the Tide is pretty good. You don't really care that Tide is tanky. You're just going to go and snag all of those stacks off of him. So
yeah, but the one thing I'd say is that you want to go in and start hitting this Morphling. Firstly, to steal his stats, and secondly, to force him to move into strength a little bit, to stop him being as good as a carrier as you are. So if the Slark is stopped from doing that, then that seems like a good way for Extreme to kind of answer him in the fights. But of course, BKBs exist, and Black Holes exist, and Silences exist. It's a team game for a reason. Can't look at things in a vacuum, and I think I don't really know which way I'm leaning here. Maybe a little bit towards, I want to say Extreme. I'm gonna say leaning towards Extreme.
Yeah, I like Extreme. I really like the idea of an Ags on the Morphling this game, actually. Just morph into the Slark, get your pounces, go and be a menace. As much as the carry-to-carry matchup is good, I don't know that VP have addressed the Morphling too much outside of that. Maybe they feel like they have, right? Because they did leave it through. They picked up this Nyx. We'll just have to see the quality of their counters here.
Absolutely. All right, let's get into game number 2 here of Extreme versus Virtus Pro. Extreme did take game number 1. They were ahead for a long, long time. Virtus Pro made them work for it. Which way is this one going to go? I have no idea, but I do think this mid lane is going to be a lot closer. Hopefully.
Yeah, certainly. But still kind of rotation potential from both sides, kind of similar to the mid lane of the previous game, where we've got position 4s that can come running in and with just one well-placed stun, maybe pick up a kill.
Well, there's some shenanigans going on here, by the looks of it, from VP. Ramses is heading down to bottom.
Okay. All right.
Old Levin's going up to top. All right, we're doing musical lanes. We're doing this.
Oh, was this because was Old 11 already trying to do this? I think they're trying to get they want their Tide versus the. Actually, wait, where do they want this Tide? Old 11's running top. Yeah,
They want the Tide to not be against Slark, is what they want.
Yeah,
sure.
they want the Tide versus the Enigma. Okay, we've got our first TP. DY's down here because he wants at least somebody to get the experience. Supports are always so happy when this stuff happens. It's like, oh, I'm the core now. Time to use my last hitting skills.
I like to think they're fueling it as well, like, definitely need to go top, dude. Oh no, come bottom quickly. I'll take the XP, don't worry. But Ramsey's going to TP up top, which means they'll force out the TP from Old 11. He'll go TP down bottom, I would imagine.
Are we just going to end up with the lanes that... Oh no, the XG are one step ahead. They've still got the TP on the Morphling. He's coming.
Yeah, of course they do. This is Ramsey's getting impatient, using the TP, and the one who TPs first always loses out in this situation.
Yeah, unless back in the day when you had the Chen and you could TP people around, that was always the X factor in these dumb lane movement things.
It definitely was, definitely was.
Anyway, Paparazzi is absolutely owning on the CS at mid lane. Just wanted to point that out. 11-3 against the 5-1 of the GPK SF. I mean, Zeus has got some pretty good base damage these days, but I don't know if this is how this is supposed to be going.
Yeah, this is very interesting, especially because, you know, GPK got wrecked by the SF last game, so now he's like, ah, yes. Now I shall play the SF, and I shall be the wrecker, but nope, still getting wrecked.
Yeah, I do think things are going to, you know, they're going to shift as the lane goes on and he starts getting the Necromastery up and whatnot, but very nice first couple of waves for Paparazzi.
For sure, for sure.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Bit of pressure being put here on the PYW, but Ramsey's he's gonna be just fine. And what else we got? More courier sniping action.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yep, down at bottom. Yamich, mid lane. As GPK stepping up onto Paparazzi, forcing him back, and he will have to use the heavenly jump Paparazzi to get himself under the tower. And this is what GPK wanted. He wanted to be that big, swaggering Shadow Fiend in the mid.
Okay,
Need to recover a
Paparazzi's
bit.
off on a merry journey for the bounty rune. Lane shoved in, so I don't think he's going to miss too much going and grabbing this.
Yeah, this is alright, this is alright. A little bit of daylight robbery.
Even I like a good
Let's have a look down in the bottom lane as we haven't. Actually, no we won't, because PYW's taken some hits here from Hakoda. Yeah, it's all good, they're just trading. This is just Silencer in a nutshell, being super annoying. Arcane Curse, last word, spam your spells, eat some mangoes, pop some wands. You know how it goes.
Yep. Yeah, it's that support Silencer life for sure. But I think Extreme going to be pretty happy with this. Even though Blue doesn't have the best farm, just the fact that he's not going to be suffering on experience playing against the Enigma going to be really important. You do want your levels early on the Morphling, just so you can get all your spells up, start really getting that farm acceleration going. It's not like a Terrorblade, right, where you're going to go head into the jungle at level 5. So important that they kind of secure his early game.
Yeah, he needs a lane, and he's getting that at the moment. And good matchup into the Sark, I would say, usually speaking.
Oh yeah,
of course, it would look better if you had a different support, but that's
Sure.
the Shaker trade-off.
Slark's not a lane dominating carry in this kind of matchup against a ranged hero, so top should be a little bit of a farm fest. Might see things start to break down. Ramses is done. TP's back off cooldown. Let me go against this Tide Hunter. So make the rotation.
Yes. This is pretty big. They'll use a stun from Yamich here to try and set up onto Old 11. Leap is available as well, and they're going to be able to get the kill. And the tombstone goes to Ramses as well. He just got so rich.
That was a sick call. And getting the kill as well means that you know, makes things a little bit more difficult. Normally it's about whether you get the kill after they swap lanes, but still. Is TM even going to go top, or is he just staying down here for a second? Okay, they've got a sec to discuss.
Yeah, Yamich pausing out. Old 11 gets to decide. I mean, the Slark TP is on cooldown, so it makes sense for Old 11 to go top, and then Morphling to go bottom, but Morphling doesn't have a TP, so that will be a bit tricky.
Yeah, he's got one on his courier, but it's still walking for now, unfortunately. So, gonna take a little while. And it seems like DM's thinking of maybe just jungling his way to top instead of TPing, so that he can be ready for when the the next round of TPs happen. This is a very weird laning stage, though, Mad.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? It's trying to keep an eye on everything going on, trying to, like, DM's just in the jungle now. It's very confusing. But DY's a happy man, you know, he gets to hit some creeps under tower. Wow, what a luxury. Oh, never mind, Morphing's TP again.
Alright.
Put an end to that one quickly.
Now what? Oh, so Ramsey's TP back off cooldown.
Bit of action happening as POW gets a stun onto 2 here. GPK cocking up the Requiem, will let it loose and gets the turnaround kill onto PYW. Paparazzi still pumping out a bit of damage, but not enough to really finish anyone up. PYW hanging out as well, and the stun misses from Yamich. He tries to protect his ward. Won't be able to do so. Still. A dead Shaker in the middle lane. It's gonna definitely give GPK a big boost, and yeah, he's now actually overtaken the Zeus quite substantially in net worth.
Yeah, I think this is the way that the lane was always going to start shifting. If he hadn't had the ultimate there, he would have been in pretty big trouble. We've still got both DM and Ramses down here.
Stun out with the tombstone. Yamich jumps in with the stun behind though. Paparazzi jumping away and gets a kill onto GPK. Yamich also taking some heavy hits here. Paparazzi just waiting until the Spike Carapace goes down, gets off the Arc Lightning, and BYW can't quite close the gap. Fissure in one. Is he gonna get it? Yes, he is. Beautifully done by BYW.
Unfortunately, Paparazzi didn't have any mana left to secure it for himself.
Top lane, pounce out onto the Tide Hunter. Ramses and Hakoda taking some chunks out of old 11 right now, but not enough to bring him down. He's going to get it back under his tower.
Yeah, Sark is making his life pretty miserable. And BYW going to get some experience at mid. It's a beautiful rotation for Extreme, keeping those supports there and putting paid to GPK a little bit. Just seems like we're kind of back in farm stations. I think the laning stage is going to go on for quite a while here, especially with all of the swaps. Nobody's really going to be in a position that they're super happy to go and apply any pressure early on. It's going to be a very flat game because we've got lots of experience on these supports being left alone in their lanes, and it does lead to a pretty weird dynamic where you've got everybody at least level 5 at this point.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the spaghetti lanes continue as Lu now returns up top.
Yeah, Yamish getting body blocked here by BYW.
Oh yeah, they're going to be able to bring him down.
Very nice.
Very nice, yeah.
Did manage to steal away the double damage, but Paparazzi going to be very happy with that kill.
And Odd 11 just eating up some Eidolons down at bottom as well. PLW and DY coming in behind though. They'll get the Fissure block off. DM doesn't really have anywhere to go here. He does have a black hole, but I don't think he's going to use it. He's just going to get slowly and surely killed off. They're gathering as well. They're tempting him. They're going, come on. Put that spell on cooldown, but DM will not. He'll wait for a better time, and Hakoda maybe needs to think twice about this one. Really, really wanted to kill that tombstone, but does cost him his life.
XG support's absolutely owning. Just teaming up. I don't think you would normally expect the Earthshaker to be so active, so aggressive, but PYW making the moves, and feels a little bit reminiscent of the previous game, right, where Extreme are making these just slightly unexpected ganks, kind of catching VP off guard in the early game.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying in the pre-game chat as well, you know, like, Extreme Gaming is so good at disrupting flowchart Dota teams, you know, if you try to just play a normal, hyper-efficient, really good game of Dota, that's when XG are strongest. They really, really like just disrupting teams and turning the game into just a mess, and that is what they love, and that is what they thrive in, because their mess isn't a mess at all.
Yeah, they are really good at challenging some of these, like, oh, well, we just should trade Tier 1 for Tier 1 at this point. Like, that's what both teams are going to do. The game theory dictates that this is the optimal solution. And Extreme Game's like, nah.
Nah, we got a Shadow Fiend in the trees, yeah. I remember that one. Hakoda. PYW trying to close the gap here, but Hakoda does have the Observer Ward down, so knows he's coming, and actually GPK is able to get a couple of raises out onto PYW, but can't get the third. Oh, yes, he can. He's got a haste stream. Just trying to duke out the Charred Totem, but at the end decides to just kill him anyway. GPK's well done. What? This is so aggressive. Under the tower. Under Paparazzi's damage as well. GPK continuing the harassment, but won't get the kill, and even DM being brought into this one as well. They want to take this tower by the looks of it. XG, what is the response?
I mean, not the easiest to force this into the Zeus, but GPK is able to zone him back.
Yeah, there's the tombstone coming down as well, just to make sure that they can absolutely fight this. So the global silence actually going to get dropped in the top lane. They go for the kill onto Lu, and he can't waveform away because of the global. And they might even turn this onto a kill onto GPK as well. Yes, they can. Paparazzi's in with the lightning, so Extreme will get something in response for that.
All right.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, pushing mid seemed a little bit ill-fated, but amazing pickoff from Ramses on the top. He is just getting out of control. Solo kill, gets a tower. Going to be a super fast diffusal blade for him here. And Lu kind of playing catch-up. He's actually even got a Midas queued up at the moment. Lowest farmed out of all of the cores.
Wow, yeah. This is something I have seen before in the Morphling. It's a little bit interesting. PYW from the sidelines gets the kill onto Ramses. Thunder God's helping out as well, just to make sure they get it in time as the Black Hole comes out in the bottom lane to bring down Old 11. VP making the trades, but sacrificing Ramses like that, probably not what they were wanting. Nice movements from PYW.
Jacob's been everywhere. he really has. 100% kill participation so far. So hasn't had a whole lot of time to farm. Has to find a quiet moment to maybe hit some creeps and get his blink dagger up.
Yeah.
Certainly cannot complain. A blink rush from GPK. All right.
Wow. All right.
Cool.
I wonder what's next. Part of me wonders will this be a spell casting? But I don't think so. That's very dead. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Is Arcane Blink Rush
Why
still a
is it going
thing?
Blink?
It's pretty cool.
Extreme smoked up on the hunt. And they actually find the silencer. Probably not who they wanted, but they will take Koda's life regardless. He's trying with the... yeah, it's not going to work. 2 points in decay will be enough damage to bring him down.
Yeah, nice. They don't get the D ward here just yet, so VP's still going to have a little bit of information of what's going on, and this is sort of where they forced Extreme into. Okay, never mind. That gets it. Not going to be able to rely on that. Extreme. They now finally skill up the Ravage on the Tidehunter. Old 11 with a pretty greedy build before this level 8. Maybe they can look for a fight. Do I get to get spooked a little bit? You put down the Sentry Ward and you realize the Nyx Assassin is right up in your face.
I love how Yamich walked away from that as well. He didn't even drop his spells. He was just like, oh, okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Don't mind me. Just passing through. Yeah, Yamich being in a very interesting position here. PYW is waiting for the fissure, another 5 seconds, so Tombstone's actually going to be dropped on the cliff to try and slow down the Nyx Assassin here. Lu moving over as well, and with the Adaptive Strike takes him down with ease, so a nice little pickup there for Lu.
He needed the Midas money. He's almost there, but it's not fast. It's going to be a long road to recovery for him, and for Extreme, does seem like they're just settling into the game plan of spam out the lanes, take the team fights with the Zeus and the Tidehunter, and hope that our Morphling's going to be able to 1v5 in the late game. Sort of all that they can hope for here.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, PYW Shaker always promising, but
yep.
Yeah, the moment VP in a very commanding place. It's scary when both the Shadow Fiend and the Slark are having fantastic games. That's a huge red flag. But that's the Midas. Lu has to be careful. The global silence is up again, but he's going to be able to get off the waveform. Ramsey's actually popping the ultimate. He could be the one in some trouble. Going for the TP out, but they're going to have the lightning bolt there. He's running out of options here. Leap down to the low ground, but the Thunder God's Wrath will finish the job. Ramses gets punished for that extreme act of aggression.
I'm a little surprised he didn't just pounce out of the back of the camp and run for it. Maybe they can get old 11?
Maybe.
Nope.
Yep, yes they can. Yamich will come in around the back lines, and the global silence comes down as well, just to make extra sure that he will be going down. But PYW moving forwards, trying to land the Fissure here. Sees Yamich, sees Dakota, goes for the Nyx Assassin, and there'll be another target brought down for Extreme.
At least they disengaged cleanly. If the Ravage had gone off, that could have been a very scary fight for VP.
Yeah, it could have gone badly. But at the same time, you know, they were still holding on to that global and the black hole, which they did use in the end. The global, that is. Black hole's still available.
These solo deaths on Ramses are really, really letting Extreme back into the game. It kind of feels like if he can just get a good item timing going, it does feel like VP can kind of pick themselves up and just barrel down a lane, especially with the other stuff that they've got. You know, they've almost got a Wraith Pack, working on this BKB on GPK, but every death slowing down that Ags, and then whatever the next follow-up item is going to be for Ramses, just that little bit more.
Yeah, I agree, and that was going into the triangle like that was very unnecessary. Very high-risk play to try and kill off Lu there. And maybe if he had the global silence, he could have done it, but I still think it was unlikely. He had the supports coming in for Extreme. bit of a problem. DY gets some spells thrown at his place, though. Just going to use a Tombstone to force back VP, just make himself a very, very unpleasant target for them to jump.
GPK wanted to blink on top of him and just raise, but old 11's in the neighborhood, so not going to make that easy. As the constant battleground tends to just be this Radiant jungle. VP trying to keep control of it, keep on farming on DM, and making all of this space for Ramses, but he's a little spooked right now. He's actually, there's a Radiant ward that's been spotting him, so he's trying to figure out exactly where it is. Oh, he just missed it. Maybe it's in range.
And a miss.
I don't think so. I think it's just out.
No, it's definitely out.
Yeah. Oh boy.
He's a little bit confused now. Trying to figure it out again. Oh, he placed another
Swing and a
one.
miss. All right.
Yep. 0 for 2.
I think it's still probably worth, even if it takes you 3 centuries, but is Yamich about to come show him how it's done? He's bought another century. But it's his problem now. Ramses is back to farm mode.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in the area. Good luck.
Ramses is just delegating at this point. It's like, all right.
I'm not a support. This warding stuff's not for me.
Yeah, I'm the manager. You deal with this. I'm gonna go hit some creeps. Okay, another sentry. Yamich, solve the mystery.
I'm so invested in this.
Where is it?
Who cares what else is happening in the game?
Yeah, that was just farming happening. Don't worry about it. It's just the mystery of the Observer Ward. The Observer Ward called CU by PYW. I like that. Oh, they got it this time. They figured it out. Yamich, he's done
they
it.
found the ward. Good job, Yamich. Gets it done.
This whole time does feel like VP's lead kind of getting eroded. Lou is now #1 on the net worth. He is going to be going for this Ags build that I was talking about a little earlier on.
Global silence coming down, but wait, he still got it up. He still got it.
Yeah,
up.
he got it off.
How did he? All right, I don't understand. That guy's a god, and they're going to be able to get the turnaround and kill off Yamich as well.
Radiant's top tower
How did?
is under attack.
I am. What? How did he get that off? How did he strength morph that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was-
I don't know if he caught a glimpse of the Shadow Fiend right before he blinked on top of him. And it is.
Yeah,
It's nighttime,
guess
so it shouldn't have been possible. But I'm actually just gonna watch him now and see if he's like occasionally just. I don't think he's randomly turning on strength, but
no, he does adjust his stats a lot, but
yeah.
I don't know, man. These young players, these fasters, these fingers don't seem human. As Ramses going in deep once again, looking for a bit of play, but will just end up having to back himself away.
Yeah, especially when they're on this such a low ping situation. That's where the fast fingers really start coming into play. But yeah, not a whole lot happening for VP. They've had this Wraith Pack timing for a little bit. They've even picked up a shard for the Enigma, but sort of just waiting. Can't really push into this Zeus all that easily, it feels like. Maybe they can go make a play with the GPK BKB now, though I imagine Ramses is telling them to wait for his Aghanim Scepter before they do anything.
That does seem like the likely communication. Maybe they can find a little pick off here, just onto Paparazzi.
Blink
Would be
reveal
really
here for
big.
PYW.
Yamich is trying for it, and they're going to jump him and immediately just cook down with the Requiem of Souls, and the Razors will finish the job as they kill him off. Elsewhere on the map, they do get the kill onto DM, however, so a trade is made, but still, they'll be very happy about the taking down Paparazzi there.
Yeah, Paparazzi probably the bigger kill. Unfortunately, they don't manage to stick around and take out the tier 1. They're instead just chasing after Lou at top.
That's really interesting. I'm massively surprised they didn't stick around to take that tower. Maybe they feel like Extreme can just come and defend it? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I guess there's still the Ravage. You did just see a whole bunch of heroes bottom, though. Your Enigma was just getting Echo Slammed, so...
Interesting.
They should know that... They do know that there's a glyph, more than likely, so that might be part of why.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Got the eggs onto Ramses. You know that the Echo's on cooldown. You're not really going to be close to any other timings for a little bit. Maybe it's growth time. Maybe go and try and push bottom.
Why am I worried about this Axe pickup? Why do I feel like giving the Ramses the ability to jump deeper into the fights is possibly a bad thing.
Yeah, maybe I could see him isolating himself from his team pretty hard.
Oh, huge Thunder Gods are up. Gonna catch out DM here, but the global silence for the turnaround. And the rest of the team are coming in. This could be a fight for VP. Black Hole comes out. Look at that DM catching them both on the edges. And that'll be both the supports brought down. Ramsey's taking chunks out of Old 11 as he gets into the Tide Hunter. He's got a second pounce to jump forward here, trying to move him around the trees. Old 11, he's got the jukes, but unfortunately, there's only so far they can take you. And eventually, they will get through this Tide Hunter. Another pounce, and GPK swings in and will pick up the kill. 4 heroes eliminated on the side of Extreme.
Yeah, could have been okay if maybe the Morphling didn't go down, but they caught him on the edge with the silencer, and I think he was morphing in the wrong direction and already had the Manta style on cooldown. So absolutely huge fight for VP, and now should be able to claim a lot of the map. We'll see what they actually get though. Sort of back to farm stations a little bit.
It was actually Yamich who caught the Morphling out, maybe in the global, I'm not sure, but yeah, he did, and that's the Nyx Assassin difference we were talking about. You can just occasionally get caught out by this hero.
So much respect from VP onto the team fight of Extreme. I mean, they do still have Ravage, so and the Echo Slam is back off cooldown, so tricky to get too much more, but really not exerting themselves on the map too much. I do wonder if a little bit of it comes down to, like, look, we just think Slark is the best late game hero. If Ramses gets into the, that kind of 40-50 minute mark with enough items, we're confident that he can do what is necessary to win this one. And we've got Enigma as well, also phenomenal late gamer, so maybe they're not really in too much of a rush.
Yeah, they're definitely chill about this game, that's for sure. There's no kind of, sense of urgency about their gameplay. Very happy to just take the kills and then keep on trying to get gold across the map. Yamich has been seen here. There's the Nimbus coming down on Tim, and he's going to get taken out very quickly indeed.
Nicely done from Blue. Just he really acted very nicely there. Didn't react at all when the Nyx Assassin suddenly appeared. And
yep, Oscar for Lou, I think. As they found Hakoda here as well. He's trying to walk himself away. And I think he's still tier 1 tower up here, interestingly. And now Thunder Gods is going to spot GPK in the trees. But PYW, he wants one of them, fishes across and doesn't really catch either as a global silence comes down and Ramses comes flying into the fight, gets on top of DY. DY going to get down the tombstone as Ravage comes out of the backlines, but it's BK beat off by GPK. Starts taking chunks out of Old 11, but then decides to TP out. But wait, he just cancelled the TP? He's dead! What happened there? Ramses jumps in though, tries to get on top of Old 11, but he now himself is stunned up by the Shaker Slammer. Jammer comes on down. 2 cores dead for VP.
oh man, I feel like that's got to be Ramsey's call that like go, I'm super strong, we can fight, cancel your TP, and they both just get wiped off the face of the planet.
Yeah, there's so much magic damage being blasted out from Extreme. The moment that BKB ended, he just absolutely evaporated. That was so crazy.
He's trying to build into the Mage Slayer, so feeling like he's still got time to kind of get the BKB a little bit later on and maybe get more value out of it there, but that was a pretty spooky fight. And is that now the full? Oh, that's the full Aghanim's done for this Morphling.
Okay. Yeah, so he can now turn into most likely the Slark. Other options could possibly be, I mean, Nyx is good if you're on the retreat as well, honestly, but 9 times out of 10 you just steal the Slark for him, right?
Such an awkward fight here for GPK. Like, he gets spotted, so he has to cancel the Requiem to use the BKB.
Yeah, and here we go. Here's a TP, so TP's...
Yeah, he just canceled it. I think that he just...
Oh, I'm just gonna...
The call was just made to fight, but he just gets obliterated by Paparazzi as soon as the BKB runs out.
Yeah, seriously, that's a huge underestimation of what's going to happen.
Game.
And Ramses falls. He tries to jump in for the play, but just gets absolutely blasted. DY might be paying the price. Okay, they get one, but XG takes it forward. Beautiful stun from PYW landing onto 2. The global silence comes down. They need to try and get GPK out of here. He's going to pop the Requiem, but Old 11, he's walking in the right direction. He's going to stay right on top of him. One Anchor Smash should do the job, and GPK is gone as well. Another situation where both the cores Both the big boys of Virtus Pro are just dead again. This can't keep happening.
No, this Morphling is now snowballing super hard. The Zeus damage is proving to be insanely difficult to deal with, and maybe just can't put the team fight together.
So we see what happened to the Slark, and yeah, just chain
too
stunned
much
out.
lockdown. This,
What do you do to stop this happening?
yeah, that's that hurts. VP, some of the assumptions about their lineup getting challenged a little bit here by XG, as they're gonna pick themselves up and try and make another go. This Ravage is still being available this whole time. Can they do anything about the Morphling?
Yes, they can. They jump on him, and despite some previous incredibly impressive morphs, he doesn't get it off that time. And even if he had, I think they had damage just to test him regardless. So nice little kill on Ramsey. He wants to turn it into more. He's so hungry in this game, but will show a bit of respect. Of course, PYW still hanging around behind him, and he knows he has to really respect the fact that they can jump in. But, well, he doesn't really care. Jumps in again. Does get off a nice Dark Pact here, and with the Shadow Dance is able to survive through the initial blast, but he's running out of teammates as the Nyx Assassin does get run down. Ramses, he's so aggressive on the front lines. Doesn't have the ulti anymore. Yeah, surely you stay away.
Pretty big whiff on that pounce on the Shaker. I think if he'd landed it, he would have got the kill for sure, and then wouldn't have had to worry about the Fisher or anything else in terms of follow-up. At least he oomed him before he got the Echo Slam off.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Slark Night Vision coming in big on that gank on the Morphling. There's no real way for him to react to that.
It's surprising the difference between GPK and Ramses this game, where Ramses is kind of just Rambo, and GPK is kind of being that kind of team carry, which you expect. But yeah, I don't know, there's definitely a disconnect between the two, right?
Yeah, a little bit. And GPK kind of just going for the spell damage build, right? Going to be picking up the Arcane Blink, see if they can. They do have a big wombo combo team fight, and with the global, some great opportunities for GPK to go in aggressively and completely blow up XG's backline. If they can get that vision on it, that's going to be all important. Paparazzi's been very elusive this game on the Zeus, only the one death to his name. But yeah, I agree with you. There's been a little bit of VP don't seem to fully agree on when their moment is, and just a little bit of impatience from them in general. I feel like they could maybe just farm this one out, but maybe they're not so sure.
I'm not even sure I agree with that though. Like, I kind of feel like Ramses is playing the kind of game I want VP to be playing, and his team just aren't really committing to his ideas. Like, whilst Slark is doing all of this shenanigans, surely GPK could be jumping in with like a BKB Requiem. I wonder what's stopping him from doing that.
Yeah, not really making the two-pronged attack work. Maybe this time around, we'll see. They are all fully smoked up. Double damage spawning bottom.
Ooh.
But
Paparazzi's actually the one to take. All right,
yeah,
well, that's not very exciting.
All right. had to take it. Smoke broke on the tide. It was like
bomb diffused.
Just get it out of here.
Yeah, and both teams seem to read this pretty well. And wow, look at Yamish. He's
indeed.
just saying what up. How's it going, guys? I'm your friendly Nyx Assassin, and yeah, they are going to be able to run him down here with relative ease, and they'll have to back themselves out inside of VP once again.
Yeah, team was not as close as he thought. Was not as close as when he last looked at the mini-map, I think. And not a huge deal losing him like this, but...
I mean, that's just a Nyx versus Morphling effect. Some kind of coming back the other way, you know? You see the Morphling, you're like, oh yeah, I want to get that sweet solo kill, but unfortunately, Lou's more than capable of just avoiding him, so... Team unable to follow up with that long-range initiation, and once again, VP don't find the fights they're looking for. And now it's smoke up from Extreme.
We do have the BKB available on the Enigma now, so pretty different dynamic in this upcoming team fight. DM's going to be able to commit way harder if he finds a good black hole opportunity.
Yep. And there's no BKB black hole cancels, right?
No, there's basically nothing.
could be a problem as they move on to the next assassin. He does get off the spike carapace. Global silence coming down as well as Ramsey's just dealing with the Nimbus around the side. And yeah, Yamich able to get out.
No global.
Roshan.
Yeah, they're just kind of forcing it into the pit here. VP, what's your angle? They found the tide to
The
start.
angle is to kind of start on the Tidehunter, but Tidehunter's a big beefy boy, so that's not really going to work. Meanwhile in Roche, Lou's kind of backed out of the pit for the time being, but back in, taking chunks. Tombstone giving him the tank he needs so that he can
DK's got
stay
the
full
arcane
agi.
blink. This is big, they haven't seen it.
DM jumps in, Black Hole coming down onto the Morphling. They want to try and take him down in time. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Lou is gone. Old 11 can't get in and get off the Ravage here at all. Ramsey's looking for more, finally getting the fight he wants, but blink out from Old 11 to the sidelines here. Ramsey's got to be a little bit careful here, but his team is behind him this time, so they can make the plays, as Yamich won't be able to connect onto PYW as he blinks away just in time. They're going in deep, Virtus Pro. They want to find the kills. Roshan is still sitting low behind them, but they are so hungry for more. Ravage onto the GPK Shadow Fiend. Do they have the follow-up though? It really doesn't look like it. This time, jump in, two-man stun from Yamich here as DM's backing him up as well. The damage coming through onto the Undying as Ramses and GPK working together. They take down the Undying, and now they can head back towards Roshan's pit and have a look at this Aegis.
Rams is going to be very happy with this Aegis, especially not having the BKB picked up. It'd be a massive lifeline for him. And Slark really is starting to find his feet in this game. The late game matchups are still really, really difficult for Extreme. Just that can keep happening to the Morphling basically the entire game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's going to be tough. Still up there on the net
Yes.
worth, but there's not too many other heroes that they need to focus on XG's side.
No, I mean, you saw it, right? Like, the moment they took out that Morphling, Extreme just had to scatter. It was really, really difficult for them to turn it around. You know, yeah, Paparazzi can blast out damage if he needs to, but you don't really have that kind of frontline, just true carry hero.
Yeah, they didn't even get the
Damage.
exact jump that they were looking for because SF's blink got cancelled.
Oh, they're going here, but the stun actually misses. Is it going to matter? Yes, it will, because he did get off the Strength Morph onto Lou, so it's a TP out from GPK. That is a massive, massive miss from Yamich, and he's going to pay the price for it.
Man, if they had landed it, I think they would have got the kill because he didn't have the shard just yet. It was about to get delivered, but swing and a miss. Can they punish a little bit here for Extreme? Still missing the Ravage for 40 seconds, but they know that SF stuff is on cooldown for now, so he's not really too worrying.
Yeah,
He's probably not the target that they want, but they'll take the Aegis if it comes to it. Love the scribble on the map.
Guys, they're in this circle.
They're here.
Watch out. Ramses, oh, he didn't get off the Dark Pact here. Global Silence is going to have to come out to try and save him, and the double pounce to try and get himself away might be enough. Looks like it is. Ramses knows that there's vision down here.
Be careful about how much longer they keep this up. The SF's going to have his resources back soon, and they've got the Nyx again.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, 15 seconds till BKB, 20 seconds until Requiem. And, oh yeah, there's a Blink BKB Black Hole as well as they jump on the backlines and find DY. Ramses will take him down with ease, moving across now towards the Tidehunter as well. But there's the Heaven's Halberd coming out and the TP from Old 11. That's not going to happen though, as it does get interrupted. Stun out from PYW, not going to do much to keep Old 11 alive here, I don't think, although... What the hell is this Duke? It causes them a few moments of confusion, but will be found, will be killed, and Ramses just keeping the domination going.
Stick your items in your backpack. Don't give him the stacks. just shove the Heaven's Halberd in there. I don't think it's not gonna count for too much. Oh, they got the
black hole in the bottom lane, but immediately cancelled out by the Zeus. He didn't BKB it. Can they get the damage onto the Morphling before he gets away? Well, Ramsey's coming over as well. BKB out from Lou, stealing the oh no, he stole the Slark form, just pounced twice into Yamich. Sharon's like, alright then. And it looks like Lou will be brought down here. Oh no, and Yamich, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There's not been much tipping in this game, but you can't resist in that opportunity. It's double pounced into him as they found Silencer actually on the back, but Ramses, he's keeping these stacks going. This fish is angry and he's chasing him for more. DY was going to be his next target, popping the ultimate to try and close the gap upon him, but Paparazzi from the high ground throwing down the lightning bolts and forcing back the side of VP, and Ramsey's actually getting a little bit low, but of course has the Aegis, so I wouldn't worry yet, but PYW's going to bring the thunder down onto Yamich as DY does eventually fall, and finally they'll take the Aegis from this Slark. I love it. I mean, he has a Ravage, but they don't have the damage to really kill the Slark realistically, so they'll just have to let him get away.
Still, though, I mean, effectively, that last little sequence was lose Undying and trade for the Aegis, so I don't think they're too unhappy about that on the side of Extreme.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. It's definitely a good trade when you break it down like that. Like, it looks good because Ramses is kind of playing them, you know, really gamering them on the front lines, but yeah, when you break down the actual consequences, it's not a whole lot, but Ramses wanting to keep this tempo going, jumping in front of the Tide Hunter. Can I borrow some attributes, sir? Thank you very much.
I don't know that I like the Lincoln Sphere here. If I'm being honest, yeah, like I kind of get it. Sure, maybe it's gonna make it a little bit harder for the Morphling to morph into you, but there's just a lot to pop it. So, I don't know. It's not even like it
really
guarantees like a Shadow Dance TP or anything, right? Because there are multiple things to cancel into it. So,
yeah.
I would prefer to just see a BKB or maybe like even a Scotty, right? Just tank up some more, but.
No, I completely agree. It seems like a huge overreaction.
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, GPK showing at top. He's already used the blink. They can see that because he's got the arcane blink buff.
There we go. Stun comes out. He doesn't have the BKB, so he will be falling. Help.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any help coming there, my friend, but let's try. GPK dead for 80 seconds.
Is that the one situation where having the upgraded blink really sells you out? It's like you didn't show that you'd used the blink, but then suddenly you appear on the wave with the buff, and it's like, oh, what have you done, GPK?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Okay, neutral item time. Everybody take a second. Enigma's still getting big. DM Scott and Octarine Core on top of everything else. We did have the refresher queued up earlier, but I think just deciding to go for the, I don't know, maybe the slightly greedier item, the better scaling item for the time being. He's probably still going to have time to get into the refresher this game.
And talking of refreshers, GPK's just finished his, so
okay.
I think that's honestly a huge timing. That increases their ability to fight pretty massively.
Yeah, it's nice. I think it's better for the double BKB than anything else, honestly, because we really haven't seen him be that successful in, you know, getting into the backlines and being a big problem, like splitting up XG or instantly popping the supports. It's just kind of hard, especially when, as soon as the fight breaks out, there's often going to be the Thunder God's Wrath coming out right away. So you kind of have to pre-BKB if you want to get things done.
Yeah, for sure. And like even the global silences seem to be enough to give GPK the freedom in these fights. He's often popping his BKB regardless, because just has to get off these Requiems. Oh, stun, PYW. Making him nervous, just seeing if he can get him to be a bit liberal with his BKB usages or anything like that, but it will not be the case as Extreme gathering together. No smokes available, though.
Ramses is a crazy person. He's got a Moonshard queued up at the moment. I do wonder if his team might somehow... Okay, they talked him out of it. They talked him out of it. It's BKB time. Whew. I was a little bit worried, but there you go.
Yeah, and I could honestly be sold on a refresh roll for the Slark. I think I would have preferred it over Lincoln's, honestly.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that I would have preferred over the Lincolns here, but at least the BKB is coming out now, so
yeah,
he's got that. And Roshan's coming. Here we go, Nomad.
Alrighty. Extreme already looking on the high ground. Come on, come for this wave. But yeah, Virtus Pro, no. These guys are no suckers.
Yeah, just camping their ward. I think they both know it's up now. PYW checked it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, old 11 smoke gonna pop, moves across, somehow finds the Enigma in the tree line here and immediately blows up DM. He's gone without buyback at the moment, so they'll have to fight without him. Ramsey starts taking chunks out of the Tidehunter in the middle of the fight with that BKB. Can he get through old 11 though? Doesn't look like it. He's hitting like a soft kitten right now, so they'll have to back themselves away on Virtus Pro, getting nothing for this.
The force staff kiting is just immaculate from Extreme, and Ramses, I think, even have to question the decision to... The Tide already got the Ravage off. What is the point of chasing after him in the fight? Go find the supports. Go find the Zeus. Extreme's going to clean up the Roshan here.
It's going down very, very quickly. And Virtus Pro were even looking for something here, you know? They popped the refresher on GPK preemptively in order to try and catch them off guard or something, but they kind of walked away from the Roche pit instead. Here we see old 11. Wow, they're going to commit onto him. Okay, all right. Yeah, you got him.
His
they don't want to come back in for the gem, though.
Yeah, nobody took it. PYW's got it. Okay, well, SF, no BKB for a little while. He did have an Arcane Rune, so he's going to have one back up in 50 seconds. But
yeah, that aspect is nice.
Absolutely insane that they can even find that initiation on the Enigma. That's just not not something that would normally happen. But
he was right on top of him as well.
yeah. Oh, I think his smoke broke and he just knew exactly where whatever hero was going to be. I don't know if there was a Thunder God's Wrath that came out instantly and then he just blink ravaged him with no opportunity to do anything.
To BKB.
This is scary because now they've got the Aegis on the Morphling, so this whole we're just gonna black hole him and pop a Requiem, and that's the end of Morphling for the fight. Well, so much for that.
Yeah, he's got a chapter 2 now, and that one's gonna be harder to read through. Extreme definitely feeling good in the second game at the moment. Not a huge lead, but this Aegis is a real game changer. But again, the respect these two teams are giving to each other, no one's really shoving down the waves. I think Extreme will probably start to push at this bottom tier 2 tower, I suppose, but it's very tough to get so far away out of your base because this Slark can just scatter you.
Yeah,
That's
could
the problem, like the Nyx as well.
You could take a super split up team fight and just be in a really tricky position. They are a little bit split on Extreme here. They're showing ult 11 at mid. Yeah, Mitch, that's his Aeon disc just getting popped there.
God damn it. Yeah, I feel like you kind of need to keep that one in the backpack, otherwise that's just gonna happen every time. But then again, if you're keeping your Aeon disc in the backpack, then why do you have an Aeon disc? So
yeah, it's tricky.
What can you do?
Yeah, once you've been forced to assemble it, looks like a little bit harder. Okay, so VP, very much the call, I think, is just try and stall at this Aegis, if at all possible. 2.5 minutes to go. Ramsey's still finished his original plan. He has gone back and picked up the Moonshard here after selling the treads.
Alright. That's going to allow him to attack the Tidehunter extra quickly.
Yeah, hopefully he can find somebody else in the backlines.
He's running into everyone now, so... Oh, they're more focused on the D wards than the Ramses. He's using that night vision as well.
Trying to give his team the angle here. Making their way in. DM got to be careful.
Done by Ramses as they jump in onto the Morph. They want to try and take it down, but again, gets off the strength. Morph has the shard, so it's not too difficult. With the black hole in the backlines, catching out DY and Odd 11. Ramses now, well, Lou actually moving across to DM to finish him off, and now the slam comes down. Does actually just about catch onto the Slark, as well as the Nimbus. Ramses getting so low, but he's going to survive through it. A GPK, blowing up the Morphling's first life. Explosive fight from both sides. Virtus Pro doing the inverse of what was previously happened, though, as everyone except the two big cores dies. And Ramses finds Odd 11. He cannot resist. Maybe it's because they're both fish and they're just... They just love each other.
We do have a lot of aquatic heroes, especially in the Last Chance Qualifiers. The Morph's been pretty popular. We've got a Tide this game. Slark's picking up some steam.
Yeah. It's a very wet TI. Lovely. Just what I wanted.
So, I don't really get what this... We're seeing it again here, especially since we're paused, but I don't really get what was supposed to happen here. Like, who's going to deal with the Morphling? Sure, you killed the Tide, but still 2 Morphling lives you got to deal with, and now no black hole for it.
Yeah, I think bringing down the Tide before Ravage was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but
And
like, did
Ramsey's
Ramses need to
pretty big
hit
deal
the
as well,
Undying in the black hole?
Look at Lou, though. Lou
he
just
no
taking
fear.
barracks by himself. And he has got a team behind him, but... yeah, he knows that now that black hole and that Requiem is down, there is just nothing to stop him. And this is no Aegis, by the way. The Aegis is gone. Yamish jumps in with the stun, but Strength Morph is there from Lou, so he's going to be absolutely fine. Won't be getting the second lane of barracks just yet, but... clearing through the middle.
The team fighting from Extreme is just so sick. Really, that's all I can say about this game. Like,
Yeah.
the Zeus is looking incredible against the Slark. It needs to be said. It's really making Ramses have to be very careful about how he approaches these fights, because there's just suddenly, you know, almost 2,000 magical damage just raining down on top of his head every single time he shows.
Yeah, Paparazzi is pumping out the damage this game, that is for sure. And meanwhile, Lou says goodbye to his Midas, waves it goodbye, and it waves back one last
He's
time.
done with it. He's got 33k net worth. He's fine.
I think he found his value from it somehow.
You have to remember that at a certain point this game, the Morphling was the lowest net worth of all of the cores, was really just trying to play catch up with the Midas. And here he is. Big glow up. #1 on the net worth.
Look at me now, Mom. Yeah, Lou's done it. The big turnaround. Midas doing exactly what it's supposed to.
Hasn't been very popular since we had the kind of slowdown changes for 732. But
Yeah,
in the right circumstance.
It's been coming. It has its moments.
VP
Now
looking
they
for the
go
jump. They get
on to
POW.
BYW. Good target, and it looks like they're going to be able to take him down without two. I say that, though. BKBs gets down the cliff, but the Global Silence comes out. Ramses chases him down to the end of the earth as well. Not one to let his prey escape. And they will be able to kill him. Oh, Yamich is spotted in the back lines, though. That Undeath's going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but gets actually out of the sentry range. Paparazzi does see him. Refreshing for this one as well. They really want to kill off this Nick Assassin, and they will do so.
Cody's still just trying to sit here hitting the tombstone. Okay, he deals with it in the end.
Well, they do collect the gem in the end as well, so
Yeah.
Silencer, it's one for each eye at the moment.
So yeah, we got position 4 for position 4. And back.
You see, like, how much everyone has to commit for just a single kill in this game. Like,
Yeah.
Ramses forced to BKB, double pounce, and a refresher orb committed from the Zeus to finish off the kill onto the next assassin. Like, these guys are so good at making each other work for these kills. It's actually insane.
I don't envy the position that DM is in right now, having to decide if, do you buy out for the refresher, or do you just hold your buyback at this point? He might have enough time to farm and get both, but it's going to be tricky. It is going to come down a little bit to how quick Roshan's respawning.
Yeah, it's not quite the same amount of burst on the side of Extreme that they have on Virtus Pro, but it's a Zeus, you know, it's still always a pretty high probability you just can get annihilated from the backlines.
After what happened to him on that mid jump, I think DM's got to be
that's true.
sweating, right? That BKB hotkey is getting hovered constantly.
Yeah.
GPK?
Whoa. Shadowfiend jumping onto the front lines here, but in comes a black hole onto the Morphling. He does have the BKB, though, and the Strength Morph, so he's going to be okay for the time being. Second Silence comes out from Dakota here as they try to bring down Lou, but the Ravage comes through from Old 11 to try and force them back. The second Ravage coming down, but GPK going with a second Requiem here onto Lou, and they will get the Morphling killed off. He does have a buyback should he want to use it. Old 11 getting blasted down in the front lines here, though. He will fall. 3 dead in Extreme. No one going down on the side of Virtus Pro. Ooh, 4 staffs at dawn. BYW scooting across the map, but he's not scooting fast enough as Dakota and Yamich are right on his tail. And they will buy enough time for Ramses to get in and finish the job. Virtus Pro. Huge fight from them.
Yeah, okay, how much can they get? So Roshan's still going to be down for a minute 20. It's really just as much pushing as humanly possible. Unfortunately for them, the most important hero to have gotten, Paparazzi, is not dead, so he's still going to be able to hold this for a bit.
Yeah, maybe. And the amount of refreshes as well. How many do we have at this point?
Yeah, I think there's at least 3.
Yeah, we had
Maybe?
double Ravage,
Yeah, double Ravage, double
Requiem,
Global, and double
Silence.
Requiem, right?
Yeah.
Paparazzi.
Yeah, he's going to get his Aeon Dust popped here, actually, and GPK is in very deep, but another Silence coming down. I don't even know where he's pulling them out from at this point. But that will be enough to get GPK out of the danger zone here.
All right, VP. It's got to be a big confidence boost. You know, tell yourself, look, we just black hole the Morphling. We can still kill him so long as he doesn't have the Aegis. He doesn't have a buyback now. Surely we have reclaimed control back of this game. All we have to do is kill Morphling one more time, and we've got it. And for Extreme, it's just going to be a matter of can they scramble in on the front lines, make enough chaos, find the vision, kill somebody immediately with the Zeus double combo, and try and take the fight from there. That's all Roshan's up.
Those are the conditions, but yeah, they'd love this so much on the Morphling who's brought back as well, but they're actually not moving in that direction at all. Extreme. I'm very surprised that they're not moving towards Roshan right now, but I guess they've only got a singular Ravage. Oh, this seems like a very big mistake from Extreme, actually. Unless they're just running down bottom. In the
Yeah,
hopes
I don't
that
know. Are they
someone
going to try and
TPs
catch
in?
them like one by one at bottom, something like that? They're just hoping that somebody comes down here to fix the lanes.
Yeah, but they're not being subtle about this at all.
No, they are nuking it a little bit, but I do think that a rolling team fight, they do have a win condition here. Base is exposed for VP, so if there was any way to do it, it would be taking a team fight just right outside of their base and killing them one by one.
But how realistic is that, especially with the Aegis on the Slark? And especially with how Ramsey's been playing this game.
But the spot that you're in, that's kind of they've had some impossible conditions to pull off this game, and they've managed it. Although they just get spotted.
Oh, that was close. Lou managing to get the waveform at the high ground there. If he caught it there, the game might well just have been over. Yamich, they're still struggling to actually finish him off here as Ramsey's jumping in onto DY. They'll force off him away. DM in with a black hole, catches the Morphling. It's the big target, and GPK brings down the Requiem, and that will be that for the Morphling. DM catching out PYW with a black hole on the sidelines as well. Triple kill for GPK, as this might just be game. They have buybacks on the side of Extreme, but turning this game around from this point on with no Morphling seems so difficult.
Holding for 110 seconds is going to be a real feat. They do have... Okay, so here's the thing. They've got double Glyph, right? They've got Glyph, and they haven't lost... Oh, they have lost a tier 3, sorry. No, they've only got one Glyph. Never mind.
Never mind.
Maybe they can't... Maybe they can't do it. Maybe with double Glyph. Rams, you just chilling on a cliff here? Hello? All right, go get the double damage. Let's see
There
what
you
they
go,
can
lad.
do.
Yep, some big damage going to come in here.
There's a buyback for the Zeus as well, but BK might just be able to blink Hex
careful.
him.
He's got to be really careful. He's been hexed up. He does have the Aeon Disc, so that's going to keep him alive for the time being. Ramsey's still focusing on his buildings. Even though the Fortify comes out, when this is gone, they will be able to do a ton of damage. So, 60 seconds on the Morph. Middle lane of Barracks is going to fall. What's the call? They're going bottom. The game is not ending right here just yet. But it is going to get a whole lot harder for the side of Extreme. DM, he doesn't have the Aeon Disc this time around. Global Silence comes down, the Zeus is gone. Buyback available. But Ramses, he smells blood in the water, but they want to go for top. They want to go for the Megas. They want to keep it safe. DY taking some heavy hits, but Paparazzi with a buyback. Using the spells onto Ramses as well as
got a
that
double
Fisher.
Ravage.
It's something to work with, but at the same time, the Requiem is back. Black Hole will be back in 1 second. Double Black Hole in 10 seconds. It's so hard for Extreme to find the entry points here. 10 seconds on the Morphling as DY's going to get pulled down. Buyback from him. GPK trying to blow up PYW on the side, but the Ravage is going to stop the rest of the team from helping him out. But does he need them? BKB comes out from PYW. Uses Soul Crafter to keep him alive. GPK is actually the one in trouble. PYW comes back in for revenge. Well, the 4-star actually gets him killed off in the end. But they do get the kill. Buyback available from the Shadow Fiend. But it is now Mega Creeps for the side of Virtus Pro Extreme. Their chances of winning this game just dropped massively, down to only 6%.
I'm surprised it's still 6%, to be honest. It's Mega Creeps. It's double black hole. It's still Aegis in the hands of
Look at
Ramses.
this. Smoked DM comes in round the side, catches out 3. Oh, it's so beautiful to watch with the Requiem on top as well. That's what they dreamed of when they drafted this lineup.
Yeah, the big Wombo combo. And okay, there's still 1 Ravage for Levin. If he manages to wait another 70 seconds, he's going to have 2, but I don't know if they're going to get given that chance. 50 seconds on the Aegis.
Look at Ramses here. Moving in from the side along with Yanich. Beautiful 2-man stun. They're going to be able to take down DY. Now the black hole comes out onto Paparazzi as well. Hex to follow up as well. It's too much for him to handle. He's gone. And the GGs are cool. The big ultimates are just too much for the side of Extreme. And they will tap out of this game. Game number 2 goes to Virtus Pro, making it 1-1.
All right. Some sketchy moments here and there, but they put the draft together at the end. They got the big team fights, and they will walk away with a well-deserved victory here. The Slark showing that it was really a fantastic last pick for VP, despite a couple of little moments here and there. But his team talked him out of buying the Moon Shard and buying the BKB, and then things got a whole lot easier.
It really did, yeah. I feel like that was kind of the big change of pace from the side of Virtus Pro when Ramsey picked up the BKB, and it became much easier for him to kind of play the game he wanted to play.
Yeah, because we did see some of these fights where he's just kind of getting chunked by the constant Nimbus and everything else. Old 11 tried his darndest, but not an easy game for the Tidehunter here at all.
None whatsoever.
Yeah, and I just wonder if Extreme, maybe they didn't think that VP were going to go for the Enigma. It got left so late in the pool, but they didn't really have the answers for it here. So VP may be calling their bluff a little bit. Just some huge team fights, some huge BKB black holes from DM. It was a pretty easy game for him to get it done, but still impressive performance all the same, and something else that teams are going to have to worry about to move forward against VP.
I mean, I think that's been a long time thing, being worried of the DM Enigma and just generally Enigma at the moment, a very respected hero across the board. But yeah, I don't know. I also think it was interesting they grabbed the Silencer and then the Enigma and then the SF as well. So the amount of team fighting they had here was just huge. And then, yeah, you get to these late game fights and Extreme can hold on for a bit, but it gets to the point where there's all these refreshers out and you just get moments like this. Oh,
yeah,
I could watch that all day long.
What are you supposed to do? And DM feeling himself, going to go for the second one as well. It's only the Shaker this time around, but you can just tell he knows, right? The Morphling with no buyback. This was really them securing the game. They did look a little stressed at a couple of moments, but here we go. There's the hype.
There it is.
Right.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's absolutely feeling it.
Put the draft together in the end. It worked out.
Yeah, and what a game to pull that off on as well against Extreme. A team they've been eyeing up for a very, very long time now, I'm sure, knowing they were going to be against them in the Last Chance Qualifiers. They're going to have, studied them and been ready for them and probably looking forward to this best of 2. And then, of course, if they come against them in the playoffs as well, they want to be able to at least know that they can take one game off them in this best of 2. Almost disappointed it's not a best of 3. Not gonna lie, Biscuit, but
yeah. Oh, we'll just wait. 2 days, and we'll be in best of 3 territory, folks. You don't have to wait too long.
And MVP goes towards GPK on the Shadow Fiend. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think he played well. Kept his farm up. It was what his team needed to do. I think we were talking about it in the middle of the game, right? It was like, oh well, GPK is being a little bit more chill and not really going along with all of these moves from Ramses. And to me, it did kind of feel like, okay, GPK had the read maybe of like, look, let's just get all of our items. Let's just get DM into a ridiculous spot on this Enigma, and then, how can we lose? So nicely done. Some very nice ultis in those last couple fights.
Very nice ultis, yeah. That's the sum up of this game at number 2. Yeah, respectful shout out to Yamich as well. He played an absolutely phenomenal Nyx Assassin in this game. Some of the blink in and catch up, even in the end game there. That's basically what closed this one out for them, was Yamich's initiation. Always finding huge targets and even catching Lu out early on as well and stopping him, just kind of soloing the game. Yeah, I think he was one of the most vital puzzle pieces of this Virtus Pro collage.
Yeah, he was pretty fearless and, cool for VP to sort of let the Morphling through. Extreme now maybe even having to consider a little bit like, is Morphling something that we're going to be going first phase necessarily? So, just have to see.
Just have to see how it goes. Well, that's enough from us, but we have 3 lovely, talented individuals here to break down these games further and give you a recap of the day, so we'll send it across over to Natty, T-Panda, and Fear.
Skip and Nomad absolutely doing justice for that Extreme Gaming and Virtus Pro series there. Each of the teams picking up one game themselves in that final series. But there are 4 streams, or at least there were 4 streams going on. So there have been a lot of games to wrap up our day 1 of the Last Chance Qualifiers. We've had 32 games going on all over today, and some of the ones that we haven't gotten to talk about just yet on this mainstream include the Wildcard and Virtus Pro series that happened earlier today, just before, and it was an interesting one because Virtus Pro is a team that a lot of people would have as their favorites, but Wildcard not so much. They're a team that don't look as strong, T-Panda, but they actually ended up splitting that series 1-1 each. So I want to know some of your thoughts about that one playing out.
Drafting wise, this was, you could say it was a big victory for Wildcard Gaming to take that first game. Like Brood, they just got 2-0'd from another team against them, and then they come with a victorious game to start the series off. Like, it gives you that bit of a confidence boost that maybe we can get this hero to work as well, because it hasn't been an easy day for the NA teams in general. But outside of just the Brood pick, I think Wildcard was pretty ready for this first game. They had a very good start for the Troll. I was a bit worried with this Troll workout because I think in general I'm not always a huge Troll fan in most of the drafts. It feels like it's a kind of a niche pick or a mediocre pick from time to time. But it seemed to work out really nicely for them in that first game. And following up into the second one, well, Virtus Pro, I think they caught up to that game pretty fast. They kind of found the tempo in it, and I guess they're just utilizing the strong heroes on the patch. I think we're going to be talking a lot about this Morphling hero too in that game too.
Yeah, while these game 1 highlights are replaying at the moment, that Brood I want to touch a little bit more on, especially hearing from you, Fear, because Brood has always been seen as this sort of cheese pick. There's very niche times in which you want to pull it out, but why do you think it's been looking so good, not just in this game for Wildcard, but in the other times that it's also been picked today, Fear?
Well, I think the most recent patch, it just got buffed. Its laning stage is a bit stronger. I'm not convinced yet that this hero is like OP or anything, like this VP Wildcard Gaming. Like, they were down like 20k gold this game, right? I think it was like more of the Troll this game just becoming unstoppable. But Brood in all the games it's played today did play against counter matchups, and it did well regardless of that in the laning stage. So the fact that its laning stage is strong again is going to have a little bit of a resurgence of this hero, I think.
Yeah, it is a Dalai Lama classic as well. Like, he absolutely loves to play this Brood Mother from time to time.
Well, knowing that Wildcard picked up this game against VP, and they also were able to do quite well in, I believe there was another game, or maybe I'm misremembering. I think I'm just thinking of VP. But with Wildcard getting the win over VP, how do you think that bodes for their potential game number 2, their day number 2, and where their confidence might be laying?
That's a good question.
I guess, like...
no, you can go. Go ahead.
No. I mean...
All right, fine. I'll go. All right, so they're playing Liquid, and they're going to play Infamous, and they're going to play T1. So they got some hard series ahead of them. I think it's a little bit of it's definitely a confidence boost. But for sure, I think they are going to go back, kind of look at the day, what worked, what didn't work. And I think we're just going to see like a new team and new ideas, for sure.
Yeah. Another series that played out at the same time as that wildcard MVP one was the T1 Infamous series. And I know you were keeping a very close eye on that one, Fia. So you want to quickly summarize that one, how it played out, and why you thought that was going to be the series to have a look at?
Sure, I mean, I kept a good eye on Game 1, Game 2. I was skipping around a little bit, but Game 1, basically, the big things that I saw were just that Anna's hero pool changed. He went to the Pudge in both games of that series, actually, instead of the Gyrocopter, and that worked out great in their early mid-game, but it was really just Thompson on his Leshrac. He had over 1,000 GPM as a Leshrac. It was quite an insane performance. He went in for the Bloodstone, Kaya Sage, Eternal Shroud, all of the items, and then he was just unkillable, getting tons of kill, farming the whole map, got early bots too. It was a really like legendary Leshrac performance. To get 1,000 GP on any hero in Dota is actually incredibly hard right now, and Leshrac's generally just not one of those heroes you ever see it on, so that was just a crazy game from him.
T-Man, do you feel like you have anything else you want to add to that one about the T1 Infamous series, considering they did go 1-1?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you can really bring out of that series is the strong hero picks that they've brought up. You like already mentioned the Leshrac and the Pudge. I think those two heroes are in a very good place right now, especially allowing Leshrac to go for these fast Bloodstone builds into BKB. It just feels like the hero's a bit unstoppable if you don't have any burst damage to match up against it. At least Infamous had control. But then you look at Medusa. Does Medusa really do anything to the Leshrac? Maybe later on, but is it a bit too late at that point? Pudge usually gets huge at that point. So I think Infamous, like, maybe they overestimated their draft a little bit in terms of what their capabilities would be. But going into the second game, learning from their mistakes, put more active game into them. They have the Svens, the Shadow Fiends. They have the Tusk to pump it up as well. I mean, they just brought up a really good draft into game 2.
Well, we've tried our best to break down these 32 games that happened today, but let's just have a look at the results instead so you guys can see for yourself, now that all the games are completed, which matchups went potentially the way you expected and which matchups might not have. I do believe we have the results for Stream A going to be popping up here for us to look at, and it is that Tempest Secret one. It went 2-0 towards Secret. I think a lot of people thought about that one, but the T1 Liquid that a lot of people had their eyes to, I know you did, Fear, as well, ended up going 2-0 in the favor of Liquid. Now it's Polaris getting the 2-0, and then 1-1 for Extreme Virtus Pro here on the main stream. Was there anything that surprised you out of those results there, Fear?
Maybe Nouns losing 2 to Polaris. I thought that'd be like at least a 1-1 series. I think Extreme VP, pretty much what I expected there. Secret Tempest, expected that too. And honestly, I'm not sure what to think of T1 yet. They're kind of like very unstable, so yeah, I think everything went for the most part expected except for the Nouns Polaris series.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, Nouns definitely not getting a gain there does hurt the chances of being in the upper bracket a little bit, but let's have a look at B stream results. We know that it started off with Nouns versus Na'Vi, and Na'Vi got the 2-0. The Polaris Na'Vi going 1-1. VG getting the 2-0 over Tempest, and Na'Vi getting a 2-0 over Tempest. So actually a very decent day for Na'Vi. Are you impressed, Panda, with how the B stream played out?
Yeah, it had its moments. There was also some upset potential with Tempest and Na'Vi in the first game. Like, they were 15,000 gold ahead. They lost that entire lead. It went to a tie, and then brought up 13k up again and instantly lost the game after. So I guess Na'Vi just had more perseverance than Tempest did. And it was a really rough day for Tempest in general, considering that they did play against some pretty tough teams already on their first day. But it's not going to get easier from here. Like, that is the sad story.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tempest, I mean, we'll look at it at the end, but yeah, Tempest did have a rough game, but a rough day. But let's have a look at our third stream, because this one I know definitely has an interesting result. 1-1 for Extreme and Liquid, 2-0 in favor of Extreme over Wildcard, 1-1 for Wildcard and Virtus Pro, but also 1-1 for Liquid and Infamous. Out of that, Team Panda, which one do you think was the most upset series when you see the results now?
I mean, looking generally in the results, I guess the first game of Wildcard Virtus Pro, which we did saw some highlights of, was probably the bigger upset series, but I guess it was also a wake-up call for Virtus Pro. Everything else kind of seems to click in place. Even the Liquid Infamous one is kind of like, wait, Infamous isn't supposed to win this one? But it was a 25-minute run over against Liquid, so I feel like maybe they were running out of juice. They played a lot of games already before that, but so did a lot of other teams, so maybe they just fell flat in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, actually, both games for that
Infamous
last series
just kind of like
were
outpicked them really hard.
Yeah,
that game. It was like an incredibly hard outpick. So that's kind of what they needed, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely a confidence boost for Infamous. But let's flip over to our very last stream. It is our fourth stream, and we can see Virtus Pro getting a 2-0, VG and Secret going 1-1, T1 and Infamous going 1-1 each. We touched on that one before. But Secret and Nouns, that game has finished. When we came onto our panel here, the Nouns Secret game was still going, but Nouns ended up picking that final game of the day up for themselves, Sphere. I want to hear a little bit of a breakdown for you from what you got to see as to why you think it went in Nouns' favor.
I just want to point out the big fact in this, and not even about the draft. I mean, you look at Viper versus Weaver. Weaver winning Viper in the end seems a bit out of place, because it feels like Viper is really strong against the hero, but Weaver kind of... It's like when we talked about that Axe versus Monkey King scenario, where Axe just basically waltzed it off with a good lane. Weaver basically into the same situation, able to have that impact in the mid game, which is really important for Weaver to secure the team status in that mid-game section when TA hits her power spike. And Secret just didn't have the tools to kind of fight against Nouns with these heroes. And of course, Batrider. That's the first Batrider victory of the day. Hero's been banned, 22, 23 times, lost twice with Tempest and with Infamous. But, you know, you gotta win. You gotta start your win somewhere.
Do you have anything you want to add, Fear, on that Nouns Secret game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the laning decision by Secret was a little strange. Like, I feel like they could have put the Viper against the Bat and completely shut down the Bat's game. Bat had a much better game than I feel like he should have. And other than that, I think on Noun's side, though, Gunner on his mid-TA had a phenomenal performance as well. It was a good showing. I think they had a good draft from Nouns. They showed up, they played a good game, and hopefully going into tomorrow, this like boosts their confidence and we see some more life from them. You never want to see a team just lose game after game after game. I want to see more competitive, and hopefully that's what we'll get tomorrow. Like this Nouns waking up tomorrow and showing this type of draft.
Yeah, maybe there was just like a slight adjustment. Maybe they're still warming up to being in last chance qualifiers and whatnot, which could be a little bit of a hindrance. But we've seen all of our stream results. Let's have a look at our group standings so you can actually visualize just how important it is for all of these teams to be winning as many games as possible. Now, after group stages, no team is eliminated. It's purely just upper bracket and lower bracket into playoffs. But Na'Vi topping Group A, then Secret, VG, Polaris, Nouns, and Tempest. We talked about Tempest having a really rough day, and it shows they were unfortunately not able to pick up a single game. That one win for Nouns has got to feel good for them, because it does put them a step closer to trying to tie it up with Polaris and VG. Let's jump over to Group B and see just who's standing on top there, and it is actually Liquid, Extreme, and Virtus Pro all tied on 4. Infamous with 2 wins, and then T1 and Wildcard with only 1 win each. T-Panda, is this how you expected the group standings to look like at all at the end of day 1?
I think pretty much the results are as expected. Maybe in Group A, there might have been a bit of a shift if Nouns was able to score a victory elsewhere, get a point away from Polaris, for example. Polaris and Vici tying up for the 3rd place. But in Group B, I think T1 is the wild card story here. Not talking about wild card game. Talking about T1 being the wild card a bit. We touched upon the drafting style. I think they're going to be spending a lot of hours, especially their coaching section, this next night. I don't think they're going to be sleeping a lot, trying to figure out what's going to be the best option for them to head into this second day. They've only played 2 series. They've still got a lot of games ahead, like Wildcard, VP, Extreme Gaming. 2 difficult opponents, one easily winnable in the eyes of TI's capability. But I don't know, Fear, do you think T1's going to bounce back up?
They got some hard opponents ahead of them. They got to play VP, Extreme Gaming, then they got Wildcard Gaming here. I think for them to stay or to get into the upper bracket, it's a difficult task, I think. A very difficult one. But if they can pick the right heroes and make it work, I think they're a team that can beat any team, but they can also lose to any team type of team right now. So they need to find that stability.
I feel while you're already talking, I'll get you to keep talking about Tempest.
Nice.
They're sort of in a similar situation of T1 in the sense that they're down, they're looking at the lower bracket, but instead they've actually played 3 series already. Do you think this is going to be a big mental barrier for them, or are you hoping that there are some silver linings that they're able to take away from day one?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the silver
is looking at the
lining.
matchups.
Oh, sorry. The silver lining is definitely they played the hardest teams already on day one. I think tomorrow they get to play the teams that I think they have a good shot against. They're going to play Nouns, they're going to play Polaris, and I think these are going to be like the lesser teams for them to go against, right, compared to what they've already played against. So hopefully they learned they're not too negative on themselves and they can make some adjustments.
What did you want to add, T-Panda?
Yeah, I agree on that. It just kind of requires the Tempest wins at least one of the series and maybe ties with Nouns. I'm not sure if that's even going to be enough for them because, you know, it feels like it's out of their hands already at this point, playing 3 full series and 0-6 is the scoreline. But it's doable, you know, it is doable when you look at Polaris and Nouns, who have been having a bit of a, well, Nouns maybe more of a shakier day. Polaris still looked pretty solid. Yeah.
We have a little bit of spare time as well, so I want to talk about the hero trends that we've seen over these 32 games that have been played. The standouts for me, personally, have definitely been the Primal Beast, Marcy, Morph, TB, Tusk, and Undying. Fear, out of those, you know, which one stands out to you the most as potentially being OP or the most problematic?
The 2 for me that I think have just looked the best have been Marcy and Morphling. The other ones are like are stable, they get picked a lot, but like the Marcy just like I just watched a game where it was like DM playing Veno, and this Marcy was pos 5, right? She just comes mid lane, hits level 6, right? And just solo kills the offlaner with brown boots, right? Like the damage is just insane on her ultimate, and like you can play her on pos 4, whatever role you want to play her on. Just the damage output of this hero is just insane, as well as the utility. As far as Morphling, you know, I could probably go on for like an hour about how this hero is like super busted. But like that hero right now is also very insane. Like its laning stage is super strong. The Morph Ag's completely broken right now in my eyes. Like it's super hard to counter. Like any carry versus carry matchup is instantly lost when you're playing versus Morphling, which just feels bad. And you're trying to counter pick it like some Drow or something who needs very situational, like a laning. He needs a good lane with Drow to be able to play the game. Whereas Morph can pretty much just lane against anything. You can pick it early if you want. It can go mid if you want. The hero just seems incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. Like, Morphling seems to be, like, the alpha of the agility heroes. Like, no matter what edgy hero you pick against Morph is still going to be better. And I think the big reason why Virtus Pro was able to win was, well, I mean, not just because of the Slark building Lincolns in a game where they don't have any BKB piercing abilities or items, but having the team line up, kind of click together with the Slark's gameplay, how they want to initiate in fights. They had SF with Arcane Blinks and just able to blow up a couple of heroes, but mainly the Lincolns to save from the Morph being able to be used at all during fights, and that does a really big impact because it's not just an Agonant, it's a free Moon Shard on top of it with that 70 attack speed, and it just feels ridiculously strong. So I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at that Morphling tomorrow. Like, should we let it through the first phase? Are we going to leave it to the second phase? We're looking at some of the numbers that Morphling is undefeated in the second phase, but there's a couple bans already kicking in at the start, and that might hinder Morphling's capabilities.
Oh, it is one of those heroes that just pops up. Like you said, Fear, we did have our own Last Chance Qualifier meta form over today, but there is a second day of group stages happening. So let's jump into the schedule so you guys can prepare your sleep schedules. You can prepare your day around which games you want to be watching here on the mainstream. It's Secret Polaris first up, VG up against Na'Vi, then T1 Virtus Pro Polaris, and then VG being our very last one there. You guys already talked about it. T1, one of the formidable opponents that they're going to have to come up against is VP. It's here on the mainstream. Is that your highlight game for the day, T-Panda, or is there another one you're looking at?
In terms of the battle for the upper brackets, I think you need to pay attention to VG Gaming versus Polaris as well on the side. It can decide one team securing a spot. If they tie up the series, maybe there's still chance for Nouns to sneak in between and drop one of these teams to the lower bracket. So it's like it has to be a 2-0 series for either of the teams to secure a spot.
Okay, interesting. And Fear, is there a standout one for you, or is it just that T1 series looking towards them?
I mean, there's going to be a lot of interesting series because there's like a lot of ties, right? So like Liquid versus VP, I think you're going to be looking at as well. I think that one's pretty important.
Okay. And when it comes to, I guess, the games tomorrow, we talked about the meta that's formed today, what heroes you kind of would like to see banned, what ones have been problems. But are there any that you think are flying under the radar at the moment that can potentially have a showing like Morphling Fear?
I can just do random heroes, I guess. Let me see. A hero that hasn't been picked yet that I think is pretty strong.
Yeah, because I know you've been doing a lot of
maybe the sniper. I kind of like sniper right now.
Okay, all right.
I do like Lone Druid a lot too. I think Lone Druid's super strong, but not every team has a Lone Druid player. So that's always been the case with that hero. So Lone Druid's very strong. We did see it play once today. I think it did win. Or maybe it's been played multiple times. Who knows? There's been a ton of games today. But like Lone Druid is also incredibly strong right now. I think that hero also works pretty well versus Morph because if you turn into the hero, right, you don't really steal the bear stats. So that could be an answer to the Morphling going into the future.
Yeah. I do know that we have our B stream schedule ready as well, so we can jump in and you guys can see what's happening over there. Because just as a reminder, there are 4 streams happening all at once. We looked at our main stream schedule. Our B stream here is going to be T1 Extreme, and then Extreme up against Infamous, Tempest versus Polaris, and then the potential tiebreakers that could occur for upper and lower bracket and all the seeding that needs to happen. Out of the 3 that are locked in, Fear, is it T1 yet again?
Oh, out of these?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what people might be the most hyped for, but I think the Polaris series as well versus Tempest is very important for Tempest, right? So that series is incredibly important for Tempest.
How do you feel Tempest and Polaris go in terms of playstyle Fear? Are they similar or very different?
I haven't got to see enough of them in detail to like really figure that out yet, but I think for Tempest, they're gonna do best if they just get Katara on like a hard carry and support him that way. And for Polaris, they've always been a pretty aggressive team, so it's just shutting them down and not letting Katara get the farm.
Yeah, it's the classic SCA aggression. Like I feel like a lot of SCA teams kind of live off of a good mid player having a snowballing start and just play their game through there. It feels like it's a repetitive pattern for most of the SCA teams, but it seems to work.
Yeah, 100%. The other one that could be a bit of a standout, it doesn't matter because we're going to look at our Stream C schedule. The 2 remaining Nouns series there, Nouns up against VG, Nouns Tempest, a bit of a do or die for both of them, and then Secret Na'Vi. I feel like a lot of people are going to be keen for Secret Na'Vi. Fear, is that where you lay for the Hyper series on Stream C?
It's like the El Clasico 5 years ago, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
you feel like that's
it's
true?
Definitely gonna be hype for sure. Like everyone loves to see those 2 orgs clash.
Do Do you feel like the play styles are very, very different to that 5 years ago, or do you think there is going to be some reminiscence still around?
I mean, I think from 5 years ago, those teams will not be in the Last Chance Qualifier. So yeah, there's definitely some differences.
And the D stream, our very last stream, I do believe we had the schedule for that one as well for us to take a look at. It's Liquid and Wildcard, then a Liquid Virtus Pro and Infamous Wildcard Gaming. Now the Wildcard might have a little bit of momentum, T-Panda. How do you think they're going to shape up against Liquid? It's their opening series for the day on D stream.
Well, I think Liquid is a bit upset that they tied the series against Infamous, so leaving the day on a sour note is probably for them to also be a wake-up call to really match up against Wildcard early on in the morning. So yeah, I would say Wildcard has like a positive feeling going on, and Liquid's going to be maybe a bit grumpy and maybe a bit angry, and they just want to just run over that series quickly too. I feel like that could be the storyline. Maybe, who knows?
Well, we're going to be closing out the day, our day one of Last Chance Qualifiers, but I very much want to quickly give you guys the floor here. If there's any other closing remarks you want to say about this day one, anything that's impressed you or maybe disappointed as well.
I've just generally been impressed, like how some teams have got some upsets over other teams. Like I expected there to be like more clear-cut results, but it looks like any team can win against other teams. Of course, some of the teams have yet to get a win, or they only got one win, but I think that'll change tomorrow, and I think we're going to see much more balanced results. And I'm just really excited to like see the drafting and how it evolves and how the meta changes, because I think the teams that usually do well and that do get out of like these last chance qualifiers and go into the main stage, like they kind of figure out what they want, right? And they already know how they want to play. And they generally do really well throughout the tournament because of that. So I think the meta will be formed here, and it's very exciting and interesting to watch.
T-Man, any closing thoughts for you?
Well, basically, I guess you can think about a good old quote of a fast warrior strikes first, but the wise warrior strikes last. That could be something to keep in mind for some of these teams still heading towards like the playoff bracket, looking for an upper bracket spot. Pretty important to have that second chance, because it is a double elimination bracket in the end. So one disaster is not going to completely knock you off the horse. But then if you have to start off from the lower bracket for some of the teams, you know, you're facing the wall the whole time. You don't want to end up in that situation. So you want to put effort into this this second day of the group stage. Make sure you have yourself a good, relaxed feeling when you head to the playoff stage, because there's only 2 teams going through, and it already feels like some of the teams are kind of almost locking in their spots in the group. So
yeah, well,
it's just a wait-and-see situation.
It's very much a wait-and-see situation. But for us to get to day 2, it means that we have to close out day 1. And that is it from us here at PGL. We're going to be seeing you guys, hopefully, bright and early for the pre-show tomorrow. It's day 1 of Last Chance Qualifiers. A big day indeed. Thank you all so much for joining.